My name is C fucking. I woke up to a messy situation. My luck had been stolen, and everyone wanted me out of the entertainment industry. Starting over, I thought I'd just take it easy, but the lack of talent and effort in the industry annoyed me. Fine, I decided to shake things up. People online attacked me nonstop, accusing me of chasing after a popular male star, Yu Yao, and even spreading lies about my private life. But the tables turned when international stars credited me for their success. A top celebrity defended me publicly, and I won multiple gold medals in international competitions. The whole internet went crazy. Meanwhile, the legendary young emperor of the Daxia dynasty, Yin Huang, who died at 27, somehow ended up 1,500 years in the future. He witnessed the flourishing Daxia he dreamed of and, shockingly, became part of my life. While I admired him as a historical figure and worked hard to honor my roots, he seemed to have other plans, like marrying me. Wait, what? Back to reality, I faced the chaos of my supposed family, the left family. They never treated me as one of their own. And now, with the old man gone, they told me to leave. The internet was also full of hate, calling me talentless and urging me to quit the industry. But I wasn't about to back down. I faced them all, scars and all, and even without makeup, my natural beauty stunned everyone. Little did they know, I wasn't the same weak girl they once knew. After all, I had already died once and come back, this time stronger. Also, note to self: never mix cola with dangerous experiments again. I barely remember my life before I was 5, but I've been living with the Left family since then. The only one who cared about me was old Master Left, who brought me in, saying my parents were gone. But he was busy and hardly home, so I was left to endure years of bullying from the Left family's children. This time, the eldest grandson even slashed my wrist during a fight, nearly killing me. In my past life, I was an orphan too, taken in by a kind sister and later by a master with some mischievous senior disciples. But just when I thought life was getting better, I managed to blow myself up in an experiment. Classic me. Now, in this new life, the Left family treats me like dirt, especially Left Madam, who sees me as a parasite. But when she tried to push me around this time, I didn't hold back. With blood still seeping through the bandages on my wrist, I smiled and told her, "Get lost." The room froze. I'm usually so timid, but not anymore. I left the house and went to the hospital to get my wound treated. The doctor scolded me for not valuing my life, but I charmed her with a sweet smile and called her sister. She softened, gave me care instructions, and even offered help if I ever needed it. Though I did embarrass myself by accidentally calling her Auntie. Afterwards, I checked my wallet, just 250 left. Even money seemed to mock me. Broke and bitter, I went to the car left for me, a beat-up old vehicle stolen and replaced by the Left family. As I sat inside, the calendar caught my eye. It's 2185 now. I've been dead for 3 years. Not only am I alive again, but somehow, I've returned 3 years into the future. I'm stuck in the Daxia Empire now, far away from my old master and my life before. Even if I wanted to go back, who'd believe I'm alive after dying so spectacularly? It was a quiet night, and I was enjoying a can of cola. My love-hate relationship with it runs deep. Suddenly, I caught the faint scent of blood, mixed with a light fragrance. Years of fighting had made me sensitive to it. I grabbed a screwdriver from the car, just in case, but then the car door unlocked silently. A tall man stepped in. He moved with an imposing presence, like something out of a legend. The confined space of the car felt even smaller now. He didn't say much, just pressed a finger to my lips and whispered, "Shoo," while closing the door. I could hear footsteps and gunshots outside. The man admitted he was hiding and asked to stay. I said sure if he paid. He left a jade pendant as payment, which looked expensive, so I didn't complain. I even joked about adding a soundtrack for his escape. He wasn't amused. We stayed close in the small car, avoiding physical contact, but to anyone outside, the fogged-up windows probably suggested something more. The pursuers stopped nearby, swore at the wild couple in the car, then moved on. It worked. When things quieted down, I went for my cola, but instead, I aimed for his shoulder in an attack. He reacted instantly, and in seconds, we exchanged over a dozen moves. But I was injured, and he had the upper hand. He pinned me against the seat, his icy gaze unshaken. "You're no match for me," he said, holding my wrist firmly. "Keep this up, and I can't guarantee what I'll do." Still, I wasn't rattled. I shrugged and said, "Fine, just don't bully me." He let me go, thanked me, and promised to repay me if we ever met again. Then, just as quietly as he came, he disappeared into the night. After the man left, I turned on the car's light and looked at what I had swiped from him, a thin metal object, faintly glowing. I didn't beat him, but I still got something interesting. He might be from the legendary MO family, famous for their gadgets and weapons, though his presence here didn't add up. Either way, it didn't matter to me. I've been through a lot, and right now my body is too weak for any serious fights. Finishing my cola, I tossed the can into a far-off trash bin and drove off. The next morning at the left house, the spoiled brats were celebrating my supposed departure. Left Chingya, the third miss, couldn't stop mocking me, calling me a failure in the entertainment world. She even made it her hobby to hire online trolls to insult me. But their pettiness didn't end there. Chingya decided to raid my room, grabbing anything she liked, calling it her family's property. My room wasn't fancy, just a bed, a desk, and a bookshelf full of books she dismissed as useless. She grabbed a few small items and was about to leave when I caught her. Slamming her into the wall, I smirked. "If you like stealing so much, let's see if you can keep it." She looked terrified but still tried to put up a fight, claiming everything in my room belonged to the left family. I didn't care. Calmly, I told her I'd return anything I owed, but not to her. When she wouldn't stop yelling, I tightened my grip on her chin and smiled. "Quiet down. I don't like noisy people." That shut her up. Then, with a swift push, I threw her out of my room and slammed the door shut. Let them think I'm weak. I've survived worse, and they'll soon learn I'm not someone they can mess with. When Chingya started screaming and banging on my door, calling me names and shouting for me to leave the left family, I didn't even bother to respond. The room was soundproof, and honestly, I had better things to do. I turned my attention to my bookshelf. Among the professional books on singing and dancing, some of them old and full of notes, I spotted a section on history. I picked up a biography of Emperor Yin, the youngest and most legendary ruler of the Daxia Empire, who had achieved incredible victories before dying at just 27. His story fascinated me, probably because I, too, had died young in my previous life. I packed the book, along with my essentials, and left my room. I didn't take anything that belonged to the left family. As I walked downstairs, I could hear Chingya whining to her father, left Tianfeng, about me locking her out and hurting her. When I reached the first floor, he stopped me, demanding I hand over my bag. I smiled calmly. "I suggest you step aside." My tone was light, but I knew my presence carried weight. Tianfeng exploded with anger, accusing me of rebellion, while Chingya cried that I was only pretending to be sweet when their grandfather was alive. I played along, smirking. Sure, I was pretending. Thanks for the excuse. When he yelled at me to leave the bag, I casually swung it and said, "Come and take it if you dare," before strolling out the door. He was so mad, he smashed a glass. Later, the housekeeper checked my room and found I had only taken a book I'd bought myself. It wasn't worth anything to them, but to me, it was a piece of my new beginning. It's a biography of an emperor. The housekeeper said hurriedly, "Biography of Emperor Yin, which is often sold in bookstores and is also a must-read for junior and senior high school students." Zhou Tianfeng immediately lost interest and waved his hand. In fact, if C fucking took hundreds of thousands of yuan, he wouldn't say much. After all, Grandpa Zhou had raised her for so many years. I took a book without thinking. As expected, it will never be able to appear on the stage. It was just a book that was taken away, so Zhou Tianfeng didn't care about it anymore. He hurried back to the study, got a few documents, and went out again. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was setting. A red-gold light burst out between the layers of white clouds, like a red fire burning in a white lantern. The wind suddenly moved, and the clouds rolled and surged like waves. C-fucking was walking on the street, and all he wanted to do was put down a bowl, sit down, and beat a wooden fish. She is really poor. After using the money in her personal bank card to rent a small apartment 10 kilometers away from the city center, she only had 1,500 yuan left. It's too tragic for a star to end up like this. In a few days, she will be so poor that she can't even afford a Coke. This is not good. Moreover, she had to find a way to see Mr. Swa's body. C-fucking frowned, looked at the time, and went to the supermarket across the street to buy daily necessities. Ahead, a pure black car was parked there. There is no sign, not even a logo. Shen Xingjuan came out of the convenience store next to him and opened the car door. Yan, there is news. The man sitting in the passenger seat did not open his eyes, but just responded faintly. He was wearing a black suit with 2 buttons of his white shirt undone, and the collar of his shirt casually turned up. She wore a silver-black watch on her right wrist, and her fingers were slender with fingertips as white as jade. The man's sitting posture was casual, but it still couldn't hide his innate dignity. Although he had a handsome face that was too young, he had an intimidating aura, as if he were an emperor who held the power of life and death. Why do you choose a name like an ancient person? Shen Xingjuan laughed. Or is it that your Yu family has strict etiquette? Do we have to abide by the rules of our ancestors? But I've seen that the nobles in the city of Sijiu are not as strict as you. Do you think I should call you by your name, Shiheng, second tone, or your courtesy name, Shiyan, third tone? Yu Shiheng still closed his eyes. I'm used to it. You can call me whatever you want. Shen Xingjuan laughed. I said you were very polite before, but now it seems you are being informal. As he spoke, he pressed a number. Sure Yen, I'll call there again to confirm the time. Yu Shiheng nodded, still keeping his eyes closed. The next second, his ears moved and he suddenly opened his eyes. Those were a pair of extremely beautiful eyes, with narrow and long tails, and a restrained, deep and distant light. As far as the eye could see, there was a little girl of about 6 or 7 years old standing in the middle of the road, at a loss. Just ahead, a large truck suddenly made a sharp turn and was about to run over us. Yu Shiheng's eyes moved slightly, and he raised his finger. Careful! A voice sounded at this moment, a very familiar female voice. These 2 words made his hand pause. Yu Shiheng turned his head, and when his calm gaze fell on C-fucking, who had taken action earlier than him, his expression fluctuated slightly. He saw her pick up the little girl and roll on the ground, and the next second, the truck roared past. At the critical moment, the crisis was resolved. Seeing that they were both safe, he withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes again. The hidden weapon between the fingers also disappeared instantly. In front of the black car, C-fucking let go of the little girl and looked at his left hand. The wound opened again, and blood oozed out. In one word, miserable. C-fucking touched the little girl's head with his right hand. Don't run around next time, okay? The little girl was obviously frightened. She stood there in a daze, unable to recover and tears falling. C-fucking. In the past, others would run away when they saw her because she didn't know how to coax children. Go find your family quickly. C-fucking asked again, do you know the way? The little girl nodded in ignorance, but her tears flowed even more fiercely. She pointed at her hand and cried, blood, sister, blood. It's just a minor injury, it's okay. C-fucking supported herself with her right hand and stood up, smiling, little friend, you must pay attention to safety, or next time there won't be a beautiful and lovely sister like me to save you. The little girl was confused again and looked at her blankly. C-fucking stood up. However, her legs were numb from the previous movement, and they froze for a moment, causing her to take a few steps back. Pawn's arm immediately wrapped around her waist. The man's thighs were warm, slender, and strong. C-fucking could clearly feel the tightness wrapped under the suit pants and the explosive power hidden within. His body was extremely cold, like a soul of ice and snow, without any temperature, as if the whole body was made of ice. A second later, a male voice came from above her head. The voice is low, and the ending tone is cold. Throw yourself into his arms? The voice was very pleasant. Even the intonation of each word was just right. There seemed to be the sound of plum rain falling beside his ears, and C-fucking's body suddenly tensed up. Her legs haven't recovered yet, and are slightly stiff. The man half opened his sleepy eyes. His pupils were deep, and he smiled faintly. But the smile did not reach his eyes, only reflecting a slightly cool snow. Looking from the side, C-fucking could see his perfect chin, his slender neck with smooth lines, and his cold, thin lips. The light in the car was very dim, and the man's entire face was hidden in the shadows, flickering and not real, but it could not hide his handsome appearance. As white as the frost and snow on the mountaintop, as bright as the moon flowing among the clouds. C-fucking was keenly aware of a certain aura released by the man. Although he calmly took it back, she still caught it. She narrowed her eyes slightly. This is definitely the momentum that can only be accumulated by those who have been on the battlefield and killed people. But this is not something to think about right now. C-fucking took a deep breath, not because she was scared, but because her legs were really weak. He deserves a beating. She chopped it up when she got home. Sorry, I didn't mean to. C-fucking pinched an acupuncture point on his leg, forced himself to regain consciousness, and immediately stood up with the help of the car door. Thank you very much, sir. I will make it up to you if we meet again.
Bye.
Sitting on a man's lap is not a glorious feat worth singing about, and this was the first time that C-fucking had encountered this. But she heard from her battle-hardened third sister that when faced with such a situation, the best strategy is to run away and absolutely not take responsibility. So she ran away decisively. As C-fucking ran, he casually said, "It feels good." Yu Shiheng's eyes suddenly became deep. After Shen Xingjuan finished the call, he turned around and happened to see this scene. His expression changed immediately. "Sure Yen, is your leg okay? Your leg is in the critical stage of treatment and cannot be compressed by gravity." He looked outside, but found that even the girl was nowhere to be seen, and he couldn't help frowning. He and Yu Shiheng were childhood friends, and he knew that Yu Shiheng had difficulty walking since he was young and needed to use a wheelchair to travel. But this is not the old city. Almost no one knows Yu Shiheng, so who would specifically target his legs? Yu Shiheng stood still and gently stroked the wrinkles on his pants. "It's okay. It's quite light." After a pause, he clasped his fingers into a ring and tapped his palms lightly, still without joy or anger. "It feels good." Shen Xingjuan? What's the feel of that place? He was confused, but this man was always hard to guess, and his attitude was unfathomable. Shen Xingjuan could only say, "I have made an appointment for you. The time is set at the end of this month. They require you to go in person. You must pay attention to safety." Yu Shiheng nodded slightly, closed his eyes again to rest, and said in a calm voice, "Thank you for your trouble." Shen Xingjuan shook his head and smiled. "After being with you for so long, I have learned some ancient sayings. I'm afraid others will get tired listening to you talk like this." His eyes fell on the man's legs, and he sighed softly. He had met many people. He was a frequent visitor to the celebrity circles of the city and knew all the young masters and young ladies from large and small families. But in the entire city, Yu Shiheng is probably the only true nobleman. He has a kind of calmness, elegance, and nobleness that are hard to match in ordinary people, and he is unattainable. Such a gentleman, as elegant as an orchid in a valley, could inadvertently be mixed with cruelty and brutality. Shen Xingjuan grew up with Yu Shiheng and knew how famous he was in the city. The only pity is that Yu Shiheng's legs are useless. He can't stand up and can only travel in a wheelchair. Correspondingly, his health was not very good, and he needed medication. Shen Xingjuan also helped to find many famous doctors in Daxia and went abroad, but they were all helpless. An old Chinese doctor did prescribe some medicine, but unfortunately the herbs on the prescription had long since disappeared. It is no wonder that Sijia City gave up on Yu Shiheng, turned to train other heirs, and exiled him to the branch family. How can a disabled person be qualified to inherit the Yu family? Yu Shiheng didn't seem to feel anything about this, as if this little thing wasn't enough to shake him. However, Shun Xingjuan was unwilling to give up, so he contacted the witch doctor in Nanzhou of Daxia a few days ago. Although he didn't believe it, he had to give it a try anyway. If even the witch doctors in Nanzhou can't help, Yu Shiheng's legs may really be beyond saving. Shun Xingjuan frowned again. Sure, Yan, where did you go yesterday? Why did I see traces of fingernail scratches on your hands? Although Lincheng is far away from Siju City, there is no guarantee that someone will not follow here. Yu Shiheng usually travels in a wheelchair, which is very inconvenient. Once you are targeted, the consequences are unimaginable. I met a little fox. Yu Shiheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and a deep darkness disappeared in his eyes, like a fleeting light. Unexpectedly, I was tickled a few times. A fox? Shun Xingjuan was startled. There are foxes in Lincheng? What color are they? Yu Shiheng said succinctly. It depends on her mood. She was cruel to him one second and acted like a good boy the next. She really changes. Shun Xingjuan was surprised. A chameleon fox? Is there such a species? He had only heard of chameleon. Yeah. Yu Shiheng's lips slightly curved. It can also bite people. Many animals are like this, but they won't bite you as long as you don't tease them. Shun Xingjuan added, Sure, Yan, we're going to see the witch doctor at the end of the month, and I'm afraid it won't go too smoothly. Do you want to transfer some people from Siju City? No need. Yu Shiheng said little, but his words were powerful. Go hire a group of new bodyguards. Shun Xingjuan thought about it and agreed. Okay, this will also reduce the possibility of exposing my identity. I'll ask someone to do it right away. It was already dark when Si Fucking came out of the supermarket. She was holding a large bag of ingredients in her right hand and a chopping board under her arm, looking like she was going to be a butcher selling pork. Everyone around was hurrying home, and occasionally a few people noticed the girl and couldn't help but look back for another second look. The evening is when playboys are active, and there is a club opposite the supermarket. Several young men were surrounding a young man as they walked out. One of them turned his head and caught sight of that breathtakingly beautiful face. It was just a brief moment, but it was stunning. He bumped the arm of the young man next to him and whistled, She's so pretty, who's the daughter of a rich family. Could it be a celebrity? This person is really good looking. There are not many people in the city who can compare to him, right? Why haven't I seen him before? The young man remained indifferent and did not even raise his head. It could be anyone. Another young man couldn't help laughing and said sarcastically, It can't be Si Fucking who has been chasing after Brother Yao. Her makeup is so ugly. Her real face must be too ugly to be seen by others. I don't know where she got the face to pursue Yu Yao. Not to mention Lincheng. Even the socialites in Siju City were chosen by Yu Yao. Si Fucking has no family background, no good looks, but he is thick-skinned. What a pity that Mr. Zhua is gone. The young master sighed, then Si Fucking's good days are over. Another person added, Speaking of Zhua Xianyu from the Zhua family, he's really amazing. He's only 24 years old, and he's already the vice president of the Zhua group. They both grew up in the Zhua family, so how can they be different? I used to think Zhua Xianyu was pretty, but she's nothing compared to that girl just now. I think so too. If I hadn't been so exhausted today, I would have definitely gone up to chat with her. Hearing this, Yu Yao finally raised his eyelids and looked casually in the direction they were pointing, but he only saw the girl's back. She has a slender waist and long, straight legs. The girl skipped forward like a little fox out looking for food. Yu Yao narrowed his eyes, with a hint of doubt in his pupils. Why does this figure seem familiar? Oh, by the way, Yao, hasn't Si Fucking been pursuing you in the past few days? The young man joked, I heard that she entered the entertainment industry because of you. Seriously, why don't you give me a response? Yu Yao finally spoke. His eyebrows and eyes were indifferent. She doesn't deserve it. Okay, let's not talk about her. Yao, are you going back to Siju City? When will you come back? The young master asked again. You mentioned your uncle before, Yu Yao's expression changed slightly, and he tugged at his tie irritably. It depends on the situation. Let's go. Don't bother me. He walked away with a cold face, and without looking back, leaving the young masters looking at each other in bewilderment. The young man didn't pursue her nor dared to ask any more questions. They don't know anything about what's happening in Beijing, and they are not qualified to know. I am already very lucky to be taken out to play by Yu Yao, so I dare not ask about his family affairs. On this side, C fucking returned home, slammed the chopping board on the kitchen table, and chopped a pound of pork ribs for himself. After putting all the ingredients into the pot, she was very satisfied. Not bad, I'm still pretty good. Before the last word came out, there was a loud bang. C fucking jumped away in time, grabbed the kitchen door, and peeked at the gas stove. The bad news is that the pot exploded. The good news is that it didn't hit her this time. In the past, her eldest brother was responsible for cooking, and she, as the 9th child, was raised to be a kitchen waste. Even if she wanted to cook a meal, her seniors would chase her out, for fear that she would explode something. Is she that cruel? Okay, there are some. After all, she was also a great person who blew herself to death. C fucking sighed, cleaned up the leftovers, and made a bowl of instant noodles with a look of despair. The spare ribs she bought for 50 yuan were sacrificed to the gods, and the pot was gone. After eating a mouthful of instant noodles, C fucking came back to life in a second. She opened her laptop and typed in a URL. This laptop was produced a few years ago and has poor performance. Its only advantage is that she bought it with her own money. However, the price of being old is that the computer freezes instantly as soon as she presses the enter key. After more than 10 seconds, the host announced that the restart failed and the screen went completely black.
Si fucking.
Yes, God just likes to go against her. She put down the instant noodles, slapped open the back cover of the computer expressionlessly, and took out a screwdriver. While repairing the computer, he hummed a song. I am a repairman and I am never in a hurry. I will only start repairing the computer when it explodes. A few minutes later, the computer lit up again, and its running speed increased more than 10 times. C fucking clapped his hands. Done. If all else fails, she could work as a film repairman on the overpass. It has the most powerful bodyguard system in the entire Daxia Empire and is also well known internationally. She had taken on several bodyguard assignments when she was bored and wanted to earn some extra money. C fucking glanced at the homepage and saw various tasks including protection of high-risk areas and protection of celebrity artists. She didn't even think about logging into her old account, but happily registered a new account and started checking tasks. But unfortunately, either her level was not high enough or the mission location was too far away from lynching. She is now a person who can't even afford a train ticket. C fucking watched patiently, and finally a new task was refreshed. She stroked her chin and said, the daily salary is 100,000 for 3 days in total. The destination is Yanqing. Food and accommodation are provided. It seems not bad. Yanqing is right next to Lincheng, backed by mountains and rivers, and has simple folk customs. If anyone had hired her for such a low price before, she would have made him climb as high as he could. But times are different now. She is flexible and can only start over. She has already died before. So, what is there to be afraid of? C fucking clicked accept, entered his ID information, and received the interview location and number. This was one of the games she had played before. A new page quickly popped up on the screen, and the game promotional video played automatically. The style was grand and exquisite, comparable to an action blockbuster. C fucking raised an eyebrow. TSK, this dog game has lived for quite a long time. After downloading the official chat software of the game, C fucking slowly logged into her game account. When I first climbed up, I couldn't see anything clearly. Countless red dots were flashing, and several dialogue boxes popped up. Big brother? Hurry up, big brother, a new dungeon will be released next month. Take me to the first kill, and you are not allowed to take others with you.
Si fucking.
It would be fine if the dog game was there, but why are these dogs here too? She decisively exited the software and went straight to bed. The next day, C fucking was awakened by the alarm clock. She stayed in bed for a while with her hair all over her head, rubbed her face, washed it casually, and then went out. Because of poverty and the lack of buses nearby, she chose to ride a shared bicycle. After pedaling frantically for 25 minutes, I finally arrived at my destination. C fucking rubbed his ace and sighed. It's not as comfortable as flying my fighter jet. She raised her head and looked forward. This is a private villa with a garden. Such a house in Lynching starts at least 500 million. Even if it's not as big a family as this family, it's not much different. C fucking finished the last bite of his bun, put his mask back on, and walked forward. There was someone at the door recording numbers, and she handed over the number plate. Well, number 30, wait. The man heard her voice, looked up and frowned. The bodyguard industry is full of tall and strong men. What can a little girl do? What's wrong? C fucking put his hands in his pockets, looking lazy. The mask covered her face, but it couldn't hide her proud, graceful, and elegant character. Nothing. The man hesitated for a long time and finally said nothing. He just smiled and said, after you go in, you should know what to do and what not to do. C fucking shrugged and took back his phone. Don't worry. She only cares about money now. When she has less money, she will do nothing. The man held the notebook, watched the girl walk in through the door, and shook his head. Although he was not going to a high-risk area like the desert, he really didn't expect that there would be a female bodyguard applying for the job. Female bodyguards do exist these days, but they are very rare, and none of them are top-notch in terms of strength. The bodyguards in the Ace Hall cannot be hired just by paying money, and in the Ace Hall, there is only one female. Name unknown, age unknown, origin unknown. Even the few employers who were lucky enough to receive her help didn't know who she really was. However, all the missions she led never failed. But unfortunately, this master has not appeared for almost 4 years, and no one knows where he has gone. The man collected his thoughts and continued recording. There was no sign in the villa. Not long after C fucking left, she found that she couldn't get out of the garden. After being locked up in the laboratory for half a year without going out, she almost forgot that she had a poor sense of direction. In the past, when she went out to play with her seniors, she was always the one who lay back and didn't have to worry about anything. C fucking looked left and right and finally changed direction and came to a tree-lined path. Just as she was about to reach the end of the path, something came rushing through the air. Then a stern voice rang out. Who are you? You're looking for death. A series of crisp sounds suddenly fell, and C fucking looked at the dozens of silver needles only half a meter away from her feet, and her eyes suddenly became fierce. Silver needles flying. Are there any Mahis masters here too? Without changing her expression, she took another step forward, walked around the bushes, and saw a young man with a murderous look on his face. There was another man behind him, in a wheelchair to be exact. The man spoke calmly, his dignity evident. Feng-san. Feng-san stopped, but the murderous aura on his body did not subside, and his eyes were very unfriendly. Ninth brother. Yu Shiheng raised his eyebrows slightly and looked up. The girl was standing under the willow tree. The hazy sunlight passed through the branches and fell on her, covering her with a layer of white light, like a fragile dream. She looked at him curiously. The mottled shadows of the trees reflected in her eyes, as hazy and intoxicating as the moonlight. A pair of very bewitching eyes. The same pair he had seen the night before. C fucking recognized him immediately. This was the man she accidentally took advantage of that day. She had finally managed to escape, so why did she bump into him today? But I have to admit that this man has a good appearance. Originally, she thought that her master and senior brother were both celestial beings, but she never thought that there really was such a thing as confusing all living beings in this world. He seems to have an extremely powerful charm that makes people willingly fall for him. As he sat there, a powerful aura overwhelmed him. But it is not aggressive, but tolerant of everything. C fucking looked at him and thought she was facing sideways towards him and was running fast, so maybe he didn't recognize her at all. Thinking of this, she smiled and said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to bother you. I'm here to apply for a job, but now I'm lost. How can I get there? Go out here, turn left, and then right." Yu Shiheng looked back at her and said slowly, "You'll arrive after you turn the third corner." His voice was just like him, pleasant to the ear, yet intimidating. C fucking couldn't help but rub his ears. Is that so?
Thank you.
She lowered her gaze to his legs, with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Look again. This action made Feng San's eyes burst with murderous intent again, but he was interrupted by Yu Shiheng. Feng San, let's go.
Yes.
Feng San could only suppress the murderous intent in his eyes and follow the man away. C fucking did not leave immediately. She looked at his back, thoughtfully. She had seen before that his legs were disabled, and he couldn't move. The man that night was very skilled in leg and foot movements, so he couldn't be a disabled person. After retracting her gaze, C fucking successfully reached the front hall according to the route given to her by Yu Shiheng. She stretched and found a seat to sit down. C fucking arrived not too late, and many people came one after another afterwards, all looking at her with different emotions, including Shin Xingjuan, who was already in the study on the second floor. Hey, why is there a girl here? He glanced at the big screen and couldn't help but laugh. This girl wrapped herself up really tightly. On the side, Yu Shiheng looked out the window with a calm expression. Shin Xingjuan seemed to remember something and frowned. Isn't he here for you? I have to check it out. Although Yu Shiheng was not able to travel, many famous ladies in the city were interested in him because of his attractive face. A while ago, a young lady pursued a man abroad and caused a lot of trouble. Yu Shiheng raised his eyebrows slightly and said calmly, "She is not." Are you so sure? Shin Xingjuan was surprised. But you really don't have to worry. She won't be chosen and she won't be able to see you. In terms of strength, women have always been weaker than men. The other bodyguards who applied for the job were all tall and strong, and C fucking's calves were not even as thick as their arms. On the screen, everyone else was warming up, but only C fucking took out a book from his backpack and leaned back in his chair to read. The title of the book was clearly pulled into the scene by the camera. The biography of Emperor Yin? Shin Xingjuan had also seen it and laughed. I didn't realize this little girl is such a history fanatic. As he said this, he sighed again. But seriously, who cannot admire a man like Emperor Yin? This is the white moonlight idol of countless people, even if he only lives in history books. This sentence finally made Yu Shiheng's gaze shift to the big screen. He looked at the title of the book biography of Emperor Yin, and his eyes deepened little by little. As if realizing something, C fucking raised his head. She tilted her head and blinked at the camera. Shin Xingjuan was shocked. Sure Yen, she. However, C fucking had already withdrawn his gaze and continued reading. The next second her body shook and a foot kicked her stool hard. The owner of the foot sneered. I'm talking to you, do you hear me? C fucking closed the book, looked up again and smiled. Just now it was you who kicked my stool, right? Standing in front of her was the interviewer with name tag number 29, also a burly man. He looked at her with some contempt. Do you want to withdraw voluntarily, or do you want me to let you leave lying down? With so many bodyguards applying for the job, no one would take a frail girl seriously. The interview is an elimination round, with 2 candidates competing against each other, and finally 5 places will be decided. Number 29 found out that his opponent was the only girl. On the one hand, he was happy because it saved him trouble, but on the other hand, he felt insulted. C fucking tilted his head. I'm asking you, did you kick my stool? If I don't kick your stool, will you care about me? Number 29 became even more impatient and sneered. Choose one quickly, and we'll end this quickly. That's right. C fucking stood up. Who told you to kick my stool? When the last word fell, she suddenly moved. His long, slender fingers clenched into a fist and smashed directly into number 29's abdomen.
Bang!
There was a loud bang, and number 29 fell to the ground without even a reaction. All the noise stopped instantly, and the first floor was silent. Shin Xingjuan's jaw dropped. Yu Shiheng raised an eyebrow.
Hey, why did you fall down?
C fucking lowered his head. Hurry up. Don't you want me to lie down when I go out? Number 29 just felt pain all over his body. He couldn't believe that he was knocked down by C fucking with one punch. Number 29 gritted his teeth and was furious. I just want you to, however. His body had just left the ground, and he had not yet stood up.
Bang!
There was another loud bang, and number 29 fell to the ground again. Why did you fall down again? C fucking sighed. Are you deliberately not playing with me? Number 29 was so angry at these words that he suffered internal injuries. His veins were bulging, and he was about to get up. But the pain in his body made him unable to move at all. His eyes were wide open, and his whole body was shaking. Forget it then. C fucking Spock's eyes curved. I don't want to play with you either. C fucking stood up and asked, anyone else want to play? The other ruffians all took a step back, breaking out in cold sweat. Are you kidding? Knocking someone out with 3 punches, is that what you call playing? Yu Shiheng propped up his head, with a hint of interest in the corners of his eyes. 9, brother. Feng San frowned. If she wins. Yu Shiheng took a sip of tea and said slowly, if she wins, she will be my personal bodyguard. Feng San frowned even deeper and stared at the big screen intently. After that, no one fought with C fucking at all, and she advanced all the way to the end. After all the people were selected, Shen Xingjuan finally woke up from his dream and went downstairs immediately. The 4 ruffians stood together, and C fucking stood on the other side. It forms a sharp contrast. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be you 5. Shen Xingjuan nodded. I will tell you some precautions next. Do you have any other questions? C fucking raised his hand, like a good student asking a question. I have a question. Shen Xingjuan was quite curious. You ask. You want to hire 5 bodyguards, right? C fucking said confidently, if I do the work of 5 people, can my salary be increased 5-fold? Hearing her words, others. Shen Xingjuan was also shocked and choked. What? That's not before he could finish his words. Yu Shiheng raised her eyebrows, smiled slightly, and said from upstairs, you can say that. After he spoke this, Shen Xingjuan no longer objected. Okay, then I'm enough. C fucking glanced at the second floor and stretched his body again. I'll prove to you that I can take on 5 people. As she spoke, she beckoned to the other 4 people. Brothers, can you come up together and give me some face? 4 ruffians. 3 minutes later, the 4 ruffians fell to the ground, all in despair. Feng San's expression finally changed. He had been practicing martial arts since he was young, so of course he could see that C fucking only used one hand from beginning to end. The most important thing is that she doesn't rely on brute strength but pure skill. What kind of terrifying control ability is this?
Xingyan.
Yu Shiheng put down the teacup and spoke again. Let the others leave. Shen Xingjuan sighed and ordered his men to carry the 4 ruffians down. He then waved to C fucking, let's go upstairs. C fucking wiped his hands and followed him upstairs. The big screen in the study was put away, and the room was silent. Feng San stood behind Yu Shiheng, his cold eyes roaming over the girl, chilling and intimidating. C fucking glanced at him. Does this guy look at her like an enemy? She might even take his job away from him. C fucking was counting on her fingers how much money she could earn when she heard Yu Shiheng whisper, can you use a gun? Feng San also looked over immediately with a burning gaze. C fucking raised his head and raised his eyebrows. I can't. Feng San listened and finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he is so good at close combat and also knows how to shoot, how can others survive? Yeah. Yu Shiheng hummed, come here. C fucking stepped forward. What's the matter? Yu Shiheng just glanced at her up and down, nodded and ordered. Prepare a few sets of casual clothes first, get size S. It turned out that he wanted to give her clothes. C fucking looked at her t-shirt that was washed to a pale color and felt so sad that he just wanted to draw circles. She is really poor. Feng San also felt a little pity. By the time C fucking passed the interview, her information had already been in Yu Shiheng's hands. He also knew that she was the child adopted by Grandpazwa, and now that Grandpazwa was gone, she naturally had no one to rely on. No. C fucking suddenly pointed at himself. I have to wear a size M. The buttons on a size S will break. Feng San's expression froze, and he looked at her in disbelief. Miss C, does she really dare to say anything? But Yu Shiheng looked calm, as if he was used to it. He ordered calmly, change to size M. Feng San thought that he really lacked self-control and needed to learn more from his 9th brother. While waiting for the clothes, C fucking did not hesitate to sit down and eat an apple, then took out the biography of Emperor Yin. Yu Shiheng turned his head and chatted with Shin Xingjuan about something, but she didn't listen. On the side, Feng San took out his mobile phone and downloaded a Weibo account. When Si fucking entered here, her information had already been delivered to Yu Shiheng. Feng San also knew that she was actually a star. He heard that there was a lot of information about celebrities on this app, and since he was following Yu Shiheng, he also needed to collect more information. Unexpectedly, before he could type in Si fucking's name, Weibo's hot search directly pushed a hot search to him. Feng San frowned, pursed his lips, and pushed the phone over. Miss C, is this you?
What?
Si fucking closed the book and leaned over to take a look. It was a Weibo post from a very large marketing account. Inside Gossip V. Is there anyone who doesn't know that Si fucking secretly took advantage of the male students? Is she a female hooligan? I've had enough of this mentor. He's incompetent at everything he does. He's lowering the quality of the show all by himself, and he's not content to be lonely, so he touches the trainees. Although no names were mentioned, everyone knew who he was talking about. Youth is a talent show with developmental elements, and its mentors are extremely strong, including superstars and popular stars. There is only Si fucking, who has no ability at all. Liu Yan is the first choice to debut as the center. The show has only aired one episode, and he already has 5 million fans. As soon as this Weibo post came out, fans went crazy. Si fucking get out of here. Stay away from our baby. Don't you even look at yourself? How can you have the courage to take advantage of Yen Ge? Si fucking, you are so funny. Do you know our Yen Ji's status? You have been kicked out of the Zhua family. What backing do you have? I just don't understand why she came to ruin the boy group talent show. I'm so mad at this resourceful girl. The fans of male idols curse harshly and ugly, using all kinds of dirty words. Feng San pursed his lips. Miss C, these. Si fucking played with her hair. Start with a picture. Make up as much as possible. I'm used to it. Why do you care about them? I am prettier than them, have a better figure than them, and know more than them. They only know how to type on the keyboard online. Why should I bother with them? Feng San. Okay, that's very helpful. He searched for Liu Yan's photo again and frowned. Miss C, why are you a mentor in a boy band talent show? And wearing that kind of makeup? Do you like this type of makeup? If he didn't have all the information, he really couldn't believe that the person who was called ugly was Si fucking. Moreover, with Si fucking's level of skills, can the entertainment industry afford to support such a big Buddha? You look like a Si fucking raised his head and sighed, a gossipy woman with an expressionless face. Feng San. Yu Shiheng tilted his head and said slowly, yes, it looks like him. Feng San felt a chill down his spine. Ninth brother. Yu Shiheng didn't say anything else and looked out the window again. You guys chat first. Shin Xingjuan smiled. I'll ask the kitchen to prepare some food. Since Miss C is Shi Yan's personal bodyguard, please stay and eat with us. Si fucking was thinking about what she was going to eat for lunch. When she heard this, she said decisively, okay. She moved the chair to the dining table and sat down, and Feng San stood behind Yu Shiheng. Oh, let me answer you. Who likes him? I don't even know him. If I like someone, of course I'd like someone like my boss. Si Fu tilted his chin. Look at my boss. He's handsome, rich, and has a great figure. He treats his subordinates well. Where can I find someone as perfect as my boss? My boss is a celestial being, a fairy from heaven, a living emperor. The last 4 words made Yu Shiheng's fingers holding the teacup pause slightly. If he hadn't been sure that some things could not be known by others, he would have really thought that they had been exposed. Yu Shiheng remained calm and smiled. Thank you. Si fucking paused and looked at him. That's it? This doesn't even give her a raise? It's all in vain to flatter him. Feng San. In his opinion, Miss C's true love is actually money. And his 9th brother is actually a stepping stone. Lunch was prepared quickly. Si fucking took a pair of chopsticks and picked up a piece of braised pork. Ms. C, do you like history? Shin Xingjuan asked. I see you have been reading it in your free time today. I can't say I like it. I can only say I never thought about the details of history before. Si fucking smiled. Now that I've read it, I'm deeply touched. I really want to meet Emperor Een.
Oh,
To see Emperor Een?
why?
I found that I had a lot to say to him. Before Shin Xingjuan could continue to ask, Yu Shiheng had already turned around and looked at her deeply. What do you want to say to him? I want to tell him. Si fucking said softly. Look, no one dares to invade Daxia today. Yu Shiheng's eyes suddenly darkened. Look again. Daxia stretches for tens of millions of miles, connecting to the western continent in the west and the eastern ridge sea in the east. The 5 continents of Daxia that you risked your life to protect are now prosperous. My great Xia can soar into the sky and explore the deep sea. I want to ask you, which principality in the western continent dares to offend my great Xia today? There was a sudden silence at the table. Feng San was extremely shocked. Even Yu Shiheng's eyes tightened. Each sentence was straightforward and not intense, but it made his fingertips feel as if they were electrified, and his body felt slightly numb. In an instant, my mind was shaken, and my soul was lost. He raised his hand and gently touched the place where his heart was beating, closed his eyes, and felt the heat there. This feeling hasn't come for a long, long time. Si fucking was silent for a long time, then sighed softly. It's a pity that he can't see it. Many people can't see it. She learned from the book that Emperor Een was only 12 years old when he ascended the throne, and the late emperor left him a mess. Internal and external troubles, attacks from all sides. Everyone wanted to annex the weak Daxia at that time. Smoke rose everywhere on the border, the people were displaced, and the scene was bloody. 2 years after Emperor Een ascended the throne, when he was 14 years old, he embarked on the path of ending war with war and ending killing with killing. 13 years passed between the time when this commander was in command, and he was always on the road to battle until his death from illness. There were more than tens of thousands of soldiers following him. How many people have sacrificed? History books are just lines of cold text that cannot truly record the ups and downs of those years. But she really wanted to meet him and tell him that Daxia, to which he had devoted his life, was prospering as he wished. There is no foreign invasion, nor any internal troubles. Shin Xingjuan's scalp tingled when he heard this for the first time. He couldn't help but clap his hands and exclaimed, "Great. Miss C is only 18, but she can have such insights. I am ashamed of myself. Let me toast to Miss C." Hearing that there was wine, C fucking immediately came back to his senses. She licked her lips, her eyes bright, and was about to take the cup, but was blocked by another hand. The man said in a cold tone, "She has an injury on her hand, so she shouldn't drink." Shin Xingjuan was stunned. "Are you injured?" He saw C fucking easily knock down the other applicants and didn't even notice that she was injured. "It's just a minor injury. I was accidentally scratched by a wine bottle," C fucking said in a relaxed tone, waving his hand, "but it's really not advisable to drink." "Boss, I'm fine. You said it very well." Yu Shiheng did not respond to her, but smiled slightly. Today in Daxia, everyone should be like a dragon and a phoenix, and they will be able to soar in the sky soon. If Emperor Een saw this, he would have no regrets even if he only had 27 years to live. C fucking raised his head and squinted at him with his fox eyes. The man's eyes were steady and powerful, as vast as the sea. He smiled faintly, as if the clouds had broken and the moon had appeared, the wind and snow had finally stopped, and in an instant, a bright light bloomed. He was already extremely handsome, and this smile almost captured everyone's heart and soul. C fucking was captivated by his eyes for a moment. After a pause, she blinked and asked, "Boss, do you also know this history?" Yu Shiheng's tone was indifferent, and no emotion could be heard. "I have read a few history books. They are very interesting." "Okay then. I haven't finished reading it yet." C fucking held his chin up. "I'll ask the boss for advice after I finish reading it." Yu Shiheng neither nodded nor shook his head, but just drank his tea quietly. His other hand tapped lightly on the table, his dark eyes deep. How could he not understand? That was an era he had personally experienced. Every inch of these mountains and rivers is where he once stood and looked out. It's just that the time and space have changed. Even though Emperor Een was meticulous and intelligent, He couldn't figure out why he came to the future 1,500 years after his death and was reborn. It seems like a dream, but Yu Shiheng knew that this was true. He saw Daxia 1,500 years later. Perhaps God knew the dream he had before his death, took pity on him, and gave him an afterlife. To him, the records and history books are not just rigid words, but proof that he lived. It is quite fun to see how future generations evaluate you. Yu Shiheng had indeed read quite a few biographies and commentaries written about him, some of which contained praise, but also some ridicule. But when a person dies, he just looks at the dirt and passes away. Those who criticized him and those who praised him are all things of the past. Victory is certainly a joy, but defeat is also a joy. He never thought that a little girl could say such a thing. It reminded him of someone. Today's Daxia has advanced technology and is prosperous. He indeed has no regrets. Si-fucking was very full during this meal. She leaned lazily on the chair and said, "I want to be a little fat girl and touch my belly when I have nothing to do." Feng Sanmu cleared the dishes with a sullen face. He was used to Si-fucking saying anything nonsensical. At this time, Yu Shiheng's eyes fell on her and he finally asked, "Where do you live?" Si-fucking looked up and reported a location. Yu Shiheng nodded and looked at Feng San. Feng San immediately understood. "I'll see Miss C off." At the same time, I felt a little strange. His ninth brother's attitude towards Miss C became a little more friendly. Si-fucking put on his bag and blinked his fox eyes. "Boss, if I perform well, can I have a long-term contract?" Yu Shiheng thought of her fierceness in the car, and also thought of her shocking words before, and laughed softly. "It depends on your performance." Si-fucking was satisfied now. She made a heart shape with her hands happily. "Boss, I love you. I'll go change my clothes first." She would first grab one person, and then look for the next one. Anyway, she knows a lot of things, so if things really don't work out, she can set up a stall on the overpass. She is such a little genius. Si-fucking jumped and ran away. Yu Shiheng suddenly asked, "Does it look like it?" Feng San's expression was stern. "Brother Jiu, what do you mean?" In an instant, his mind had begun searching for suspicious objects in major organizations, wondering which agent or killer looked like Si-fucking. Although Feng San had developed some feelings towards Si-fucking, he was also prepared to kill her on the spot. Yu Shiheng raised her lips slightly, chameleon fox. "Feng San?" "What?" Si-fucking came out after changing his clothes, and Feng San also drove over. This is a pure white car, still without any logo, and the design is very low-key. But as soon as he sat in, Si-fucking found that this car was different. She calmly placed her hand on the car windowsill. There are at least 3 kinds of hidden weapons hidden in here, not to mention the other responsible agencies for now. If anyone dares to hijack this car, these hidden weapons will take that person's life in an instant. Not only that, the car's shell is also very hard, obviously made of special materials. It seems that her boss has quite a background. Si-fucking naturally did not ask whether Feng San was from the Mahe school in Zhongzhou. Although Moism has stood for 1,000 years, it is not a field that ordinary people can get involved in. Feng San noticed her scrutinizing gaze and asked Miss C, "Do you like this car?" "It's just so." Si-fucking leaned back and held his chin. It can still be improved. But her price is not low, and she will not just do any modification for others. Feng San was aroused by his competitive spirit. "How can we improve?" "This car was cast by the Mahe school. It is priceless and was sold for 10 billion at the Zhongzhou auction." Feng San nodded subconsciously. Si-fucking tilted his head and said, "Give me 3 days, and I can make this plane fly directly to the Principality of Mustin at a speed of 6,000 kilometers per hour. The Principality of Mustin is located in the center of the Western continent, more than 10,000 kilometers away from the border of the Great Xia Empire." Feng San's mouth twitched. How could he be so confident that he could accept all the nonsense that Miss C said? A speed of 6,000 kilometers per hour, that is a rocket-powered experimental aircraft. Decades of hard work of a research institute. When I have money, I will buy a car too. Si-fucking said slowly, "You drive too slowly, it's not fun." After Feng San sent C fucking back to her small apartment, he almost fled. C fucking raised his eyebrows and smiled. Young man, you can't bear it. She closed the door, threw herself onto the soft bed, and rolled around a few times. Yu Shiheng paid her 100,000 yuan in salary in advance, and she had already placed an order online for more than a dozen boxes of electronic parts and snacks. It feels so good to have money. C fucking lay down for a while and went to the kitchen to cut the honeydew melon she had just bought. Then he went to the computer desk and opened his notebook. Half a day later, her name was still on the trending searches, and the war of words on Weibo had reached a fever pitch. C fucking was very impressed that this kind of low-level fan circle quarrel could last for so long. While eating honeydew melon, she watched the clamoring Lu Qing fans with relish. Tianla Media didn't say anything, so it must be true, otherwise they would have refuted the rumor long ago. C fucking, get out of youth boy, get out now. Brother Yen also remained silent. Otherwise, with his gentle personality, how could he not speak out? Can the production crew please come out and say whether C fucking really harassed our Chunga? C fucking took a sip of water and slowly typed a new Weibo post. Just one word. At Sifu Qing V, climb. As soon as this word came out, C fucking's Weibo was directly bombarded by Lu Yan's fans who were furious. C fucking finally had a mental breakdown and went crazy. I laughed. C fucking, who are you asking to crawl? C fucking, you're a member of a girl group? You can't sing or dance. Why are you a mentor for a boy group talent show? In just a few minutes, the number of comments under this Weibo post reached nearly 20,000, all of which were insults. C fucking glanced at her wildly flashing phone, ignored the call from Tianla Media, and typed another Weibo post. At Sur Fuqing V, you wear such feminine makeup, and you don't have any masculinity at all. I have no interest in your brother. Hurry up and take him away. Stop being an eyesore in front of me. If you continue to spread rumors, I'll see you in court. This sentence made Lu Yan's fans furious. You call me a girl? Do you understand fashion? C fucking, you are so shameless to say such things. Don't you look at the makeup you put on? How dare you criticize others? See you in court, do you have what it takes? The fans were all cursing, but passers-by were there to watch the fun, and the more fun it was, the more entertaining it was. C fucking is so tough. He suddenly fell in love. Are male idols bullying female stars because their fans are not as strong as yours? I can easily make up this kind of picture. Lu Yan's fans should use their brains. I even said that I am the reincarnation of Emperor Yin. Send me money quickly, and I will make you a high official. To be honest, Lu Yan's makeup is indeed too feminine, far worse than Xiaoyu's. Then let's get some votes for our trainee Xiaoyu. He's an all-around C position, so it's worth investing in him. The wind direction quickly turned to the game between Lu Yan and Xiaoyu. At this time, inside the youth boys' training base, Lu Yan suppressed his anger and read through it, then took a deep breath. My, is this the method you came up with? The program is a fully closed training program, and trainees are not allowed to use mobile phones without the permission of the program team. But Lu Yan has a powerful force behind him, and the program team does not dare to restrain him. Makino opened his mouth. Brother Yen, he was just following the company's wishes and letting C fucking be scolded more severely, so as to increase the popularity of the program. After all, the current fan circle doesn't read anything else, and a randomly made-up picture can be easily used to lead the trend. Lu Yan looked at him coldly. What about now? Are you satisfied? Although he does have a lot of fans who are willing to fight for him, he doesn't need to show up at all, and can just hide behind his fans. But he didn't want to see Xiaoyu's popularity rise. There is no way he would give up the C position. Chung, Brother Yen. Makino pursed his lips. I just didn't expect C fucking to dare to post on Weibo. Before the show aired, C fucking had been scolded. I've been scolded for a whole month, and I don't even dare to go online. When did I become so tough? Lu Yan sneered. Even rabbits will bite when they are anxious. If you want to set a trap for her in the future, don't mention my name. There are so many ways, but you have to use the stupidest one. The other trainees didn't dare to speak either. Brother Yen, don't worry. Makino's eyes were dark and unclear. The second evaluation will be the day after tomorrow. She will definitely come as a mentor. I will make her look bad then. Liu Yan said calmly. As for the company, it's up to you to decide how to respond. Like fucking, they belong to Tianla Media. Makino's body stiffened, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Tianla Media did not speak out before because it didn't care how fucking was scolded. But it's different when it comes to Liu Yan. Liu Yan is the superstar that Tianla Media is about to promote, and there must not be any mistakes. The hot search has been suppressed, but it is undeniable that it did have a subtle impact on Liu Yan's passerby traffic. He will definitely be punished by Tianla Media. The day after tomorrow, he will definitely make fucking look good. After posting those 2 Weibo posts, fucking went offline and turned off his phone. She didn't check who did it. This kind of thing was not worth her concern. On the other side, Feng-san handed the collected information to Yu Shiheng. Brother Jiu, I checked and found out that the story is indeed fake. This picture is fabricated. It was made by a man named Makino who works in the same company as Ms. C. He said, it seems to be instructed by the company. If necessary, I will find a professional in the entertainment industry to analyze it. Feng-san also realized that fucking situation was very bad. There is Zhujiao in front and Tianla Media in the back. Being attacked from both sides is a desperate situation. Yu Shiheng was reading a document and didn't even look up. Well then? Feng-san hesitated and handed over the phone. C has already solved it herself. Yu Shiheng looked at the word crawl and his eyebrows moved slightly, but he did not show any extra emotion. He spoke slowly, I know. Feng-san breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Brother Jiu, I think Miss C is actually a good person except that she likes to talk nonsense sometimes. Anyway, just don't believe her. At least fucking was easy to get along with, capable but not arrogant. Better than the other socialites in Beijing he knew. Talking nonsense? Yu Shiheng tilted his head, the aroma of tea wafting in front of him and blowing into his eyes, but he remained calm and indifferent. He remembered the night when she and he had a fight, and also remembered how she had smiled and asked him in that nice voice while suppressing a smile. Do you like to be majestic or aggressive? After listening to these 2 songs at his leisure, he thought that talking nonsense was the least serious thing, and that the crime he should be punished for was disrespect. The next day's was family. Mr. Zhu's funeral is scheduled for this weekend. Dozens of people in the Zhu family were arguing over the inheritance, but when the lawyer made public the will that Grandpa Zhu made before his death, they were shocked. The will stated that Yuelon jewelry under the Zhu group would be left to fucking, as well as 8% of the shares of Jingqing Real Estate. Yuelon jewelry and Jingqing Real Estate are both the core industries of Zhu group. How could this be? Madam Zhu couldn't accept it. Fucking doesn't even have the last name Zhu, so how could he get a share? Is the old man crazy? They originally thought that Mr. Zhu was just doting on fucking a little more, but in the end he knew what was more important. This is basically giving away the entire Zhu family. Zhu Tianbei's temples were throbbing and veins were bulging. He suppressed his anger and took a deep breath. Call fucking and tell him it has something to do with the old man. Zhu Tianbei felt a little embarrassed. He had just said the day before that he wanted fucking to get out, and now he had to let her come back. If we ask her to come back, will she give up all these properties? Madame Zhu was so angry that she was shaking all over. That little witch, I'm afraid she would be happy to do so. Give her 5 million. Zhu Tianbei waved his hand casually. She is an idiot and can't manage a company. She will be lucky to get the money. She is not a member of the Zhu family. What else does she want? 5 million. Fucking had never seen such a large sum of money in his life. If Yuelon jewelry and Jingqing Real Estate fell into fucking's hands, they would be lost within a year. Fucking is a fool. He is neither good at literature nor martial arts. How can he manage a company? It would be useless if it fell into her hands. Mrs. Zhu agreed with what she heard. She found fucking's cell phone number and dialed it immediately. When fucking received the call, he was bargaining with the owner of the hardware store. Boss, please give me a discount. These pliers are a little rusty here. $5 won't stop you from making money. The boss saw that the canvas shoes she was wearing had turned white, and she was a little girl, so he waved his hands helplessly. Okay, take it away, take it away. C fucking ended up buying a bunch of tools for 50 yuan. Her first time bargaining made her feel quite accomplished. So when the cell phone rang, she picked it up without even looking at it. C fucking, come back later. Madams spoke from the other end of the phone, with a condescending tone. There is something at home that I want to discuss with you. It's related to your grandfather. You want me to go over? Sure. C fucking lifted her hair and smiled. If you beg me, I'll go back. There was a clang sound from the phone, and then it was disconnected, followed by a series of beep, beep, beep sounds. C fucking blocked the number and said calmly, "That's all you can do." She put her phone in her pocket and closed her eyes. The reason why the Zwa family let her go back at this time must be related to Mr. Zwa's will. He probably left her a lot of things. She suspected that Mr. Zwa did not die of natural causes. But at the same time, she was also surprised why Mr. Zwa was so good to her. She needed to find a reason to see Mr. Zwa's body. C fucking leaned against the wall and looked up at the sky, thinking. After an unknown amount of time, she heard a surprised voice calling her, "Miss C?" She turned around and saw a black car parked in front of her. The car window was rolled down and Feng San sat in the driver's seat. He saw a pile of hardware tools on C fucking's back, including a hammer, and was silent for a second. "Miss C, are you here?"
Oh.
C fucking sighed. "I came to see the scenery from the sadness, and even wanted to recite a poem. What a sin." Feng San.
Don't worry about me.
C fucking waved his hand at him. "Let me be sad for a while." Before Feng San could say anything, the back door of the car opened. The man was dressed in a suit and tie, and he was tall and slender. He sat quietly in the inner seat, with mottled light and shadow falling on his straight nose, revealing an air of luxury and nobility that seemed a little unreal. C fucking turned his head, and 2 seconds later, he ran over happily and put the tools he bought into the trunk of the car. "Boss, you are so nice. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a rascal." It would be a sin if she didn't grab the fat sheep now that it was delivered to her door. The back seat was very large. C fucking sat on the other side, half a meter away from Yu Shiheng, but he could feel his strong presence. He had a very light moonlit osmanthus scent on him, which was refreshing and pleasant, and slowly enveloped her. Just like himself, low-key and mysterious. Yu Shiheng closed his eyes. "Do you have work tomorrow?" That's right. C fucking pointed to the advertisement on the screen in front. "I'm a mentor here." On the advertising screen was the promotion for the TV series Youthful Boys, with Lu Yan taking the C position, followed by Xiaoyu. After the photos of several popular trainees were shown, it was time for the mentor group to appear. C fucking Shamat makeup became a mudslide among the 4 mentors. Feng San's forehead jumped. "Miss C, you don't even take off your makeup when you go on the show?" Others would like to make themselves look like fairies, but why is it that when it comes to C fucking, she makes herself uglier and uglier?
No.
C fucking held his chin and said slowly, "Isn't it enough to please the boss? Will other people give me money?" Feng San's expression changed, and his heart rose to his throat, fearing that C fucking's people would be gone in the next second. Unexpectedly, Yu Shiheng just opened his eyes, glanced at her briefly, and said nothing. Indeed. Whether in the 27 years as Emperor Yin or now, none of the beauties he had seen could compare to C fucking. She also has a kind of magic that can make him relax with just 2 or 3 words. Although thousands of years have passed since that tense war era, his nerves are still tense. But what she said that day actually allowed him to sleep well. The promotional image was still playing on the screen. C fucking said with a sigh, "What kind of idiots are there these days? How can they enter the entertainment industry with such poor abilities?" Feng San. "Are you scolding yourself?" C fucking looked at the fans taking photos in front of the advertising screen and recalled her past. When she was playing in Glen, the actors around her had both good acting skills and good looks. Everyone is busy honing their acting skills, so where would they have the time to engage in marketing that pulls people down and criticizes them? That was an era where strength spoke. A fight between gods, a peak showdown. Why is it that in the 3 years since she left, the entertainment industry has regressed instead of made any progress? She had been doing experiments for too long, and indeed, she hadn't acted or sung for a long time, and she missed it a little.
Boss.
C fucking suddenly turned around, very excited. Shall I sing a majestic song for you? Fong San, who was driving, was puzzled. What is majestic? A battle song? Yu Shiheng raised his eyes. His pupils were dark and deep. His tone was indistinguishable, but with a hint of coldness. Drive carefully. Fong San? What did he do? Fong San was surprised. He drove with one hand and carefully typed the words majestic on his mobile phone with the other hand. I accidentally saw the sentence, I want more. Fong San's face froze. He silently put away his phone and drove carefully. After returning to the small apartment, C fucking received another call from the Zhua family. This time it was Zhua Xinyu who called. She said softly, Fu Qing, please come back. It's really an emergency. If it can be solved well, you can ask for any conditions you want. Grandpa will be buried soon, and he doesn't want to see you in such a miserable state. C fucking crossed his legs. A lazy smile spread across his lips. Whatever conditions I can propose? The people in the Zhua family wished she would die. Last time he cut her wrists, this time he will cut off her head, right? Zhua Xinyu was still gentle. Yes, Fu Qing, your family is waiting for you. If you are free, let's have dinner together tonight. After 2 or 3 sentences, the call ended quickly. Zhua Tianbei couldn't wait to ask, how was it? Zhua Xinyu frowned. She agreed to come. Okay, Xinyu, your action was successful. Zhua Tianbei was very pleased. Prepare the consent form for giving up the inheritance. When she comes, let her sign it. Is C fucking worthy enough to take things from the Zhua family?
Dad.
Zhua Xinyu frowned and asked, Grandpa really never talked to you about C fucking's family? Zhua Tianfeng's eyes sank. No, I asked a few times, but your grandfather kept silent. But I never thought he would be so foolish as to give away the family business. Zhua Xinyu pursed her lips. Old Master Zhua is a ruthless man in the business world. He is even cruel to his former friends. The company said it would acquire the company, but he gave the Zhua family's assets to C fucking. There must be something hidden. It was 8 o'clock in the evening when C fucking finally arrived. She wore makeup this time, as usual, with very exaggerated eyeshadow. Zhua Xinyu frowned slightly, but still went to meet him. Fu Qing, you are here. The road is a bit congested at this time. It's not congested, but I have no money, so I walked here, and my legs hurt. C fucking sat down on the sofa naturally. You care about me so much. Can you massage my legs? Zhua Xinyu almost couldn't breathe. But after all, she had been taught etiquette by socialites since she was a child and had worked in the Zhua group for 3 years. She was different from Zhua Qingya, who was easily angered. Housekeeper, bring me the new massage machine I bought. Zhua Xinyu said, Qingqing is tired. Let her rest. C fucking leaned on the sofa and let Zhua Xinyu put the massager on her. I ask you to come here today because of your grandfather's will. Zhua Tianfeng's eyes were dark, but his tone was gentle. The old man gave you 8% of the shares of Yuelon Jewelry and Jingqing Real Estate, but you also know that you are not cut out for business. So, I'll give you 5 million, and you transfer all of it to me. If you need help in the future, I'll help you too. C fucking glanced at the will on the table, the corners of his eyes raised. A bright arc appeared. 5 million? She had not specifically studied business, but she knew how high the market value of these two companies was. 5 million, not even 1%. Brother, this is not kind of you. On the side, the second master of the Zhua family said meaningfully, Are you bullying Xiao Qing for not understanding the market? The market price of Yuelon Jewelry alone is more than 3 billion. Coupled with 8% of the shares of Jingqing Real Estate, this is not worth 10 billion. Isn't this a waste of money? Zhua Tianfeng's face sank. Zhua Tianqian. How about this, Xiao Qing? I only want the shares of Jingqing Real Estate. Zhua Tianqian ignored Zhua Tianfeng and smiled with squinted eyes. How about I give you 300 million? 300 million. That's more than 5 million. C fucking blinked. As if she was new to the world, she said unhurriedly, I have to think about it carefully. Zhuo Tianfeng's face was ashen. He originally wanted to use 5 million to make C fucking spit out Yuelon jewelry and shares, but Zhuo Tianqian insisted on stepping in. Wouldn't he be bleeding profusely? C fucking moved his shoulders and smiled lazily. Since the second uncle gave you a lot of money, then 2 billion. I want the shares of Yuelon jewelry and Jingqing real estate. Zhuo Tianfeng interrupted with a sinister look in his eyes and gritted his teeth. Are you satisfied with this price? As soon as these words came out, Zhuo Tianqian's eyes darkened a bit, and he clicked his tongue. The eldest brother is still very generous, and he can actually get 2 billion in liquidity. I am ashamed of myself, the younger brother. He had no intention of arguing with Zhuo Tianfeng. He just wanted to add to the problem.
2 billion, okay.
C fucking raised his eyelids slightly and said calmly, but I still have 2 conditions. Zhuo Tianfeng's gums bled from biting down, and he suppressed his anger and said, Say. First, I want to see the old man. Second, I want to attend the old man's funeral. C fucking supported his head with his hands. Otherwise, no deal. After she said this, everyone in the Zhuo family looked at her in surprise. These 2 conditions couldn't be simpler. That's it? Mrs. Zhuo could no longer bear it and started to curse. You want to attend the funeral? Are you worthy? You are not a member of the Zhuo family. If you have any sense, you will mom. Zhuo Xinyu held Madame Zhuo's hand to stop her from saying the next word. If Fu Qing wants to go, let her go. Mrs. Zhuo was very angry. Her eyes were red and full of hatred. Not only did C fucking seduce her son, but he also took 2 billion so naturally. He is so shameless. Zhuo Tianfeng had a plan in mind and agreed, okay. C fucking nodded, picked up the pen, and when he was about to sign his name, he raised his head again. Where's the money? The veins on Zhuo Tianfeng's forehead were throbbing, but he refused to get angry. He just asked someone to prepare an anonymous bank card and brought it over. C fucking put the bank card into his pocket and then signed his name. Zhuo Tianfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. 2 billion for 20 billion, a very good deal. It's getting late today. You can stay here. Zhuo Tianfeng felt much better. Let Xinyu take you to see your grandfather tomorrow night. By the way, Yuelon Jewelry just bought a mountain a while ago, and I'll give it to you as a gift. We're family, don't refuse. He asked someone to bring another acquisition contract and put it on the table. C fucking took it and raised his eyebrows. Mine? It's a mine. Zhuo Tianfeng stared at her closely. If we're lucky, this mountain will be worth tens of billions. Several billion, I'll take it. C fucking stood up with the contract and smiled calmly. I hope this is the last time you hire me. After she went upstairs, Mrs. Zhuo's face instantly fell, and she shouted angrily, Zhuo Tianfeng, you are crazy. It was originally the Zhuo family's property. Why did you give her 2 billion? How could I let her take it so easily? Zhuo Tianfeng's eyes darkened. Just watch, she will have to spit it all out to me after a while. As the family was talking, the door was pushed open and a figure walked in unsteadily. Dad, Mom, Xinyu. Zhuo Tianfeng smelled a strong smell of alcohol and couldn't help but frown. Where did you go to drink again? I met the young master from Siju City and drank 2 cups. Zhuo Zonghe said, I just heard you talking about fucking. Is she here today? Madame Zhuo's expression changed. Zonghe. It's just a joke, Mom. You took it seriously. Zhuo Zonghe knew what Mrs. Zhuo was thinking and smiled. What's so good about her that I should pay attention to her? When old Master Zhuo was around, he could still get close to him by currying favor with fucking.
Now?
Worthless. Mom, do you have the room key? Zhuo Zonghe raised his chin. This guy is about to get out of the Zhuo family. Can you let me have some fun? Seeing that he really didn't care, Mrs. Zhuo handed over the spare key and said, Keep it. I know. Zhuo Zonghe waved his hand nonchalantly. It's not like he's going to kill me. Mrs. Zhuo couldn't persuade him, so she just said a few words and went back to her bedroom. At 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, Zhuo Zonghe staggered upstairs, walked to fucking store, took out the spare key, and turned the door lock. At this time, everyone in the Zhuo family villa was fast asleep. Zhuo Zonghe also waited until this time before taking action. His movements were very light, but C fucking heard them clearly. She has been walking on the edge of a knife for so many years that even the slightest movement would not escape her ears. C fucking knew very well that if he indulged himself, he would mean handing his life into the hands of the enemy. This is the creed she paid for with her blood. On the bed, the girl curled up in the quilt, looking like she was sleeping soundly and without any defense. C fucking doesn't wear any makeup on her face when she sleeps. She is completely natural. Her eyelashes are long and dense, her skin is cool, white and delicate, and even her lips are not dyed red, which reminds people of the beauties with rouge on their faces in ancient paintings. The alcohol made Swazongha's brain hot. His throat rolled, and he quickly stepped forward and stretched out his hand. But C fucking was faster. Just as Swazongha's screams were about to shake the entire villa, C fucking's fingers shot out like lightning and directly locked his throat. She smiled coldly. "She'll be quiet." Swazongha's voice was all stuck in his throat, his eyes suddenly widened, and his brain froze in an instant. He was completely unable to comprehend what was happening before his eyes, and his entire body was frozen. In Swazongha's impression, C fucking was a rascal who lived under someone else's roof and whose parents were unknown. However, he could still be powerful when old man Zwa was around. Once Mr. Zwa left, C fucking could only let him do whatever he wanted. If she hadn't preferred to have her wrists cut than obey him that day, he would never have gone to such great lengths to get into her room.
But now?
Swazongha's ears were buzzing, and his limbs were numb. Swazongha only felt his lower body go cold. He wanted to speak, but the girl pinched his throat and he couldn't make a sound. "Don't worry." C fucking saw his fear and comforted him kindly. "I calculated the frequency of your bleeding and guaranteed that your life will not be in danger within 24 hours, but after that." She smiled and said softly, "I can't guarantee that." These words were enough to overwhelm Swazongha, who fainted completely. C fucking then jumped off the bed and nonchalantly kicked him out of the room, throwing away the broken pieces of the wine bottle as well. She closed the door, lay back down on the bed, and slept soundly for the rest of the night. It was not until the morning that Mrs. Zwa screamed, alarming everyone in the villa. Mrs. Zwa always gets up at 6:30 to do morning exercises. She remembered that Swazongha was obviously planning to attack C fucking yesterday, so she thought about going over there in case C fucking got involved with the Zwa family again. But Mrs. Zwa didn't expect that what she saw was blood all over the floor and Swazongha unconscious. "Zongha." Madame Zwa was startled and panicked. "Zongha, wake up. Don't scare me. Zongha." "Tianbei, Tianbei. What are you shouting so early in the morning?" Zwa Tianbei, who was woken up, suppressed his restlessness and went downstairs, very impatient. "Tianbei, come here quickly." Madame Zwa cried. "Zongha is dying." Zwa Tianbei walked over and was also shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. What is going on?" "Hurry, call a doctor." Zwa Xinyu was the first to come to his senses and immediately asked the housekeeper to invite the family doctor over. The family doctor began to bandage the wound in a hurry and gave him another injection. Only then did Swazongha slowly wake up. His mind was still in a mess, but the fear was still there. Mom. C fucking wants to kill me. She wants to kill me." Zwa Tianbei was stunned, and his anger grew even stronger. "What nonsense are you talking about?" If C fucking had the courage, he would write his name backwards.
C fucking.
Madame Zwa ignored her and started knocking on the door. "Get out. Look at what you have done. C fucking, you rascal." After knocking a few times, the door creaked open. C fucking was wearing an outer coat and walked out slowly, with water droplets hanging on his eyelashes, making his eyes look misty. She yawned and raised her eyebrows. "Why is Mr. Zwa injured? Why don't you go to the hospital?" "It's you." Swazongha gritted his teeth, his body trembling again. "It's you who cut my hand. Mr. Zwa can take on two of me. How can I cut your hand?" C fucking leaned against the door frame. "Besides, I went to bed at 10 o'clock yesterday, and didn't see you at all."
"Oh."
C fucking said calmly, "Yes. I drank and put the bottle at the door." "How can you walk without looking at the road when you are so old?" It's okay if you kick my bottle and break it, but it's not good if you hurt yourself. Zhou Xinyu frowned. Zhou Zonghe was very drunk and it was dark at night, so there was a chance that this kind of thing would happen. But it was absolutely impossible for Si Fucking to take action against Zhou Zonghe. Grandpa is gone. How dare I go against the Zhou family? Si Fucking sighed, right? She put her hands in her pockets and stood obediently. From this angle, only Zhou Zonghe saw the cold light in her pupils, like a knife, almost cutting his throat. Zhou Zonghe was unable to catch his breath. His nerves had been suppressed for so long that his eyes went dark and he fainted again. Madame Zhou was so angry that she burst into tears. Si Fucking, you are a jinx. As soon as Si Fucking came back, her son was injured. All right. Zhou Tianbei obviously didn't believe Zhou Zonghe's words. Xinyu, you stay at home. Your mother and I will take your brother to the hospital. He didn't believe it even when they said Si Fucking did it.
He knows his son best.
He looks good on the outside but is actually a fool on the inside. However, at least he has spent some time in military school and is quite skilled in martial arts. Si Fucking had sustained such a serious wrist injury a few days ago. Could he have knocked down a grown man? Zhou Tianbei snorted. I'm afraid Zhou Zonghe felt ashamed of hurting himself and didn't dare to tell the truth. Mrs. Zhou looked at the girl hatefully and reluctantly left with Zhou Tianbei and Zhou Zonghe. Si Fucking curled his lips, his eyebrows lazy, and smiled. The villa became quiet and the servants went back to their work. Fu Qing, are you going to record a show? Zhou Xinyu took the initiative to speak. I'll take you there. No need. Si Fucking had already gone downstairs. I don't want to have anything to do with you. Zhou Xian frowned again. She walked to the balcony and watched Si Fucking leave. And ahead, a white car was parked at the corner of the street. Si Fucking also stopped. After a few seconds, the rear door opened. Zhou Xinyu was stunned. She saw Si Fucking say something to the person inside, then bend down and get into the car. The white car drove away.
Zhou Xinyu seemed to be thinking about something.
She knew that Si Fucking was in the entertainment industry and was signed with Tianla Media, an entertainment company. Zhou Xinyu has not been involved in this field much, but she also knows that the entertainment industry is a very chaotic place, and it is not uncommon for people to sleep with others in order to gain status and resources. She served as the vice president of Zhou Group and had encountered many things at cocktail parties. With Si Fucking's professional ability, he can still be a dance instructor in the popular talent show Youth Boys. There must be some shady deal going on. But Zhou Xinyu was too lazy to check who Si Fucking's financial backer was. However, the car she had just seen looked very clean, but it was not a high-end luxury car. It's probably a self-assembled car, so it's not worth much money. Zhou Xinyu was a little disappointed. After all, Si Fucking has been in the Zhou family for so long, but he has allowed himself to fall into depravity, which is really unworthy of the teachings of old Master Zhou. But what does this have to do with her? Zhou Xinyu withdrew his gaze, turned, and left. In the car, Si Fucking sat on the left, clasping his hands together. Boss, thank you for driving to pick me up even though I'm too poor to even afford a bus, but let's agree that you can't deduct my salary. Feng San's mouth twitched. He was indeed worried that Si Fucking had ill intentions towards Yu Shiheng, so he had to be on guard against it. But after just a few times of spending time together, he was sure that Si Fucking's only true love was money. Hearing this, Yu Shiheng's eyebrows moved slightly. He put down the book in his hand, propped up his head and looked at her and said slowly, "Didn't you just take a few $100 million from the Zhou family? It's not something I earned." Si Fucking was not surprised why he knew that. She held her chin up and said, "Only when you earn money yourself can you feel at ease." Yu Shiheng didn't respond to this. Feng San coughed twice. "Miss C, my brother Jiu, and I just saw that the Zhou family seemed to be in a hurry. What happened?"
You're talking about this.
The word just sounded so complicated to Feng San that he was a little frightened. Everyone in Linqing knew how deep the conflict between the Zhou family and Si Fucking was. It was indeed because they were worried about Si Fucking that they came here. Now it seems that it was a wasted trip. Boss, you are such a good boss. Not only do you pay for the 5 insurances and 1 fund for your employees, you also ensure their safety. C fucking blinked his fox eyes and clasped his hands together again. I really love you. Feng Sen couldn't stand it anymore and drove with a blank expression. Yu Shiheng was very frugal with words. What time will you arrive? Just be there at 8:30. C fucking rubbed his stomach and said, I'm hungry. Can I have breakfast first? A few minutes later, the car stopped in front of a steamed bun and rice shop. This place is far from the city, and there is no one in the store. Feng San watched C fucking order 3 baskets of steamed buns and a bowl of black rice porridge by himself. Yu Shiheng remained calm. He took out a tissue and wiped the table and bench, then said, a basket of vegetarian buns. Feng San quickly reported it to the merchant and ordered 2 baskets of meat buns for himself. Soon, several baskets of buns were served. Hey, I didn't realize you're so down to earth, boss. C fucking took a bite of the bun. I thought you wouldn't eat at street stalls. Anyone who can afford a bodyguard salary of 100,000 yuan a day must be from a wealthy family. The young men and women from wealthy families are very particular about food. Yu Shiheng paused and said calmly, what is this? Although it has been 1,500 years since he came here, he often thinks back to the battles of those years. The loyal bones are buried in the Green Mountains, and the body is wrapped in horsehide when returning. Your life may be lost at any time, so why would you care about what I eat?
Yes.
C fucking took another sip of porridge and whispered, haven't I been reading history books recently? Yesterday, I saw the famous Shizhou battle led by Emperor Shun. The book says that during the cold winter, food and grass were in short supply and everyone, including Emperor Yin, could only eat wild grass and chew on ice. I can still sit and drink hot porridge, so how can I not be satisfied? It would be great if I could go back and bring them food. But she has never been picky about food. She used to stay in the laboratory for a month at a time, drinking nutritional supplements to replenish her energy. Unlike her spendthrift second brother and third sister, the two were known as the sex spendthrift duo. The finance officer in charge of reimbursement had hugged her legs and cried several times. Yu Shiheng raised his head, and his eyes fell on the girl. He doesn't want to deduct her money, does he?
Eat well.
Yu Shiheng looked away. His tone was not loud, but it was intimidating. Don't talk while eating, and don't talk while sleeping. Feng San was startled and reflexively blocked his mouth with the bun, indicating that he would definitely not say a word. C fucking said oh leisurely and continued to enjoy his breakfast. After eating, she took out her makeup bag and put on a new shawl mat makeup, then got into the car contentedly under Feng San's dull gaze. 8:20, Youth Boys Training Camp Base, Backstage. Directors and planners are checking the latest voting rankings. This Yu is really talented. The director sighed. Even an individual trainee is so strong. The planner slowly blew out a smoke ring. That's it. He was suppressed by the votes. The director took a look at the actual number of votes backstage and couldn't help but feel shocked. How can you still be ranked second even though you have been suppressed in votes? By the way, C fucking only took 3 days off, and she must be present for the second-class assessment today. The planner asked, what did Tianla say? We'll proceed as planned. The director said, all the black spots in the show will be created by C fucking. Even if there are no black spots, they will be edited out to increase the popularity of the show. Only when there are black spots and quarrels can the popularity of the program be increased. Unlike the fans, they knew that C fucking was actually a victim of the show Youth and Youth. After all, C fucking's resume is the worst among the 4 mentors. Not only has she not won any substantial awards, but she's also still not good at singing, dancing, or rap after 2 years of debut. Every time the Stargirls perform on stage, they just serve as a dry background. A person like this is a dance instructor for a boy band talent show, and he even gives comments on the trainees? It's just hilarious. If not a victim of the program crew, what else can you be? Okay, let's do this. The planner tapped the ash from his cigarette. It's almost time. Let's get ready for recording. 10 minutes later, in the examination room. In the lounge, another dance instructor, Lin Qingyan, glanced at the empty seat next to her. Is Teacher C really like what people say online? Is she coming today? It doesn't matter whether she comes or not. Songwriter Li Jingchen said coldly. What can she do? Lin Qingyan said. Teacher Lee, she is still young and not familiar with the rules of the entertainment industry. We need to be more understanding. Teacher Lin, don't explain to her. Li Jingchen's eyes were filled with impatience. If you don't have the emotional intelligence, don't stay in the entertainment industry. Except for fucking, the other 4 mentors are all over 25 years old and can be considered seniors in the industry. Li Jingchen is 32 years old this year and is very dissatisfied with the current entertainment industry. Not only are the artists' abilities getting worse and worse, they have also learned the tricks of marketing and pulling down others. And seeing that fucking doesn't even follow the basic duties of a mentor, naturally, he has no good feelings towards her. I saw on the internet that the Zhou family wanted to kick her out. Lin Qingyan frowned, looking worried. If she leaves the Zhou family, then wouldn't that be? The rest of the conversation was interrupted by the sound of the door opening. The girl was wearing an apricot white beige striped shirt with a Baroque-style leather jacket on the outside. Her legs were long and straight. Her face was covered in heavy makeup, which was quite exaggerated. Seeing her come in, Lin Qingyan paused. Fucking walked slowly to an empty seat and sat down, ignoring all the gazes. She pulled the score sheet over and played with a pen in her slender fingers. She has indeed never been in the entertainment industry of the Great Xia Empire, so she can try it out. Lin Qingyan stopped smiling and hesitated for 2 seconds. Teacher C? Fucking propped his chin with his hand, raised his eyes slightly and smiled. What's the matter? When she smiled, her fox eyes curved into a little smile, and there seemed to be a faint light floating, and the ice and snow melted instantly. Obviously, her original appearance could not be seen at all, but she was sitting there, just by tilting her head slightly, and she was able to easily grab everyone's attention. The natural king-like attraction. It's not a big deal. Lin Qingyan paused, then smiled again. The second-class assessment will be held soon. If Teacher C is really not up to it, I suggest that you apply to withdraw from the program team. It's better than being embarrassed and mocked by the whole internet in the future, isn't it, Mr. C? Lin Qingyan was very clear about how poor fucking's business ability was. Having worked in the entertainment industry for so long, she is well aware of its various rules and regulations. Although she is only a mentor in the show, she also has competitors. Youth invited a total of 4 instructors to teach vocal music, singing, and dancing respectively, but only dance was taught by 2 instructors. Before the recording of the show, Lin Qingyan was very worried that she would become a stepping stone for fucking. Now she is completely relieved. In the entertainment industry, fucking has neither the ability nor the good looks, so he simply can't make it. When the show is over, fucking will be of no use. Fucking glanced at the already prepared rating sheet, his expression nonchalant and lazy. Then I will reluctantly give some comments. She specifically learned that Youth Boy is a competitive reality show talent show. 101 trainees selected from across the country will spend 3 months in a training camp, and in the end only 9 contestants will be able to debut. The competition is very fierce. Although the second-class assessment will not eliminate anyone, the rating will affect the subsequent shots and fan votes. The trainees all worked very hard. Li Jingchen was so angry that he laughed. He didn't want to consider fucking's face anymore, so he said coldly, "What can you comment on? It's still reluctant? The level of these trainees is higher than yours."
Teacher Lee.
The vocal instructor couldn't bear to listen any longer and shook his head, indicating that the assessment was about to begin. Li Jingchen didn't look at fucking again and looked towards the stage expressionlessly. At 8:30, the first student came in. He walked onto the stage, bowed, and introduced himself. "Hello, teachers. I am Makino, a trainee from Tianla Media. I am good at vocals, singing." Hearing the name, fucking raised his eyes slightly. After the injury on her wrist healed, she wanted to relax her muscles. After Makino finished his introduction, he began to perform "I'm the King," the theme song of Youth Boy. This was the first time fucking heard the song. She moved her ears and quickly figured out the pitch and range of each note. I glanced at Makino's dancing moves again and wanted to close my eyes and ears. Sure enough, There were a bunch of crooked and misshapen melons and jujubes. Class A all have such strength, she thinks Class F can just take them away. Is this what the entertainment industry is like now? After the performance, Makino stood in the center of the stage, not shy but confident. Thank you, teachers. Lin Qingyan smiled and said meaningfully, Teacher C, although we are junior brothers in the same company, you can't let him go. Not only the instructors, but also the students could see that C-fucking was not favored in Tianla media, but was suppressed everywhere. Even Makino and Liu Yan, who haven't made their debut yet, can step on her. When Lin Qingyan thought about how she had initially considered C-fucking as her opponent, she found this idea ridiculous. C-fucking propped up his chin, looked at Mai, and smiled. Which class do you think you should be in? Makino glanced at her with a hint of contempt, but his face remained serious. I think I can stay in Class A. Congratulations then. C-fucking tapped the score sheet with his finger and paused. F. If it weren't for the fact that F was the lowest level, she could send this junior brother directly out of the solar system. Makino's face turned pale instantly. Everyone knows that among the 5 classes, A, B, D, F, Class F is the worst class. After the second class assessment, we were assigned to Class F, and we didn't even have a chance to perform the theme song on stage, which greatly reduced the number of shots in the later stage. If he has fewer shots, it will directly affect his popularity, and he might even fall out of the top 9. Makino's eyes suddenly turned cold. If Lin Qingyan or his vocal instructor gave him an F, he would be convinced. Only C-fucking is not worthy. The most important thing is that the rating is jointly assessed by the instructors. How can C-fucking make the decision alone? C-fucking, you can't sing or dance. Mai sneered and said, you can't even perform the theme song by yourself, and you're not a professional vocal instructor. Why'd you give me an F? Calling C-fucking teacher. Does she really think of herself as a teacher? Everyone inside Tianla Media knew that C-fucking was just a victim of the show Youth and Boys. As long as the show becomes popular, no matter how C-fucking is scolded, it has nothing to do with them. Lin Qingyan didn't expect C-fucking to choose to conflict with Mai directly. She paused and said, Mai, Mr. C's words may be a bit harsh. Please don't take it too seriously. Teacher Lin. Mai respected Lin Qingyan very much, but still looked down on C-fucking. I'm being frank. I just want to ask Teacher C what her criteria are for giving me an F. Lin Qingyan didn't say anything else. Since C-fucking took the initiative to embarrass himself, she would not stop him. Directors and planners are also willing to see such hot spots. Once the second episode is completed and released online, the popularity of the program will increase again. This is all thanks to C-fucking's ignorance. C-fucking slapped a piece of paper with all the notes written on it on the table and smiled. You said you're the vocalist, lead singer. You know the most important thing in singing is your breath, right? And you sang like this? What makes you say you can sing? As a mentor, I gave you an F. Do you have any objections? She sat there, her eyes curled up and down, creating a piece of spring breeze. Obviously, there is no offensiveness in it, but it makes people feel oppressive. There was a moment of silence in the examination room. Even Li Jingchun was slightly surprised. Everyone knows exactly how powerful C-fucking is. Li Jingchun didn't expect her to give any constructive comments at all. He just hoped that she wouldn't cause trouble. Who knew she could actually hear the range of each note and remember it so accurately? If you hadn't studied vocal music specifically, your hearing wouldn't be so sensitive. What was even more unexpected was Makino. His whole body stiffened. Under C-fucking's gaze, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back, and his legs became a little weak. No. That's good. C-fucking lowered his head. I won't go into detail about your dance. You should know yourself. Makino's expression changed again. He clenched his fists, trying to control his emotions. I also think that a member of Class A should be given an F for singing the theme song like this. Li Jingchun said coldly, F. There are only 9 people in Class A, so the requirements are naturally high. All 3 teachers gave him an F, and Makino's face gradually turned pale. It was passed unanimously, and Makino's final grade was F, without exception. Makino's brain buzzed. All the blood color on his face disappeared, and fear gradually emerged. It's over. He was put in Class F, and there was a 90% chance that he would not make his debut. How so? Makino didn't know how he left the examination room. He looked dazed and had lost his previous arrogance. The following assessments were not much better, as the trainees who went on stage either forgot the dance moves or simply forgot the lyrics. C fucking felt drowsy after watching it and did not make any comments. Until a tall and slender figure came onto the stage. The young man was wearing the purple uniform of Class A. He had extremely fair skin and a pair of alluring fox eyes. His voice was casual and his introduction was simple. CIU, personal trainee. CIU is a personal trainee and doesn't even have an agent, let alone any other backing. But he was too strong, and in the first popularity vote, he was outvoted and ranked second. C fucking was still listless. The sound of music came, and after the prelude, a male voice sounded. All the dreams in this world are for me. The voice is clear, and the breath is full. C fucking opened his eyes and stood up. On the stage, the young man knelt on one side, stepped in the air, stepped and turned over. These difficult movements were easy for him to do. Boom, boom. Every step he took was in perfect harmony with the drumbeat, coupled with his voice and the extremely smooth muscle lines. It's a feast for the eyes and ears. C fucking held his cheek. Well, this one is okay.
Boom.
The last drum beat fell along with the music, and Xiaoyu stopped dancing. He raised his head and bowed slightly, still in a casual manner. Thank you. You danced well, and sang well too. C fucking smiled lazily. I give you an A, but you still need to work harder. The vocal instructor agreed. Xiaoyu's voice is really good. I also give him an A. Xiaoyu raised his eyebrows, stared at Si Zheng with his sharp dark eyes for a few seconds before speaking. His tone was casual, that kind of unruly and handsome. Thank you, Teacher C. Teacher C is so nice. No teasing of the instructor is allowed. C fucking was unmoved and just waved his hand. Continue. Xiaoyu shrugged and walked out with his hands in his pockets. The next student came in soon, and a new round of performances began. Lin Qingyan held her breath and was completely unable to get a word in. She held the mineral water bottle, and a shadow was cast under her eyelashes. The morning's assessment ended quickly, and the students went to the cafeteria in groups of 3 or 4 to line up for food. It is undeniable that Xiaoyu is the most outstanding one. He was tall, with a pair of long legs, and he had a bandit-like air about him, and was extremely arrogant. He doesn't look like he's here to mingle in the entertainment industry, but rather like some rich young man out to have fun. Brother Xia, C fucking is really strange today. A young man followed Xiaoyu and lowered his voice. Do you think she suddenly got it or something? She even understands the range of sound? What happened in the morning has spread throughout the training base. Makino is usually very arrogant in the training camp, but he has Tianla Media behind him and is good friends with Lu Cheng, the first choice for the C position. They had to stay out of the way. Today C fucking mercilessly criticized Mai for everything, and he just felt like he had let out a gust of anger. Xiaoyu raised his head. What? I just think she's weird. The boy was confused. If she has this ability, why didn't she show it before? Xiaoyu looked at his phone and didn't respond. Speaking of which, the young man suddenly spoke again. Brother Xia, do you think C fucking looks a bit like you? After hearing these words, Xiaoyu looked up. He raised his eyelids and said with a half smile, What did you say? No, I definitely don't mean to call you ugly. I just feel that you are a bit similar. You know your temperament, right? And your eyes and gaze. It's hard to explain. The boy scratched his head. But you said that she wears such heavy makeup every day. Doesn't it really cause damage to her skin? Brother Xia, aren't you curious about what she looks like without makeup? Xiaoyu looked indifferent and glanced to the right. C fucking sat at a table by the window, still wearing that shamat makeup, but her fox eyes were clear and bright. She was eating and reading at the same time. Xiaoyu had excellent eyesight and saw the name of the book in her hand, Biography of Emperor Yin. In Daxia, anyone who has studied history will know this young emperor. It can be said that the prosperity of the Great Xia Empire today is inseparable from the great achievements of Emperor Yin in resisting foreign invaders and pacifying the world. Even though he has been dead for more than a dozen centuries, he is still admired by many people. Because he died too early and left behind too many regrets, he became the untouchable white moonlight and cinnabar mole, and Emperor Yin has a lot of historical fans. As a result, the entertainment industry has never dared to touch any TV or film drama related to Emperor Yin. If there is any mistake, they will be criticized to pieces. Xiaoyu is quite surprised that C fucking would read in the cafeteria. He had never tried to get to know C fucking, but he often heard other trainees mock C fucking for not even graduating from junior high school, a true escapee from the 9-year education system. However, the entertainment industry these days is full of materialism and impetuousness, so there is really no need for any diploma. C fucking read seriously and didn't care about the frequent glances from people around her. She turned to the next page, picked up a chicken drumstick with her right hand, and bit into it. Celebrities need to maintain their figure the most, and they need to strictly control how much they eat. However, there were already several leftover chicken bones in C fucking's lunchbox. At this moment, C fucking suddenly turned around, held up his chin and raised his eyebrows. "Little brother, are you jealous that I have a thin physique and can't gain weight?" She leaned there, smiling lazily, her fox eyes curved, and it seemed as if there were stars falling in the bottom of her pupils. Her body is full of beauty, with a touch of freehand elegance. The boy was really angry, his face flushed red. "You obviously." He is older than her. "What little brother?" Xiaoyu glanced at C fucking, his eyes were more inquiring, but he only said 2 words casually. "Let's go." "Xia bro." She must have done it on purpose. The boy's face was still red and he muttered, "She took advantage of her status as my mentor to bully me." He didn't think about why C fucking could still hear him when they were more than 10 meters apart. After the second class division assessment, it is time to divide the students into groups. Each trainee will choose a mentor that suits him or her and sign up, and the mentor will then conduct a counter-selection. C fucking thought casually that she was now a useless person who could do nothing but lie down. There were also 2 dance instructors, and it seemed that no one would choose her. She could relax a lot. She yawned and turned around, facing the male students who were practicing the theme song. Most of the students were taught by Lin Qingyan, and the rest were given to her. Some have poor qualifications, some have never learned to dance, and basically have no chance of making their debut. C fucking lifted his hair with one hand and looked at the boy practicing in front of him with a smile. "Legs, too low, and hands, raise them higher. Are you a gorilla?" "Here and here." She pointed to a few more places and said, "Lift it to this position. Look, follow me and do it again." The boy's face turned red again, but he succumbed to C fucking's authority and did as he was told with a wronged look on his face. The dozen or so other students around also saw it, but all ignored it. Are you kidding? C fucking's ability is so poor. If they really learn from her, they will definitely be eliminated in the next round. And Lin Qingyan's strength is much stronger than C fucking. If Lin Qingyan was able to teach so many students, what would they want to learn from C fucking here? The male students didn't even look at C fucking and continued to learn from Lin Qingyan's dance video. C fucking didn't want to care about so many people. She raised her chin and asked, "What's your name?" The young man said sullenly, "Su Xiun."
Ohat, Su Si-un.
C fucking supported his chin and smiled. "Hurry up and practice. If you can't practice well, I will let you know how the instructor bullies the students." Su Si-un. Looking at C fucking's kind smile, he did not dare to slack off and immediately did as he was told. After learning it carefully, Su Xiun danced it again. He looked at his own standard movements in the mirror and was suddenly stunned. It seems like he suddenly mastered this move. Su Xiun subconsciously looked at C fucking and saw her clapping her hands. "You are a teachable kid. Your aptitude is not too bad. Okay, practice on your own." C fucking walked out and answered the phone. "Fu Qing, I'm here to pick you up at the funeral home. I've also asked for 2 hours off for you." Zhou Xianyu's voice was gentle on the other end of the phone. The car is already parked outside the production team. C fucking raised his eyelids and said, okay. The program team has always been very tolerant of her when it comes to asking for leave, but requires her to be present during recording. C fucking also knew what the planners and Tianla Media were planning to do, making her a sacrifice for the show youth and boys. She looked at her right wrist, which was still wrapped in gauze, put her hands in her pockets, and said lazily, "Iske. It's a pity that she has a bad temper and won't let them have their way." The phone rang again at this moment. C fucking looked at the new text message that popped up on the screen and raised his eyebrows slightly. She was certain that Feng Sen must have a close relationship with the Zhongzhou Mahe school, otherwise it wouldn't be the year 2185 of the Xia calendar when he would only be able to use text messages. Oh, another old antique. Feng San, Miss C. We will leave tomorrow and be back on Saturday night. You will still be able to make it to Mr. Zhu's funeral. C fucking replied with an okay and put the phone in his pocket. Outside the training base, a red commercial vehicle was parked on the side of the road. Zhua Xinyu saw C fucking coming out and waved at her. C fucking opened the door and sat in the back seat. This scene happened to be seen by two people in the dance studio on the third floor. Brother Yen, wasn't she kicked out of the Zhua family? Mai's expression was gloomy. Why did the Zhua family send someone to pick her up? Among this generation of the Zhua family, Zhua Xinyu is the most outstanding. She is a strong woman in the business world at a young age, and there are many people in Lincheng who admire her. After all, the recording of youth was held here, so they knew about it from all the big and small families in Lincheng. The Zhua family can be said to be the local tyrant in Lincheng. Most of the trainees are not from wealthy families and cannot afford to offend these young masters and young ladies. If the relationship between C fucking and the Zhua family eases, how will the plan to discredit her to increase the popularity of the show go ahead? This is something Makino doesn't want to see. Not only did he fail to embarrass C fucking in today's assessment, but he also got himself into Class F and missed the chance to perform the theme song. Now he could say that he hated C fucking to the core. But C fucking is indeed a tool to increase the popularity of youth. He is of great use to Tianla Media and the program team, and he cannot be moved at the moment. Otherwise, he would have taught her a lesson long ago. Makino clenched his fists, his eyes grim. After hearing this, Makino laughed. The company will not allow the program to go wrong. Tianla Media is one of the leading entertainment companies in the Great Xia Empire, and it can be said that it controls the lifeline of 1/3 of the entertainment industry. C fucking had no chance of staying in the entertainment industry after leaving Tianla Media. What's more, he heard that C fucking had signed the most unfair terms with the company, with a 9-digit penalty for termination of the contract, which he couldn't afford even if he sold her. C fucking will never be able to escape from Tianla Media in this life. Makino finally felt better and was about to continue practicing dancing when he heard Lu Yen coldly ask, "What happened to your assessment today?" Mai's expression froze, and he hurriedly explained, "Brother Yen, I just didn't expect C fucking to be so lucky as to hear my vocal range." "That's because you're not strong enough." Lu Yen frowned. "Originally you were in Class A, and we were all watching Xiaoyu together, but now I'm the only one left." Makino pursed his lips. After the first episode was broadcast, Tianla Media gave them a strict order that they must not let Xiaoyu get into the top 3. However, Xiaoyu's popularity was so strong that he was almost unrivaled. Even though Lu Yen already had a large number of fans before returning to China, even with the marketing of Tianla Media, he could only barely surpass Xiaoyu. Makino simply couldn't imagine how much Xiaoyu's fans would increase after a few more episodes of the show. "Okay, go to Class F and keep an eye on Su Xiun. He's close to Xiaoyu." Lu Yen said, "Xiaoyu seems to value him very much. If I can't touch Xiaoyu, then I can't touch Su Xiun?" Hearing this, Makino felt unwilling. He pinched his palm and could only agree. "Yes, Brother Yen." On this side, Feng San, who received the accurate reply, hesitated for a moment and then said seriously, "Brother Jiao, are you really not going to check it again?" The C fucking they met was very different from the one described in the information. It could be said that they were not the same person at all. But he could also be sure that this was definitely not disguise or other high-tech. If C-fucking had been hiding before, then he was hiding too deeply. It's time to change their intelligence network. Fong-san had already begun to imagine the scene of his other brothers being beaten. Yu Shiheng turned the teacup around, calm and collected. If you doubt someone, don't employ him. If you employ someone, don't doubt him. Since you've employed him, I won't investigate. Fong-san pursed his lips. Brother Jiu, what if Miss C is? Having said this, he paused and did not continue. There is always a lot of elusive agents and killers around Yu Shiheng who want to kill him. Coincidentally, this type of people are also very good at disguise. After all, C-fucking skills are too intimidating. Although his impression of C-fucking continued to grow, Fong-san was still very worried. Don't worry. Yu Shiheng's eyebrows moved slightly, as if she was smiling. She will come when the money is in place. Fong-san. His ninth brother really understands Miss C. Let's pick her up tonight. Yu Shiheng said calmly. We'll leave at 4:30 tomorrow morning. Xingjuan has already been contacted, so we can just go directly there when the time comes. Fong-san said seriously, yes. This trip to Yanqing to see the witch doctor was a big deal, and they kept it a secret from both Sijiacheng and Zhongzhou. But even so, some news leaked out and no one knows how many dangers there will be along the way. Fong-san sighed lightly, wondering when his ninth brother's legs would be healed. At exactly 1:30, Zuoxinyu's car arrived at the funeral home. In the center of the mourning hall stood a coffin carved from golden Nanmu wood, with a portrait of Mr. Zhuo above it. C-fucking stood at the door, and just one look gave him a natural feeling of rejection. Strangeness. She narrowed her fox eyes slightly, but still walked forward and lit 3 incense sticks for old man Zhuo. When the curator heard that someone from the Zhuo family had come, he immediately came out to greet them in person. It turns out to be Miss Xinyu. Do you have any instructions? Everything you need for the old man's funeral is ready. Qingqing wants to come and see Grandpa. Zhuo Xinyu said calmly, so the coffin needs to be opened. Open the coffin? Upon hearing this, the curator frowned immediately, and there was a bit more resistance in his eyes when he looked at C-fucking. Everyone who has come into contact with the Zhuo family knows how good old man Zhuo is to C-fucking and how he gives her whatever she wants. Now that Mr. Zhuo is gone, C-fucking is still restless and wants to disturb his coffin. What an ungrateful person he is raised. But since Zhuo Xinyu had spoken, the curator had no choice but to obey. He ordered people to open the coffin. An undertaker had already prepared Mr. Zhuo's remains and changed his clothes. C-fucking stepped forward and frowned suddenly. Old Master Zhuo did die of illness, but the look on his face showed that all his luck had been exhausted. She had never deliberately studied physiognomy or feng shui, but she just learned some basic knowledge from her 5th senior brother when she was bored in the sect. She can do some simple things easily. C-fucking lowered his head, with a hint of deep thought in his eyes. Luck is very important. When the dynasty's luck runs out, it's time for it to be destroyed. Just like there has always been an unofficial history saying that if the Great Xia dynasty had not had a heaven-sent purple star like Emperor Yin to save the situation, the dynasty would have been destroyed long ago. Some people become rich and powerful, while others live in poverty all their lives, also because of their different luck. She remembered what her 5th senior brother said, that luck can be taken away. However, taking away one's luck is against the laws of nature and will be punished accordingly. Mr. Zhuo's death from illness this time was obviously due to the backlash. Whose luck did he take away? C-fucking narrowed his eyes, bent down slightly, and was about to take a closer look when a hand grabbed his shoulder. Zhuo Xinyu did not grow up with Grandpa Zhuo and did not have a deep relationship with him, but she also felt it was not worth it for Grandpa Zhuo. He doted on a person from another family and was foolish enough to give away the family business. What did he get in the end? Zhuo Xinyu has always looked down on C-fucking, but she has to admit that old man's would treat C-fucking so well that it makes her jealous. After so many years, even if you have a dog, you would have feelings for it, right? Can Mr. Zhuo rest in peace, knowing that C-fucking is so cold-blooded and ruthless? C-fucking drooped his eyelashes slightly and pushed Zhuo Xinyu's hand away. She smiled cheerfully. but her eyes were filled with hostility. "Did I let you touch me?" Zhuoxinyi's expression changed slightly, and he took a step back.
Who are you to me?
"Are you disappointed in me? How much wine have you drunk?" C fucking closed the coffin lid and put his hands in his pockets.
Don't bother me.
"Take care of the Zhua family. Be careful not to get lost." Hearing this, Zhuoxinyi laughed out of anger for the first time. "C fucking, do you know what you were saying? In front of Grandpa? Do you even know how to write the word filial piety? Do you think that if you back down, we won't cancel the adoption agreement? The Zhua family is a wealthy family in Linqing. Can anyone touch them?" What outrageous words he said. It's really funny. I know very well. As for the adoption agreement, don't worry, I will cancel it. C fucking tilted his head and smiled lazily. "You have to know that I am the one who doesn't want to have anything to do with it." She just left like that, and the morning hall was filled with silence. Zhuoxinyi stood there, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter, obviously angry. The curator observed her expression for a while before stepping forward and saying, "Miss Xinyu, please don't be angry. The old man was wise all his life, but he will become confused when he is old. It is not worth fussing over such a person." Zhuoxinyu took a deep breath and pressed his temple. Grandpa was indeed wrong. It's better this way. I can see through her earlier and stay away from her earlier. She doesn't care whether C fucking lives or dies. But the 2 billion yuan taken away by C fucking must be taken back. Zhuoxinyu no longer had the last bit of sympathy he had for C fucking. She bowed to the morning hall and said calmly, "Grandpa, you treated her well, but she didn't know how to be grateful. Don't worry, I will help you get back the debt." After burning incense, the curator personally sent Zhuoxinyu out and couldn't help shaking his head. Old Master Zhua is really blind. Why did he adopt such an ungrateful person like C fucking? Fortunately, the Zhua family has already seen C fucking's true face, and he also needs to remind others to stay away from C fucking. Here, C fucking returned to the training base and continued to watch the trainees practice dancing. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening when I got off work. C fucking came out of the base, rubbed his waist, and was about to scan the code to drive when he heard a horn. She turned around and saw a familiar white car parked behind her. Feng Sen stuck his head out of the car window and said respectfully, "Miss C, Brother Gio asked me to pick you up." "Great, great. The boss is great." C fucking raised his eyebrows and walked forward slowly. "The employee benefits are so good. He is a good boss that people love." Feng San hesitated for a moment and did not respond. But after a few seconds, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Why doesn't he treat his employees so well? When he was following Yu Shiheng, he didn't see anyone driving to pick him up. C fucking looked out the window, narrowed his eyes, and said slowly, "This is not the way to my apartment." "Well, Brother Gio said he will leave at 4:30 tomorrow." Feng Sen said, "So Miss C will stay at Brother Gio's place tonight." C fucking stopped smiling and said expressionlessly, "For 1:30?" Feng Sen nodded. "Any questions?"
C fucking.
Yes, absolutely. Even before, she had never lived such a corporate life. Her fists hardened. Feng Sen spoke up in time. Brother Gio said that he would give Miss C more money. C fucking relaxed his body, his fox eyes curved again, and he said in a leisurely tone, "Say it earlier." Feng San. He didn't dare to speak at all. Just now, Miss C seemed to want to tear both him and his 9th brother apart. 30 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the villa. It was a cold March, but the heater was still on in the living room. The man was sitting on the sofa, reading a book. He was wearing a white sweater and casual pants, but it couldn't hide his slender figure and perfect waistline. Without the embellishment of a suit, Yu Shiheng's imposing aura was diluted a little, making him look a little lazy, exuding a cool and gentle aura. C fucking didn't mind taking a few more glances and appreciated her beauty openly. Instead, Yu Shiheng, who was used to being stared at, raised his head first and looked back at the girl in front of him. Whether when he was Emperor Yin or now, there was always attention around him, but he never cared much. But ordinary people generally cannot look him in the eye. Even a general who has been guarding the border for many years would feel reserved when seeing him, not to mention the daughter of a noble family. Yu Shiheng closed the book and asked in a gentle voice, "What are you reading?" Si fucking picked up an apple, took a bite, and said in a leisurely tone, "Of course I'm looking at you, because you're beautiful. Otherwise, what would I be looking at?" Feng-san, who was holding the water, almost fell to his knees as his legs went weak. What did he hear? This was the first time Yu Shiheng had heard such straightforward praise. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Go to bed early. You have to get up early tomorrow. The third room on the second floor is your room."
Si fucking.
Capitalists who exploit workers. She took back what she had said, and it wasn't pretty at all. After taking a bath, Si fucking easily did a split and practiced his waist and legs for a while. After all, she is a dedicated person and she has to do a good job in the entertainment industry. At 10 o'clock, Si fucking climbed onto the velvet bed and went to sleep. She is a light sleeper and never dreams. But today she had a dream, and the content of the dream was very clear. In the dream, Mr. Zhua did not die of a sudden heart attack, and the Zhua family's business was thriving. Unfortunately, she died while resisting Zhua Zonghe's invasion and could not be rescued. Mr. Zhua was admitted to the hospital because he was too sad and recuperated for a month. Afterwards, she was buried in the Zhua family cemetery with great fanfare, and the news said that Mr. Zhua was a kind-hearted man. But Si fucking saw clearly that Mr. Zhua had found an yin-yang master to set up a formation next to her grave. He also heard the yin-yang master say, "Although her luck is not much left, it is enough to ensure the prosperity of the Zhua family. What a pity, she is still dead. If she were alive, her luck would be even stronger." Afterwards, the Zhua family really broke into the circle of wealthy families in Siju City, expanded their market overseas, and even made friends with the king of the Principality of the Western Continent. Even though she was dead, she used her remaining luck to nourish the Zhua family, helping them to rise rapidly and gain glory. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Si fucking slowly opened his eyes. She supported her head and slowly sat up with the help of the bed, calming her breathing a little. Si fucking didn't think this dream was inexplicable. On the contrary, it solved her confusion during the day. She pondered for a few seconds and sorted out the whole story. For the sake of the Zhua family, old Master Zhua took away her luck. No wonder Mr. Zhua went to the hospital just before she regained consciousness. Because her awakening made it impossible for old man Zhua to take away her luck, he suffered a serious backlash. In the end, he died directly. Si fucking also remembered something. Not long ago, Mr. Zhua said that he wanted to give the Zhua family's company to her. He even showed her his will and asked her to stay in the Zhua family with peace of mind. I guess it was also for her luck. However, because his death from illness was sudden, even Mr. Zhua himself was not prepared for it, and he did not even have time to change his will. It's quite funny. Si fucking's eyes were slightly cold. Sure enough, Mr. Zhua brought her to the Zhua family just for her luck. It is true that he adopted her and took good care of her. But when she was bullied by Zhua Zonghe, Zhua Qingya, and others, old man Zhua pretended not to see anything. This superficial kindness brought her more troubles. Her fifth senior brother, who is an onmyoji, once said that people whose luck is taken away will suffer physical damage or their careers will fail. All in all, bad things are going to happen. For example, there is a small probability that one may choke to death while drinking water. Therefore, this method was considered an evil practice within the yin-yang school and was strictly prohibited. No one expected it to appear in a place so far away from lynching. Si fucking raised his eyebrows. Interesting. She needs to find someone to check it out. After collecting his thoughts, Si fucking simply washed up and went out. Yu Shiheng and Feng-san were already sitting at the dining table, on which were freshly baked buns, hot porridge, and a few simple side dishes. Si fucking didn't hesitate to say hello, then sat down and happily enjoyed his breakfast. Eating is the most important thing in the world. Looking at the ahog still sticking up on her head, Feng-san's forehead twitched. Whether in Zhongzhou or Siju City, The socialites who came to see Shiheng would take several hours to put on makeup and dress up, and they were afraid that there would be something wrong. But it was also true that he had never seen anyone more beautiful than Si Fucking. After dinner, Feng San loaded the prepared items into the car. Si Fucking followed Yu Shiheng and sat in the back seat. The air was cool in the early morning, and she smelled the faint moonlit osmanthus fragrance on him again, which was slightly seductive. There was an open box next to the seat with 3 human skin masks inside. Yu Shiheng gestured. Put them on later. Well, wearing a mask is so troublesome. Si Fucking took it and sighed. It's better to change it myself. Feng San, who was driving, trembled. Change by yourself? Yeah, come to think of it, I know someone. Si Fucking said as he put on the mask. He can transform into whoever he sees. Even his irises and fingerprints can become exactly the same. We call him the shapeshifter. Feng San, Miss C, have you watched too many fantasy movies? Is this still a human being? That's nothing. Si Fucking supported his chin and smiled. I also know someone who has the ability to steal memories. If you meet her, you must run away quickly. Feng San's expression changed suddenly. Si Fucking stopped laughing and said seriously, sorry, I was just kidding you. I did watch a movie about genetic mutation last night. Feng San. He almost believed it. After Si Fucking put on the mask, she turned around and saw Yu Shiheng looking at her. His eyes were calm and deep, like the dark night sky with stars twinkling faintly. Such a deep gaze seems to be able to reach into people's hearts and see through everything. Si Fucking's body was still relaxed, without any sense of urgency. She said slowly, Boss, I suggest you drink more astragalus and wolfberry water. Feng San was a little surprised. Why drink this? Si Fucking said as a matter of course, it's to nourish the kidneys. What else can it do? Feng San. Yu Shiheng's expression remained calm, and he asked calmly, why do you want to nourish the kidneys? If he died, she would have to find another husband. It's really not worth it. Feng San was horrified when he heard this, and almost wanted to get out of the car to pack up Si Fucking and take him out immediately, but he saw that Yu Shiheng did not show any signs of anger. Instead, he explained calmly, I have had a cold body since I was young, and it has nothing to do with kidney qi. Si Fucking became excited. Can I take a look? Yu Shiheng smiled. Please go ahead. He stretched out his hand, revealing a part of his wrist. The fingers are long and the wrist bones are strong. Si Fucking pulled out a tissue from his pocket and covered his wrist with it before placing his fingers on it. His wrist was not as cold as his fingers, but was slightly warm. After a few seconds, Si Fucking frowned. Yes, it is strange. Except for some blockage in the meridians in his legs, the rest of his body parts are normal and stronger than the average person. So, what's the matter with his cold body? It's an old problem. Yu Shiheng said calmly, it won't affect anything, don't worry about it. He was about to withdraw his hand, but Si Fucking subconsciously held his fingers and said, no. Yu Shiheng glanced at her movements calmly. What's going on? Si Fucking checked his pulse again before letting him go. Boss, don't worry. I will definitely cure you. Finally, she encountered a difficult and complicated disease that she couldn't figure out at first glance, so she had to study it. In the front seat, Feng San asked tentatively, Ms. C, have you studied medicine? Si Fucking was silent for a moment and did not explain. Yu Shiheng lowered his eyes. She has always been lively and cheerful, but now she seems to be wilted. Si Fucking reacted immediately. She said fiercely, stop it. Don't touch it, or you'll get shorter. Yu Shiheng paused and raised his eyebrows slightly. Sorry. Feng San was so scared that he turned the car into an S shape. He recently discovered that his heart was not in good condition at all. It is only dawn at 4 or 5 o'clock, but for some people, a day's joy has just ended. The young men came out of the club, arm in arm. Yu Yao walked in front with a dull expression. Hey, Brother Yao, it seems that Si Fucking hasn't come to see you these days? She must know that you have been in lynching all this time. The young man following behind him was curious. Could it be that she has changed her personality? Yu Yao's eyes were filled with impatience. Can you please stop mentioning her? I know. The young man smiled. Who is she to be worthy of this? Hey, Why is this car without license plates? And you dare to drive like this? Aren't you afraid of going in? Hearing the voice, Yu Yao raised his eyes, nonchalantly. I don't know if the driver was drunk or frightened, but the white car turned a big corner and almost drove onto the sidewalk. But the driver's skills were obviously not bad, as he avoided the car in time when it was about to hit. It looked like just an ordinary accident that was nipped in the bud. The young men looked at it and looked away, as if it were a joke. But Yu Yao's expression became a little more serious. He had seen this car in Beijing. He was attending a banquet at the time, and when he went out for some fresh air, he inadvertently saw Yu Shiheng getting out of the car. Because it is inconvenient to travel, Yu Shiheng has a lot of cars. Yu Yao raised his head and looked over again, just in time to see someone opening the car window and sticking his head out. Obviously, it's a girl. His eyes narrowed. Is there a woman in Yu Shiheng's car? This is even more unrealistic than the Yu family being able to enter the free island. I must have seen it wrong. It is also common to have similar cars. Besides, it's impossible for Yu Shiheng to come to Lincheng. Yu Yao bit a cigarette and didn't care much. Maybe it's some upstart who just bought a car. That makes sense. He probably wanted to show off on the street before he even had time to register his car. The young man responded, but his car isn't that great. It's worth maybe 900,000 at most.
Nouveau riche are nouveau riche.
They can't compare to us. Aristocratic families look down on wealthy families, and wealthy families look down on nouveau riche. The chain of contempt in the celebrity circle has always been like this. The young master smiled again and hooked Yu Yao's shoulder. Io, I forgot to ask you the other day, are you coming to Lincheng to find medicine for Miss Ji? When this name was mentioned, Yu Yao's expression softened a bit. Well, she's in poor health and takes a lot of medicine. There aren't many left in Suzhou City. I've asked someone to prepare a few truckloads of medicine and send them back when the time comes. Io, don't worry. The young master said, Miss Ji is a lucky person, and the illness will definitely get better. Yu Yao responded with a smile, and then his expression became duller as if he remembered something. Is she going to attend Mr. Zhu's funeral? Oh, you mean see fucking. She is going to attend. The young master nodded, but I heard that she not only didn't pay her respects at the funeral home, but also disturbed Mr. Zhu's coffin with malicious intent. TSK, after all, it was old Master Zhua who raised her, right? She is really hopeless. Yu Yao's expression turned colder when he heard this. Don't let her touch me then. Don't worry, I will make arrangements. The young master patted his chest and promised, after the funeral, she will have nothing to do with the Zhua family. With her status, it will be difficult for her to see you in the future. Not everyone can enter the circle in Suzhou City.
11:30 Uhr morgens.
Feng San parked the car in front of a local restaurant. All three of them were wearing masks, and their clothes were ordinary, no different from passers-by. The proprietress of the local restaurant is very enthusiastic, and the food is served very quickly. You are really fragrant and plump. She fucking said to a plate of roast duck, my life dream is to eat you every day. I'm going to eat now. Feng San. Is your life dream to eat roast duck every day? This is too casual. He was increasingly confused about C fucking's train of thought. Yu Shiheng had a light meal and only ordered clear soup and a few snacks. He propped up his chin and glanced through the tea mist at C fucking, who was eating duck meat with his cheeks puffed out. Thinking casually when eating, I am also like a little fox. Boss, I'll go look around. C fucking finished eating and blinked. I'll buy you some medicine. She said that she wanted to treat Yu Shiheng, and it was not just a whim. After all, there are not many diseases in this world that she considers to be difficult and complicated. Yu Shiheng nodded. Go ahead. Need to be reimbursed. Only then did C fucking leave happily. Yu Shiheng put down the teacup and looked up. Go and pay the bill. Feng San. Although the bank card was indeed in his possession, the difference between before and after is too big, isn't it?
Night.
Hotel. Feng San found out everything and walked in quietly. Brother Jiu, Miss C said she will be back soon. Yu Shiheng was reading a book and just nodded slightly when he heard this. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Feng San thought for a moment, then quietly took out his mobile phone and opened the video software. Ever since he knew that C fucking was a mentor in youth boys, He had collected a lot of information, but he was overwhelmed by some of the technical terms and abbreviations in the entertainment industry. He spent a long time studying, but still couldn't learn them. It was more tiring than practicing martial arts. The theme song of Youth sounded, and the high notes exploded instantly. Fong San was so scared that he immediately pressed the mute button. But it was too late. Yu Shiheng raised his eyes. "What are you looking at?" Fong San shuddered, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. "Watching Miss C's show. It's over." He was not doing his job properly during work and was watching talent shows. He was going to be kicked out by Brother Gio. Unexpectedly, Yu Shiheng raised his chin slightly and said, "Let's project it on the screen." Fong San. He confirmed again and again that his ears were not broken. He was in a daze for a long time before he turned on the projector and connected it to his mobile phone. Dense barrage of comments instantly filled the screen. "Brother Yen, here I come." Brother Yen is the eternal god. He has already beaten someone by 10 million votes. Doesn't he know who will be the final C position? I am so annoyed. I have to see C fucking again. Can you cut out her scenes? I don't want to see her. When will C fucking die? If it weren't for her, my brother's popularity would have deteriorated. Half of the comments were praising Liu Yen, while the other half were madly cursing C fucking.
I'll turn off the barrage right now.
Fong San frowned. "Brother Joe, I've searched. These people are called keyboard warriors. They are all brainless and dirty-eyed people." "No need," Yu Shiheng said, "just watch." His expression remained unchanged, but his eyes gradually faded. After hearing what Yu Shiheng said, Fong San didn't care. "Here we come. Let's see how C fucking makes a fool of himself." I always feel conflicted when I see C fucking on every show. I don't want to see her ugly face, but I also want to see her make a fool of herself. Isn't anyone curious about her bare face? When will she take her makeup off? Is she really too ugly to be seen in public? The comments have been filled with people watching the show and mocking it. But when C fucking gave Makino an F rating, fans were shocked. "C fucking, can you please just get out of here right away? You have ruined such a good talent show." Brother Mu is right. You can't sing or dance. C fucking, why did you give me an F? If C fucking can't give me a reason today, I will send her some bloody things later. Smile, smile on the screen. The girl turned the microphone around, looking calm and composed. C fucking was about to answer and smiled. "Let me see what you say." Attention ahead. Although Mai's popularity is not as high as Liu Yen and Xiaoyu, he is also a candidate for debut and has many fans. C fucking demoted Makino directly from Class A to Class F. Makino's fans were furious, and the insults in the barrage became more and more vicious. "Please let C fucking die. Thank you. I really don't want to see her anymore. She's so annoying." Fong San, who was in the entertainment industry for the first time, was really shocked. "Brother Gio, this can't be the case, right?" Although he was an outsider, he had followed Yu Shiheng to banquets in the 4-9 city and to the Royal Concert Hall in the Western Continent, where he had listened to many pieces of music and dance by famous artists. In his opinion, Makino was indeed unremarkable. Why are these fans swearing so vulgarly? The world is so big that nothing is strange. Don't be surprised. Yu Shiheng propped up his chin and paused. "Do we have a company involved in the entertainment industry?" Fong San thought for a moment and said, "No, I'll go back and ask the MO family." Yu Shiheng nodded. The comments were still full of curses, and on the big screen, the photographer gave C fucking a close-up shot. The girl held her hair with one hand and held the microphone with the other. A clear voice sounded, and she was heard to speak the range casually. "Do you dare to have any opinion?" The dense barrage of comments suddenly stopped. Even the screen shook slightly. Fong San, who had no idea what it was but thought it was amazing, was surprised. "Brother Gio, Miss C is so amazing." Yu Shiheng raised his head and said calmly, "Be quiet." Fong San immediately shut up and watched the show seriously. "Is this C fucking? The C fucking who can't sing or dance?" I actually heard the range of the voice. C fucking is awesome. To be honest, he's quite handsome. I want to be his fan. What are you fans of? I am dying of laughter. Is this a script by the production team? They set up a fool character at the beginning and then reverse it? There is no doubt about the script. Just listen to the vocal range. It was written long ago. Fucking has the ability to sing on stage. Seeing that Makino fell to Class F, his fans were so angry that they went to the official Weibo account of the program team to insult and complain. But after this episode was broadcast, CIU's fans began to have a good impression of Fucking. Today, I didn't see Fucking praising anyone except CIU. CIU is indeed very capable and handsome. I have become his fan. I suddenly realized that Fucking and CIU both have fox eyes. This comment was quickly drowned out, and no one paid attention. Yu Shiheng suddenly asked, how many episodes does her show have? Oh. Fong San quickly flipped through the information. There are 10 sessions in total. This is the second session. The next session will be when the students will be divided into classes. Sure enough, when the program announced at the end that the class division mode would officially begin, the fans became active again. Please ask Fucking not to choose my brother. I am willing to be a vegetarian for the rest of my life. It's fun. Students who come under Fucking's tutelage will be eliminated. She is a dance instructor, but she can't even dance. To be honest, with Lin Qingyan around, would anyone choose Fucking as a dance instructor? After the show ended, Fong San was still in a daze. Brother Jiao, I actually watched a talent show with him for 2 hours. The program team here, the director, planner, and other staff are all looking at the data backstage. Hey, this episode is even more popular than the last one. The director was surprised. But it's true. When we were recording it, we didn't expect Fucking to have this skill. He thought about it and said, you can give her more shots in the future, and there's no need to edit them maliciously. Reversing one's personality is indeed a big hot spot in the entertainment industry. But if Fucking really was just a blind cat that caught a dead mouse, then she would have no choice but to follow her old path. The planner shook his head. You forgot that idols are different from actors. They must have good looks.
Fucking's face.
Having said this, he still didn't say anything else. Besides, Tianma Media won't let her get too much attention. The planner said calmly. She let Makino enter Class F and criticized Liu Yan on Weibo. Tianma is angry now, so there's no need to support a risky artist. The director agreed. The reason why Tianma Media has not taken action against Fucking is because it cannot figure out the Zhua family's attitude. After Mr. Zhua's funeral is over, Fucking will probably be in trouble. There is really no need for them to get involved. It was 10 o'clock in the evening when Fucking slowly returned to the hotel. Fong San booked the presidential suite, which had enough bedrooms and attentive service. Fucking slept until 8 o'clock the next morning and looked much better. It's really not pleasant to have your luck taken away when it happens to you. And as if her wake-up time was anticipated, there was a gentle knock on the door. Then the man's cool voice sounded. Wake up, come out for breakfast. I'm here. Fucking finished washing up, put on a mask, and came to the living room. She turned around and saw a man in a white shirt holding a teacup and drinking tea slowly. She could sense the change in Yu Shiheng's attitude towards her. It seemed to have started from the meal, when they discussed Emperor Yin. Could it be that he is also a fan of Emperor Yin? He was very happy when he met someone with the same burden, so he treated her well? I see.
Fucking understood.
Then she should praise Emperor Yin more in front of him in the future, and maybe her salary will increase. Ms. C, we are businessmen who have returned from abroad. Fong San whispered, you don't need to speak, just protect Brother Jiao. Human skin masks are also made according to Western faces. Fucking said, seriously, I understand.
Don't worry, Sanner.
I can be very scary. Don't be fooled by my cute appearance. Fong San. What kind of nickname is this? Also, cute? Fong San glanced at Fucking's hand and chose to step back silently. He was afraid that he would be knocked down by a punch. Let's go. Yu Shiheng wiped his lips, and every move he made showed his dignity and the bearing of a superior. Fucking pushed the wheelchair and followed Yu Shiheng out of the hotel. She had already scouted this place yesterday. Although Yanqing is a second-tier city, the area is also very prosperous. She had been here once 5 years ago and had met several witch doctors. C fucking seemed to be thinking about something. I wonder if I'll see old acquaintances. But no one can recognize her now. That's great. It saves me a lot of unnecessary trouble. Go around a sculpture. Feng San held a map in his hand. Is this the one? C fucking looked up and saw a human-shaped sculpture standing in front of him. What is this carving? Neither men nor women can tell. A passerby saw the three people stopping here and came forward enthusiastically. You're outsiders, right? This is the statue of the Ghost Hand Heavenly Doctor. Feng San's pupils shrank. Ghost Hand Heavenly Doctor? Behind you, Shiheng. C fucking took a bite of an apple with an expressionless face.
Yes.
Before the passerby left, he added, You came to Yanqing to seek medical treatment, right? This statue was specially built by the Ning family 5 years ago. After hearing this, Feng Sen actually bowed seriously.
Si fucking.
Just praying can make it better. She herself doesn't have such an effect, right? After Feng San finished his 3 greetings, he saw the girl looking at the statue with a complicated expression and was stunned. Miss C, do you know the Ghost Hand Heavenly Doctor? The Ghost Hand Doctor had disappeared for several years, and they had been searching for him for quite some time, but couldn't find him. Feng San thought that since C fucking was a doctor, he might have some inside information. C fucking thought for a moment and said, I don't know, but I think this title is pretty childish. Feng San. Forget it. Those who are ignorant are fearless. C fucking coughed lightly and asked humbly, Why don't you tell me about it?
Yes.
Feng San nodded. If there is a ranking of miracle doctors in the world, Ghost Hand Doctor will definitely be ranked first. C fucking blinked. Is it that powerful? Of course. Feng San added. Under the Ghost Hand Heavenly Doctor, there is absolutely no such thing as failure. I heard that the word Ghost Hand came from that.
Si fucking.
She would believe it if he said it. Feng San pursed his lips, looked at Yu Shiheng, and whispered, Brother Jiao, if only we could have invited the Ghost Hand Heavenly Doctor back then. If Yu Shiheng could meet a doctor with magical hands, his leg would definitely be cured. Yu Shiheng leaned on the wheelchair, closed his eyes, and said in a gentle voice, Let nature take its course, and let's go. C fucking pushed him forward while thinking absent-mindedly. She learned medical skills from a dead old man and inherited his legacy. The old man had a weird temper and saved people depending on his mood, which led her to learn bad habits. In addition to the title of Ghost Hand Doctor, it's really too childish. But the old man liked it very much and asked her to write a calligraphy piece and frame it and hang it on the wall every day, saying that he felt happy looking at it every day. She thought he was really sick. C fucking let out a breath slowly, looked back at the statue, and for the first time, he felt a sense of social shame. Fortunately, the sculpture doesn't look like her at all. What is the relationship between the statue of the ghost-handed doctor and C fucking? Thinking of this, C fucking felt a lot better. 10 minutes later, the 3 arrived at their destination. This is a very large manor. The willow branches drooped, scattering a patchwork of mottled shadows. The faint sounds of the pipa and the guzheng intertwine with each other, ringing clear and long. A clear stream flows over rocks, ripples spreading out, carrying with it the chirping of birds. The architectural style is quite reminiscent of the Great Xia dynasty. C fucking raised his head and caught a glimpse of the word Nalan on the door plaque. Although the Nalan family is not considered a noble family in Daxia, it has been passed down for hundreds of years and is considered a wealthy family. Also, because the Nalan family has many famous doctors, the wealthy families in the city have to show them respect. After all, doctors are a profession that no one wants to offend. C fucking lowered his eyes. Most of the witch doctors gathered in the Shizhou area of Daxia. They were good at witchcraft and were familiar with yin and yang as well as medicine. But in the words of the dead old man, the medical skills of witch doctors are not orthodox and they harm others as well as themselves. The manor was very grand and had a large number of servants. Shin Xingjuan had already contacted this place in advance and said he was here to treat a leg disease, so the housekeeper recognized him at the first sight. He took a step forward and examined Yu Shihing for a few seconds. Is this the Scottish gentleman that I made an appointment with last month? Feng San's hand had already grasped the hidden weapon, and he responded inconspicuously. Yes. There are guests in front, so we need to wait a moment. The butler nodded. Please come this way. Please do not go in early to disturb the VIP. If anything goes wrong, you won't be able to bear the consequences. The Nayland family has strict rules. If you break them, you won't be able to find a doctor in Daxia. The contempt implicit in his words made Feng San's eyes instantly burst with murderous intent. Si fucking narrowed his eyes. Yu Shiheng raised his hand, his brows remained still, and his voice was calm. Go over there. The three of them stopped beside the stone table. Si fucking glanced at the housekeeper, bent down slightly, and rested his chin on the back of the wheelchair. Boss. The man lowered his voice. Breathing is within reach. How much does it cost to hire a witch doctor? Yu Shiheng had never been concerned about money, so he answered Feng San. The deposit is 1 million. We'll see if the disease can be cured later, and then pay the cost based on the required medicine and labor. Brother Jio's leg is a chronic disease. If it can be cured, it will cost at least 2 billion.
Si fucking.
All that was left before her eyes was the flashing golden light. These witch doctors are going too far. She never charged such exorbitant prices when she treated others before. Boss, I don't think they can do it. Si fucking said seriously, if you come to me, I'll give you half the price, and I guarantee that you can land like a whirlwind and float on the water easily. Yu Shiheng turned his head slightly and saw that the girl's fox eyes were shining, more moving than the starry sky. He paused, not knowing whether to believe it or not, and smiled slightly. Okay. Feng San covered his face. It was really abnormal for his ninth brother to respond seriously to such words. On the other side, the hall. We have already prepared the herbs that young Master Yu needs. The middle-aged man smiled. Young Master Yu doesn't have to make the trip in person next time. No need. Yu Yao shook his head. It's better for me to keep an eye on these herbs myself.
Well.
The middle-aged man pondered for a few seconds and asked tentatively, I wonder if Master Yu is still in contact with Senior Ghost Hand Heavenly Doctor? He had suffered from aphasia due to a kidnapping case and had never been able to recover. He spent all day in the game cabin, addicted to a holographic online game. Fortunately, when the Yu family was about to give up on him, he met a great player in the game whose title was Ghost Hand Doctor. The Ghost Hand Doctor cured his aphasia. Later, Yu Yao would log into the game on time every day, but he never met this great player again and could only admire him on the leaderboard. Later, the Ghost Hand Doctor disappeared completely and no news was ever heard of him again. He and Ghost Hand Doctor were not acquainted at all, and he knew very little about this great player. Later, Yu Yao found out that the Ghost Hand Doctor was also a god-like existence in reality. The middle-aged man was not discouraged, but just said, if Senior Ghost Hand Heavenly Doctor contacts young Master Yu, please tell the Nayland family as soon as possible. Yu Yao smiled and said, of course. The middle-aged man personally escorted Yu Yao out.
Sir.
The housekeeper bowed respectfully when he saw the middle-aged man coming out. It's 10 o'clock now. The patient from abroad is already outside. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Let them wait a little longer. What else could be more important than the Ghost Hand Doctor right now? After all, the Ghost Hand Doctor appears too rarely, and Yu Yao is one of the few people who has been treated by him. Otherwise, even if the Yu family is one of the most powerful families in Sijia City, the Ning family would not be so polite if Yu Yao had not had any connection with the Ghost Hand Doctor. In the Daxia Empire, family hierarchies were strictly divided. A century-old wealthy family and a 1,000-year-old family. Rich families may not be less wealthy than aristocratic families, but the gap in their background is still huge, and they are not on the same level at all. To be called a noble family, one must have at least fought in battles with Emperor Yin during the Great Xia dynasty, such as the Mahe school that still guards Zhongzhou. The Ning family accidentally obtained several witch doctor secret books decades ago, trained many witch doctors, and now holds the medical lifeline of this area of Shizhou. Therefore, the Ning family has been in its heyday in recent years and no longer takes the so-called aristocratic families seriously. Don't worry, Mr. Ning. Yu Yao also wanted to make friends with the Ning family. I will contact you as soon as I have any news. The two chatted for a few more minutes before Yu Yao walked out. Feng San has been with Yu Shiheng for a long time and has a basic understanding of the Yu family. He saw Yu Yao at first sight. Originally, Feng San didn't care much about it, but he suddenly remembered that the information he collected said that Si fucking entered the entertainment industry because of Yu Yao and seemed to be deeply in love with Yu Yao. In the city of Sijiu, Yu Yao is indeed an extremely outstanding nobleman, and there are countless ladies chasing after him. Old Master Yu also doted on this grandson very much and intended to skip Yu Shiheng's generation and pass the Yu family directly to Yu Yao. Feng San's expression became nervous. Miss Si, look at him, who is it? Si fucking raised his head, took a quick glance, and said mercilessly, don't ask me to look at anyone who is not as good-looking as my boss in the future. I have a high standard of taste. Her chin was still resting on the back of the wheelchair, and she still looked lazy and nonchalant. Why do you want to make me feel disgusted? I'm going to ask my boss to deduct your salary. Hearing this, Yu Shiheng seemed to look in his direction. Feng San. Deducting the salary was a small matter, but the main thing was that he was afraid that Si fucking would never be able to look down on others in his life. Yu Shiheng's face can be said to be unmatched, perfectly unifying the aesthetic standards of men and women. Of course, he had never seen anyone more beautiful than Si fucking. Feng San carefully moved away from Si fucking and then lowered his voice. Brother Jiu, so the distinguished guest the Ning family was talking about is your nephew? The Yu family has a large population, and Yu Yao is the third child in his generation. He is a generation younger than Yu Shiheng, but only 5 years younger. Indeed, in the city of Beijing, Yu Yao is already a favored child of heaven. But Feng San has been in contact with direct descendants of the Mo family since he was a child, so Yu Yao is not as good as him. Yu Shiheng rolled up his sleeves nonchalantly, without looking up, and his tone was extremely cold. Don't worry about him. Feng San nodded. Since they are not from the same world, there is really no need for them to have any intersection with Yu Yao. Yu Yao also saw the 3 people waiting by the stone table. Seeing that they all had Western faces, he didn't pay much attention to them. He just glanced at it calmly and walked out. The Ning family has also made a name for itself in the Western continent, so it is not surprising that people from foreign countries would come. But being able to invite the Ning family shows that they have some strength. Under normal circumstances, he might have gone up to chat with her, but right now he was in a hurry to transport the herbs back to Sijiu City and didn't have the time to make friends. But it was the man in the wheelchair that reminded Yu Yao of Yu Shiheng. He pulled the corner of his lips slightly. A man with a useless leg is no different from a waste. After Yu Yao left, the housekeeper came out again and invited the 3 people in. Mr. Scotland, you want to see his legs, right? The middle-aged man stopped smiling and turned his gaze to the young man in the wheelchair. He said indifferently, let me make it clear first, whether it can be cured or not, the deposit will not be refunded. This is the rule of the Ning family. Yu Shiheng raised his eyes slightly. You broke the appointment. The appointment was at 10 o'clock, and now it's 10:20. Hearing this, the middle-aged man looked impatient. It's only 20 minutes. Can't you wait for this little time? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? If you can't wait, then you don't have to see the doctor. Medical care in the Western continent is also very advanced, right? You can go back. The Great Xia Empire does not welcome you. There are countless people queuing up to see the Ning family, and who is not respectful. The middle-aged man paused abruptly. He only felt a gaze like a sharp blade sweeping towards him, almost cutting his throat. The feeling of oppression swept over me like a raging wave. Above all things, the power of the Supreme Being. It almost makes people kneel down on the spot. The middle-aged man was horrified. His legs felt weak and he looked up in panic, only to see the young man still sitting in the wheelchair with a deep look in his eyes. He quietly pressed the handle of the wheelchair, lowered his eyes slightly, and coughed twice. It was obvious that he was in poor health. Si fucking considerately handed him a glass of water, but his fox eyes narrowed slightly. Such a strong aura, which has already reached the level of being manifested outwardly, yet it can be controlled so freely. She knew that imposing and overwhelming was not just an exaggerated adjective. Some people can break the opponent's bones with their momentum. A few drops of cold sweat appeared on Feng San's forehead. He was standing next to Shiheng and was obviously also quite shocked. He looked at the girl in confusion as she slowly took out an orange and started eating it. "Ms. C, how come you are not affected?"
I'm really sorry.
The middle-aged man suppressed his inner dissatisfaction and reluctantly explained, "Because the Ning family is looking for senior ghost hand heavenly doctor, we were delayed because we were eager to get the news." Hearing this, C fucking looked at him thoughtfully. With so many people looking for her, could she also make some money by selling her own information? Yu Shiheng no longer looked at him. "Let's go." These two words made the middle-aged man's expression change. If this order can be completed, the Ning family can earn at least 1 billion yuan. The reason they accepted the case was indeed because Yu Shiheng offered a sky-high price. The medical record also stated that the Scottish gentleman had been troubled by leg problems for many years and must have wanted to stand up very much. "How can you just leave now? Mr. Scotland, you don't have to be so petty when you are away from home, especially in a foreign country." The middle-aged man steadied himself, shook his head, and spoke again with a bit of sarcasm and threat. "You are leaving the Ning family today. No one in the entire Great Xia Empire can cure your legs. You'd better think it over carefully. This is not an exaggeration. Witch doctors are not traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, and they do not have the so-called caring nature of a doctor. Witch doctors all have some methods that are somewhat shameful. If you offend the witch doctor, whether the disease can be cured is secondary. You won't even know how you died. How come some people still don't understand this truth?" The middle-aged man looked compassionate. C fucking turned his head, his fox eyes curved, and he suddenly smiled. "Without the Ning family, there is no way to treat it? The Ning family is so powerful. What are the Ghost Hand Heavenly Doctor and the Divine Doctor Alliance?" The Miracle Doctors Alliance was an alliance that had called on several miracle doctors to deal with plague and other malignant diseases. The only master is Emperor Yin. I didn't realize this young lady came from abroad, but she knows a lot about my Great Xia. The middle-aged man just felt more amused, and his words were even more sarcastic, "But your information is too fake. First of all, the Divine Doctor Alliance is a force stirring the Great Xia dynasty. Secondly, whether the Divine Doctor Alliance really exists is still unknown, so don't take everything in history books seriously. Because there is no trace to be traced, many historians believe that the Divine Doctor Alliance was just a fake thing to deify Emperor Yin, and it did not exist in history at all. It is uncertain whether the Divine Doctor Alliance is real or fake, but it is 100% certain that it does not exist now. Even if it exists, only Emperor Yin can command it. But Emperor Yin is the one who cannot die anymore, and he has no direct descendants. Who will the Divine Doctor Alliance listen to? As for the Ghost Hand Doctor? The Ghost Hand Doctor once appeared in the Great Xia Empire, but his appearances were very few, and the people he saved were even fewer. They can't even find the Ning family, and a few foreigners still want to find the Ghost Hand Doctor? That's really funny. Ms. C, you should. Feng San forgot to be angry. He whispered, "Read less unofficial history. Not everything written in it is true." Hearing this, Yu Shiheng raised her eyelashes and glanced at him indifferently. Feng Sen broke out in cold sweats when he was looked at. He was completely confused. Nineth brother? Did he say something wrong? The middle-aged man was too lazy to talk nonsense, and he was no longer polite. He said sarcastically, "Mr. Scotland, I said before that the deposit is non-refundable." Then I'll give it to you as your coffin money." C fucking raised his eyelids. "It should be enough for a while, right?" The middle-aged man's face turned pale in an instant. Before he could say anything else, C fucking had already pushed Yu Shiheng away. Feng San followed closely behind. The butler also frowned. "Sir, they are. It's just a matter of waiting a little longer. Why are you being so rude? Do you think you are so great? All of these people have been put on the Ning family's blacklist." The middle-aged man had a gloomy face and gritted his teeth. Send a copy to Siju City as well. I want to see who dares to treat them. The butler nodded. Yes, sir. It's just blocking an ordinary patient. There's no need to worry other members of the Ning family about this kind of thing. The butler took the order and took action without thinking about reporting to his superiors. Outside. Brother Jiao, is it really incurable? Feng San pursed his lips. Then your leg. Why should we respect someone who doesn't respect others?
Sifuking shrugged.
Besides, we spent money. If it were me, I wouldn't even wait for 10 minutes. Yu Shiheng hummed and turned his head slightly. The field of medicine requires more experience than any other field. Generally speaking, older people are more convincing. But he actually believed her. Yeah. Yu Shiheng closed his eyes slightly and said calmly, I have money. The implication is that she would not lie to him for money.
Sifuking.
Feng Sen almost fell down. This is Miss C making trouble, and his ninth brother is following suit? C fucking raised his hand and swore. Boss, believe me, I love you, not your money. Yu Shiheng leaned on his elbow and looked at her with an expression that said, I already believe it. C fucking instantly changed his words. Okay, I do love money, but boss, my feelings for you are true. I think that in this world, the only person who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Emperor Yin, the dragon among men, is you, boss. Not only praised him, but also praised his idol. With this series of operations, she felt that she was god level. Maybe I can get a salary increase. Yu Shiheng's eyes suddenly opened. His pupils were light brown, but the depths were very dark. He just stared at her quietly. After a few seconds, he coughed and said, Well, let's go back. C fucking looked at the man's handsome face without any fluctuation and began to seriously think about 100 ways to make money while on the way. The three of them went straight back to lynching. Afterwards, Feng San followed Yu Shiheng's instructions and sent C fucking to her apartment. Bundles of medicinal herbs were also carried up. C fucking wiped his hands and said casually, Sanner, since you helped me move things, I'll give you some information. Feng San was puzzled. What? C fucking pressed his fingers on his lips, a fierce look in his pupils that he never had in his usual days. During these few tenths of a second of eye contact, Feng San suddenly felt a sense of nervousness and oppression that he only felt when facing Yu Shiheng. He couldn't help but take a step back. Miss C, Miss C? C fucking smiled slightly again. It's because she is cold-blooded and heartless. She only saves people when they see them dying. Feng San was suddenly stunned. Don't make any mistakes. C fucking supported the door frame with one hand and blinked, San bye. After leaving the apartment building, Feng San finally came back to his senses. What nickname is San? On the other side, the Zhua family. Tomorrow is the day when Mr. Zhua will be buried. Even though the Zhua family members are more concerned about the inheritance, these superficial efforts still need to be done. Why does she come to Grandpa's funeral? Zhua Qingya was immediately unhappy when she heard that C fucking was also coming. Big brother was admitted to the hospital because of her. Grandpa must have had a heart attack because of her. Why did this ungrateful person show up? Anyway, she won't come to the Zhua family again. Zhua Tianfeng was much more generous at this time. He waved his hand and said, We in the Zhua family can't let others talk about us like her. After saying that, he went upstairs to arrange the work. Second sister, this is too infuriating. Zhua Qingya gritted her teeth. Isn't the second season of Youth released? C fucking actually gained more fans. Zhua Xianyu floated the tea and didn't care. What's the matter? She doesn't deserve it. Zhua Qingya snorted coldly. I quite like Makino. Why did she let him enter Class F? At this point, she suddenly seemed to remember something. Sister, do you know anyone from the program team?
Can you let me in?
I'll find a way to teach her a lesson. After many setbacks in the entertainment industry, C fucking realized how good the Zhua family had been to her. Zhua Xianyu thought for 2 seconds and nodded. Okay, I heard from my friend that the program team will have an interview next week. You can go in with the staff then. Don't make too big a move, and remember to take yourself off. I know the tricks of the entertainment industry. Zhua Qingya was much happier. She even hugged Zhua Xianyu's arm and said, Speaking of which, second sister, I met the third young master of the Yu family a few days ago. I even talked to him specifically. Do you know what he thought of fucking? He said fucking is not worth getting along with at all, and it would be best if he never meets her again. Zhua Xinyu said indifferently, young master Yu is right. If it weren't for Mr. Zhua adopting fucking wouldn't even be able to marry into the Zhua family, let alone the Yu family of Sijia City. As a result, fucking still does not know how to be grateful or give back. Of course. Zhua Qingya gloated. Besides, the Yu family is going to form an alliance with the Ji family, and the third young master Yu and Miss Ji are childhood sweethearts. Is it fucking's turn to get in between them? Zhua Xinyu nodded. The Yu family and the Ji family are well matched. If the Zhua family wants to squeeze into the upper circle of Sijia City, they must establish good relations with these two families. Oh, by the way, I also heard third young master Yu say that he was looking for the ghost hand, heavenly doctor. Zhua Qingya added, sister, let's help look for him too. Zhua Xinyu was stunned. Ghost hand, heavenly doctor? He's just a great doctor, but I haven't heard of him either. Zhua Qingya was embarrassed. Anyway, third young master Yu has been looking for him to treat Miss Ji. I thought that if we were lucky enough to find the ghost hand doctor, we could also use this opportunity to establish a relationship with the Yu family. I'll keep an eye on it. Zhua Xinyu nodded. You did a good job this time. She let out a slow breath. The ghost hand doctor, judging from the title, is someone that we can only look up to. And she only just now knew that there was such a person in the great Xia Empire. As expected, she still had to go to Sijia City, otherwise she would not be qualified to know a lot of news on the road. But because she liked to take things apart, her seniors would stay away from her every time they bought something. Fucking clicked on an icon on the desktop. Oracle, the most popular online game in the world. It combined the myths of the East and the West, and was not only popular in the Western continent, but also in the entire Great Xia Empire. In the past, she would play when she had some free time. Fucking still did not log into the game, but only opened the chat software. She ignored the other red dots, clicked on an avatar, and sent a message directly. 9. There is a thing, my luck has been taken away. Gee. It's been almost 4 years, and you're finally alive?
Gee. Who?
Tell me, I'll grab my weapon and smash him to pieces. 9. Oh, dead. Gee, I see. He deserved to be attacked. He died a good death. He got it easy. I should let him try my unique secret method. It would be better for him to live a life worse than death. Fucking rested her chin on her hand, wondering why everyone she knew was so irritable. She still has the best temper and is a caring little cutie. 9. I suspect that my luck has been taken away by more than one person, so I want you to help me take a look. Gee. No problem, I'll take care of it. I don't know which on my OG has gone astray again, but don't get caught by me, or I'll teach him a lesson. Gee, wait. You dare to take your luck? Are you crazy enough to want to die? 9. It's a long story. Gee. Let's talk about it when we meet. I've been wondering what you look like for a long time.
So, what are you doing now?
Why haven't you heard from me for so long? Are you in seclusion? Fucking thought about it and replied. 9. Being a star and working part-time as a bodyguard.
Yeah.
Gee. I say, let's not joke around, okay?
Fucking shrugged regretfully.
What a shame. Everything she said was true. Gee. Forget about anything else, let's play games. I'm already lying in the game cabin. Take me flying. Fucking frowned and replied. 9. My gaming cabin and gaming helmet are both broken, so I can only play Oracle. Oracle is a 3D online game that requires a keyboard and mouse to operate. The game they are discussing is holographic, which directly links the nerves and consciousness, projecting the entire person into the game world, making it more realistic. Ordinary people don't even know that this game exists. Without a gaming pod and a gaming helmet, there is no way to access holographic gaming. Too bad both of these were probably blown away along with her. Fucking actually anticipated that she would die one day in the future, so she prepared for many things in advance, including clearing all her information. If someone else got hold of her device, the consequences would be disastrous. Gee, Okay, let's just say it's an oracle. My body can't stand playing holographic games all the time. Let's start a new dungeon next week. Gee, I have something to do recently, and am still in Dongseng. I will be back in 2 months at the earliest. Since the person who took away your luck is dead, you don't have to worry. I will send you a few talismans first. C fucking sent back the address, seeming to be thinking about something. Yin Yang and the 5 elements originated in Daxia and were introduced to Dongseng in the 639th year of the Xia calendar. But after more than 1,000 years, it was the Yin Yang master of Dongseng who surpassed the great Xia Empire. When talking about Onmyoji now, people in the Western continent only know about Dongseng but not Daxia. Gee, that's not right. Don't you also know Yin Yang and the 5 elements? Why are you looking for me? 9, but I only know how to fight. If you are beaten by the Onmyoji from Dongseng, I will help you fight back. I don't know anything else. Gee. Stop talking, I'm reminded of the time you beat me up. C fucking slowly drank the last sip of Coke and exited the chat software. The next day, at 9:30 in the morning, Mr. Zhu's funeral began. The Zhu family is a wealthy and powerful family in Lincheng, so naturally other families also sent people to participate. C fucking did not wear mourning clothes. She was wearing a white shirt with a denim jacket over it. He is very conspicuous among the younger generations of the Zhu family. Zhu Xinyu frowned, but finally said nothing and looked away coldly. Zhu Qingya also disdained to pay attention to C fucking. She lowered her voice and said, "Second sister, I asked again yesterday. I heard that the last time the ghost hand heavenly doctor appeared was in Zhongzhou."
Yes.
Zhu Xinyu nodded. Let's go to Zhongzhou next month. Unlike some people who don't even know the ghost hand heavenly doctor. Zhu Qingya snorted complacently. You still want to enter the 4th Nine City without even considering whether you are worthy or not. Ghost hand doctor, who is that? C fucking tilted her head slightly, crossed her arms, and smiled mischievously and ostentatiously. What a middle school name. Chinibu? Even though Zhu Xinyu was well-mannered, she was still angry and laughed when she heard this. She said coldly, just take care of yourself. What do you know? Do you know who he is? Zhu Xinyu also specifically looked for information related to the ghost hand doctor, but did not obtain any useful intelligence. Obviously, it is either encrypted or deleted. But whether it is the former or the latter, it proves that the ghost hand doctor is very extraordinary. She asked someone to go to Yanqing and found out that in addition to the Ning family, even the Mo family and the Ji family were looking for the ghost hand doctor. The 2 great families, Ji and Mo, worked together to look for someone, but they couldn't find any clues at all. So Xinyu no longer had any hope. For years ago, Zhongzhou was able to discover the whereabouts of the ghost hand doctor because he took the initiative to expose himself. It is said that someone blocked his way, and he was in a hurry to get on with his life, so he saved a patient who was confirmed to be beyond help. Everyone is saying that the ghost hand doctor has a weird temper and must not be offended. Zhu Xinyu was stuck in his breath. Why was she saying all this to C fucking? It was like talking to a cow. C fucking is an ordinary person. How could he come into contact with these things? Zhu Xinyu took a deep breath and tried to calm his anger. She turned her head and no longer looked at C fucking. You're done, C fucking. Zhu Qingya smiled, full of malice. You insulted the ghost hand doctor so much, and you still want to have a good relationship with the 3rd young master you? You're dreaming. C fucking raised his eyebrows. What does it have to do with you? She scolded herself. Who else can do anything about it? Of course it matters. Zhu Qingya sneered. I'll tell 3rd young master you in a moment. Just wait. C fucking said indifferently. On the right, Yu Yao stood with several young men he knew. You see, I told you. C fucking is an ungrateful person. The young master raised his chin. She attended the funeral and didn't even wear mourning clothes. It's a pity that old masters would treated her like a treasure. Yu Yao didn't even raise his head. The Zhu family will definitely terminate the adoption agreement with her. The young master added, but it may be difficult. C fucking will definitely cling to the Zhu family. The entertainment industry is a cannibalistic place. Although C fucking has black spots all over her body and her black fans want her to get out of the entertainment industry, at least she had the protection of the Zwa family in the past, and at least she got the position of mentor in youth and youth. Without the support of the Zwa family, C fucking will be killed sooner or later. Yu Yao didn't want to hear anything about C fucking at all. He tugged at his tie irritably and glanced away, then saw two young men in strange attire walking towards Zwa Tianfeng. Being blocked, Zwa Tianfeng frowned, somewhat displeased. What are you two doing? I am an onmyoji, and I am a disciple of Mr. Fujiyama Shizuya. One of them took out a business card and handed it over. Master and your father were close friends. I am very sad to hear that you have passed away. But the master is in Dongsang and can't spare time, so he asked the two of us to come here to pay our respects. Hearing this, Zwa Tianfeng's expression brightened. Master Fujiyama Shizuya? Although he had never heard of the name Shizuya Fujiyama, he knew the surname Fujiyama. It is the Yin-Yang family of Dongseng. Onmyoji, that is the person that all the wealthy and powerful families in the city want to curry favor with. Having an onmyoji in charge of the family can ensure prosperity and wealth for many years. Mr. Zwa actually had connections with the Fujiyama family, and even he didn't know about it. Zwa Tianfeng's expression became excited. You two didn't tell me in advance. It's my family who neglected me. We two brothers just arrived today. We're sorry for being so abrupt. The young man smiled and said, May we pay our respects to the old man? You're welcome, you're welcome. Zwa Tianfeng responded repeatedly, This way, please. Many people noticed the commotion here. C fucking twitched his ears and narrowed his fox eyes slightly. Having your luck taken away is different from being sick. It's impossible to tell. If she said that the Zwa family took away her luck, she would just be considered a psychopath. She still remembers the dream she had. The Yin-Yang master in the dream said that she didn't have much luck left. That's why she guessed that more than one person had taken away her luck. After all, Grandpa Zwa alone cannot invite the Yin-Yang master, who can change one's fate. These two young men are probably related to the Yin-Yang master, who took away her luck. C fucking touched his chin. TSK. She hadn't been to Dongsang for a long time, and her hands were itching. The funeral was over quickly. Zwa Tianfeng was anxious to establish a relationship with the Yin-Yang master, so he took the lead. The rest of the people also dispersed one by one. Yu Yao bowed to Mr. Zwa's tombstone again before turning around. Third young master Yu. Zwa Qingya would not miss any opportunity, and hurriedly called him over. My second sister and I were just discussing the ghost hand heavenly doctor, but that rascal C fucking actually said that this name was childish. Why did she want to know that? She is really ignorant. Yu Yao's expression finally changed. Only he himself knows how important the ghost hand doctor means to him. Saved his life in his darkest and most desperate moment. Ignorance is okay. But C fucking's behavior was clearly stupid to the extreme. He had no emotional intelligence and was simply hopeless. Yu Yao's disgust towards C fucking deepened, but his good upbringing prevented him from speaking bad words directly to a girl. He just walked past C fucking with a cold face without even looking at her. Oh, C fucking, you don't seem to have a car. Zwa Qingya was very happy. Looks like you have to walk back by yourself. Don't even think about taking my second sister's car. It's already good enough that we picked you up. There are no buses or even shared bicycles nearby. The sun is very strong now, and the wind is dry and the air is hot. She wanted to see how C fucking would go back. If they were photographed by entertainment reporters on the road, it would be another scandal. Zwa Xinyu glanced at C fucking calmly and said, Let's go. C fucking ignored her. She put away her phone and slowly walked out of the cemetery. There was a row of luxury cars parked outside, but apparently no one was willing to give Si Fuqing a ride. Zwa Qingya said sarcastically, Bye. Walk back slowly. A rascal is a rascal. At this moment, suddenly, a rumbling sound of the engine was heard, and even the wind seemed to become sharper, blowing up the fallen leaves on the ground. I saw a blue car speeding towards me in front of me, but I could only see the rear of the car. The young man was sharp-eyed and saw the logo of the car. Hey. Ah Yao, this seems to be the new car that was released a few days ago. It is limited to 10 units. As soon as he finished speaking, the car suddenly braked and stopped in front of C, blowing exhaust gas all over his face. The car window was lowered, and a male voice was heard, like a wisp of wind scattered in the sunshine, slowly spreading out. Come here, get in the car. There was a moment of silence around them, and Zhuoqingya's laughter came to an abrupt end. C paused, also a little surprised. She bent down slightly, and her eyes were level with the man in the car. Why did you change cars? This car is indeed a world-famous brand and looks quite cool, but it is still far inferior to the one made by Majia.
Yeah.
Yu Shiheng said calmly, propping up his head and looking at her. Lots of money.
Sifuking.
Hateful. The black-hearted boss did it on purpose. She looked at him for a few seconds, then opened the car door and got in. The people around saw the car disappear into the distance once again, this time without even leaving any exhaust gas behind. Zhuoxinyu pinched her fingers, and her nails unconsciously dug into her palms. Yu Yao also watched the sports car disappear at the end of the street in silence. Am I seeing this correctly? The young man stammered. This is a new car from MS, limited to only 10 units worldwide. These limited edition cars will not be sold on the market and have already been reserved in advance. He also saw it on the official website. At that time, I was still telling Yu Yao regretfully that I could only watch. Who knew that someone would come in this car to pick up C?
Who?
The young man felt a burning pain on his face and was embarrassed. Miss Xinyu, which car is that? Yu Yao also looked over. Facing Yu Yao, Zhuoxinyu's expression was much softer. She nodded and said, a car came to pick her up a few days ago. They should be people from the entertainment industry. Everyone present was a smart person and could hear the hidden meaning behind the sentence. C has no power, no influence, and no money, so of course it is impossible that she bought the car herself. With just a few financial backers, things are really messy. After hearing what Zhuoxinyu said, the inexplicable depression in Yu Yao's heart also dissipated. He retracted his gaze, his expression indifferent. Let's go. What does C self-degradation have to do with him? In the car. You're driving the car like a pro today. C applauded. San, good job. Feng San's hands on the steering wheel trembled, and he accepted the compliment against his conscience. Miss C, you are too kind. This section of the road was too narrow. He was originally planning to turn around, but then he heard his ninth brother say 2 words speed. In a hurry, he shifted the car directly to reverse gear. Yu Shiheng raised his eyes when he heard the words, and when his gaze fell on the girl's hair, he suddenly leaned over and reached out to brush it. His fingertips were cold, but his palms were warm. This instantaneous touch seemed to slightly vibrate even the heartstrings. Wrapped in the fragrance of osmanthus on a moonlit night, C saw a fallen leaf in Yu Shiheng's hand. I don't know when this happened to her. Boss is still the best. C gave another thumbs up. Boss, you're the best, but do you have obsessive-compulsive disorder? Yu Shiheng's eyebrows twitched. Ms. C, Brother Jiu, and I watched your show. Feng San spoke up in a timely manner, dryly. You are really amazing. We will be able to see the students you lead in the next episode, right? Don't. C face was expressionless for a moment. It would be best if no one chose me. I want to be a little salted fish and bask in the sun every day. Feng San. He really shouldn't have had too much hope. The car drove for a distance and reached the main road. A few minutes later, C suddenly said, wait, stop the car. Feng San subconsciously looked at Yu Shiheng in the rearview mirror. Yu Shiheng said, stop. Feng San stopped the car immediately. Before he asked C what she was going to do, he saw her happily get out of the car, run across the road to buy a candied Haws, and then return to the car. For the first time, Yu Shiheng felt a little helpless. He sighed softly. Don't eat your clothes.
No.
C took a bite of the hawthorn. If it gets dirty, I'll wash it. I'll make sure it's spotless. Yu Shiheng hummed, closed his eyes, and leaned back in his chair to rest. His profile was bathed in light golden sunlight, like white jade stained with amber. C ate and watched with great interest. Feng San was a little confused. Miss C is not afraid of Brother 9, and Brother 9 seems to be too indulgent towards Miss C. Yu Shiheng is not a talkative person and has always been frugal with words. The sentence Feng San heard Yu Shiheng say to him the most in these years was, "Is this how you work as a guard?" Every time he heard this, it was like his mother calling him by his full name when he was a child. Feng San couldn't understand and could only choose to drive. The other side. Youth Boy Training Base. After the second episode was finished, the rankings of the trainees also changed accordingly. Liu Yan and Xiaoyu still maintain their positions in first and second place, with Liu Yan even surpassing Mu Yi by more than 10 million votes. But in fact, looking from the backstage, it is Xiaoyu who has more votes. The fans had no idea that Xiaoyu's votes were suppressed, and Makino fell directly out of the top 20. If Tianla Media doesn't protect him later, Makino will basically have no chance of making his debut. Brother Xia, who are you going to choose? Su Shiyun was a little distressed. I'm not very good at vocals and dancing. Whoever I choose will be eliminated, right? Your singing does need to improve. Xiaoyu took the registration form, but I see that your dancing has improved a lot recently. Su Shiyun scratched his head. I suddenly got it. He was also quite puzzled. Fucking didn't give him much guidance, so how come he learned everything at once? While Su Shiyun was still thinking, Xiaoyu had already picked up the pen and wrote down a name. Brother Xia, who did you choose? Su Shiyun poked his head out. Teacher Lin? Xiaoyu is known as the king of the stage. The number of views of one of his solo dance videos has exceeded 20 million. Choosing a dance group would help him more. Xiaoyu folded the registration form and said nonchalantly, "We'll know when the time comes." Forget it, never mind. I want to choose fucking. Su Shinian decisively began to write, Brother Xia, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I think she is very powerful. She is definitely hiding her strength. He had no plans to make his debut, but at least he couldn't leave any regrets. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. After Su Xian finished writing, he and Xiaoyu handed the registration form to the staff. The registration form was delivered to the tutor's office very quickly. Lin Qingyan got her own stack of registration forms. A conservative estimate is at least 40. There are 101 trainees in total, and each teacher can select up to 25. This means that many trainees will be eliminated. Teacher Lin Xiaoyu is an all-rounder, but he seems to be a better dancer. The vocal instructor said, He must have chosen you, right? Your application form is really thick. Lin Qingyan smiled and said, Of course, Xiaoyu's stage performance is amazing. If we don't choose her, will we choose fucking who is incapable of singing and dancing? She has to choose the remaining unwanted people before it can be fucking's turn. Lin Qingyan took out a pen and opened the registration form. The popularity of a star will only last for a few years at most, unless he or she reaches the level of an international film actor or superstar. Lin Qingyan asked herself if she was that strong enough and could only choose another path. She knew very well that she needed more popularity to continue to gain a foothold in the entertainment industry. With an outstanding student like Xiaoyu under her, her fan base will also increase. With fucking helping her, this show seemed tailor-made for her. Student Liu Yan will definitely go to Teacher Li's class. The vocal teacher sighed. They are both very good. I am optimistic about them. Maybe they will be able to enter the international entertainment industry in the future. I was looking forward to working with her, but unfortunately. As she spoke, she finished reading the registration form. But Xiaoyu's name was not found. Lin Qingyan's expression changed, and she flipped through it again in disbelief. Only then did she finally confirm that Xiaoyu's registration form was indeed not with her. The vocal instructor noticed her unusual expression and asked with concern, Teacher Lin, what happened? Nothing. Lin Qingyan pursed her lips and called the staff. Didn't Xiaoyu hand in his registration form? The staff member was stunned. Yes, I received it personally. Xiaoyu is a very talented trainee and is also one of the trainees that the program team pays special attention to. Without affecting the relationship between the program team and Tianla Media, the director and planner also took good care of Xiaoyu. Not to mention that Xiaoyu is good-looking and the staff are also willing to get close to him. It must have been lost. Lin Qingyan suppressed her inner anxiety and said, "Look for it along the way back." The staff member agreed and muttered, "Impossible. Teacher Lin, nothing is absolute. It is possible that Xiaoyu chose Teacher Li." The vocal instructor was also a little embarrassed and comforted her. "Wait until Teacher Li comes back. I will go with you to ask and see if we can get it from him." A friend of Li Jingchen in the circle came to Lincheng, so he was not there at this time and would be back later. Lin Qingyan forced a smile. "Thank you for your help." She pursed her lips, selected 24 students, and reserved a spot for Xiaoyu. Li Jingchen has a good relationship with her and will definitely give Xiaoyu to her. She needn't worry too much. Here, the car has entered the city. Xi fucking finished a candied haws and a portion of fried chicken and finally lay down comfortably on the seat. For a worker, the most important thing is to have a good boss. After resting for a while, she slowly took out a wooden box from her bag and threw it over. With a pop, it fell accurately on the man's thigh. Feng San, who witnessed all this from the car mirror. His heart was about to explode. Fortunately, he was the only one who had to bear it. He was afraid that if the other brothers saw it, they would go crazy. Fortunately, Yu Shiheng didn't react at all. He reached out and picked up the wooden box, then looked up at her. "What is this?" "Medicine." Xi fucking held his chin with both hands, smiling like a fox, with a hint of revenge. "I was afraid that you would suffer, so I added chocolate, candied fruit, and strawberries. It should be delicious." Feng San again. "Are you sure this isn't made of sugar?" Yu Shiheng opened the wooden box. The medicinal fragrance dissipated instantly, strong but not greasy, strong but not pungent. Obviously, it is a good medicine. As if something had touched her heart, Yu Shiheng lowered her eyes and said in a gentle voice, "The salary will be deposited into the card." Xi fucking opened the car door. Just as she was about to leave, a voice called her from behind. Xi fucking turned around. The man did not move, his long legs crossed, only his upper body slightly tilted. He raised his head and looked at her. His eyes were light and there was a faint smile on his face. "Go up and take a rest." His light brown pupils held a mysterious allure, like fireworks exploding in the darkness, deep and quiet. When looking at a person, one will have a feeling of sinking and weightlessness. I know. Xi fucking rubbed his ears and waved his hand lazily. This sound is really foul. She had known so many voice actors before, but none of them had a voice as good as his. After Xi fucking's figure disappeared, Yu Shiheng looked forward again and said calmly, "Let's go." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Jingchen returned to the training base from outside and ran into Lin Qingyan and the vocal instructor. "Xiaoyu?" After hearing this, Li Jingchen was stunned. He nodded. "Well, he should go to the dance group. I won't choose him. Li Jingchen is the oldest and the strongest, so he has a lot of registration forms. However, surprisingly, Xiaoyu is still not there." "Not here with you, Teacher Li?" Lin Qingyan was stunned. Then it would be she seemed to suddenly remember something and hurried to Xi fucking's room. There is no need to flip through them, because there are only 2 registration forms on the table. Lin Qingyan was not interested in the other name. She stared at the word Xiaoyu and tightened her fingers holding the paper little by little. My heart also felt empty for a moment, and I had a strong feeling of suffocation.
11e lieu actuel les choses si fuquin?
Crazy? Who in the entertainment industry doesn't know that Xi fucking is shameless and incompetent? Lin Qingyan's face turned pale, and she had difficulty breathing. The vocal instructor and Li Jingchen, who followed over, naturally saw it as well. The vocal instructor was surprised. "Student Xiaoyu, this. What's wrong with Xiaoyu?" Li Jingchen frowned, slapped the table heavily, and laughed angrily. Is he kidding about his future? What can Xi fucking teach him? Call him over and make a new choice. Xiaoyu is also a student that Li Jingchen is very optimistic about. Today's entertainment industry is becoming more and more impetuous, and there are fewer and fewer people with real abilities. Capital is in power and has turned a good circle into a mess. Li Jingchen is very disappointed with Xi fucking, a capitalist who tries to seize resources. Although Xiaoyu has a bad temper, he has always been serious and hardworking. Why did he choose C fucking as his mentor in a moment of confusion? C fucking can't sing or dance. Who can teach him? Teacher Lee, they are training now and have to go to dinner soon. The vocal instructor advised, anyway, the group list has not been announced online yet, so let's find them after they have rested. Li Jingchen's expression eased a little. I didn't think it through. Lin Qingyan's face was still a little pale. She pursed her lips and put the registration form back on the table. Actually, it doesn't matter to me whether I'm chosen or not. I believe that Mr. C will be able to teach Xiaoyu well. What can she teach? Li Jingchen finally calmed down and then got angry again. Teacher Lin, don't worry. Xiaoyu will definitely come to your class. Lin Qingyan then smiled a little. Thank you so much, Teacher Li. Li Jingchen added, I'll go discuss this with the planner and director, but they definitely won't agree. A good talent like Xiaoyu must not be harmed by C fucking. At 7:30 in the evening, C fucking returned to the training camp. After all, Su Shiyun is half her apprentice. Although she has taken a day off today, she came to see her teaching results out of a dedicated heart. When he reached the third floor, he ran into Su Shiyun, who was running wildly. C fucking quickly pulled him up and prevented him from falling flat on his face. Su Shiyun stood up straight, and when he saw the person in front of him, he stammered, Teacher C. Why are you running so fast? C fucking raised his eyebrows. Tell me the truth, how many hours did you practice dancing today? Teacher C, I am practicing seriously. Su Shiyun said quickly. I have something to do. Teacher C, I will come to you later. C fucking stopped smiling and his fox eyes narrowed. What's wrong? Su Shiyun pursed her lips and spoke with some difficulty. It's just that the trainees were divided into classes and Brother Xia chose you, so you were called over by the instructor, director, and planner. Choose me? C fucking paused, took a deep breath, and smiled kindly. Is he mentally ill or blind? I can help him take a look. Is it that it's not obvious that she's lying like a salted fish? Can she be chosen for this? Her fists hardened. Su Si-un. He couldn't tell who was being scolded. This is not the point. Su Shiyun lowered his head, his voice bitter. Teacher C, Brother Xia is a solo trainee. He doesn't have an agency, and the program team is in a state of semi-suppression towards him. I'm afraid someone will use this incident to force him to withdraw from the competition. Teacher Li was already furious. TSK, C fucking's eyes turned cold, and she said indifferently, Trouble, wait. After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the planning room on the second floor. Teacher C. Su Shiyun was stunned. Where are you going? C fucking put his hands in his pockets and said in an icy voice, I need someone. Su Shiyun was stunned. After a few seconds, he reacted and followed immediately. Planning interior. He was wearing a black leather jacket, exuding a bit of cool and unrestrained handsomeness. I chose it, no one forced me. Facing the doubt, Xiaoyu just raised his eyelids, not even bothering to look up. What's wrong? Can't I choose? It's not that you can't choose, Xiaoyu, but it's related to your future career, so you have to think carefully. The vocal instructor advised, Teacher Lin's stage is very good. You can learn a lot from her. The director also said, Xiaoyu, let me be frank with you. The majority of the shots in the later stages will definitely be from Teacher Lin's side. If you go to C fucking's side, I'm afraid you won't even get any shots. Xiaoyu remained unmoved and raised the corners of his lips. So? The director choked. Li Jingchun was not so good-tempered. He spoke directly. Xiaoyu, you should know that C fucking can't teach you anything. I have given your registration form to Teacher Lin. You can go to her class. I think Mr. C is pretty good. At least he's comfortable to get along with. Xiaoyu crossed his arms, looking relaxed. Isn't the competition system that the trainees choose their mentors, and then the mentors choose their mentors? Teacher C didn't say, he didn't want me, right? Why would Teacher Li let me go to another class? There was silence in the room for a moment. Lin Qingyan pinched her hands with her nails, and her body trembled slightly with anger. She tried to control her emotions and said sadly, Forget it. Maybe I am not capable enough. Teacher C is also very good, but Xiaoyu, if you have any questions, you can also come to me. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone frowned. Xiaoyu, Director Li and I both hope that you can understand how important this program is. The planner put out his cigarette and said calmly, Youth Boys is not only the first talent show in China with 100 people, but also a key project to compete on the international stage. Teacher Lin has a friend in Glenn. If you follow Teacher Lin, even if you can't get into Glenn in the future, at least you can get in touch with the people there. Glenn, that is the holy land that all artists yearn for. Of course, the planner didn't really expect Xiaoyu to be able to stand on Glenn's stage. That's what he said. After all, the great Xia Empire has been around for so long, and even after those veteran movie stars, no one has won the Grain Award. Xiaoyu is indifferent and nonchalant. I won't change. I want C fucking. Li Jingchen immediately got angry. Then you can forget about competing with Lu Yan for the C position in your life. You might as well just withdraw from the competition.
Bang!
A heavy, dull sound was heard. Outside, C fucking raised his leg and kicked the door open. Extremely irritable and cruel. Everyone turned around. The girl was still dressed in that shamat style, so thick that it was unbearable to look at. But she stood there, like an inviolable towering mountain. Xiaoyu's gaze paused, then fell on C fucking. His eyes narrowed. C fucking walked in slowly, clapped his hands, and laughed. You are holding 3 trials for 1 student. This is quite a big deal. Before anyone else could react, she laughed slowly again. See? This is called a mentor bullying a student. Tell me, should I learn from this? Su Xiun, who was following behind. No, he didn't want to see it. C fucking walked too fast, and when he caught up with her, she had already kicked the door open. Su Xiun was very worried and whispered, Teacher C. C fucking situation is even worse than Xiaoyu's. From the director and planner to the cleaner, no one in the program team even looked at her. She has so many haters in the entertainment industry that sulfuric acid is thrown at her whenever she walks on the street. Li Jingchen's expression froze, and he looked embarrassed for a moment. He was so disappointed with Xiaoyu that he spoke harshly to him. Seeing C fucking coming, Lin Qingyan was relieved. She twirled the hair by her ears and whispered, Teacher C, can you give Xiaoyu to me? I will teach her well. Oh, C fucking crossed his arms. If you don't allow me, get out. Lin Qingyan's smile froze, somewhat unbelievable. Anyone who's in the entertainment industry knows how to save face. How could there be someone as direct as C fucking? Li Jingchen was so angry that he laughed again. C fucking, Qingyan was talking to you nicely. Why did you have such an attitude?
Who do you think you are?
Movie queen or diva? Who among them is not more qualified than C fucking, the 18-year-old who is blacklisted by the entire internet? He chose my student, and I let him go. What will he think? C fucking still smiled. Anyway, I won't let him go. C fucking. The planner was also angry. Don't you understand your position in the program team? You have no right to choose. This is the first time such words have been put out in the open. The atmosphere became quite tense for a moment. That's just right.
He followed me.
Isn't that what you all wish for?
C fucking smiled.
You don't have to suppress him anymore. His fans might also take off their clothes. In this way, Lu Yan will be firmly in the center position, right? There was complete silence all around. The planners didn't expect that C fucking was even more ruthless than them and would tell such a thing. Li Jingchen was both shocked and furious. C fucking, what nonsense are you talking about? Let's go. C fucking put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, Teacher will take you to have a midnight snack. Xiaoyu raised his eyebrows and followed with his long legs. Seeing Su Xian still standing there, he grabbed Su Xian's shoulders and moved him a few steps forward. Su Xian suddenly stepped into the air and landed on the ground. What kind of super powerful gorilla had he met?
Teacher C.
Xiaoyu looked directly at the girl and suddenly said, If I choose you, won't you be in big trouble? You are the academy and I am the tutor. C fucking said lazily, I am a little troublesome, but it doesn't matter. C fucking glanced at him, took out an apple and ate it. Be dedicated to your work. Teacher C is indeed very dedicated. Xiaoyu stretched out his long legs and smiled. Come to the training camp in the evening, and you still have to work hard to put on makeup.
Yeah.
Si fucking touched his chin. Am I good at applying makeup? Su Xiun praised him against his conscience. It has reached the pinnacle. Xiaoyu chuckled. The three of them actually went to the commercial street outside to have a midnight snack. Thank you for the treat. I'm leaving now. Si fucking finished eating and stood up. If anyone bullies you again, remember to call me. Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with inquiry. It's so late. What is Teacher Si doing? I've finished my work as a celebrity, and now I'm going to be a bodyguard. Si fucking glanced at the time. I'm going to visit my boss and take a look at his cute and silly subordinates. Su Xian looked back in confusion. Brother Xia, what does it mean to slip away? Xiaoyu moved his wrist nonchalantly. Just kidding. Su Si-un. It's not much better. Si fucking rode a shared bicycle all the way from the training base to Yu Shiheng's villa. At 10 o'clock in the evening, it was completely dark. She locked the car and just stepped into the yard. Her ears moved, and she quickly caught a figure that blended into the night. The man did not realize that he had been exposed. Si fucking moved extremely quickly, and in an instant he was behind the man and locked his arms behind his back. She said coldly, "Who are you?" Although the noise was light, the people in the villa had excellent hearing. Feng San rushed out immediately and saw Si fucking holding an unidentified person. He asked sternly, "Who is it?" "Uncle Jiao, it's me." It hurts, a voice cried out. "Whoa, little sister, it hurts. Please be gentle to me, I'm a good boy." Si fucking was stunned and subconsciously loosened his hand. Feng San turned on the lights in the garden. The light shone on the girl's face, reflecting a pair of ignorant deer eyes. Because of the previous pain, her eyelashes were stained with mist, making her look a little pitiful. Feng San was a little dazed. Miss you, Tong? Hey, Feng San, it's me. Long time no see. You look handsome again. Yu Tang quickly forgot the pain. She was very happy and opened her arms. Come and let me hug you. Feng San had no expression on his face. He felt calm and a little desperate. Forget it. None of you rascals are good. Yu Tang, who is this young lady? This is Miss Si fucking. Feng San introduced Miss Si. This is Brother Nine's niece, Miss Yu Tang. Si fucking extended her hand. Ms. Yu Tang, nice to meet you. Yeah, just call me Tang Tang. Yu Tang also stretched out his hand and shook her hand. Then, as if he remembered something, his expression suddenly changed. What? You said she is Si fucking. Si fucking looked at her. What's wrong? Yu Tang stood up, feeling a little nervous. I know you. Si fucking thought that she was quite famous, and he actually met her fans. She was always patient with cute girls and forgot that she had taken off her makeup, so she said, then Yu Tang said seriously, I am your hater. Si fucking. Feng San. He was silent for a second. Ms. Yu Tang, are you still a fan? Nonsense, I don't chase stars. Yu Tang glared at him. I like whoever is good-looking, and I can't identify many stars. Feng San was so blocked that he had nothing to say. Oh, now I finally know why Qingqing puts on makeup. It turns out she's too beautiful. Yu Tang's eyes brightened. Although I was your hater just a second ago, I'm now your die-hard fan. Please give me a hug. Si fucking silently looked at Yu Tang, who was burying his head in her chest, and began to wonder if she had met a younger version of her third senior sister again. Is she getting promoted based on her looks? Si fucking rubbed Yu Tang's hair, seeming to be thinking about something. Her boss seems taciturn, so how come her niece is so socially awkward? The sound of a wheelchair was heard, and Yu Shiheng came out. Si fucking looked up. A light gray sweater was loosely worn on his body, with a black suit jacket draped over his shoulders. Broad shoulders and narrow waist, a natural clothes hanger. A perfect body that even top supermodels can't match. The man was holding a book in his hand. He asked calmly, Why are you here? Although he asked this, his tone was calm, and he didn't seem surprised. Siju City is too boring. Yu Tang said aggrievedly, I just came out for a walk. I didn't expect that you were really here, Uncle Jiao. Almost no one in the Yu family knew that Yu Shiheng owned real estate in Linqing. But it doesn't include Yu Tang. Yu Tang had no one to take care of him since he was young, so Yu Shiheng helped take care of him for a while. Feng Sen can be said to have watched Yu Tang grow up. He thought back to the days when he was ridden like a horse and always felt that life was somewhat hopeless. Yu Shiheng turned around and asked again, "Why are you here?" His voice was low, like the deep night. Even if the tone is slowed down, it still carries with it a sense of authority. Si fucking put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly. "Let's go and see if the patient is doing well or not."
Yes.
Yu Shiheng nodded. "Come in." Yu Tang was delighted. "I'll come in by myself, Uncle Jiao." She was not driven away, which meant she had already taken half the step to success. "I'm not calling you." Yu Tang looked at Yu Shiheng, then at Si fucking, his face bewildered.
Wow.
Yu Tang clenched his right fist and hit his left hand. Excitedly, "Uncle Joe, you actually have a hidden treasure in your house." Feng Sen almost fell down, a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat. "Miss Yu Tang, please be serious and don't use random words." Yu Shiheng was silent for a moment, then turned around and explained, "She reads too many novels." "I understand." Si fucking stepped onto the stairs, "But if the boss gives me a golden house, I don't mind. I should be able to change a lot of money at the bank. It's just a matter of time before she becomes rich." Yu Shiheng's hand paused. "I agree to this marriage." Yu Tang said loudly, "Ching Ching is the most beautiful person I have ever seen." Yu Shiheng had already turned around, and his tone was calm. "Feng San, throw it out." When Feng San heard this, he rubbed his hands and was eager to give it a try. Yu Tang was startled. She immediately hugged Si fucking tightly and shook her head. "I won't. I just won't." All four of them eventually entered the villa. Si fucking took out the tea bag he had prepared in advance, made a cup of tea, and handed it over. "Be sure to finish it. It's getting late." Yu Shiheng took it and said calmly, "Let Feng San take you to the training camp tomorrow." Feng San understood. "Miss Si, your room from last time is still reserved. Miss Yu Tang, you will live on the 3rd floor."
No.
Yu Tang refused. "I want to sleep in the same room with Ching Ching." Yu Shiheng didn't even raise his head this time. Feng San. Feng San was eager to try again. "Yu Tang. Wow, I was wrong. I live by myself." The next day. Although the class division information has not been announced yet, the news that Xiaoyu chose Si fucking has leaked online. In the tutor's office.
Sister Yen.
The assistant was also very indignant, this matter of class division. Although Lin Qingyan did not go abroad for further studies, she is also a popular female idol in China, and she is good at dancing and singing. The fact that Xiaoyu abandoned her and chose Si fucking was an insult to her. The news will eventually get out. Lin Qingyan smiled slightly, hinting, "Even if my fans let her go, can Xiaoyu's fans let her go?" The assistant suddenly realized and couldn't help laughing. Si fucking is going to be in trouble now. "Originally, I didn't insist on choosing Xiaoyu, but he was slapping me in the face by choosing Si fucking." Lin Qingyan put on her lipstick. "If you treat your seniors in the industry like this before your debut, you won't get far." The assistant agreed. She took out her phone and saw a push notification. Her smile widened. "Sister Yen, as you expected, the news has spread online." Lin Qingyan was in a good mood. "Bring it here for me to see." The assistant handed over the phone. Dozens of marketing accounts on Weibo have already revealed this information. At Inside Hachikovi, rumor has it that the second-place winner of a talent show chose a certain female mentor, so he probably won't be able to debut. Although no name was mentioned, those who are in the entertainment industry know who this is talking about. Not only Xiaoyu's fans, but also passers-by who only watch the show occasionally were excited. Xiaoyu is crazy? I'm so angry. Why is my baby in Si fucking's class? Is he forced to do this? Program crew, get out of here. It's over, it's over. Si fucking doesn't know anything to begin with. Even if Xiaoyu is very powerful, what can he do? I really don't understand what Tamla Medio is thinking. Even if they want to promote the returning group star girls, wouldn't it be better to send their captain? Why send Si fucking a loser? Yes, Captain Meng is here, so I won't say anything. We both studied abroad, so why is there such a big difference? I'm really going to cry. You program team are such bad people. Why did you put Xiaoyu in Si fucking's class? I don't believe he chose it himself. See fucking, please let Xiaoyu go, please. Don't you know your own worth? Don't worry, the production team hasn't released the official list yet. There may still be hope. See fucking, if you dare to harm Xiaoyu, you are really finished. Xiaoyu's fans online are furious, and passers-by online are also just watching the show. The news naturally spread throughout the training base, and the trainees were all surprised and whispered to each other. Brother Yen, this is great news. Makino was ecstatic. Xiaoyu chose See fucking as his mentor. He will definitely have a lot of fans turning against him. How can he compete with you for the center position? Xiaoyu has strong singing and dancing skills, but after all, he is an amateur who has never debuted and cannot compare with the mentors in terms of qualifications. Mentors can provide guidance to students, so the choice of mentors is very important. Lu Yan never expected that Xiaoyu would actually choose a dead end. The other trainees were eager to stay away from See fucking for fear that she would take advantage of their popularity or create scandals. Xiaoyu actually took the initiative to come forward? There's something wrong with your brain. No, it's still a little wrong. Lu Yan frowned. Xiaoyu is definitely not a brainless person, but why did she choose See fucking? Could it be that it was because of the last assessment that Sifu was able to hear Mu Ye's vocal range? But what is this? She still couldn't complete the stage independently, and didn't even dare to turn on the microphone during the girl group performance. The Star Girls group is indeed popular, but it is all due to the captain and the other 3 members. If she had the ability, even a sow could climb a tree. Lu Yan thought about it for a long time but couldn't come up with any reason. But he kept a watchful eye. We can't let our guard down. We still have to keep an eye on him. Makino lost his voice. Glen? Glen is the highest temple in the world of performing arts and singing. Very few people can make it into this circle, let alone be included in the Grain Book of Fame. Those people on Glen's Book of Fame are also milestone symbols in the entertainment and singing industry. Even if you can only study in Glen for 3 months, your worth will double. So you should follow Teacher Lin carefully. Lu Yan said if you can get into Glen by chance, you'll be really successful. Makino said excitedly, I will. Lin Qingyan knew someone in Glen, which was why he chose her. Later in the audition, the mentors will invite others to help out, and maybe Lin Qingyan will invite her friends from Glen. The more Mai thought about it, the more excited he became. He chuckled and said, I'm really grateful to See fucking. If See fucking hadn't chosen Xiaoyu, he probably wouldn't have been able to join Lin Qingyan's class. Xiaoyu was also stupid, cutting off his own path to Glen. As the person being talked about at the center of the vortex, See fucking was holding a computer and sitting cross-legged in front of the mirror in the dance studio. She rested her chin on one hand while typing casually with the other. A dialog box appears on the screen. Messages popped up one after another, and it was obvious that the person on the other end was very excited. Gee, let me tell you, I am really impressed by those rascals in Dongseng. They take advantage of the little knowledge they have learned and show off to me. They even plot against me.
What kind of people are they?
Gee, when I was writing talismans and setting up formations, they were still single cells. 9. Yes, Lord G is the best. See fucking leaned against the mirror and took a sip of Coke. She and G met in the holographic game. The first time they met, she ended up beating G up. She knew that he was an Onmyoji, and his last name was G. He also knew that she was a mystic, her whereabouts were elusive, and her code name was 9, the number 9. Until now, they have never asked each other's real name. See fucking was of course aware of the status of the G surname in Daxia. The G family is a family of Onmyojis standing in Dongzhou. It is one of the 3 major families in Daxia, along with the Mahe school in Zhongzhou. But in recent years, there has been no news from the G family. They are well versed in yin and yang, and the 5 elements. As long as they don't want to, no one can find them. The G family's retreat is another reason for Dongseng yin-yang master's arrogance. G. The talisman paper has been sent to you. I always thought you were in the Free State, but I didn't expect you were also in Daxia. But I have never heard of someone like you in Daxia. 9, didn't I say that? I'm a star.
Yeah, buff.
If you said you were an undercover agent who entered the entertainment industry to target stars, I would believe you. 9, you're gone. The opponent slid to his knees in 1 second. Gee, that dad, I was wrong. After a while, another message popped up. Gee. Speaking of which, the entertainment industry is really messy and dirty. Just a while ago, I forgot which celebrity it was, but they found a nominal member of my family and said they wanted to hire an onmyoji to mess with another celebrity, saying that he had bad luck or something.
TSK.
C fucking refused to chat with this guy anymore, as she happened to receive a new message on WeChat. It was Yu Tang, with whom she had just exchanged contacts yesterday.
Yu Tang, King.
Want to have dinner tonight?
I'll treat you.
Yu Tang. Spinning in circles, JPG C fucking thought for a moment and replied. Eat, it's my treat. Yu Shihun was indeed very good to her, and she had received her salary. It was impossible for a little girl like Yu Tang to invite her back.
Yu Tang, okay.
Then I'll go to your show's training base to find you. C fucking closed the computer and glanced at Su Shiyun, who was practicing dancing. You danced well enough for this part. Take a break. We'll practice singing later. Okay. Su Shiyun stopped and took a sip of water. He hesitated for a few seconds and finally spoke, his voice very low. Teacher C. In fact, you have always been very powerful, but for some reason you have to hide your strength, right? Just like a Super Saiyan, after transforming, he destroys the world. What?
Si fucking.
She looked at him with a complicated expression. You should also read less novels. Su Shiyun scratched his head. Is there something wrong? A series of footsteps sounded at this time, and several trainees entered the dance studio, all of them looking unhappy. Hey, why are you here? Su Shiyun didn't notice anything unusual and greeted them casually. Oh, you are also assigned here. We can train together in the future. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of several trainees were full of irony. One of them even sneered, Su Shiyun, although we are definitely not able to debut with our abilities, we will definitely not choose someone who can't sing or dance as a mentor like you did. Su Shiyun's expression changed, his face flushed, and he argued. What do you mean by incapable of singing and dancing? Teacher C is not his words were interrupted impatiently. Okay, you don't have to explain anything. Su Shiyun has been acting strange these days. He has sided with C fucking so quickly. C fucking motioned Su Shiyun to go and rest. She propped up her chin and said lazily, What do you want? Teacher C, we don't know why Xiaoyu chose you. Several trainees looked at each other and finally said directly, We would rather not have a mentor than be in your class, so we hope you can cross our names off the list. As the first talent show for developing hundreds of people in the Great Xia Empire, Youth Boys has attracted attention from all parties. Coupled with various marketing methods, the program's popularity has increased, attracting more fans. The trainees who came to participate in the program, except for Su Shiyun who had to come because he signed a bully clause with the company, the others were even if they cannot make their debut at that time, they can still get resources. If they are lucky, they can also make a big splash in the entertainment industry in the future. But if you follow C fucking, you will get involved in a lot of scandals. You'd better stay away from her. Who would want to get close to her? Before C fucking could say anything, Su Shiyun came over angrily and said, Yan Yuanza, what are you talking about? Can you quit the class division? Why not? Yan Yuanza said contemptuously, We have already asked Director Li, and he said that as long as Teacher C agrees, we can withdraw from the class. He is currently ranked 66, which is a very dangerous position. The third episode is an elimination system, with 101 selecting 55, and he absolutely cannot be eliminated because of C fucking.
You.
Su Shiyun's face turned red, and he was about to say something, but was stopped by C fucking.
Okay.
C fucking said nonchalantly, without any sign of anger, and looked back. What about you guys? Are you all leaving? All the remaining students selected by Lin Qingyan and Li Jingchen came. There were 24 people in total. Hearing her question, many students looked away. But in the end, he spoke firmly. Teacher C, please cross out my name. I don't want to be here. I want to go too. Anyone who wants to stay here is better off practicing on their own than following you. Not to mention how poor C fucking's business ability is. She is only 18 years old, and her qualifications and experience are completely incomparable to Lin Qingyan. They would rather attend Lin Qingyan's class than see fucking. In the end, there were 4 people left. All 20 people chose to leave.
Okay.
Fucking had no intention of trying to keep him. She smiled lazily and said, "Then let's go. I won't see you off." As soon as these words came out, the trainees' faces changed again. They didn't expect that fucking was so easy to talk to. The person most affected by their departure was fucking. Isn't she afraid that she will be blacklisted by the entire internet again? Go, go, go. Hurry up. Su Xian pushed Yan Yuanza out directly. Aren't you going to drop out of the class? Why are you still hanging around here? Yan Yuanza was a little annoyed. Su Xian, what are you doing? This is Teacher C's dance studio. Why don't you get out if you're not in class? Su Xian snorted coldly. I'm telling you, you'll regret it sooner or later. He believed that fucking must be an extraordinary Superman, and he was the only one who discovered the ultimate secret of this world. Regret? Su Xian, you really can't think straight. Yan Yuanza said sarcastically, if you follow fucking, I'll see how you make your debut. Yan Yuanza didn't even look at Su Xian and left with the others with a cold face. Su Xian returned to the dance studio, but suddenly collapsed. He was in a low mood. Teacher C, I really don't know why they. What does it have to do with you? Fucking glanced at him. Hurry up and practice. If you can't practice this song today, you can do the splits to sleep tonight. Su Xian. It turned out that he was the only one who was devastated. 6 o'clock in the evening. Fucking left the training base. She is quite free today, as the class training will officially begin tomorrow. Including Xiaoyu and Su Xian, there are 6 people in total, which really saves a lot of trouble. She must thank these trainees for allowing her to have a very happy life as a mentor. Ching. Outside, Yu Tang saw the girl in the Baroque leather jacket at a glance and waved happily. Here. Fucking also smiled. Ms. Yu.
Just call me Tang Dang.
Yu Tang was very familiar and hugged her arm and rubbed it. Uncle Joe is not kind, but I am full of enthusiasm. Don't be his bodyguard anymore. Be mine, and I'll pay you. From now on, when she attends a banquet, she doesn't need to wear a dress or jewelry. Ching, and she will be the most beautiful scenery. Everyone will envy her.
Tang.
Fucking sighed and said quietly, your money comes from your uncle, right? Tang. Yu Tang stammered, well, it seems so. She held her head and began to sob. What should I do? My Uncle Joe treats his subordinates in a very abnormal way. Look at Feng-san, he is not as cute as before, and his hair is falling out quickly. It's okay. I can make a lot of money. Fucking stretched out his hand to pull her up and raised his eyebrows. I think the boss is very nice. In the morning, he would call her to have breakfast. That must mean he hasn't revealed his true colors yet. Yu Tang said loudly. He tortures his subordinates and is a workaholic himself. I once saw him still working at 3 in the morning. Fucking was silent for a moment, then sighed. With this schedule, there is a risk of sudden death. She could make another fortune by preparing another medicine for him. The two chatted as they walked. Yu Tang is very talkative, but he won't make people feel bored. Fucking had come into contact with children from families large and small, including members of the royal family of the Principality of the Western Continent. It is very rare to find someone like Yu Tang, who has no sense of distance. They didn't go to a high-end restaurant, but a private restaurant. I heard from Yu Tang that the fresh fish soup in this private restaurant tastes very good. As the two were walking, a faint humming sound was heard. Fucking paused and turned around. Yu Tang noticed it too. Under the air conditioner box at the corner, there was a ball of white fluff lying. Let's take it to the veterinary hospital first. Yu Tang carefully picked up the little white dog. Ching, do you mind? Let's go. Fucking hummed. We can't leave it here. There is a pet hospital not far ahead. The little white dog had only skin injuries, and the veterinarian quickly cleaned, disinfected, and bandaged them. But because of the medication, I still need to stay in the hospital for observation for 30 minutes. Wow, it's so cute, with purple eyes, ears, and tail. Yu Tang stroked the little white dog's fur, looking so happy that he was about to die. Petting a dog is the most wonderful thing in the world. C fucking agreed. She held her chin with one hand and pinched the little white dog's ears with the other. She used to have a pet that she could not only pet but also ride.
Pity.
Ching. Help! Yu Tang suddenly screamed. This dog has no ace. C fucking said lazily, without even looking, and raised his hand to pat the little white dog's furry ace. Isn't this it? It's quite soft. The little white dog awed in anger. This female hooligan, flirt with it. Yu Tang was devastated. No, I mean it has no excretion channel. C fucking suddenly came to his senses. What? She immediately took the little white dog from Yu Tang's hands, completely ignoring its resistance, and turned it over to take a look. Very flat. There is really no place to excrete. C fucking fell into silence. Could this silly dog be the Pishio she raised? Many people say that Daxia is blessed by gods. Therefore, the land is blessed with outstanding people and talented people, and the civilization has lasted for thousands of years without being defeated. The entire 5 states of Daxia are a treasure land. This was also the reason why there were constant wars and frequent invasions by foreign races during the Great Xia dynasty. Although C fucking also studies yin and yang and the 5 elements and supernatural things often happen around her, she never believes in gods, ghosts, demons, or monsters. Until she met this Pishio. According to records and books, Pishio is a ferocious, auspicious beast. She also encountered it on the road and thought the animal was really rare, so she picked it up and raised it. Then, he raised a prodigal son. A lot of the money she earned was eaten by this stupid Pishio. But the silly Pishio could indeed bring wealth and ward off evil, and it helped her a lot. C fucking thought that she was of pure Daxia descent, so the Pishio followed her. Perhaps there are Bai Zhe, Chongming, and so on in this world, but she has never seen them. But the Pishio was in the Free State, so how did it cross tens of thousands of miles to come to her? Moreover, he was injured and looked like this? C fucking rubbed the little white dog's head and asked tentatively. Fatty? The little white dog didn't move and rolled his eyes at her. C fucking saw its action and sneered. By Jean Yu. The little white dog suddenly jumped up and howled with joy.
C fucking.
It turned out to be the silly Pishio she raised. It would have been easier to raise a girl named Feichu, but she insisted on using a literary name like Jinyu, and even gave herself the last name Bai.
How do you know it was me? C fucking frowned.
I'm dead. Did you know that, Xiao Bai? Xiao Bai nodded, then shook his head, looking very confused. You said you could sense that I'm not dead? Are we in sync? C fucking thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a reason. You are worthy of being your father's good daughter. Noob.
Bah.
The dog owner started showing off again. But why are you getting smaller? C fucking picked up one of its paws. You used to be able to run with me, but look at you now. I can kill you with just one slap. Xiao Bai whimpered a few times, stuck out his tongue, and licked her palm, feeling a little aggrieved. You're out of strength? C fucking sighed. Okay, then you follow me first, but I'm very poor now, so be patient and don't eat too much. Although the Pishio has lost its power, it is really not much different from an ordinary domestic pet, except that it still has human nature. Xiao Bai rubbed her face again and stretched out his little paws to please her. C fucking held its paw and clicked his tongue, but you're quite cute now, chubby, and really fun. Noob. The meeting between one person and one pet should be very touching. But in Yu Tang's eyes, this scene was just C fucking talking seriously to a dog, barking all the time. Yu Tang. It's over. Ching was driven crazy by the stimulation. Yu Tang quickly took out his cell phone and called Yu Shiheng. Uncle Joe, I'm so sorry. Ching's brain is broken. On the other end of the phone, Yu Shiheng said calmly, Yu Tang. The tone was even and steady, and he was intimidating without even getting angry. Uncle Joe, I really didn't lie to you. Yu Tang covered the microphone tightly and lowered his voice. We met a dog without a ace, and Ching was very excited. Yu Shiheng said little, but his words were full of strength. 1 minute. Yu Tang quickly recounted what happened today. Uncle Joe, believe me. Yu Shiheng raised his eyebrows slightly. He held the tea in his hand, and the rising mist obliterated the deep thought that flashed across his eyes. He knew Yu Tang's personality. Even though he had made some trouble, he would never lie when it came to important matters. With this description, Yu Shiheng could only think of one animal. Brave troops. How could such a spiritual and auspicious beast appear in lynching? Yu Shiheng hummed, his tone lukewarm. Come back before 9 o'clock. There was a pause. A second later, the man said calmly, Feng San. Yu Tang instantly wilted. Wow, I was wrong. I'm not kidding anymore. Uncle Jiu, please don't chase me away. She ended the call carefully, and the observation time was about to expire. Let's go. C fucking picked up the little white dog and said cheerfully, Dad will take you to eat fish. Hearing this, Xiaobai rolled his eyes, snorted twice, and didn't respond.
Ching ching.
Yu Tang held her, his expression serious. Shall we go to the hospital too?
Ah?
C fucking saw Yu Tang looking at her head worriedly and coughed lightly. Oh, I have learned dog language, and was just talking to it. Dog language? Yu Tang's eyes lit up. Ching ching is amazing. What did it say? It said. C fucking raised his eyebrows. It's very stupid, and very ugly. It also likes to jump in mud puddles, and asked me not to dislike it. Yu Tang said dryly, then it's a little bit mentally ill. The little white dog howled in anger. C fucking slapped its head and said, Stop making trouble, or I'll eat you. Noob. The two soon arrived at their destination, and were invited in by the waiter. This private restaurant is very secluded, and each table is separated by a screen. C fucking also removed her makeup with peace of mind. Xiaobai then slowly turned around, looked at her face, and let out a roar. It finally looks good. It didn't want to recognize it just now. What's the matter? C fucking glanced at him. Do you have any problem with my makeup skills? Noob. I dare not. It licked its paws, looked around, and suddenly its eyes lit up. It stretched out its claws to grab C fucking shoulders and directly bit the necklace she was wearing. By the time C fucking reacted, Xiaobai had already swallowed the gold pendant of the necklace.
Si fucking.
She spoke each word. By Jin Yu. She's going to throw it out. Xiaobai licked his paws innocently and proudly puffed out his chest like an elegant lady. You loser. C fucking grabbed its legs and smiled. Do you know what you ate? Xiaobai blinked and nodded.
Gold.
What else could it be? You knew you were still eating it? C fucking gritted his teeth. That's what I earned from working.
999 pure gold.
Xiaobai nodded again. It won't eat anything that's not pure gold.
Si fucking.
She wants to strangle this stupid Pai Xiao to death. Barely suppressing his murderous intent, C fucking took out his cell phone and sent a message to Yu Shiheng. Boss, let me discuss something. Can you please not send me money in the future and just send me gold bricks? The reply was very quick. Boss, it depends on your performance. His words were concise and to the point, just like him. Noble and ruthless, deep and majestic. Through the screen, she seemed to be able to imagine him sitting in the hazy night, working in a simple shirt. The man, who is as deep as the night, has an extremely powerful aura that makes people feel very safe. After receiving an ambiguous reply, C fucking was very sad. By Jinyu, get out. I can't afford to support you. Things are different now. Where can she find so much gold for it to eat? Xiaobai rubbed her legs, raised his two front paws and bowed. C fucking took a deep breath. Tell me, you dog Pichio, why do you only eat gold? What about copper? In ancient times, people used copper coins, which were also money. The Pichio feeds on wealth from all directions, and it only swallows it up without excreting it. If you eat other foods, you will lose strength. How could she raise such a spendthrift thing? Xiaobai shook his head, slowly dipped his paw in water, and wrote a few words on the table. Copper tastes bad. Okay. C fucking gave a thumbs up. My strength hasn't recovered, but I can still write Chinese characters. That's awesome. Noob. Its owner is actually a fool, right? Xiaobai digested the gold for a while, then suddenly raised his paw and pointed behind the screen. Is Tang Deng in trouble? Si fucking also heard the quarrel and narrowed his eyes.
Sit here.
I'll go take a look. Yu Tang originally followed the waiter to the back to choose fish. After making my selection, when I went to the self-service area to get a fruit drink, I was blocked by someone.
Yu Tang?
A voice came, revealing a bit of coldness. Why are you here? Yu Tang turned around and was startled. Third brother?
It's Yu Yao.
He looked at her disapprovingly. Uncle Wu called yesterday and said you were missing, so you came to lynching without permission? What does it have to do with you? Yu Tang's tone turned cold. Can't I just come here to play? Grandpa is looking for you too. Why did you come to lynching without permission? Yu Yao grabbed her wrist without explanation, his eyes cold. Come back to Siju City with me. If he hadn't been looking for the ghost hand doctor, he wouldn't have stayed in lynching for so long. Besides, he didn't feel disgusted when he met Si fucking, as he saw her heavily made-up face. It just so happens that I can bring Yu Tang back to the Yu family. Let me go. Yu Tang struggled, but failed. Seeing that she was about to be taken away, her eyes suddenly lit up. Ching ching, I'm here. Yu Yao frowned even more tightly and turned his head away indifferently. He saw a pair of fox eyes. Clear black and white, bright and transparent. The girl's eyes were slightly curved and she was smiling, but the smile did not reach her eyes. It licked its paws in confusion and let out a howl. Why is its dog owner wearing a mask? Snort. It didn't want to look at her again. Ching ching. Yu Tang struggled again. Help me make a call. Without having to mention the title, Si fucking naturally knew who Yu Tang asked her to call. Yu Shiheng. Although Si fucking had only heard of the 3 great families of Daxia before, no matter how big the family was, she had never heard of it. But she knew that as long as there were more people living under one roof, there would inevitably be many disputes. It is inconvenient to expose Yu Shiheng's whereabouts. Si fucking didn't even take out her phone. She smiled and said politely, please let me pass. Yu Yao frowned. Yu Si fucking took a few steps forward and stretched out his hand. Before he could react, his hand suddenly lost strength and he subconsciously loosened his grip. At this moment, Yu Tang had been pulled behind Si fucking. Hey, let me tell you. Si fucking raised his chin lazily. What do you mean by harassing my friend? Yu Yao's hands were still numb and his expression was stern. A martial artist. There are no families or forces involved in martial arts and lynching. Yu Tang often goes out, so it's normal that he doesn't know the people around him. But this girl looks to be the same age as Yu Tang. Which martial arts clan's disciple has such means? Sorry, this is my sister. Yu Yao rubbed his brows and sighed. There was a misunderstanding. Really? Si fucking glanced at Yu Tang's red wrist and said in a cold tone, being so rude to a girl doesn't seem like a misunderstanding. Yu Yao pursed his lips and lowered his voice. I'm sorry. Yu Tang was a little surprised. Because of her family, she really didn't like staying in the Yu family, but she also understood the personalities of her brothers, sisters, and uncles. Let's not talk about the fact that her uncle is very mysterious. Yu Yao has always been proud. Because of the malicious kidnapping in his childhood and the long period of aphasia he suffered from, he has extremely low self-esteem. This was the first time she had seen him apologize. No matter what, you left Siju City without permission. Yu Yao slowed down his tone. You should at least tell Uncle Wu and Grandpa. It's your own business whether you go back or not. Don't let them worry. They wish I wouldn't leave.
Yu Tang so not gonna leave.
She took Si fucking's arm and ignored Yu Yao. Ching ching, let's pack it up and take it back to eat. Si fucking hummed, put the little white dog who was still watching the show into the bag, and left with Yu Tang. Noob. Woo woo woo, it can't breathe. Yu Yao was still standing there in a daze, and it was not until Si fucking had been gone for a long time that he gradually came back to his senses. Strangeness. There was a special sense of familiarity about the girl that made him want to get closer. Yu Yao put his phone in his pocket and sighed deeply. He must find the ghost hand doctor. On the way. I'm so annoyed. Yu Tang was very depressed. I finally came out to have a meal, and I ran into the Yu family. Si fucking rubbed the head of a certain Pichio with one hand and raised his eyes. Isn't your uncle also a member of the Yu family? Uncle Jiao is different from other people. Yu Tang shook his head. How should I put it? Although Uncle Gio has a cold temperament, he is very good at taking care of people. But being with Uncle Gio is too stressful. When he looks at me, I think I'm going to pay homage to the emperor in the morning. I think he should be invited to act in costume dramas. The boss is indeed good at taking care of people. C fucking recalled. Come to think of it, I seem to have met your third brother. I was just about to ask you something. Yu Tang suddenly remembered. Didn't the internet say that you entered the entertainment industry for my third brother? She stammered in the end. You didn't recognize him? How much truth can be found in what's online? C fucking said nonchalantly. Look, I've already seen a perfect man like your Uncle Gio. Why are you still chasing after someone else? That's right. Yu Tang clenched his fist. Ching ching, don't worry. I will definitely help you catch up with Uncle Gio. C fucking, who hadn't even said the word money, said. Xiaobai whimpered a few times, then stretched out his paw and patted her shoulder softly. C fucking laughed coldly. No, don't even think about it. Her only valuable gold pendant was eaten. You rascal. Yu Tang was very curious. Ching ching, what did it say again? It said it wanted to roll in the mud, but I wouldn't let it. Oh, I should have asked the vet to check its brain. Noob. Ruining its reputation. Horrible dog owner. The next day, Youth Boy Training Base. The class training officially began. C fucking has a total of 6 trainees under his command. Those who choose to leave can either attend Lin Qingyan's class or choose to practice on their own. Very good. Relaxed. C fucking stretched slowly, narrowed her eyes, and nodded. 6 people, just a group. It will be convenient for training. In addition to individual battles, the later performances also include competitions between groups. After all, the candidates for debut in the future will form a boy group, and cooperation between teams is also very important. Teacher C, Teacher C. A trainee raised his hand and said weakly, I can't dance. It's okay. C fucking pointed at Su Shiyun. He hasn't practiced before. He danced like a gorilla at first, but now he dances like a human. Su Si-un. Don't say this kind of thing in front of so many people. To be a successful member of a boy band, I require you to learn singing, dancing, and rap. When these words came out, the trainees were all stunned. Even Xiaoyu paused. Su Xian opened his mouth wide. Teacher C, can you sing and rap? C fucking thought for a moment and said, I think I understand a little bit. Several male students looked at each other in bewilderment. Will it be too late to learn all of them? They're just trainees right now and are still far from debuting, so how can they think about going international?
No.
C fucking said calmly, I will arrange it. There are still 2 months of training time, which is enough. The cell phone rang at this moment. C fucking just took a look and turned it off. Xiaoyu, who was standing by, had good eyesight and saw the 2 words sister Feng. He vaguely remembered that the agent of the Stargirls group was named Feng. Xiaoyu took a step back and said politely, Teacher C, you won't answer the phone? Don't answer it. Ignore her. C fucking put the phone back into his pocket, raised his chin, and gestured. Let's go to the dance studio. I'll make a separate training plan for you. 6 people followed C fucking to the dance studio. As soon as he entered, Su Xian was stunned. Where are the audio equipment and musical instruments? He clearly remembered that location. There were several speakers. Although it is a dance studio, it is also equipped with essential items such as guitar, bass, and electronic keyboard. How come it's gone all of a sudden? Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes, took a step forward, and said in a light tone, I'll go ask. He went to find the staff in charge of logistics. Oh, you mean the sound equipment and musical instruments in dance studio number 2? The staff member at the desk didn't even raise his head and said indifferently, Teacher Lin's dance studio number 1 is not enough, so all of them have been moved there. If you want to use them, please wait a while. 025 The staff also understands the rules of the entertainment industry. There are already serious class divisions in the circle. The investment in youth was as high as 1 billion yuan, so there was no problem of insufficient equipment. But Lin Qingyan said that the staff would only follow her orders first. As for C fucking, who would care? After Xiaoyu left, the staff shook their heads. It's a pity for Xiaoyu, who doesn't understand the rules of the entertainment industry and ruins his own future. Xiaoyu returned to the dance studio and said simply. After hearing this, Su Xian was very angry. This is too much. They did it on purpose. The other trainees also looked gloomy. There's nothing we can do about it, it's because they have no background. Su Xian whispered, Brother Xia, why don't you go to Teacher Lin or Teacher Li? I can't delay you. Xiaoyu raised his eyebrows and looked at Si fucking first. Under the shamat makeup, the girl's eyes with distinct black and white look even brighter. There was no expression of emotion on her face, and she was as calm as a deep pool. That's perfect. Let's go out for a while. Si fucking stretched slowly, very considerately. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat? Do you want to catch dolls? Su Xian. The 6 people followed Si fucking out of the training base openly. Except for Xiaoyu, everyone else was confused. It was not until they arrived at a secluded snack stand that they received the training schedule prepared by Si fucking. Teacher Si, you are amazing. Su Xian was deeply moved. You are so professional. Where did you get this information? Eat your food and stop talking nonsense. Xiaoyu flipped through a few pages, and his originally nonchalant expression suddenly froze. At this time, a timid voice suddenly sounded. Yes, is it Brother Xia? Xiaoyu turned around. The young man has sharp eyebrows, handsome features, and a very good-looking figure. Unlike Lu Yan, he doesn't have too much makeup on his face, and he is full of youthful spirit. The little girl was very surprised. It's really you. She pinched the bag strap and took a step forward. Can I take a picture with you? No. Just an autograph will be enough. I'd be sorry if I disturbed you.
Sure.
Si fucking waved and smiled. Come on. The little girl was stunned. It's Teacher Si. Teacher Si. Why did Teacher Si bring Brother Xia and the others? Oh, we were kicked out. Sifu tilted his chin. It's okay. We train outside just the same. Teacher Si, you must take good care of him. The little girl clenched her fist. Although he was abandoned by the program team, we will not give up on him. We will definitely let him debut as the center. Without waiting for Si fucking to say anything, she hugged her bag tightly and ran away like the wind. While running, he posted a message in Xiaoyu's super topic. Sisters, I met Ayu outside. They should be training at this time, but they were discussing training at a snack stand outside. They must have been abused by the production team again. By the way, Si fucking was quite serious and asked Ayu for her opinion. Although she has no ability, she is indeed a good mentor. The number of replies below quickly began to surge. I am really angry. Do individual trainees have no human rights? What a stupid production team. Hey, then it seems that Si fucking is also a victim. I guess the production team deliberately assigned Ayu to Si fucking's group because they don't want her to debut. We absolutely cannot scold her, otherwise we will fall into the production team's trap. Xiaoyu, who had no idea what was going on, finished his meal slowly, then followed behind Si fucking, looking at half of her face thoughtfully. Several people stopped. After a while, they saw someone slowly coming out with a bag of gold bricks. Everyone. Xiaoyu. He really couldn't understand Si fucking's operation. Si fucking put the 10 gold bricks he had exchanged into his bag. Xiaobai, who was lying in the bag with his 2 paws outside, looked at it with bright eyes. Aw. It knows that its owner treats it best. Si fucking could naturally sense the eager look in the Pishio's eyes, so she warned, $1 a month. Xiaobai shook his head and made a 3 with his little paws. 1 gold brick is not enough to fill its stomach.
Oh.
Si fucking said nonchalantly, then you can eat in your dream. Although some of my abilities are gone, it's easy for me to beat you. Noob. It licked its paws, looking aggrieved. It's no use being cute. Si fucking was ruthless. Do you really not know how poor I am now? Xiaobai cried out. Okay, then let it bear with it for now. At the same time, Feng San was a little confused when he received the notice from the bank. He hesitated for a moment, but still took a step forward and spoke with difficulty. Brother Jiu, Miss Si went to the bank to exchange 10 gold bricks. On the sofa, Yu Shiheng finally raised his eyes. Gold bricks? This also made him certain that it was indeed a Pichio. It seems that this Pichio was also seriously injured, otherwise it would not need gold bricks to replenish its strength.
Yeah.
Yu Shiheng lowered his voice. Give her some gold bricks later. Feng San nodded. Gold bricks are indeed very valuable. It's easy to hit people. Hey, Uncle Jio. Yu Teng yawned as she came down from upstairs. She scratched her messy hair and asked, Is there any more food? Yu Shiheng opened the next document and said calmly, Do it yourself.
Oh.
Yu Teng muttered, I ran into third brother yesterday. Uncle Jio, I didn't tell him you were here. That young Master Yu Yao? Feng San was stunned. Miss Yu Tang, were you having dinner with Miss C at that time? Yes. Ching Ching is so handsome. Yu Tang recounted the story with admiration on his face. Why isn't Ching Ching a boy? If she is, I will marry her. Yu Shiheng raised his head after hearing this.
I'm sorry, Uncle Zhu.
Yu Tang apologized loudly. Ching Ching, and you are meant to be a couple. You are a perfect match. I will definitely work hard. Yu Shiheng pressed his eyebrows. Being naughty again. Yu Tang tried to negotiate with Yu Shiheng. Uncle Jio, can you let Ching Ching be with me for a while? Yu Shiheng's expression remained unchanged. He just glanced at her. Yu Tang, who was trembling as if being looked at by an emperor, said, That I was going to have breakfast. On the other side, inside dance studio number 1, Lin Qingyan is training the trainees. Next to it was a pile of equipment that she had the staff move from dance studio number 2. Of course she didn't lack it, but she didn't need it either. Since C fucking refused to give Xiaoyu to her, she had no choice but to make C fucking's life less comfortable. Although she is very optimistic about Xiaoyu, she will never harm her own interests for a trainee who is not related to her in any way. None of the 6 people in C fucking's class could make their debut. Lin Qingyan pursed her lips and smiled. Sifu Kingdo is quite patient. It seems that openly going against the plan that day was just a rebellion against being oppressed for a long time. It's really useless.
Bang, bang, bang.
Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the glass window. Everyone in the dance room stopped moving and looked back in surprise. The girl stood outside the window expressionlessly. A few seconds later, the door opened and C fucking walked in. Hey, Teacher C, shouldn't you be in the dance studio next door? Why are you here? Makino said with a mocking look. Could it be that you don't know the way and went to the wrong place? Or have you finally gained self-awareness and decided not to be a mentor anymore? The other trainees also laughed. Teacher C, what's wrong? Lin Qingyan stood up and asked with a smile, Are there any difficulties? I can help.
Bang.
Lin Qingyan's chair was kicked. Come on, move. C fucking rolled up his sleeves slowly, his fox eyes raised. If you like to move, I'll see who dares to stop me. Xiaoyu, who followed in, was not polite either. He took a long step and picked up a bass. Su Shiyun and 4 other trainees came in and were a little nervous at first. C fucking glanced at them. The 5 of them looked serious and immediately stepped forward to pick up all the audio equipment and unplug all the wires. The music in the dance studio suddenly stopped. The trainees who were still practicing dancing were forced to stop, and their expressions looked somewhat unpleasant.
Sifuking.
Mai stood up, his face livid. You've gone too far. Teacher Lin, there are still students from Class F here? C fucking looked around and smiled lazily. It seems that Teacher Lin really has high standards. I am ashamed of myself. With one sentence, he scolded 2 people. Makino clenched his fists. C fucking. The reason he was demoted to Class F was because C fucking deliberately picked on him, right? Xiaoyu carried his bass on his back and chuckled. I was demoted from Class A to Class F. I really need to work hard. Makino's face turned even paler. He really didn't dare to confront Xiaoyu head-on. Xiaoyu's fans are usually very gentle. But once Xiaoyu's interests are involved, he will go crazy. This is also the reason why the program team has not dared to suppress Xiaoyu openly. Hearing this, C fucking raised his eyebrows. She took 2 steps forward, bent down slightly, and her eyes were level with Lin Qingyan's. She was not wearing high heels, but her height seemed very oppressive to Lin Qingyan. Lin Qingyan couldn't help but take a step back. C fucking smiled and said in a voice that only she could hear, Why are you pretending? Do you believe that I can take the implant out of your nose? Lin Qingyan's expression finally changed. Her eyes instantly turned red, and she said in a weak voice, Teacher C, what do you mean by this? Let's go. C fucking ignored her. She straightened up and waved her hand again. Go back to training. When she reached the door, she turned around and smiled. Remember, next time someone moves our things, move them back. Don't feel wronged. Xiaoyu and 6 others followed her and left openly. Su Xian lowered his voice. Brother Xia, so why did we go to eat first? Xiaoyu hummed. Only when you are full can you have the strength to fight.
Hu Xian.
In the dance studio, Lin Qingyan's lips trembled and her face gradually turned pale. See, fucking is really crazy. There are cameras almost everywhere in the training base, including the dormitories. Except for sleeping and resting time, these cameras are always working, so the trainees have to be careful with their words and actions. Lin Qingyan couldn't understand what C fucking did at all. Celebrities in the entertainment industry all have their own personas. In order to maintain your image in front of the camera, you have to be careful with every word and action. Is C fucking really giving up? Teacher Lin, don't argue with this crazy C fucking. Mai took the initiative to come for her. When the Zhou family announces that they are breaking off relations with her, our company will teach her a lesson first. C fucking's carefree days will only last a few days. Makino was also a little anxious. It's been a few days since Mr. Zhu's funeral. Why is there still no movement from the Zhou family? Lin Qingyan came back to her senses and smiled again. She said softly, Student Makino, let's train first. Her eyelashes drooped slightly, casting a shadow. At this time, the Zhou family. Zhou Tianfeng was a little surprised. You two are leaving? Yes, my 2 brothers have been staying at the Zhou family for 2 days. It's time to go back to Dongxing. The young man said politely and distantly, Mr. Zhou, I'll take my leave now. Zhou Tianfeng wanted to keep him, but he had no way to stop him. He humbled himself and flattered. If the Zhou family can help you with anything in the future, I will definitely do my best. If the Zhou family could establish a relationship with the Onmyoji, they would become prosperous. It's easy to discuss. The young man nodded. I wonder how your mother is doing now. I haven't told the old lady about this yet. Zhou Tianfeng sighed. The old lady's health is not very good, and she is receiving treatment in Siju City. On the contrary, the old man has always been in good health. Who knew something like this would happen? His eyes became a little sinister. Mr. Zhou is in good health, and it will be no problem for him to live another 10 or 20 years. But after a long examination at the hospital, there was no problem. It was really strange. Zhou Tianfeng had naturally also heard of the magical powers of the Yin-Yang Master. A powerful Yin-Yang Master could defy fate and command hundreds of ghosts and demons. The Fujiyama family is the most powerful Onmyoji family. The Onmyoji of the Fujiyama family came in person, so he wondered if the Onmyoji had played a role in Mr. Zhu's death. But he didn't dare to ask. I see. The young man nodded. Please accept my condolences. Even though Zhou Tianfeng tried to persuade them to stay, the 2 left quickly. On the way. Brother, could it be that something went wrong with the lucky girl adopted by the Zhou family? Another young man frowned. Although her luck had been stripped away to the point where not even 10% was left, it was still enough to ensure a family's prosperity for 100 years. No, I saw her face, and she is still in a state of extremely poor luck. She might fall into a ditch and die one day. The young man waved his hand. Besides, it's obvious that she is not an Onmyoji, and it's impossible for her to come into contact with an Onmyoji. It is estimated that something went wrong during the transfer of luck. This kind of thing is very common. We just need to go back and report to the master. What does Mr. Zhu's death have to do with them? Not to mention the Zhou family, even the Yu family, the richest family in Siju City, is not worth a second glance from the Tingshan family. He came to Lincheng just to see if there was any problem with the Fujiyama family's yin-yang magic. The rest has nothing to do with them. Okay. The other young man nodded. We have to go around Dongzhou on our way back. It would be bad if we run into the Ji family. The Fujiyama family is not afraid of anyone, but they are wary of the Ji family. After all, in 639 AD during the Great Xia dynasty, the ancestor of the Fujiyama family crossed the sea to the west to Great Xia to learn the theories of yin and yang and the 5 elements from the Ji family, which led to the establishment of the Fujiyama family in the future. The Ji family hasn't been out for a long time, so they wouldn't get involved in such trivial matters. Besides, over the years, they have been declining instead of making progress and can't compare with my Fujiyama family. The young man waved his hand again. Let's go back to Dongseng. This is the youth boy training base. During the intermission, Lin Qingyan left the dance studio and walked to the lounge. She asked coldly, "Where's the surveillance?" The assistant took out a USB drive and said, "Here, Sister Yen, I copied it to my phone as well." Lin Qingyan took the phone and saw that the surveillance camera clearly captured all of C. Fucking's actions. She pulled up the hair around her ears and smiled. "Okay, let's find a suitable time and ask someone to post it online." It made C. Fucking completely unable to gain a foothold in the entertainment industry and also ruined Xiaoyu. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. "Don't worry, Sister Yen, we will definitely get it done." The assistant smiled. It just so happens that the program team released the official list of class divisions today. The program team released the list at 9 in the morning, and fans were already going wild about it. I'm not saying this, but C. Fucking and Lin Qingyan are so different, there's no comparison at all. Can C. Fucking have some self-awareness and give Xiaoyu to Lin Qingyan? Yes, Teacher Lin's ability is there. If she taught him, Xiaoyu might be able to get the C position. But now that he is in C. Fucking's hands, can Xiaoyu still make his debut? You all don't know, maybe, but Teacher Lin has been to Glenn. Although it wasn't because of an award nomination, he has been there anyway. C. Fucking doesn't even know what Glenn is. When the 3 words Glenn were mentioned, it was clear that he was a heavyweight. Soon netizens' attention was shifted to the Grain Awards ceremony to be held in June this year. The program crew naturally saw the noise online. Director, C. Fucking is too restless now. The selection manager came over. Many trainees have opinions about her and hope that she can quit the program. The director took a puff of his cigarette and asked, "Did Tianla Media say anything?" Tianla Media didn't mention it specifically, the election officer said, but they were very satisfied with the division and asked us to continue to fully support Liu Yan. When Xiaoyu first signed up for Youth Boys, many large and small companies had already extended olive branches to him. But he is very arrogant and refuses to sign with any company. Several entertainment companies, including Tianla Media, have informed the program team that Xiaoyu must be suppressed. Although it is a national talent show with open and transparent voting, the script has actually been decided long ago. But no one expected that Xiaoyu's strength was so outstanding that the script was disrupted and the program team could only suppress votes backstage. The data was directly changed by the control center, so Xiaoyu's fans couldn't tell. Of course, the program crew, who know the inside story, will not tell anyone about such a self-destructive thing. The popularity of the show has been increasing, so don't worry about it. The director pondered for a moment and said lightly, "But we really can't let C. Fucking get too arrogant." The election supervisor nodded. Teacher Lin's intention is to release this morning's video. Lin Qingyan has been in the entertainment industry for so many years and has a certain background. Lin Qingyan's side was very dissatisfied with what C. Fucking did today.
Okay.
The director agreed. Listen to them. This way. In dance studio number 2. I'll only dance once. C. Fucking turned on the music, flexed his wrists, curled his lips, and smiled unbridled. If you can't learn it, face the wall and reflect for an hour. Everyone. In front of the mirror, C. Fucking had already started the first dance step. The trainees all watched closely, afraid that they would miss anything. The 4 new trainees didn't have much hope at first, but the more they watched, the more surprised they became. The girl's waist was incredibly flexible and difficult movements came easy to her. Every time you bend down and turn around, your heart rate will increase directly. The drum beats in the music suddenly rose. C. Fucking's dance steps also became faster. She danced faster and faster, and she felt like she was exploding.
Bang. Bang.
When the last drum beat came, she bent down and then retracted her waist, spinning 360 degrees on her feet. Her slender fingers brushed across the corners of her eyes. She tilted her head and winked. The girl's fox eyes were half-curved, revealing a hazy light, making her like a captivating fairy. Several trainees were stunned, their hearts pounding as if they were about to jump out of their atria. The dance was over long before they came to their senses. Okay, that's it. C-fucking lifted her hair from her forehead. She turned her head and met Xiaoyu's sharp gaze. Her fox eyes narrowed. Have you learned it?
Yeah.
Xiaoyu retracted his gaze. I learned it. Okay, then you lead them in practice. C-fucking picked up a hairpin and pinned her ponytail. I'll go out and sort out the new information. Xiaoyu agreed. After C-fucking walked out, he spoke. Shiyun, where is the computer that can access the internet? There should be one in the backstage. Su Shiyun hesitated. Brother Xia, what do you want a computer for? A cell phone won't work? Well, the phone screen is too small, and I can't see clearly. Xiaoyu said casually, you practice first, I'll go backstage and take a look.
Okay.
Su Xian was a little confused. Brother Xia, what are you looking at? Xiaoyu took a step forward and said, look at Grain's award ceremonies over the years. In the lounge. C fucking stretched and leaned back in his chair. This was her first time to teach students, and she felt quite accomplished. She casually glanced at her phone and saw 2 new messages. Jiang Chongning, there is an advertisement, and the company wants you to audition. The time is tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. The company has already asked for leave for you from the program team. Here is the address. Jiang Chongning, picture C fucking narrowed his eyes. She has been awake for so long, but the other members of the Stargirls band have not contacted her. This is the first time. Her girl group consists of 5 members, and they returned from abroad early last year. After they came back, they held several stage performances. Later, because the resource gap between the 5 members was too large, although the group had not disbanded, no one was basically in a solo state. Jiang Chongning is the only one who talks to her. C fucking remembered that Jiang Chongning's position in the group was cool and aloof. A cold and aloof beauty. But the cooking is delicious. That makes sense.
Si fucking typed.
I think I look better with makeup, what do you think? Jiang Chongning, haha. C fucking clicked his tongue. She has a pretty bad temper, I like that. She closed her phone and took out a folder. There is something moving in its arms, and the Pichio is trying to find new gold to eat. What are you doing? Do you think you are a pig? C fucking pressed it down ruthlessly. Pigs can get fat, but can you? Noob. It can't. It hurts my self-esteem. At the same time, at the advertising audition management office. These are the artists who will be auditioning tomorrow. The assistant director placed a stack of registration forms on the table. Please sort them according to the A and B levels. Tomorrow we will give priority to the A level. The assistant nodded. Okay. There are many people who come to interview for this advertisement, so they need to be divided into levels first. A-level artists will be interviewed intensively, while B-level artists are just there for the formality and basically have no chance of the final audition. The assistant quickly distributed dozens of them. He has met many artists, so no matter how good-looking one is, he won't be surprised. Until he turned to the next registration form. A photo of a shamat makeup caught my eye. The assistant was startled and immediately looked at the name. C fucking. He thought about it and then remembered that she was the dance instructor in Youth Boy. It has been on the hot search list recently, and it is full of curses. Basically, the whole network is blackening it. The age is suitable, but the appearance. Those who wear such heavy makeup are absolutely unable to show their faces without makeup. But to shoot this commercial, I had to remove my makeup. Moreover, C-fucking has too many black fans and is a risky artist, so the chances of using her are even lower. The assistant shook his head and put C-fucking's information aside. After all, C-fucking is an artist under Tianla Media, the leading media in the entertainment industry. It would not be good to just throw him away. There should still be a formality. After the assistant grouped all the registration forms, he put them away and locked them in the cabinet. At 6 o'clock in the evening, C-fucking came out of the training base on time. Not far from the base, there was a black car parked. Because the car's styling was very low-key and it didn't have any nameplate, passers-by didn't pay much attention to it. Seeing the girl coming out, Fong San immediately opened the car door. Miss C, Brother Joe asked me to pick you up. C fucking stepped forward, bent over, and got into the car. Let's go, San. Fong San's mouth twitched, and he quickly started the car. 30 minutes later, we arrived at the villa. Hey, isn't Tangding here? C fucking walked in and looked around. Did she go home? Yu Shiheng hummed calmly. He went out shopping. C fucking sighed. It's great to be young. When I get old, I won't have the motivation to walk. This time she woke up, she was 4 years younger, which was the only comfort she had. Fong San looked at C fucking strangely, with mixed feelings. He is 25 years old and still not old, but Miss C already has the mentality of an old man at the age of 18. Yu Shiheng finished reading the document in his hand and raised his head. What do you want to talk to me about? Let me check your leg muscles and nerves. C fucking walked over to him and sat down, then took out a pair of medical gloves and put them on. I'll prescribe the right medicine for you. Yu Shiheng lowered his eyes, his light amber pupils showing no emotion. Please do as you please. She rolled up his trouser legs, revealing the man's slender calves. The lines are smooth and the muscles are firm. He is neither as strong as a muscular man, nor as thin as a muscular man, just right. It is the perfect body type, looking thin when dressed and having meaty bodies when undressed. C fucking, wearing medical gloves, moved up along his ankle and pressed gently. It turns out that it was not my illusion. Your muscles are really good. Her touch was so clear that he could feel it even through his gloves, as if something was ignited and was about to explode. Yu Shiheng's eyes suddenly darkened, and his voice became deeper. Don't move. Is this place uncomfortable too? C fucking said, but he pressed it again subconsciously due to his occupational disease.
Swish.
The next second, her wrist was held by him. The coolness brought by the contact of skin made her fingers move slightly. But he only blocked her movements gently. He seemed to sigh lightly. Don't touch it.
I see.
C fucking finally realized, you are too sensitive here. I won't move. Yu Shiheng's eyes became deeper. Okay, let me give you an example. C fucking dragged a Pichio out of the bag and lifted up one of its front legs. Look, I'm going to treat you from this part of your thigh first. Noob. Dog owners are becoming more and more dog-like. Why bully it for its short fat legs now? Yu Shiheng supported himself on his elbows, his eyes returning to a calm state. He nodded. What's the point? This sentence is exactly the same as what those old guys from the Divine Doctor Alliance said. Your leg disease is very strange, and it is different from other acquired disabilities. C fucking frowned. You've been disabled for many years, but your muscles have not atrophied. It's really strange. Yu Shiheng looked confused and smiled. I can exercise. That's why it's difficult. C fucking touched his chin, but I'll keep my word and I'll definitely cure you. After completing a round of review, C fucking made some new discoveries and recorded some key points in the notebook. Yu Shiheng was still sitting on the sofa, his breathing not irregular at all. Xiaobai stretched out his paw and patted her leg, howling a few times. You said that the aura he exudes makes you feel very familiar? C fucking squatted down. How familiar is he? Oh, you said he makes you feel like you've met your father? Before Xiaobai could say anything else, he was suddenly brought up. C fucking glanced at it. What are you dreaming about? Your father is in front of you. Noob. Woo. The master is so fierce. But there aren't many people who can make you feel friendly. C fucking seemed to be thinking, no, by Jinyu, you dog Pichio. What makes you feel friendly is the smell of gold, right? She narrowed her fox eyes, releasing murderous intent. Xiaobai realized something was wrong and ran away. But after running only 2 steps, he was picked up again. Xiaobai could only rub C fucking's palm in a flattering manner and howled again. Give up, I don't believe you. C fucking put it on the table, just recover your strength. Xiaobai turned over, feeling a little resentful. When will it have plenty of gold to eat? We can't go on like this. The next day, C fucking went to the training base in the morning to continue training Xiaoyu, Su Shiyun, and others. After having lunch and putting on some makeup, I headed straight to the advertising shoot. C fucking looked at the information yesterday. This is a ready-to-wear ad. The brand of ready-to-wear is very niche, and it follows the Chinese retro style. So we specifically chose a small town next to Linqing. C fucking didn't intend to take the task assigned by Tianla Media seriously. But the person who told her was Jiang Chongning, so she naturally wouldn't. A cold voice sounded. Here. C fucking turned around. A tall and slender woman stood under a willow tree, wearing a black leather jacket and leather pants. She was cold all over, and the temperature around her dropped a lot. In the Star Girls group, apart from Captain Meng Shui, the most popular member is Jiang Chongning. But unlike Meng Shui, who is busy, Jiang Chongning seems to have no interest in announcements other than stage performances. She doesn't accept endorsements or act in TV dramas. However, as a result, Jiang Chongning has become a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. Although her fans are not as loyal as Meng Shui's, they are all very loyal. C fucking said lazily. Ning, why are you here? Here. Jiang Chongning took out a box from his bag. If you feel dizzy later, take a few pieces. Is your hypoglycemia better? The box contained cranberry cookies, alongside chocolate and mint candies. Wow, Ning, you are so virtuous. C fucking raised an eyebrow. Whoever marries you in the future will be blessed. This body was indeed in very bad condition before. He was constantly suffering from illnesses of varying sizes, including hypoglycemia. This is also the sequelae of having one's luck taken away. When they were training abroad in the past, Jiang Chongning discovered this problem of hers and would make some desserts for her. What's wrong? Jiang Chongning noticed that C fucking had fallen silent and was in a low mood. C fucking picked up a cranberry cookie and said calmly, I remembered some of my old friends. Jiang Chongning glanced at her and asked, Do you have any friends? Yes. C fucking said slowly. Isn't there one in front of us? Jiang Chongning snorted lightly and said nothing. She saw the girl eating but still asked, What about your friends? C fucking paused and said in a relaxed tone, So, they all became Buddhas. Jiang Chongning was startled. Sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. C fucking took a bite of the biscuit. Life must end, and death must come sooner or later. Her fingers holding the box slowly tightened. Eye contact. There are too many people here. Hurry in. Jiang Chongning pushed her and said, I'll wait for you outside. C fucking put the box away in his bag and put on his sunglasses. It's just a formality. It probably won't take long. Filming location. The stagehand called people in to interview the shooting director and assistant director. Just when the next artist was about to be interviewed, a tall and straight figure came in first. An extremely young man, definitely no more than 30 years old. The shooting director was shocked. He stood up suddenly and couldn't help but say, Director Chu, why are you here? Come and take a look. Chu Lingyun nodded. You guys take your own photos. I'll take a look at the information of this group of artists. The shooting director hurriedly handed over the remaining registration forms, while observing Chu Lingyun's expression. Seeing that he didn't show any emotion, the director breathed a sigh of relief. But he relaxed too early, because the next second, Chu Lingyun slammed a registration form on the table. The shooting director was startled. Director Chu? Can anyone audition now? Chu Lingyun pointed at the Shamat photo on the registration form and laughed angrily. Even the registration photo shows heavy makeup. Who is this artist? Let her remove her makeup now. She has to do it even if she doesn't want to. After she's done, ask her to come in. I'll interview her in person. The director was stunned. After taking a look, he didn't dare to refute and immediately sent the stagehands out. C fucking was sitting outside at this time. She reduced her presence and lazily basked in the sun, until the noise grew louder and more eyes were focused on her. The stage clerk handed over the prepared makeup removal tools and smiled politely but distantly. There is hot water here. Please help Miss C remove her makeup. The stage clerk was also very troubled. Zijianjiu is actually a newly launched brand under Lan. Lan, a world-renowned clothing and luggage brand, has many well-known designers. It is also the only company in the Great Xia Empire that can compete with those luxury brands in the Western continent. However, because Zijianjiu follows the niche Chinese style and was just founded, the Lan headquarters did not pay much attention to it. Who knew that Chu Lingyun would have the time to come here in person? Who would have known that fucking would just be placed on the muzzle of his gun? The stagehand shook his head with a look of sympathy. Chu Lingyun is not only a director, but also a designer. He became famous at a young age and was nominated for a Grain Award for his first film at the age of 22. He has strict requirements on the artists' faces. You don't have to be beautiful, but you must be clean, and you absolutely cannot wear makeup during the interview. Artists in the industry also know Chu Lingyun's habits. Once, a female star put on makeup without any makeup, but Chu Lingyun saw through it and scolded her. Chu Lingyun is extremely famous, and many artists want to follow his lead, hoping to be able to star in a movie directed by him and rise to fame in the entertainment industry. But he has been secluded himself in the past 3 years designing clothes and jewelry, and has not made a movie for a long time. It's quite a pity. Of course, the staff would not tell anyone that Chu Lingyun had come in person, as it would be troublesome if it caused a sensation. Fucking squinted his eyes and looked at the staff for 2 seconds, then slowly took out his cell phone and sent a message to Jiang Chongning, who was waiting outside. Can I leave? I definitely won't be selected. It's better to go back early and have a hot pot meal instead of making a wasted trip. Jiang Chongning. No, the most I can make you is a matcha oatmeal box. Fucking was very decisive this time. Make a deal. There's something delicious. Very happy. After the negotiation, Fucking put his phone away and looked up. Is there a cubicle or dressing room? The groundskeeper was in a bad mood and said in an aggressive tone, I told you there's hot water here, so what's wrong with just unloading it? I'm too ugly. Fucking said calmly, I'm afraid it will scare people after I take it off. Field staff. After contacting the director, the production staff took Fucking to the small dressing room next door. The crowd moved aside. There was a click sound, which was the sound of a mobile phone taking a picture. It was so subtle that no one noticed. Fucking paused, expression unchanged, and continued walking forward. The noise gradually died down, but the other auditioners kept looking in the direction where Fucking left. In a corner on the left, a woman also wearing sunglasses stood sideways with a mobile phone in her hand. After 3 rings, the call was connected. Qingyan, did you know? I met Fucking at the audition. The woman lowered her voice and was very excited. Just now, the stage manager came out in person to ask her to remove her makeup. Although I don't know why, she definitely can't escape this time. It really made me laugh to death. Since entering the entertainment industry, Fucking has never appeared in public without makeup. Many paparazzi have stalked her, but still failed to successfully capture her without makeup. Fucking seemed quite satisfied with her makeup. Once on a show, the host asked her about this, and her answer was that more people would like her this way. The woman couldn't understand it at all. She just thought Fucking was mentally ill. Forced to remove makeup? Lin Qingyan was a little surprised. What kind of commercial are you shooting? Why is it forced? It was just a small advertisement, but the company insisted on having me do it. The woman was quite disdainful, but the director's vision is quite high, and no one has passed the first round of auditions yet. I'll just audition casually. I'll have to think about whether they want me or not.
No makeup.
Lin Qingyan pursed her lips and smiled, saying intentionally or unintentionally, I think a lot of people should be interested. Of course not. The woman also laughed. There are too many people interested in her. I have never seen her, but I just heard you talk about her. I also want to know how ugly she is. Lin Qingyan's smile widened. Then I'll trouble you, Ruodong. No problem, Qingyan, just wait. Su Ruodong agreed readily. I promise to take a picture of her true appearance and send it to you when the time comes. Over here, in the dressing room. After the stage manager brought Fucking in, he left in a hurry, leaving only a young assistant behind. The assistant laid out the makeup removal tools one by one and brought 2 basins of hot water. Miss C. Okay. Thank you for that. I want to ask, Fucking seemed to be thinking about something. Why did you suddenly come to me and ask me to take off my makeup? Although Zijianjiu is only a niche brand, it has not yet made a name for itself in the clothing market. This advertisement is the first promotion made by Zijianjiu. But there are too many artists in the entertainment industry, and there are countless 18th-tier stars. So many people come for auditions. Why is she so special? The assistant hesitated for a moment and said, "It's like this, Miss C. Someone came down from above and saw your photo on the registration form. He called your name directly. Then why not just remove me?" C fucking raised his eyebrows. "The audition doesn't need me, right?"
Ah.
The assistant was also embarrassed because the person who came is teacher Chu Lingyun. C fucking paused. "Who?"
Teacher Kelangien.
The assistant whispered, "I must ask for the one without makeup." C fucking had a blank expression on his face. She got to know a lot of people in Glen. If she were to talk about the person she most regretted meeting, Chu Lingyun was definitely one of them. Chu Lingyun is a workaholic, which is totally incompatible with her. She was once forced to be woken up by him at 2 in the morning for advice. Whenever she thought back to that dark time, she felt that even eating 10 hot pot meals could not make up for it. C fucking was removing her makeup while thinking absent-mindedly. Chu Lingyun should have been stationed in Glen, but he did not forget to work even when he came to Lincheng. He is worthy of being the king of involution. But he didn't know her now. Very nice. Then he raised his head. The complete bare face is clearly exposed to the air. Her skin is fair and radiant, and her hair is long and soft. The narrow and long fox eyes are clear and bright, with a somewhat seductive curve. The flowers and trees are covered with snow, and the new moon shines brightly. It's like rays of light are flowing down from the sky, and every inch is extremely beautiful. No one can withstand the close-range attack of beauty. The assistant was completely stunned. She said blankly, Ms. C, Ms. C. Bang, bang, bang. The only sound in the silent dressing room was the heartbeat. It's getting more and more intense. Shoo. C fucking pressed his finger lightly on the assistant's lips and chuckled. Keep it a secret for now, okay? The young assistant covered his pounding heart and nodded dazedly, his mind completely out of focus. Be good. C fucking pinched her cheek, put on a mask, smiled, and said, let's go. Audition office. The stagehand knocked on the door and said, Director Chu, the person is here. As soon as Chu Lingyun arrived, the director naturally gave him the core position. He was also curious about how ugly C fucking was that she couldn't be seen in public without makeup.
Okay, come in.
Chu Lingyun glanced at the time. Time is running out. She will leave after I finish the interview. The groundskeeper nodded and went out. Soon he came in with people and went out again. C fucking glanced at Chu Lingyun, who was still working in the office.
It's really him. There are too many coincidences in life.
Ms. C, there's no one else here. Please take off your mask. The shooting director coughed and said, let me introduce you. This is teacher Chu Lingyun. Please keep it a secret when Ms. C leaves. C fucking took off his mask and replied nonchalantly, okay. Okay, let's get started. Chu Lingyun raised his head. The voice stopped abruptly. There was silence in the room for a moment. With a clang, the director's hand loosened, and the thermos fell directly to the ground. It hit his feet so hard that he forgot to scream. He looked at the girl in front of him in shock, and his brain froze. Chu Lingyun suddenly stood up and walked towards C fucking. He stretched out his hand, as if wanting to pinch her face to see if it was fake. C fucking crossed his arms and glared at him. What do you want to do? You're such a shame. The director's expression changed, and he was about to stop it. However, Chu Lingyun shrank back, his hands fixed in the air, and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, it's an occupational disease. He was also a little puzzled as to why he was frightened by an 18th-tier star. Chu Lingyun sat back in his chair and looked at the girl carefully. As a designer and director, Chu Lingyun has a strict definition of the word beauty. He wanted pure natural. Even artists who have only had minor plastic surgery are not in his eyes. He has a weird temper, but there are still many stars waiting to join his circle. After all, there are too few artists from Daxia who can enter Glen, and in all these years there has only been one talented director, like Chu Lingyun. Who doesn't want to win a Grain Award? Very good, it's you. Chu Lingyun made a prompt decision. sign the contract.
Sifuking.
She restrained her murderous intent and smiled. My face is the only thing to look at. My acting skills are terrible. Is Director Chu so careless? Chu Lingyun snorted slightly. Those people outside can't even look at their faces.
Sifuking.
It made so much sense. She couldn't argue with it. I have only black fans in the entertainment industry. C fucking refused again. If your brand chooses me, not only will it fail to enter the market, but it will also be directly attacked by black fans. Entertainment industry? Hearing this, Chu Lingyun laughed disdainfully. Its name used to be the performing arts industry, but I want actors, not stars. Brands under Lan do not rely on celebrity endorsements to increase sales. This is Lan's confidence and power. For Lan's high-end ready-to-wear line, even top stars go to invite Lan instead of being invited. You go out first. Chu Lingyun waved his hand at the director of filming. Tell the people outside later that the others don't need to be interviewed anymore, and let them leave. The shooting director walked out, still a little confused. There were only 2 people left in the room. There was silence again. You look a lot like someone I know. Chu Lingyun stared at her for a long time and finally couldn't help but speak, really. The face is different. The age is even more different. The only thing in common was that the first time he saw them, they were all 18 years old. And the feeling they gave him, that kind of casual and sharp beauty, was exactly the same. And the eyes. C fucking remained calm. Where is she? Chu Lingyun was silent for a moment, and after a few seconds, he spoke awkwardly. He should be gone. Otherwise, how could he not come back for 4 years, and there is no news? C fucking's eyes narrowed. She entered Glen when she was 18 years old. At that time, the master issued a task, requiring each disciple to choose a place to train and reach the top in the relevant field. During this period, your identity must be kept strictly confidential, not even to your fellow disciples or brothers. So, during her time in Glen, she had always been in disguise. At the age of 21, she received an urgent call back from her master. So she left Glen and returned to the laboratory. Then the experiment went wrong and she was killed in the explosion, and when she woke up it was 3 years later.
It has been 4 years since I last saw Glen.
She is a genius, a performing genius, and also a design genius. Chu Lingyun added, you know Lan, right? She named it after her. C fucking put his hands in his pockets, with no expression on his face. Turn the tide when it is about to fall, and support the collapsing building. Lan, save the lawn. This is her sister's name. I really have never seen anyone more suitable for acting than her. Chu Lingyun sighed. I originally spent a year polishing a script, but it's a pity that no one is willing to shoot it. He would rather not make the movie and let the script go bad than find someone else to shoot it. C fucking paused for a moment, then said calmly, maybe it is not impossible to achieve. Chu Lingyun shook his head and did not continue the topic. He said seriously, since you have been chosen as the spokesperson, the Lan headquarters has also decided to include Zijianjiu in the list of brands that the headquarters will focus on building this year. In addition to this commercial, we will also shoot some short videos. Let's add each other on WeChat. It will be convenient for our work later, he said, opening the QR code.
Sifuking.
She gritted her teeth and smiled. I think it's not necessary. It is necessary. It is very necessary. Chu Lingyun seemed to have entered a frantic working mode. Believe me, I will make you the best model. Are you interested in acting? We can still work together.
Sifuking.
It was a bad idea. She wanted to say something swearing, but she didn't know whether she should say it or not. You are worthy of being the king of involution. I don't agree. C fucking still refused. I can only shoot 1 commercial at most. Forget about being a brand spokesperson. Then think about it again. Chu Lingyun didn't force her and nodded. Originally, the filming fee for this advertisement was only 200,000 yuan, but now I have decided to raise the price to 2 million yuan. If it's you, the endorsement fee is 50 million. C fucking suddenly sat up straight, putting away her lazy attitude. She looked at him very seriously. Deal. He also planned to use WeChat to persuade the shameless Chu Lingyun after turning. He looked at C fucking blankly, and his mind was unable to come back to its senses for a moment. 10 seconds later, Chu Ling-yoon remembered that he had just said a number. 50 million. Money. He is not as attractive as money. Chu Ling-yoon had mixed feelings. Although some people are finally not so fanatical about him, he still feels a little unhappy deep down. Then let's go to my private studio to talk. Chu Ling-yoon checked the time. I'm leaving first. Contact me on WeChat for the specific date. C fucking's attitude also improved a lot. Okay. Before Chu Ling-yoon pushed the door open and left, he couldn't help but ask again. Why do you always wear that kind of makeup?
Oh.
C fucking put on the mask slowly. I'm so beautiful. I'm afraid you'll all fall in love with me.
Que l'argent.
Although their appearances are completely different, their peculiar narcissistic personalities are exactly the same. Outside. Under the organization of the stage manager, the next interview was conducted by the assistant director. Ms. Su, your image is really perfect. The assistant director exclaimed, if nothing goes wrong, it will be you. Su Ruodong snorted softly. I have a lot of announcements, but I don't have time to waste with you. Can you be faster? Okay. The assistant director said, I'll go ask the director. Before he stood up, the director of filming came over. The assistant director was about to talk about Su Ruodong, but the shooting director spoke first. Director Chu has chosen someone, so these people don't need to be interviewed. Has the person been chosen? The assistant director was very surprised. Could it be that Director Chu transferred someone from Glenn? It was unexpected that Chu Ling-yoon would come to investigate this project. Could it be that Zijianjiu is about to come into the sight of Land's top management? Thinking of this, the assistant director was also a little excited. Thank you for all the help today. The shooting director clapped his hands and turned to the other interviewees. The candidates for the commercial have been decided. The shooting team has prepared some coffee. You can help yourself. When this sentence came out, the artists who came to audition were all stunned. But no one said anything. Only Su Ruodong looked coldly. What do you mean? You asked us to come here from afar for an audition, and now you want us to go back? The Zijianjiu brand has indeed never appeared in the public eye. Apart from internal staff, no one knew that Zijianjiu was a brand under Lan. Su Ruodong was naturally completely unaware of this. She started out as a model and has acted in several low-budget web dramas, but has never been able to break into the acting circle. But it's not like an unknown brand can just stand her up. Apart from the fact that Zijianjiu is not well known, the several traditional Chinese-style ready-to-wear clothes they launched are indeed very much to her liking. Retro style is popular now, especially clothes from the early Xia dynasty. The glorious era when Emperor Yin was still alive. Many people wanted to get closer to him and admire his heroic figure back then. The assistant director wiped his sweat and said, Miss Su, we just found out about this. You just found out about this? How come someone else chose him? Before he could finish his words, Su Ruodong interrupted him impatiently. Who chose him? Why did he choose me without even meeting me? Do you think you are Chu Ling-yoon, the #1 director of the Great Xia Empire? So willful? Before the assistant director could speak, an unhappy voice was heard. Who's making all the noise? Chu Ling-yoon, who had just finished packing, was still fully armed with sunglasses, a hat and a scarf, leaving his eyes uncovered. He no longer had the good temper he had when he saw C fucking and waved his hands impatiently. Didn't you say the audition is over? What are you arguing about? Let's go. After Chu Ling-yoon finished speaking, he left in a hurry and headed for the next place. Miss Su, what you said is not right. The shooting director also had a temper. With Chu Ling-yoon's support, he hit back directly. First, we haven't signed a contract with you. Second, this is a preliminary audition and the audition is voluntary. Even if you pass the first test, you may not be able to pass the second test. Why do you think you have been selected? Bigger face than others? Besides, whoever made the selection made it, and you can't afford to offend them. The shooting director smiled politely. Ms. Su, please leave. We have to clean up the studio. Su Ruodong's face turned blue and red, and then red and blue. It was as if all the embarrassment rushed to my head, and my whole body felt anxious. She was so angry that she said, I don't even look down on you. What a small brand you are. You don't even have a physical store, but you are so arrogant. I wonder how you will survive in the market in the future. Can you compare with Lan? She won't go even if you invite her. Su Ruadam picked up her bag, turned around and walked away, looking quite embarrassed from behind. The shooting director ignored him, gave the assistant director a few words and returned to the audition room. I met C. Fucking, who was wearing a mask and about to go out. The director asked cautiously, Miss C, do you need anything?
Feel free to ask.
Are you kidding? This is the person Chu Lingyun fell in love with at first sight. The future song girl. What if I'm lucky enough to be nominated for the Grain Award? Don't worry, Miss C, the shooting director said. If you have any concerns, we fully understand and respect them. Since Director Chu has chosen to contact you in a private way, all arrangements will be made according to his wishes. Director Chu likes Miss C very much, and Miss C can give him suggestions at will. Chu Lingyun has a bad temper, but for those who are chosen by him, he is indulgent instead. C fucking touched his chin and said, It's not something that I can't tell you. I had a serious brain disease before. Filming director? Why do you scold yourself? C fucking lowered his eyes. The reason is actually quite absurd and funny. Misters was said that Yu Yao didn't like her looks and asked her to put on makeup. But in fact, it was to better plunder her luck. Face is very important. Yin and Yang masters can tell a person's future fortune and misfortune as well as the points of disaster by observing his face. Therefore, when the face is covered, the corresponding luck will also be lost. She always wears makeup because she quite likes it and it avoids a lot of unnecessary trouble. She slightly changed her makeup technique, and not only did it not affect her luck, it also helped her luck to recover slowly. C fucking didn't say anything else, just nodded slightly, turned and left. At this moment, an excited voice came from behind. Miss C. C fucking turned around. The shooting director clenched his fist and said, I will go back and vote for you. C fucking. Not necessarily. The program Youth Boys not only ranks the trainees, but also provides a voting channel for the mentors. After the 12 episodes, the best mentor will be selected. She has no interest in such false fame and just wants to be a lazy and idle person. Oh yes, Missy. Please give me a few autographs. The director added, I'm sure you'll be famous in the future, and your autograph will be valuable then. C fucking was silent for a moment, then sighed. Director, you have a good business sense. She signed a few points with the filming director and then left the audition office. Jiang Chongning was still waiting outside. Seeing her come out, Jiang Chongning stepped forward, handed her a bottle of juice, and asked as usual, How is it? C fucking sighed. I'm not feeling well. My head hurts a little, and my heart hurts too. Jiang Chongning frowned. What's going on? Is someone in there causing trouble for you? She also didn't know why C fucking always wore a shamat makeup. Even in their group, no one else had ever seen C fucking's true face. There was one time when she got up in the middle of the night and went out of the dormitory and saw C fucking fainted outside. C fucking sighed sadly. I was chosen. Jiang Chongning smiled. She couldn't keep her knife. Isn't it a good thing to be selected? Jiang Chongning said indifferently, except for group performances, you haven't had any announcements or activities for a long time. It is basically in a semi-hidden state by Tianla Media. This also means that C fucking has no connections in the entertainment industry. It's difficult to take a step forward. Jiang Chongning paused and asked again, Have you signed the contract?
Not yet.
C fucking said lazily. We'll discuss it when the time comes. The company doesn't take this advertisement seriously, otherwise they wouldn't have let you audition. Jiang Chongning frowned again. If the contract is signed, the company's commission. The contract signed by C fucking and Tianla Media was the lowest level, with a 190% profit split. C fucking is 1. Tianla Media is 9. In the meantime, their agents would take kickbacks, so the money left in C fucking's hands was very little. Also a member of the Star Girls group, C fucking has no assistant or makeup artist, unlike team leader Meng Shui, who has a team behind her.
Yeah.
C fucking said lightly, I'm preparing to terminate the contract. Hearing this, Jiang Chongning fell silent. It is so difficult to terminate the contract with Tianla Media. Not to mention, the penalty for breach of contract is astronomical. How to solve it? C fucking used one hand to lift the hair that was blown to her lips. Her fox eyes were bright and clear. She smiled and said, "Ning Ning, if I plan to stand up in the future, will you follow me? You can stand up first, then we can talk." Jiang Chongning said noncommittally, "You can't even cook." Actually, C fucking said seriously, "I can do everything except cooking." Jiang Chongning didn't take this to heart. "Let's go and eat hot pot." The two walked out while chatting. When I walked onto the street, I met a woman wearing a cheongsam. The woman has a good figure and temperament, and she is not pretending to be a socialite. C fucking took another look, and his eyes narrowed suddenly. Just as she was about to pass them, the woman suddenly fell vertically. There was no color on her lips, and even her hands turned purple. The woman's eyes were tightly closed, and she was obviously in a deep coma. Jiang Chongning took a step back. Fake news? It's no wonder she thinks this way. This kind of thing happens all the time. C fucking had already squatted down. She frowned and said, "The heart rate is weak. The heart rate is 30 beats per minute, and it is still gradually decreasing. The estimated survival rate is 19%, 18%. Jiang Chongning was stunned. "CC, what are you talking about? Call an ambulance." C fucking moved his hands quickly and pinched several acupuncture points on the woman. She has a sudden heart attack and needs emergency help. Jiang Chongning didn't have time to ask anything and immediately started making a phone call. Su Ruodong was very angry. It's already acting like a big shot before it's even made a name for itself. "I will tell my friends in the circle soon so that they can't even find the model." "Ruodong, don't be angry. I have a model edition spot for another brand. I'll give it to you when the time comes." Lin Qingyan comforted her. "By the way, see fucking's photo. She hit it too well." She took off her makeup and still wore a mask. Su Ruodong sneered. "Just watch, I will definitely take off her mask." Lin Qingyan was a little worried. "You have to be careful. Let's not talk about Qingyan anymore." I saw C fucking. She actually bumped into someone. Su Ruodong saw the right opportunity and pushed the assistant next to her. "Go quickly. Take off her mask while she's not paying attention. Take off C fucking's mask and you can get a picture of this ugly creature." As for the woman falling to the ground, it was C fucking who bumped into her, and it had nothing to do with her. She is very busy and has no time to be scammed. The assistant responded quickly and stepped forward quickly. "Front. Jiang Chongning has finished the call." She knew nothing about first aid and could only record the woman's characteristics. Jiang Chongning looked at the cheongsam the woman was wearing and the embroidery on it. This kind of cloth is not available in Lincheng, and a piece of cloth is extremely expensive. This kind of embroidery cannot be produced by machines and can only be done by hand. The chance of survival is 30%, 40%. C fucking was still squatting on the ground, with a glimmer in her eyes, and she spat out numbers one by one. 55%. At this time, the assistant was already very close. Just a few more steps, and he would be able to reach out and take off the girl's clothes. Su Ruodong, who had been observing from behind, also became excited and prepared to take pictures with his mobile phone. C fucking lowered his head, without moving, one hand pressing on the woman's ribs, while the other hand firmly held several acupoints. Only the tip of his toes tapped the ground lightly. Shua's small stone flew out of the air and hit the assistant, who was about to run over. Then 2 more stones bounced up and hit the left and right knees accurately.
Bang!
Jiang Chongning turned around when she heard the sound and saw a man kneeling in front of them with his head knocked to the ground. Very embarrassing. Behind this person, a woman wearing sunglasses is holding a mobile phone. The woman was obviously not expecting this and was a little stunned. C fucking completed a round of emergency measures and slowly tucked the hair that was blown by the wind behind her ears. "Ning Ning, see, this is called fraud." Jiang Chongning. She frowned. "I saw this woman at the audition. Does she have a conflict with you?" "I don't really care." C fucking said lazily. "Did you call?" There was a big hospital nearby, and the ambulance arrived quickly. The medical staff quickly put the unconscious woman into the car, leaving a nurse to write down the names of Si Fucking and Jiang Chongning. Si Fucking flexed his wrist and patted Jiang Chongning's face again. Let's go eat hot pot. Jiang Chongning came back to his senses and looked at her with a bit of inquiry in his eyes. Can you treat? Not bad. Si Fucking said in a relaxed tone. I learned it from the game. Ningning, do you have the problem of old cold legs? Let me take a look for you. Jiang Chongning said indifferently. Although Si Fucking's personality has become much more lively, she is very happy. But every time she encountered such a conversation, she couldn't put her knife away. Si Fucking put his hands in his pockets and walked forward slowly. She raised the woman's chances of survival to 70%. If the hospital still couldn't save the patient, she thought they would all be laid off. Su Ruodong stepped forward only after Si Fucking and Jiang Chongning left. She twisted the assistant's ear in frustration. You can't even do this little thing. You fall down when you walk. What do you do for a living? The assistant was a young girl in her 20s. Her eyes turned red and tears almost fell. Sister Su. That's enough, useless thing. Su Ruodong snorted coldly. I'll do it myself. She had to take off Si Fucking's mask no matter what. This way. Youth Boy Training Base. When Si Fucking came back, Xiaoyu, Su Xinyan, and 6 others were still training. Very good at this speed. She observed for a moment and nodded. The first performance will begin soon, so you need to cooperate more. Teacher Si taught us well. Su Xian clenched her fists with starry eyes. Teacher Si, we have to choose songs for the next show. Which one do you think is better? Si Fucking nodded. I will tell you when the time comes. Xiaoyu stopped after practicing the dance. He turned to look at Si Fucking, and after a few seconds he said, Teacher Si, have you ever heard of Yunlan? Who? Si Fucking wiped his sweat with a piece of paper, his expression unchanged. I haven't heard of it. It's not Mr. Si? Su Xian jumped up, a little excited. Yunlan, the winner of the Grain Lifetime Achievement Award. The Grain Lifetime Achievement Award represents the highest honor in the entertainment industry. Green was founded more than 100 years ago, and generally speaking, only 5 people have ever won this title. Only Yunlan is from Daxia. But she is too mysterious. Not to mention Daxia. Even the artists who reside in Glen don't know her identity. 4 years ago, Yunlan suddenly retired from the film industry without any announcement and has not appeared since then. Only her fans have been waiting anxiously. Rumor has it in the industry that Yunlan and Chu Lingyun, the #1 director of the Great Xia Empire, are close friends. She was the leading actress in the film in which Chu Lingyun won the Grain Award for Best Film. But even Chu Lingyun didn't know where she had gone. An international film queen disappeared from the public eye. In the entire entertainment industry, Yunlan ranks second and no one dares to surpass her. Is that so? Si Fucking held his chin and nodded. She is amazing. I want to learn from her. Xiaoyu's eyes were still fixed on her. I thought Teacher Si liked Senior Yunlan very much. Si Fucking leaned back in the soft chair, crossing his legs. Why do you say that? The dance that Teacher Si performed last time had several moves that were exactly the same as Senior Yunlan's. Xiaoyu curled his lips. Even if I were here, I would be stunned for 3 seconds. I'm so ashamed. I was just practicing casually. Si Fucking yawned. Who is Yunlan? I can't compare to him. Teacher Si is really amazing. Su Xiyun admired him. If you win the Glen Lifetime Achievement Award in the future, you must teach me. Si Fucking raised his eyebrows. It's not impossible. Ding ding ding. Just then, a short and shrill siren sounded, alarming the trainees in the base. What's going on? Su Xian looked down and was stunned. Why are there so many people gathered down there, and there are also police cars?
Don't worry about it.
Si Fucking didn't even raise his eyes. Continue practicing. But before Su Xian could continue practicing for long, the door of the dance studio was pushed open. Leading the group was a lady dressed extremely elegantly. She was followed by 2 policemen. That's her, Mr. Officer. The lady pointed at Si Fucking with a cold expression. She hit my sister on the road and ran away. She tried to be irresponsible. Please be sure to take her away. As soon as these words were spoken, silence fell in the dance room. The noble lady's voice was quite loud, which naturally alarmed the students in other practice rooms. Lin Qingyan and Li Jingchen also came over, followed by Mai and Lu Yan, all looking at Si Fucking, who was surrounded in surprise. Miss, please come with us first. The police officer nodded. The patient's life or death is unknown at this time. We need you to go to the hospital and cooperate with the investigation. What investigation? The lady insisted. She was the one who hit him. She must be taken away. In that case, let's check the surveillance. Si Fucking was still sitting on the soft chair, lazily and unhurriedly. Whether it was me who bumped into her or she fainted, it's clear at a glance. You knew this a long time ago, didn't you? Hearing this, the lady snorted coldly. The place where you bumped into my sister happened to be a blind spot for surveillance cameras, so nothing was captured. However, you have some conscience and called the hospital's emergency number, but this cannot cover up the fact that you are the culprit. The police officer looked at Si Fucking. This lady?
Teacher C.
Behind him, Su Xiun became nervous. Teacher C, are you okay? He didn't know who this lady was. But looking at the way she was dressed, one could tell she was definitely from a wealthy family. They simply couldn't compete. Xiaoyu's eyes also turned cold. Before Si Fucking could respond, his cell phone rang. She looked down.
Boss.
Note, rich and powerful. Wait a moment. Si Fucking pressed the answer button, still calm and composed. I'll take a call. The male voice on the other end of the phone was clear and low, with a hint of coldness. It's me. Are you free tonight? Si Fucking nodded. Yes, but I have something to do and need to go to the hospital first. Yu Shiheng paused for a moment when he heard this, and asked in a more serious tone, Hospital?
No, it's not me.
I'm not injured. Si Fucking glanced at Mrs. Chun, who was full of anger. Someone hit me. She also expressed her concern for a certain wealthy boss in a considerate manner before ending the call. I hope she can get a salary increase. Hey, your sponsor called you? Mrs. Chun said sarcastically, you celebrities are really messy. Si Fucking ignored her. She turned around and gestured to Xiaoyu. You take them to train. I'll go to the hospital. Xiaoyu instantly suppressed his anger and said in a leisurely tone, Teacher C, when you come back, I still have something I need to ask you. Si Fucking put on his coat and said slowly, no problem. Su Xinyan was still a little worried. Teacher C. Mai, however, looked gloating. Brother Yen, Si Fucking is really finished now. If she goes to the police station, the company won't even have to do anything. She will be banned directly. It's a good thing. Lu Yan narrowed his eyes. She was too careless. Someone actually came to her door. He glanced at Xiaoyu, who was equally calm, and snorted softly. With a legal expert like Fu Qing as his boss, he wondered how Xiaoyu would make his debut. What has Teacher C done wrong? Lin Qingyan was worried. Why did you alarm the police? You don't know. The lady just now is from the husband's family surname Chen. Li Jingchen said in a deep voice, the Chen family's power in lynching is second only to the Zhua family. Si Fucking has hit a wall this time. Lin Qingyan covered her lips, a little surprised. Then Teacher C won't go in, right? Li Jingchen was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. That has nothing to do with us. I think the Chen family must have made a mistake. Lin Qingyan pursed her lips. Teacher C is quite kind. How could he do such a thing? But we still need to let the program team prepare for public relations. When something like this happens to a dance instructor, there is bound to be some turmoil on the internet. For Lin Qingyan, it doesn't matter whether Si Fucking enters or not, but it must not affect the program and her interests. You need to be prepared. Li Jingchen nodded, his tone a little colder. She is the same. She only causes trouble. The other side. Yu Shiheng put down his phone, looked up and said in a cold voice, Get ready and go to Lynching First Hospital. Feng San came over with the juice and was surprised. Brother Jiu, why do you want to go to the hospital suddenly? Is anyone sick? Pick her up. Why is Miss C in the hospital? Feng San understood instantly, but was also very confused. Did she beat someone up? Other than that, he couldn't seem to think of any other reason.
No.
Yu Shiheng didn't explain. 3 minutes. Feng Sand quickly started packing his things, not daring to stop. However, Yu Tang had already learned what had happened from Si fucking. She was filled with tears and was extremely moved. Uncle Jiao, Ching Ching is in dire straits right now, waiting for you to rescue her. You are the hero who steps on the colorful clouds. Go quickly, Uncle Jiao. Yu Shiheng paused and said calmly, Feng San, take her novel. After receiving the order, Feng San parked the car and immediately confiscated all the novels that Yu Tang brought. Looking at the titles of books such as The Cold CEO During the Day, Hot at Night, and The Reborn Little Flirtatious Person, Feng San, this kind of book is indeed not worth reading. Yu Tang's eyes were filled with tears. Uncle Jiao, you are going too far. You are destroying my 18-year-old girl's heart. You will never find a girlfriend in the future. Hearing this, Yu Shiheng lowered his eyes slightly, glanced at her, and said in a calm tone, I didn't see that. He put on his watch, tapped the table with his slender fingers, and said something that could not be refused. Let's go. Since the matter concerned Si fucking, Feng San did not dare to delay and drove to Lincheng First Hospital as quickly as possible. Yu Tang failed to get on the bus, and the novels he had carefully purchased were all taken away. She was completely dejected. She booked a ride with a wronged look on her face while sending a message to Si fucking. Ching Ching, I'm telling you that my Uncle Nine is too much. He really doesn't understand romance. He actually treated me like this. You must kick him out and follow me. Si fucking, no problem. Wait until I earn enough money. Yu Tang's eyes lit up. Ching Ching, you're the best. Can I leave my book with you? I am afraid it will be taken away again. Si fucking. Okay, after getting the accurate answer, Yu Tang got on a ride contentedly and rushed to the hospital. She didn't believe that her uncle would take Ching Ching's book as well.
Yeah.
Yu Yao put down the cup. They should be the yin-yang masters of Dongsing, right? That's true. Zhua Tianfeng became more alert. But the Zhua family has no idea what they're going to do. Mr. Zhua, don't be nervous. Yu Yao smiled. I just want to get to know these two yin-yang masters and ask them to come and see the patient. Although onmyologists are not specialized in medicine, they have also done some research. They will treat patients from the perspective of yin and yang and the 5 elements. One more way means one more solution. This matter is not something I can control. They came to the funeral only because they have some friendship with the old man. Zhua Tianfeng declined. Of course, if they come to Daxia again, I will contact the 3rd young master. Yu Yao nodded. That couldn't be better. Before Zhua Tianfeng could say anything, his cell phone rang. He glanced at it and said, Wait a moment. 3rd young master. Yu Yao politely sat a little further away.
What?
Zhua Tianfeng's expression changed after hearing what was said, but he quickly returned to his cold expression. This matter has nothing to do with the Zhua family. I'm busy now. You guys can handle it on yourselves. That's it. He hung up the phone directly. Zhua Xinyu walked down, slightly surprised. Dad, who's calling? Mrs. Chen's. Zhua Tianfeng sneered. Si fucking bumped into Mrs. Chen's sister and ran away after that. Now he's lying in the hospital, his life or death unknown, and she asked me whether I want to settle this matter privately or publicly. Really, what does this have to do with the Zhua family? Zhua Xinyu frowned. Mrs. Chen's sister? Her sister has a bad heart and will come to the city to recuperate in the winter. Zhua Tianfeng didn't care much. Her sister didn't marry into the Qin family, so she's not considered a member of the Qin family. Zhua Xinyu nodded. What does the Qin family want? After such a big incident, the Qin family will definitely not let it go. I guess Si fucking will have to go to jail. Zhua Tianfeng turned his head and sighed. This is a family disgrace. I'm sorry to make 3rd young master laugh at me. Yu Yao's eyebrows were indifferent. It's okay. Hitting someone and running away is a heinous crime. He was somewhat disappointed to see Si fucking become like this. In that case, I'll take my leave first. Yu Yao did not stay any longer. He stood up. If Dongseng contacts Mr. Zhua, please let me know. The Yu family will definitely reward you handsomely. Zhua Tianfeng put on a fake smile and said, Sure. Master Yu, please. But in his heart, he snorted with contempt. As long as he can get in touch with the Dongsang Tingshan family, does he still need the Yu family? Yu Yao left Swa's house and got into the car. He dialed a number and said in a cold voice, "Hello, it's me." "Yes, I asked you to check." "Still can't find it?" A few more words of apology were said on the other end, and then the call ended. Yu Yao exhaled slowly, feeling a little headache. The girl next to Yu Tang that day seemed extremely familiar to him. He went to check it out specifically. But no matter how hard I searched, I couldn't find anything. The clues seemed to be broken. Yu Yao pondered for a while and decided to ask Yu Tang when the time comes. He started the car and left Swa's house. This way, the hospital. In the emergency room on the 7th floor, doctors and nurses were coming and going in a hurry. The red light in the ICU never went out. There were other members of the Chin family waiting at the door, but they did not look anxious. "I've already called the Zhou family," Mrs. Chin said coldly. "It seems that people around you are right in saying that you are an ungrateful person. The Zhou family has given up on you. What else do you have to say?" C fucking put his hands in his pockets and ignored him. Instead, he turned his head and said, "Mr. Officer, she has no evidence, so she can't arrest me, right?" "That's right. We need evidence." The police officer nodded. "So we need to wait for the patient to wake up. That road is a blind spot for surveillance, and there are no pedestrians on the road, so it is indeed difficult to investigate." "Evidence? You still want evidence?" Mrs. Chen's voice was sharp. "My sister is lying in there. That's the evidence. Don't even think about leaving before my sister wakes up. If anything happens to her, even 100 lives won't be enough to compensate her."
Oh.
C fucking adjusted his hair. "Please go ahead." Mrs. Chin saw the girl leaning against the wall, tilting her head to look at the scenery, with a cold look on her face. She was furious, took a few steps forward, and raised her hand directly. "Why are you wearing a mask? Are you ashamed to be seen?" Mrs. Chen's wrist was cut off. A sudden feeling of numbness and soreness spread up along the wrist bone, and the whole body became stiff for a moment, completely unable to move. "I have a bad temper." C fucking finally looked up at her and smiled nonchalantly. "I don't mind having one more person lying inside. What do you think?" "Madam, calm down." The butler came forward hurriedly. "The master is on his way. We should not conflict with such a person." Mrs. Chun was so angry that she couldn't catch her breath, but she didn't want to give up. "I warn you, you drop." A quick sound interrupted her words. The red light in the ICU finally dimmed, and the door was pushed open. The attending physician came out, sweating profusely. It was obvious that the previous operation had exhausted him a lot. "Please rest assured, family members." He took a breath and spoke again. "The patient is out of danger and has woken up." Hearing this, Mrs. Chun frowned slightly, but soon returned to normal. She wiped her tears and said, "Thank you so much, doctor."
Thank you.
The attending doctor didn't bother to answer. He said hurriedly, "Which lady called the emergency number?" The attending physician walked past her and approached C fucking, looking very excited. "Miss, it's all thanks to you. If you hadn't provided timely emergency treatment to the patient, we would not have been able to save him even if we had supernatural powers." The cardiac surgery department of Lincheng First Hospital is able to rank among the top 10 in the Great Xia Empire. The attending physician has been practicing medicine for more than 30 years and has seen many difficult cases. But this is the first time that it is so difficult. He originally thought that the operation would definitely fail, but unexpectedly, it was successful. Years of rescue experience made the attending physician realize that before the patient was sent here, someone must have given her the first step of medical treatment. However, this simple first step was crucial and saved the patient from the brink of death. Mrs. Chin paused before entering the ward. She turned around suddenly and looked at the girl in surprise. Her expression suddenly changed. "You're welcome." C fucking raised an eyebrow. "Are you out of danger?" "Yes. Thank you very much." The attending physician breathed a sigh of relief. "I have some questions. Can I ask Miss C for advice later?"
I'm sorry.
C fucking smiled and turned around. "Excuse me, officer. You put the blame on someone for no reason. It must be a rumor, right?
Can you sentence him?
The police officer was stunned. Okay. What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing this, Mrs. Chen's face suddenly turned red, and her arrogance subsided a lot. But she was unwilling to believe it and said anxiously, "Doctor, please tell me in detail. What is going on?" "It's Madam Chen." The attending physician seemed to have just recognized her and nodded slightly. "Your sister's illness came on suddenly this time, and the blood supply to her heart is seriously insufficient. If this lady hadn't given her first aid, even if she had been sent to the hospital, we would have been powerless to save her." Speaking of this, the attending physician felt ashamed. He is also in his 50s. However, in the field of medicine there is also the concept of talent. He still needs to learn more. The attending physician sighed and asked, "Did Mrs. Chen invite this young lady here specifically to thank her?" Nurses were coming and going hurriedly around, and their gazes at her were like thorns. "Mrs. Chen, since the misunderstanding has been resolved, we will go back first." The police officer was also a little dissatisfied but still polite. "It's a waste of police resources. There won't be a next time." Mrs. Chen was even more embarrassed. She stammered, "Officer, I am just too concerned. The police officer didn't want to hear anything more from her and left quickly. "I'll go change my clothes." The attending physician was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He once again expressed his respect to C. Fucking. "If Miss C is free, please let me ask you for advice." C. Fucking neither nodded nor shook her head. She smiled and said, "Maybe." The corridor outside suddenly became much emptier. After the others left, Mrs. Chun became arrogant again. She took out a check from her wallet and said with a hint of impatience in her contempt, "Okay, you saved my sister. I want to thank you. Here's 100,000.
Take it."
The fact that C. Fucking had left the Zhua family was known to everyone in the celebrity circle of lynching. 100,000 is a huge sum of money for C. Fucking. Seeing the girl take the check, Mrs. Chen's contempt became even stronger. Sure enough, there is nothing in this world that money can't do. "I have money." Sifu slowly tore the check into pieces bit by bit, raised his hand, and scattered the money over Mrs. Chen's head. She narrowed her fox eyes and smiled with a bit of malice. "That's great." Mrs. Chun was confused. "Madam." The housekeeper stepped forward, supported her, and said angrily, "Miss, you are going too far." C. Fucking was nonchalant and went downstairs directly. "There are even more extreme ones. Do you want to try?" Mrs. Chen came to her senses and was furious. "You little rascal who was kicked out by the Zhua family. You are showing off here. Very well. I will never let this go. You're a celebrity, right? I'm waiting for you to make a fuss about it on the internet."
"Madam, calm down."
The housekeeper tried to comfort her. "The patient is still inside." Mrs. Chen's eyes flashed. "Okay, you wait here. I'll go in and take a look first." Outside the hospital, C. Fucking had just walked down the stairs. "Wait a moment. Please wait a moment, Miss C." The attending physician chased after him. "I want to ask, how long have you been studying medicine, Miss C?" "Let me calculate." C. Fucking seemed to be thinking, "I have learned this in games for several decades." Attending physician. "Ms. C, it seems that there is a disease called Chinibu. But this did involve the other party's privacy, so the attending physician did not ask any more questions. This is my business card. You're welcome at any time, Miss C." C. Fucking waved lazily and walked forward. Sizzle. Just then, a car made a sharp turn and stopped in front of her.
C. Fucking paused.
The rear door opened, and a familiar tall figure came into view. C. Fucking bent down slightly. "Boss, why are you here? Is this kind of thing worthy of Yu Shiheng's attention?" Yu Shiheng looked her up and down, as if confirming something. After a few seconds, he leaned over, reached out his hand, and pressed down the alopecia on the girl's head. The distance between the two was shortened in an instant. The fragrance of osmanthus on a moonlit night is suddenly strong. C. Fucking had the intention to kill. No. Touch. Yu Shiheng's eyebrows moved slightly, and he followed her aho mane hair, and this time directly ruffled her hair.
C. Fucking smiled.
"Who is this? Are you deliberately trying to keep her short?" C. Fucking took a deep breath, got into the car, and when she was about to sit down, she quickly reached out and touched the man's waist and abdomen. Yu Shiheng paused, and his eyes darkened a little. C fucking looked at him calmly. I want to touch it too. It's only right to reciprocate. I have to say that his muscles are well developed, and his touch is very good. This wave is not a loss. Feng-san. He saw something he shouldn't have seen. Will he be silenced when he returns? Seeing that Yu Shiheng didn't seem to have any big reaction, Feng-san hesitated for a while, took out his mobile phone, entered an internal contact group, and sent a message. If I see something I shouldn't see, will Brother Nine kill me? This piece of news was like a deep-water torpedo, blowing up all you are finished. I didn't expect that you would have such a day, Feng-san. Just wait for your death. When you're dead, I can go and protect the master. Will you chop it first or steam it first? Oh, I think which one will taste better. What nonsense are you talking about? With the master's personality, at most he'll just give you a look and someone will drag you away. Please let me do this kind of righteous thing. Feng-san. Oops, there's a picture. He put away his phone indifferently and decided to stand behind C fucking from now on. It's still safer here. Miss C, don't be so good-tempered when you encounter this kind of thing in the future. Feng-san frowned. Why go with them? Just call Brother Gio directly. This kind of small matter is easy to solve. Lynching Chin family?
What?
Don't worry. C fucking said lazily. I just want to see if my medical skills have deteriorated. Otherwise, if something goes wrong when treating the boss, it will be my dereliction of duty. Her money can't run away. Feng-san was stunned. The doctor said that the person who brought the patient back from the brink of death was Miss C. I'm so ashamed. Sifu tilted his chin to his hand. It's okay. Feng-san pursed his lips. People in Lincheng didn't know Mrs. Chen's sister, but he knew her very well. The doctors in the city were helpless to treat Mrs. Chen's sister's heart disease. Doctors have long concluded that once the disease breaks out, there is no way to save the patient. Not everyone can accept a psychic witch doctor. It seems that Miss C's medical skills are indeed superb. Brother Joe, let's just forget about this? Feng-san asked, what about the Chin family? Yu Shiheng's expression remained unchanged. He still leaned on his elbows and said slowly, I didn't say that, forget it. His tone was not loud, but it contained power. The feeling of tension and oppression came over him instantly, and even Feng-san's heart went cold. He couldn't stand the aura emanating from Yu Shiheng. The veins on his hands that were holding the steering wheel were throbbing, and cold sweat broke out on his head. Nine, brother. I didn't say forget it. C fucking leaned back in his chair, looking very relaxed. San, let me tell you, as a person, you must not repay kindness with enmity. But others have stepped on your head, again and again. If you still swallow your anger, they will definitely think you are easier to bully. Feng-san. Unfair. He was just asking Yu Shiheng routine questions using official language. But at the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. He has been with Yu Shiheng for such a long time, but he still can't figure out what he means. Although Yu Shiheng is approachable, he is actually very unapproachable. It's elusive. Besides, I've already given way. C fucking sighed softly. What a pity. I didn't seize the opportunity. Feng-san wiped his sweat and said, Miss C, I made a mistake. You are right to teach me a lesson. Let's go have dinner first. Yu Shiheng spoke again, in his usual lukewarm tone. Riverside House. Feng-san responded and drove there. C fucking turned his head. Only then did she notice that what he was wearing was not luxurious, nor was it as low-key as other noblemen. It was truly ordinary and not a big brand. But he managed to make this ordinary suit look like a high-end suit. The light fell and shone on his cuffs, reflecting a bit of mottled temptation. C fucking seemed to be thinking about something. She didn't deliberately learn about Yu Shiheng's background. But if someone has the surname Yu and is very generous, it can only be the one in the old city. She vaguely remembered Yu Tang's third brother, who was dressed in luxury goods from head to toe. But Yu Shiheng's dignity is innate and does not need anything extra to embellish it. Even a big family would find it difficult to cultivate someone like him. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the Riverside House. C fucking got out of the car first, and Feng-san drove away to the parking lot at the back. Wow. Ching ching. Yu Tang, who had followed all the way, ran over. Seeing that Yu Shiheng was not there, he immediately stepped forward and was moved again. I knew that Uncle Jiao, who was walking on the colorful cloud, would be able to bring you out of this dire straits.
Si fucking.
Colorful, auspicious clouds. What the Hades is that? Yu Tang poked the girl's collagen-filled face and poked it again. Woo woo. Woo. So soft and so nice to pinch. Si fucking grab her hand. Really, my face, stop poking it. Ching ching, promise me. We won't put on makeup, okay? Yu Tang reluctantly withdrew her hand. If you go out without makeup, you can definitely be called the #1 red carpet female star in the entertainment industry. Why do you need to put on that ghostly makeup? Si fucking didn't care. Being too good-looking is also a kind of trouble. Yu Tang paused and said, yeah, that's right. The entertainment industry is a dirty place. If you look good, you will be sent to the capital's bed. Si fucking paused and smiled. Yes, the entertainment industry is really a mess now. No, it's not just the entertainment industry. Yu Tang lowered his voice and said, let me tell you, even though my Uncle Jiao has a leg disease, there are many people who want to hook up with him. Do you know Yunxi? Si fucking thought about it and found the name V. Yunxi from his memory. The popular young actress became an internet sensation a while ago because of a campus drama she starred in and was called the nation's first love. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. No way. Isn't she going for the pure route? Ching ching, there are still many things you don't know. Yu Tang snorted coldly. How many of those personas in the entertainment industry are real? They are just created to gain popularity. Like me, although I am a fan of celebrities, I only look at their faces and never show any real emotions. As long as I run fast, my house will never collapse. As he spoke, Yu Tang was puzzled. That's not right. Aren't you an insider?
How come you don't know anything?
Si fucking said lazily. What kind of insider am I? Is there anyone as poor as me? That's right. Yu Tang whimpered again. Ching ching, you are so pitiful. You are being exploited by Uncle Jiao, that workaholic. I must tell Uncle Jiao and ask him to hide you.
No, no, no.
Si fucking was choked for the first time. I have the ability to be self-reliant. Your uncle and I are just dealing in money. Okay, then I'll tell you some more gossip. In addition to Bi Yunxi, there's also Xia Sheng. She also wanted to hook up with my Uncle Nine. Yu Tang lowered his voice even more, looking mysterious, but my Uncle Nine didn't even look at her and had her thrown out. He has no reaction to so many women. Hey, Ching Ching, do you think he is incapable? Si fucking coughed lightly. Miss Yu. Yu Tang still held her arm and rubbed it. What's the matter? Si fucking raised an eyebrow. Behind you? What's going on behind me? Yu Tang turned his head and patted his chest. Even if it's my Uncle Nine behind me, it can't stop me from saying that he doesn't. Yu Tang stopped talking. She had never felt the world was so quiet. The man didn't know when he came back. He sat upright in a wheelchair, looking dignified and reserved. Beside him, Feng Sen lowered his head, not daring to breathe, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This Miss Yu Tang really dares to say anything. Yu Shiheng raised his eyelids slightly, showing no joy or anger. Yu Tang. Yu Tang shuddered, and a layer of sweat broke out on his back. Uncle Jiao. It's over. Could it be that her Uncle Jiao heard everything she said? Go back to Siju City. Yu Shiheng said calmly, I don't have a place to take you in here.
No.
I don't want it. Yu Tang hugged Si fucking's waist tightly. I want to stay close to Ching Ching. You bad guy. Don't break us up.
Yu Tang.
Yu Shiheng, don't make me say it again. Feng San has stepped forward. Miss, please don't embarrass Brother Jiao. Yu Tang stepped back immediately, still clinging to Si fucking's arm, and whispered, Ching Ching, help me. Si fucking raised his head. Ah? How can she help? Si fucking thought of an excuse very seriously and said seriously, Sorry, boss. I was just discussing gossip with Tangdang. I will never discuss you again in the future. You are a man of heaven, with an aura that swallows up mountains and rivers, and you are unrivaled in the world. So don't bother with us. Feng San. He really admired Miss C's eloquence and her ability to flatter others at will. Yu Shiheng's expression paused, But upon closer inspection, even the color of his lips was as calm as usual. The wheelchair turned, and he was the first to leave. Feng San followed closely behind. Yu Tang's mouth opened into an O shape. Even her grandfather couldn't get her Uncle Gio to change his mind, but Qingqing actually got it done with just one sentence. Sure enough, her choice was right. Yu Tang cheered. Qingqing, you are so kind. I will repay you even if I have to work like a cow or a horse. That's not necessary. C fucking lifted the hair on his forehead and said slowly, I want to check my anti-fan group. Tang. She silently took out her cell phone and handed it over with some pain. There are dozens of black fan groups that she joined, and the number of people in each group is about 2,000.
Si fucking can.
She has been in the entertainment industry for 2 years, so it's fine that she doesn't have a fan club. After all, she doesn't need one. But with so many black fan groups, isn't that a bit too much? Apart from his poor business skills and heavy makeup, he didn't do anything harmful. None of the other male celebrities who have cheated on their partners have as many haters as she does. Qingqing, I swear, I have changed from a hater to a fan. Yu Tang's eyes were filled with tears. I just forgot. I'm quitting now.
No.
C fucking curled his lips. You want to be an undercover agent. Yu Tang was at a loss. After a few seconds, she came back to her senses and clenched her fist. That sounds exciting. Okay, I'll be the undercover agent. She happily hugged C fucking's arm. The two of them walked into the Riverside house together and sat down in the private room reserved by Yu Shiheng. Let me see what they have said these days. Yu Tang clicked on the largest group of haters and was stunned for a moment. Qingqing, why did these people say that you were in the police station? C fucking said nonchalantly. The message was sent by the group owner and it was sent to everyone. Group leader, did C fucking die today? According to the news from the front, C fucking was taken away by the police at 2 o'clock this afternoon. It is said that she hit and ran. She is now lying in the hospital. This time she really caused a big trouble. Photo group leader, did C fucking die today? Come, let us celebrate in advance that C fucking is getting out of the entertainment industry. C fucking, do you think you're not dying fast enough? How cold-blooded must one be to do something like hitting someone and running away? Haha, she has no qualities to begin with. She didn't even go to high school. Has she graduated from junior high school? Jiluyu is still in the entertainment industry. Get out of here. C fucking is leaving the entertainment industry. I will definitely send out red envelopes to celebrate. More and more black fans are coming out, and the insults are getting more and more harsh. Although Yu Tang had joined the group before, he never read it carefully. He would only happily eat melons when he saw gossip occasionally. For her, the meaning of the entertainment industry is to make it convenient for her to have fun. Yu Tang fought back angrily. Do you know the truth? Qingqing didn't go to the police station at all, and she didn't run away from someone. She saw someone fainted and went to save him. You are spreading rumors. I will sue you. Qingqing is not that kind of person. What right do you have to say that about her? As soon as these words came out, there was a moment of silence in the group. After a few seconds, it exploded. Wow, you're a fan of C fucking, come on, take a photo with us. Shocked, C fucking still has fans? And he got in? Management, kick him out. The next second, a box popped up on the screen. You have been removed from the group chat by the administrator. Yu Tang was so angry that he almost dropped his phone. She turned her head and saw C fucking rubbing the little white dog's head with one hand, and with the other hand, he took out a mirror, looked at his own face, and sighed. It's so beautiful. Tang. She stammered, Qing, aren't you angry? I'm not angry. C fucking raised his fox eyes, and a smile appeared at the corners of his eyes. Look, we're going to eat the best fish in Linjiang soon, and the boss is here to enjoy the feast. What about them? Every day they are so bored that they can only pick up the keyboard. They're submissive in real life but strike hard online. What do you think they can do? Yu Tang felt relieved now. It seems so. She opened another black fan group and sent a bunch of messages to it, along with some pictures of the first-class food and 5-star hotels she had eaten abroad. Have you seen it? Have you eaten it? No? If not, then work hard and stop being a keyboard warrior here. You are the ones who have no experience. Then she was kicked out again. Iutang. This is definitely jealousy. The door of the box was open at this time, and Feng San pushed Yu Shiheng in. Yu Tang immediately covered his mouth and moved cautiously towards Si Fucking. Yu Shiheng sat down, rolled up his sleeves, and asked in a moderate voice, "Are you avoiding certain foods?" Yu Tang was about to speak when she suddenly remembered that the person being asked might not be her. Si Fucking thought for a moment and said, "Don't eat bitter melon and coriander. I'm pretty easy to feed." After all, she was used to drinking nutritional supplements. Once, because of an experiment, she even lost her taste buds for a period of time. Yu Tang was shocked. "Ching Ching, coriander is the most delicious thing, and you don't eat it. I will punish you." Nonsense. Si Fucking immediately retorted, "Eating coriander is anti-human. You are the one who should be sanctioned." Feng San held his forehead with his hand. "Miss Si, you really like to play with Miss Yutong." Yu Shiheng seemed to laugh, very lightly and hard to catch. But Feng San could clearly feel that his mood was indeed much better. The food came out quickly. Si Fucking took a bite of the fresh fish, and his fox eyes lit up. She took another bite, looking very satisfied. Yu Shiheng noticed that she was eating happily and nodded slightly. "Do you like this?" Si Fucking hummed and commented, "It tastes good, not as fishy as expected, and melts in your mouth. The special sauce brings out its freshness even more. The chef is quite good."
Yes.
Yu Shiheng tapped the table, 10 more servings.
Si Fucking.
She smiled. "Boss, do you raise pigs?"
Oh.
Hearing this, Yu Shiheng looked her up and down. "That's a little off." "Ching Ching, you're really thin." Yu Tang also said, "Eat more. It will feel good to hug you when you're fat."
Si Fucking.
She believed Yu Tang's lies. "Ching Ching, how do you feed it?" Yu Tang poked Xiaobai's ear curiously. "It has no ace and can't excrete. Won't it get too full?" Thinking of the dog Pichio that had eaten several of her gold bars, Si Fucking said expressionlessly, "Tang Dang, there are some things you'd better not know. Go ahead and tell me." Yu Tang became even more curious. "I know you won't say anything. You know the theory of evolution, right? Organisms will gradually grow to adapt to the environment." Si Fucking said slowly, "It doesn't have an ace because it eats and poops with its mouth." Iutang. She immediately removed her hand. "It stinks. Noob." It also ruins its reputation as a Pichio dog owner. This is the youth boy training base. After Si Fucking left, several trainees in the class had no intention of training. But under the leadership of Xiaoyu, training continued as usual. The 4 trainees felt that their decision was correct. Si Fucking was not as clueless about singing and dancing as they thought, but was actually very talented. With the help of Xiaoyu, who understood things quickly, they made rapid progress. "Brother Xia, something happened." Su Shiyun ran up, looking anxious. Many fans have come to the entrance of the training camp, asking Teacher Si to withdraw from the show. Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes, and his expression became indifferent. "The training camp is completely closed and no one can come in without the permission of the program team. When something like this happens, the director and planner are also very troubled." The planner started to scold him directly. "Who allowed you to let them in at noon? Do you understand how much loss you caused to the program team?"
Huh?
The scolded staff member blushed. That's the Chin family, and the person they want to question is Si Fucking, so he has always been good at reading people's expressions and knew that no one in the program crew liked Si Fucking. He thought that if she was taken away, it would definitely make everyone happy. "Stupid." The planner yelled. "Do you have any sense of the overall situation? Si Fucking will be affected, but what about the production team? How can such a thing be filmed?" The staff's face was even more anxious, and they didn't dare to say a word. All right, there's nothing we can do about it now." The director tried to smooth things over. "Let's go appease those fans first." "You're fired." The planner was still angry. "Go to the finance department to settle your salary." After saying that, he ignored the pale-faced staff and hurried downstairs with the director. A lot of people gathered outside the training camp. All of them were fans who came spontaneously. Among them, there are several big fans who are very famous, and a single vote can amount to hundreds of thousands or even millions. As soon as these fans arrived, the director immediately knew that something bad was going to happen. "Everyone, please calm down." He stepped forward. "Please believe us. We will definitely give you an explanation." As a mentor, C-fucking not only has no professional ability, but also fails to set an example and teach the students. Instead, she does something with no moral bottom line. The leading fan said coldly, "We ask her to quit the show. Is there a problem?" The person who was speaking was a big paying fan of Liu Yan, who had already voted for Liu Yan with millions of dollars, and everyone in the program crew knew him. The circle that this big spending fan belongs to is also a circle of wealthy women, so even the program crew will respect and worship her. The director was sweating profusely. "Ma'am, we are holding an emergency meeting and are already discussing it. I guarantee that there will be a result that will satisfy you." This is the first time that the program team has encountered such a difficult problem. The director also felt some regret. If they had known this day would come, there would be no need for them to continue to slander C-fucking in order to increase the popularity of the show, causing these fans to hate her so much. Still debating? What's there to discuss? The big Krypton Gold fan sneered. "She should have been kicked out of the program a long time ago, right? Whose qualifications can be compared with those of other mentors. And yet you guys have kept her until now. I demand that C-fucking withdraw from Youth Boys. Otherwise, I will call on all the fans in the group to not vote for the show at all. Let's see if your production team will continue to protect C-fucking and also see if you can afford the time." Youth Boys is a talent show that imitates the development style of foreign countries. The reason why there are so many viewers is that they can experience the fun of growing a star while watching the show. So even though there are manipulations and scripts behind the scenes, overall we still cannot go against the opinions of the fans. The appeal of big fans is extremely strong. Once they stop voting, the losses to the program team will be unpredictable. "Ma'am, rest assured, we will not let you down." The director took a deep breath. "We will not let the trainees suffer any injustice." After successfully calming the fans and persuading them to leave, the director and planner returned to the office exhausted. "Call Tianla Media." The planner smoked a cigarette and thought for a few seconds. "Ask for their opinions." The assistant immediately dialed the number. After the call was connected, the planner picked up the phone and said in a calm voice, "Miss Fong, what should you do if something like this happens to your artists?" He also knew that Fong Peiji was busy with her duties as captain of the Stargirls group and didn't want to care nor had the time to care about C-fucking, so he just made a routine inquiry. Fong Peiji didn't care much either. "The company won't interfere. You can do whatever you want. C-fucking is courting her own death, so how can Tianla Media have the time to care about her?" The Zhou family gave up and Tianla Media also gave up. C-fucking has no backing. After the call, the planner pondered for a moment and finally made a decision. "We'll send out a notice tomorrow morning to let all fans know that the production team is innocent in this matter. The production team is the victim. They were kept in the dark from beginning to end by C-fucking. No matter how much the program suffered, C-fucking's last bit of value must be fully utilized." The director also agreed. "Okay, let's do it this way." This way. After Fong San sent Yu Shiheng and Yu Tang to the villa, he sent C-fucking back to the training camp. After arriving at the destination, Fong San got out of the car and asked the driver to help them out, but he saw that she was still holding a computer, her fingers typing rapidly on the keyboard. So fast that you can almost see the afterimage. Fong San saw a series of extremely long subtitles and symbols on the computer screen. It is densely packed, and the characters pop up very quickly. Fong San was a little curious. "Miss C, what brand of computer is this?" "That's what you're talking about." C-fucking didn't look up. "I assembled it myself. I'm quite free recently. If you have the parts, I can help you assemble one." "You're too polite, Miss C." Fong San breathed a sigh of relief. "I don't even need such a fancy computer." "What are you doing?" "Collect evidence." C-fucking said lazily, "By the way, record the keyboard warrior's IP address. I'll need it later." The code was still jumping out wildly, and Fong San was overwhelmed. He had been in close training at the Maha school since he was young and was exposed to hidden weapon training, mechanism making, and grappling and fighting. He had no contact with the outside world until he finished his studies and was selected to be Yu Shiheng's personal bodyguard at the age of 15. Technology is developing rapidly today, but he is still stuck in the era of paper media and doesn't even know how to use his mobile phone very well, let alone some newly developed software. It was because of his contact with C-fucking that he learned a lot about the entertainment industry. But in fact, even Feng San himself is not clear about what the relationship between Yu Shiheng and the Mo family is. He thought for a moment and asked, "What does Miss C plan to do with the lady of the Qin family?"
Let me think about it.
C-fucking tilted his head, his fox eyes narrowed. When the moon is dark and the wind is strong, pick a small path, put a sack on him, and beat him up. The next morning, hang it on the wall. Feng San. He was so shocked that he took a few steps back. Don't be scared. I'm a law-abiding citizen. C-fucking raised his eyebrows and smiled. These things can only be done in the game, and I'll be more restrained in reality. Feng San. What horror game is Miss C playing? Done, let's go. C-fucking closed the computer and waved. Take good care of our boss. She was considerate enough not to mention the word money. But Feng San understood very well. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he frowned. Why does Miss C have to stay in the program group? It's clear on the internet. C-fucking said lightly, I met a few serious students. Feng San watched her go and, with mixed feelings. The security guards at the door obviously didn't expect C-fucking to come back so soon. They were all stunned. She made her way up to the dance studio on the 3rd floor. Turning the corner, a voice was heard. It's like this, Xiaoyu. Lin Qingyan said softly. You know teacher C's current situation. She has committed a crime and can't teach you anymore.
Zugan bang, bang, bang.
The conversation was interrupted angrily by a knock on the door. C-fucking was standing at the door. She was still wearing the denim jacket she had worn before she left, with one hand in her pocket, looking a bit cold. She tilted her head and smiled. Teacher Lin, you snatched my student in front of me. How shameless. You must be quite light, right? There was a moment of silence in the dance studio. Su Xian was surprised. Teacher C. Lin Qingyan turned back suddenly, almost in disbelief. Her expression changed instantly. You are not.
What?
C-fucking crossed his arms and smiled. You thought I was in jail? Spreading rumors and causing trouble is what gets you in jail, don't you think? Xiaoyu raised his eyebrows. Teacher C came back at the right time. I didn't plan to go to anyone else.
Yeah.
C-fucking replied lazily. I said I would come back to continue teaching you, so I will definitely come back. Lin Qingyan's hands trembled, and she forced a smile. Teacher C is fine. I'm happy for you too. In that case, I'll leave first. She walked out of the dance studio with stiff steps, her face burning, and she was extremely embarrassed. After turning to her lounge, Lin Qingyan took a deep breath, took out her cell phone, and made a call. She couldn't control her anger this time. Ruodong, didn't you say you saw C-fucking hit someone? How come she not only didn't go to the police station but also came back?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Hearing this, Su Ruodong also became excited. She hit someone, and you said the person was from the Qin family. How could she come back safe and sound? Then it's probably because the Qin family has no evidence. Lin Qingyan's expression was gloomy. What a pity, she actually escaped. No evidence? Su Ruodong was stunned for a moment. Then suddenly an idea flashed at his mind. I have it. Lin Qingyan was also stunned. You have it? Yes, yes, yes. I wanted to take a picture of her face, but I didn't. Su Ruodong immediately pulled up the photo and sent it over. Qingyan, take a look. After reading it, Lin Qingyan couldn't help laughing. Ruodong, you really plan ahead. Who would have thought it would come in handy here? Su Ruodong said, I don't have the Qin family's contact information, so I'll post it on Weibo now. Lin Qingyan paused and said, then I'll have to trouble Ruodong to get rid of this evil in the entertainment industry. Su Ruodong did what he said and immediately posted a Weibo. At Shuratongvi. I saw it with my own eyes. C-fucking hit someone and then ran away. If you lie, I will be struck by lightning. I am willing to take legal responsibility for my words. I just hope there will be fewer such illegal people in the entertainment industry. The picture shows a woman falling down and fucking standing beside her. She was wearing a mask and her features couldn't be seen clearly. It looks like he is just watching from the sidelines. One picture once again made the young boy's fans go crazy. Isn't Tong Tong a model? How did she get in touch with fucking? What Tong Tong said must be true. She would not slander fucking for no reason. She must have seen it on the road. Fucking, get out of here right now. Those who support fucking to be kicked out of Youth Boys, please give a thumbs up. Tong Tong has said that he will take legal responsibility for his words. How could it be false? Su Ruodong snorted and laughed as she watched the number of reposts and comments on her Weibo post increase. This photo really helped her a lot. Not only did it allow fucking to quit the circle, but it also allowed her to get closer to the Chin family. Kill two birds with one stone. Su Ruodong was just about to reply to the comment when her Weibo post was forwarded again. She clicked it and took a look at Su Fuqingvi. Although I don't know who you are, you must remember what you said. Xiegong at Shirotongvi. I saw it with my own eyes. Before Su Ruodong could react, another Weibo post popped up. At Su Fuqingvi. Sorry, mine is a video recording. The video is only a dozen seconds long. But the video recorded the whole process from the woman walking in, fainting, to a hand helping her up. From far to far, except for the face being blocked to protect personal information, the rest is very clear. It is clear at a glance whether it was a collision or an illness. Su Ruodong's pupils suddenly shrank, and the third Weibo post appeared. At Su Fuqingvi. Please be legally responsible for your words. I'm waiting for you. At Shirotong, Su Ruodong's face turned pale instantly, her hands began to tremble, and she was about to delete the Weibo post immediately. But the strange thing is that her Weibo seemed to be locked. No matter how many times she clicked on it, she couldn't delete it. At the same time, new hot searches appeared on the hot search list. Fucking, hit someone and run away. The first post pinned under the hot search was originally posted by a black fan, but now it has become the Weibo post of the person involved. Any netizen who clicks on it can see the video posted by fucking. The case has been solved. It's obvious that fucking saved the person, right? Those who say she hit someone and ran away are stupid? Who is this Su Ruodong? I've never heard of her. Is she an 18th tier model? Why is she so eager to come out? Whisper, Su Ruodong and Lin Qingyan know each other. I think this matter must be related to Lin Qingyan. Go away. What does this have to do with Qingyan? Comparing their qualifications and status, fucking is not even worthy of carrying Qingyan's shoes. As soon as fucking's video came out, Su Ruodong's Weibo post became a joke. She looked somewhat devastated as more and more netizens flocked to her Weibo, mocking her for making up a story based on a photo and scolding her for trying to gain popularity. Does she want to take advantage of fucking's popularity? Are you kidding? But why can't she delete this Weibo post? But it doesn't matter whether it can be deleted or not, as major marketing accounts have already taken screenshots of her Weibo. Su Ruodong's hands trembled even more violently, and his face turned pale. She grabbed her phone and called Lin Qingyan, trembling a little. Qingyan, save me. You must save me. Ruodong, why are you acting so impulsively? Lin Qingyan sighed. You even said something like you will be held legally responsible. How can I save you? Su Ruodong also regretted that she had said such harsh words in order to kill fucking. Her lips trembled. Then what should I do? Could it be that she really has to bear legal responsibility? You apologize first and say that you didn't know anything and that you were just doing it for the right thing. Lin Qingyan said, appease your fans and put yourself in the position of a victim. Su Ruodong screamed. I apologize to fucking?
Impossible.
Lin Qingyan laughed. It's to apologize to the netizens, to apologize to her, but it really requires her not to pursue this matter. Don't worry, I can help you. Su Ruodong finally calmed down and said, okay, I'll ask my agent. On Weibo, netizens are still eating melons.
Wait.
Am I the only one who noticed that fucking didn't wear makeup in the photo Su Ruodong took? I saw it, but it was far away and she was wearing a mask, so I couldn't see anything clearly, but her eye shape was pretty good. Okay. Many people look beautiful with masks on, but ugly without them. If C fucking was really beautiful, would she wear makeup? You're right, I'm good looking and I go out without makeup every day. Netizens quickly finished eating the melon and dispersed. On C fucking's computer, the characters stopped scrolling and the code terminated. She ignored Su Ruodong's fans who were sending her private messages frantically and stroked her chin, thinking, it turns out that this hot search can be pinned to the top of Weibo. I should be able to make some money by renting this place out as an advertising space. Although she has no fans, because she has too many black fans, more netizens know her than Su Ruodong. I didn't know whether to be happy or sad for a moment. Jiang Chongning called at this time, and her voice sank. Cece, are you okay? If she hadn't gone online, she wouldn't have known that they were just sending a passerby to the hospital, but something like this happened. It's a small matter. C fucking closed the computer. It's almost solved. Is everything okay over there? She was also afraid of being scammed, so she recorded the video in advance. She originally had no intention of releasing him, but someone just happened to send him to her.
No.
Jiang Chongning frowned. No one came to see me. Why did they only come to see you? Well, I have some guesses that need to be confirmed. According to the time, the patient should wake up tomorrow. I'll go see her.
Si fucking stretched slowly.
I'll take care of the students first. We'll talk later. She ended the call, looked up and glanced at Su Xiun, who was looking at her nervously.
Why are you looking at me?
C fucking kicked him. Practice quickly. I'm not worried, so why are you worried? C fucking applauded him. Okay, you like to scold yourself too. Although I didn't teach you other things, you learned this quickly. Su Si-un. I have to go to the hospital tomorrow. C fucking adjusted his hair. You can continue practicing on your own in the morning. The day after tomorrow, you can choose a song. The topic has been announced.
I've seen it.
You can choose the song in Paradise. The style of this song is more dark. Your makeup will also be very prominent so that the audience can remember you. When this sentence came out, the trainees were a little surprised. Teacher C is worthy of being Teacher C. Xiaoyu curled his lips and said slowly. As soon as he came up, he chose the most difficult song among the 9 songs. If you don't have a strong foundation, you won't be able to follow the rhythm. Difficult? C fucking raised his head and narrowed his fox eyes. If you think this song is difficult, do you still want to enter Glen? In Glen, this is a beginner song. Although, I really want to. Su Xian was a little discouraged, but I still know my limitations. How can a small person like me enter Glen? C fucking propped up his chin and raised his eyebrows. What if? Su Xian opened his mouth but still said nothing. In the Great Xia Empire, besides Yunlan and Chu Lingyun, who else could be treated as a guest of honor by Glen? Unfortunately, one of them has retired from the screen for many years, and the other has been missing for a long time. None of them can be touched. The remaining artists, even if they have been to Glen, are not part of that core circle. As a result, people abroad have always looked down on Daxia. On the contrary, I think In Paradise is a good choice. Xiaoyu paused. I don't think anyone will grab this song, so we don't have to worry. In the group competition, some songs are easy and some are difficult. So the groups will compete, and only the winner will have the right to choose. The competition events have also been announced, which is a sports relay, including swimming and running.
Yeah.
C fucking said calmly. I think except for Xiaoyu, the others don't seem to be in very good physical condition. You can just compete casually when the time comes. Su Si-un. Hateful. He went back and started lifting weights, determined to build up a muscular body. Su Xian turned around and said, Brother Xia, I want to train with you. Okay. Xiaoyu casually patted the dust off his dance costume. Get up at 4:30 tomorrow and run 10 kilometers with me outside. Su Si-un.
Excuse me.
He then rolled away smoothly. At noon, C fucking went to the cafeteria. She was used to sitting by the window to enjoy the scenery, so she would not go back to the tutor's lounge to eat. The trainees were obviously aware of today's farce and looked at C fucking frequently. Until Makino suddenly called out, Hello, Teacher Lin. Lin Qingyan greeted them with a smile and walked straight to the window. C fucking didn't even raise his head. He was eating fried chicken with his eyes narrowed. C fucking, do you know you're going to be kicked out of the program? Lin Qingyan stood beside her. Do you think the program team won't kick you out once the matter is clarified? How much damage have you caused to the program team? There is no such thing as fairness in the entertainment industry. For those who have no background or connections, all they need is an excuse. C fucking wiped his hands slowly and said, "It seems that besides being shameless, you also don't want legs." Can I help you interrupt it? Lin Qingyan's smile faded. The voices of the two people talking were neither loud nor quiet, but they attracted the attention of other trainees. Although they couldn't hear the specific content, Mai and Liu Yan looked over immediately. Okay, let's both take a step back. Lin Qingyan smiled faintly. Don't pursue Ruodong's matter anymore. I'll tell the production team to keep you. This matter has no impact on you, so don't worry about it. Lin Qingyan also found out about this through the conversation between the planner and the director. Neither the Zhou family nor Tianla Media has any intention of protecting C fucking. After Mr. Zhu's funeral, although the Zhou family did not directly announce the expulsion of C fucking from the Zhou family, everyone in Lincheng knew what the Zhou family's attitude was. In the past, with the Zhou family around, Lin Qingyan didn't want to fall out. Now, in the entertainment industry, C fucking is the lowest level existence. Once it is no longer useful, it will be discarded immediately. But she is different. She is one of the popular female idols. C fucking is indeed incomparable. This incident doesn't have much impact on you. You have enough haters anyway. Lin Qingyan smiled again. Besides, you also clarified it, and netizens helped you scold Ruodong and spoke for you. In the whole thing, you are the one who got the upper hand. Why don't you just let it go? Okay? She really didn't expect that C fucking would have a video in his hand. Who would walk around and record a video for no reason? C fucking was still concentrating on enjoying his food, completely oblivious to the fact that there is no one in front of him. Just when Lin Qingyan had completely lost her patience, she finally ate the chicken leg clean. After wiping her hands, she finally raised her head and raised her eyebrows. So you two know each other, no wonder. Lin Qingyan's expression changed slightly, but she still kept smiling. If Ruodong hadn't posted on Weibo, I wouldn't have known that she and you had a conflict. The entertainment industry is so small that you will see each other again if you look up. Of course, she would not let C fucking know that this matter had anything to do with her. C fucking stood up slowly. She is 1.72 meters tall, with long and straight legs. The sudden feeling of oppression from the height made Lin Qingyan, who was still wearing 8 centimeters high heels, couldn't help but take a step back. Don't panic. C fucking tossed the bottle in his hand. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't do anything. You'd better behave yourself. You bumped into my hand, and did it maliciously. You're really brave. She took the last sip of Coke and threw the plastic bottle away. With a bang, it hit the trash can 5 meters away. The cafeteria was silent. C fucking turned his head and glanced at the trainees who were watching. The groups are about to compete. Why are you still here watching the fun? What? You want to join? Mai was about to fight back, but when he thought of the day when C fucking kicked the door and entered the dance studio, he held his breath and clenched his fists. Don't bother with her. Lu Chung said calmly. She clarified it quickly, but the resentment has been building for a long time. Our fans will still ask the production team to let her quit. Don't forget, Teacher Lin still has a video of her acting like a big shot. If she releases it, she'll be in trouble. Makino let out a slow breath, feeling a little better. Lin Qingyan was still standing there, looking very unhappy. Teacher Lin. Makino said politely, are you okay? It's okay. Lin Qingyan came back to her senses and pursed her lips, feeling quite embarrassed. Ruodong is my friend. She usually likes to do what is right, but she is just impulsive. She only posted that Weibo post for the sake of the patient, but Teacher Lin, Brother Yen, and I will definitely report this to the company. Mai understood, don't worry. C fucking has signed a contract with the company. If the company tells her to go east, she will definitely not dare to go west. Lin Qingyan was a little surprised. I am still your mentor. It's not good to trouble you so much, right? Don't worry, Teacher Lin. Makino went on to comfort her. This is my duty. C fucking really doesn't know what's good for him and insists on going against Lin Qingyan. Of course, he was so supportive of Lin Qingyan because he wanted to use this opportunity to build a good relationship with her so that he could get in touch with Glenn in the future. Okay, let's go back and train after dinner. Lin Qingyan finally smiled. I heard that if you win the group duel, you can ask the instructor for a battle. Makino's eyes lit up, but he said nothing. The goal has been achieved. Lin Qingyan pursed her lips, smiled, and turned to leave. In the lounge, Sifu leaned back in the soft chair, leaning on his elbows and looking at the computer. Gee, I checked the logistics. The talisman I sent you has arrived. I estimate that you will receive it the day after tomorrow at the latest. Gee, I don't mean to say that the charges here at Dongseng are too unfair. I just sent a few talismans, but they charged me hundreds of dollars. They really need to make some improvements. 9. Oh. Gee, you are so cold and indifferent. My heart is broken into 8 pieces. 9. Friendly reminder, you are about to lose your friend.
Yeah.
Gee, I'm sorry. My heart has grown back. C fucking pinched his leg while casually looking at G and talking to himself. But not long after, a voice call suddenly popped up. C fucking thought for 3 seconds, then picked up the phone and lowered his voice. Hello? Help me. The male voice on the other end of the line was urgent. I have used up all my shikigami, and my strength is at its limit. Several onmyojis from Dongseng are setting up a formation. Hurry up, help me choose a way to escape. C fucking paused. How old are you? Ji Xingji, the eldest of the 62nd generation of the Ji family, 25 years old. He said proudly, I'm older than you, right? Can you call me brother? C fucking raised his voice. I think you are itching for trouble. Brother, you are my brother. I was wrong. Ji Xingji's breathing became rapid. Hurry up and help me look at this formation. These rascals took advantage of me when I wasn't paying attention. They're so mean and insidious. Okay. C fucking put on his headphones and said slowly, since you are about to die, I will give you remote guidance.
Just do as I say.
At the same time, the picture sent by Ji Xingji appeared on the computer screen. It was pitch black in the camera with a few lights flashing occasionally. This is incredible. C fucking narrowed his fox eyes. With this kind of situation, I wouldn't be surprised if they collectively summoned the night parade of 100 demons. Did you steal their heirloom or rob their wife? Ji Xingji yelled, stop talking, save people. C fucking quickly glanced at the formation spread on the ground, opened the drawing software, quickly drew a formation diagram, and sent it. Her voice was calm and methodical. Qian Sanlian, Kun Liu Du, walk 3 meters northwest, walk 6 meters southwest, and then. The sound of gasping from the earphones increased, and it was obvious that Ji Xingji was running hard. 30 seconds later, the darkness in the lens dissipated, and daylight finally returned. Where did you come from? Ji Xingji escaped and collapsed on the ground, more surprised. You are definitely not from my Ji family, but other than the Ji family, where else can I have the inheritance of Onmyoji? And you're really weird. You don't know much about destiny, and you only know how to fight? Violently break the situation? Onmyoji's force value has always been very low. Most of them use formations to strengthen their combat effectiveness, and they can also summon Shikigami to help. Not many people can really fight on their own. C fucking looked lazy. I am so ashamed. I was careless and became a self-taught person. It is not worth mentioning. Did you accidentally learn it by yourself? Especially to irritate people? He hates. But I could only grit my teeth and swallow it. You said you're good at playing games, and you're also good at playing yin-yang and the 5 elements. Ji Xingji said sourly, although I know that the time ratio between holographic games and real life is 10-1, and there's more time in the game, I also often practice formations and other things in the game. But you know too much, don't you?
Why?
Brother, teach me. Why is there so much? C fucking was silent for a moment. After a few seconds, She smiled. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible because I lost a lot. Ji Xingji's expression changed. 9 you. Okay, the matter is settled. I'm hanging up now. C fucking's expression changed in an instant. I'm leading my students in dancing. If you're not dead, don't bother me anymore. If you're dead, I'll buy you a coffin and mail it to you, and you can dig your own grave.
Yixingze.
The Onmyoji, with the highest martial power, goes dancing. This world is really broken, isn't it? On the other side, Yu Shiheng's villa. Yu Tang disguised himself as a black fan in the bedroom and fought a battle of wits and courage with the real black fans. She took screenshots of many pictures in which haters used dirty words, packaged them up, and sent a copy to C fucking and Yu Shiheng. In the study on the second floor, Yu Shiheng was grinding ink, and his voice was gentle. Chen family? Feng San understood, flipped through the information, and said, in Lincheng, the distribution of family power is that the Zhou family is first and the Chen family is third. But last year the Chen family got a project in the eastern part of Sijia City. They want to develop a mine west of Lincheng, so they are in the limelight. This Mrs. Chen was born into a nouveau riche family. She brought a lot of liquidity to the Chen family after marrying into the family. She also gave birth to 3 children for the head of the Chen family. However, she has never gotten rid of her vulgarity over the years. The Chen family would not know that in just 1 minute, all the information of 9 generations of the Chen family was placed in front of Yu Shiheng.
0.
It is ranked alongside T-18 as one of the 2 top international intelligence agencies. There's almost nothing that 0 cannot find. Originally, there was no almost, but now there is one more C fucking. Using Ling to investigate the Chen family is really a waste of talent.
Yes.
Yu Shiheng wrote 2 simple words on the white rice paper. Take it back. Feng San responded with a stern expression. Yes, brother 9. If they don't stretch their muscles and exercise their hands, some people will already have no idea who the real boss of the city is. No one could stop Yu Shiheng from taking back what he wanted. Feng San shook his head. Why mess with anyone else but Miss C? How blind. He even wanted to help the Chen family poke their own eyes out. After Feng San passed Yu Shiheng's order to Sijia City, he walked out of the study and answered a phone call. Hello? Mr. Feng. The voice on the other end of the phone was cautious. Can I ask, what is the background of this Chen family? This is Zero's investigator. After receiving this task, everyone in Zero was very surprised and even alarmed several senior executives. It was simply because they had never even heard of the Chen family before Feng San sent the mission. The families that Ling could remember were no more than the 3 great families of Daxia and a few wealthy families in the 4-9 cities. But the Chen family? It's really unheard of. Investigator Zero began to seriously consider whether the Chen family was a hidden family or a rising star. If this is the case, Zero's intelligence database does need to be updated. A small family in Lincheng. Feng San said, as you think, it is indeed not worth mentioning, but they have offended someone. The other side suddenly realized. So that's how it is, then there's nothing to worry about. It's a small matter. Feng Sanduo asked, I heard you guys are very busy recently? That's right. The other party sighed. When Glenn was checking a piece of information, he got into a fight with the people from T-18. In the end, both of them suffered losses and didn't get any information. Feng San was not surprised to hear this. The only one who can make Zero lose all benefits is T-18. T-18 and Zero were founded close to each other, both 10 years ago. The 2 sides have played against each other many times, with equal wins and losses and many draws. Feng San also met people from T-18, but he didn't get any benefits either. This group of people is really difficult to deal with. Then I won't bother you anymore. Feng San said, let's keep in touch online as usual. The other party said politely, then I'll have to trouble Master Feng to say hello to Mr. Yu for us. Feng San ended the call and put away his phone. He went up to the 3rd floor, walked to the 2nd room on the left and knocked on the door. Miss Yu Tang, it's time to eat. I won't eat it. Yu Tang's indignant voice came from inside. I want to fight the haters for another 300 rounds. Feng San. He opened the door coldly and tied Yu Tang down. Yu Shiheng was already sitting at the dining table. When at home, He always wears light-colored sweaters, which soften his features. The tea mist was curling up, blurring the man's handsome face. Yu Tang's eyes were filled with tears. Uncle Joe, those haters are too much. They actually cursed my lovely Qingqing like that.
Yeah.
Yu Shiheng picked up the teacup. You used to be like that too. Wu Tang. She tried hard to change the subject. Qingqing hasn't come back yet? Miss C is already on her way. Feng San replied, she will come here on her bike, so she will be slower. Uncle Joe, you're going too far. Yu Tang immediately accused loudly, you make a limited edition car, but Qingqing wants to ride a bicycle. How come you, a capitalist, don't pay her wages? Yu Shiheng did not look up when he heard this. Feng San's mouth twitched. Ms. Yu Tang, it was Miss C who said that riding a bike is good for exercise. Sometimes he felt that C fucking was strangely stingy. Yu Tang then changed the subject. Uncle Joe, I want Qingqing to go shopping with me tomorrow. Yu Shiheng opened his mouth this time, and he said calmly, no. Uncle Joe, this beautiful girl is your bodyguard. She works during the day and finally gets a break on the weekends. Do you still want to occupy her? Yu Shiheng took a sip of tea slowly, his movements elegant and graceful. Well, the daily salary is 100,000. Give it to me. Yu Tang was discouraged. She snorted and made a face at Yu Shiheng. The pair of narrow and long phoenix eyes swept over in an instant, and the emotion in the light amber pupils was unclear. Yu Tang was very nervous. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door at this moment. C fucking pushed the door open and poked her head in. What are you three doing? Qingqing. Yu Tang immediately became proud as he had a big thigh to hug. Uncle Joe bullied me. C fucking paused and turned his head to look at the young man. Yu Shiheng also raised his eyes and looked at her with a smile. As the tea mist dissipated, his features became clearer and deeper. Thousands of stars seemed to be reflected in his eyes, with a powerful and bewitching attraction. Boss, you can bully me. C fucking sat down next to him calmly. As a bodyguard, I get paid, so I should help the boss bully me. Wu Tang. Feng San. Should he tell Miss Yu Tang that Miss C's true love is money? Yu Shiheng retracted his gaze and hummed, let's eat. C fucking picked up the chopsticks and ate the cola chicken wings happily. After finishing her meal, she pulled a pill bottle out of her bag and took another pill. Yu Shiheng saw the words on the medicine bottle, and his eyebrows moved slightly. Hypoglycemia? Yeah, it's just a sequelae. C fucking didn't care much. It will be fine in a few days. It's nothing serious. Snack sent from Siju City. Yu Shiheng raised his hand and pushed a beautifully packaged box over. I don't like sweets. C fucking Spock's eyes lit up, and the corners of his eyes curved up. Thank you, boss. Feng San was also a little greedy. Brother Joe, can I get it? Before he could finish his words, Yu Shiheng glanced at him. Feng San. He should have known his place long ago. The next day, early in the morning, C fucking went to the hospital. She managed to bypass the attending physician and went straight to the ICU on the 9th floor. The ward was quiet and the sunlight was dim. Only then did C fucking take a closer look at the woman's face. The woman is in her early 40s, but she takes good care of herself and looks less than 30 years old. Her face was pale, yet she was still beautiful, and her overall temperament was also very outstanding. You must be Miss C. The woman saw the girl and struggled to get out of bed, but was held by a hand. Auntie is not feeling well, so you don't need to get up. C fucking, I just had surgery, so I need to rest well. I have surgery every month, I'm used to it. The woman sighed, and she gently took C fucking's hand. This time the disease broke out suddenly. If I hadn't happened to meet you, I might not have woken up. She knew exactly how serious her heart disease was. Over the years, she has long accepted the fate of dying at any time. It was unexpected that I could open my eyes and see the sun this time. C fucking didn't say anything. He held the woman's fingers and moved them upwards to feel her pulse. The woman was about to speak when the door suddenly opened and Mrs. Chun came in. Sister, she saw C fucking beside the bed, and her expression changed immediately. Who asked you to come?
Get out. What are you talking about?
The woman frowned. Who are you asking to get out? Sister, she saved you, but she definitely had bad intentions. Madam Chen scolded. Otherwise, why would she come here when you just woke up? Why don't you get out now and let me chase you away myself? C fucking raised his head. The woman's voice turned cold. Missy is not that kind of person. Apologize to her for your words and actions. Apologize? Madam Chen looked disdainful as if she had heard something funny. I apologize to her? That's just wishful thinking. If you don't apologize, then get out. The woman said sternly. I don't want to see you right now. Mrs. Chen's face flushed all of a sudden. Sister, C fucking stood up and moved her wrist slowly. Excuse me, please move aside. Mrs. Chen subconsciously took a step back.
Bang!
Mrs. Chen was locked outside the ward so quickly that she didn't even have time to react. She squeezed the bag of her handbag tightly and clenched her teeth. Because this was the intensive care unit, she ultimately did not break in and could only go home unwillingly. The head of the Chen family had just finished discussing matters with his business partners. When he saw Mrs. Chen, he was a little surprised. Why are you back so early? Hubby, it's the one adopted by the Zhou family. Mrs. Chen recounted the whole story. She is so ungrateful. You have to help me vent my anger. It's a small matter. The head of the Chen family said lightly, tell the Zhou family that the Chen family wants this C fucking. Once he is in the Chen family, you can do whatever you want with him. Mrs. Chen's face lit up. Husband, you are so nice. The head of the Chen family waved his hand and was also very pleased with Mrs. Chen's secret. The phone rang suddenly. The butler took a look and said anxiously, Master, it's a call from Siju City. The Chen family head's expression suddenly became serious. Give it to me quickly. The housekeeper hurried forward and handed over the phone. Even the Zhou family wants to squeeze into the circle of big and small families in the city, let alone the Chen family. Although the Chen family is considered a big family in Lincheng, if it is placed in Siju City, it cannot even compare with small families. The Chen family would never dare to neglect the people from Siju City. Hello, this is the Chen family. The head of the Chen family said in a very humble manner, Is there something important that requires you to call in person? Yes, but it's not important. The other party's tone was quite cold. At the beginning of this year, the Chen family got an order in the East District, worth 1 billion yuan. Yes. The head of the Chen family responded repeatedly, The Chen family will definitely complete this order. You can rest assured. No need. The Chen family's order has been taken back. The other parties smiled indifferently. You don't need to prepare it. After saying this, before Patriarch Chen could respond, the call was ended, leaving only the cold mechanical sound of beep, beep, beep. The head of the Chen family was shocked, his head was buzzing, and he was completely stunned. Honey, what's the matter? Mrs. Chen couldn't wait. Tell me quickly, what good news is it? She was born into a nouveau riche family, and although she successfully married into the Chen family, the orthodox socialites in the wealthy circle have always looked down on her. If the Chen family could break into the inner circle of Beijing, those famous ladies would sooner or later come to curry favor with her. What are you yelling for? Patriarch Chen was so angry that he slapped Madam Chen in the face. You're just yelling. What else can you do besides yelling? Are you annoying?
Huh?
Mrs. Chen covered her face, a little unbelievable. Husband, you actually hit me? Shut up. Patriarch Chen was furious. Be quiet. Mrs. Chen didn't dare to say a word now. The butler didn't even dare to raise his head. The head of the Chen family dialed another number with trembling fingers. After the call was connected, he hurriedly said, Mr. Fu, wasn't the order for the East District agreed to be given to the Chen family? We are halfway through the project. How can you take it back just like that? If it was taken back, not only would the Chen family not get any benefit, but they would lose 300 million yuan.
I'm sorry.
The person on the other end of the phone said calmly, The higher-ups have decided to take it back, and I can't change it. Patriarch Chen had cold sweat on his forehead and said humbly, Superior? Then I can ask Mr. Chen, why don't you think about whether the Chen family has offended anyone recently? The other party interrupted him. I can't tell you anything else, Mr. Chen, but there is one thing I can tell you. Mr. Chin, don't even think about coming to this Sijia city in the short term. Bang, the phone fell to the ground. Patriarch Chin was stunned. His eyes were dull, and he didn't know how to react. Mrs. Chin finally understood what was going on. She was so frightened that she couldn't help crying. Husband, what should I do? You just know how to cry. The head of the Chin family yelled impatiently and immediately ordered the housekeeper, quick, check which distinguished guests have had contact with my Chin family recently. The housekeeper went down to make preparations. Mrs. Chun was still unwilling to give up. Husband, the one adopted by the Zhua family. Patriarch Chin became even more impatient. Do it yourself. Yes, yes, yes. Mrs. Chin didn't dare to say anything more and retreated. The head of the Chin family was still very anxious and started making phone calls again. He must find out as soon as possible which lord in Sijia City the Chin family has offended, otherwise it will be a disaster. At the hospital, the woman had apologized to Si fucking several times. My sister and I have been separated for more than 20 years. I really didn't know she had become such a person. Aunt Moo, you don't have to apologize for her. Si fucking said lazily, I never argue with idiots. I heard from the attending physician a long time ago that it was Miss C who gave me first aid, and they were able to successfully perform the operation. Mu Qingmeng couldn't help but laugh. Others may not know, but I know how superb Miss C's medical skills are. Miss C, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Aunt Mu has had heart disease for many years, and her body has been overly exhausted. C fucking pondered for a few seconds and pushed the phone over. Eat more of these. Maybe she'll feel better. On the screen was a memo with several drug names written on it. Okay, I'll remember that. Mu Qingmeng said solemnly, I will definitely repay Miss C for saving my life. C fucking paused. Not yet. The more Mu Qingmeng looked at the girl, the more she liked her. She hesitated for a moment and tentatively said, I will stay in the hospital for a while. If Miss C is free, can you come and talk to me? C fucking raised his head, his fox eyes curved. Aunt Mu is very knowledgeable, and I am willing to chat with you, but I have work to do today, so I won't stay any longer. Go ahead. Mu Qingmeng smiled. Then I'll wait for you. After leaving the hospital, C fucking returned to the training base of youth boys. As soon as he entered the dance studio, Su Xian pointed to the box on the ground. Teacher C, a young lady named Jiang brought these to you. Eat a few pieces when you feel dizzy. C fucking raised his eyebrows. She picked up the box and opened it. There are 3 floors inside, all filled with a variety of snacks, very exquisite, and with a faint scent of tea. C fucking took out his cell phone and sent a message to Jiang Chongning. Ning Ning, I will marry you. You really meet my standards for a spouse in every aspect. Jiang Chongning. Jiang Chongning, excuse me. What are your criteria for choosing a spouse? C fucking held his chin and replied slowly, with 3 words. Can cook. Jiang Chongning, you win. I promise that what I said is true. Who doesn't want a gentle partner who prepares hot meals for you as soon as you get home and is also good looking? Jiang Chongning smiled at JPG. C fucking sighed and slowly ate the dessert Jiang Chongning gave her. Su Xian looked at the snacks in the box and felt his saliva secreting. It looks delicious. Don't look at it and don't even think about eating it. C fucking ate another piece of dessert in front of him and raised his lips. I have a physique that is easy to lose weight, don't you? Su Si-un. Excuse me, he should go away. Teacher C. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the dance studio. It was the selection manager of the program team. The planner and director want to see you. C fucking narrowed his eyes, put the box down, and patted the dust off his body. Let's go. The director and planner are both in the backstage office. In addition to the 2 people, there is another person. C fucking, the production team doesn't want to make a big fuss about the crash and rescue incident. The planner lit a cigarette and got straight to the point. The first performance is about to begin, and we don't want to see any negative news on Weibo. Let's stop here. Youthful Boys is a key project of the Great Xia Empire's entertainment industry this year. With international connections, many people were originally eyeing it. The planner didn't want to create any more complications with this matter. In the past week or so, fucking has caused enough farces. That's enough. Tianla Media and I both hope that this matter will stop here. The planner added, of course, in order to compensate Mr. C for the loss of his reputation, Tianla Media will give Mr. C an extra 10% of the film remuneration. The maximum salary for a mentor is 9 million, but only Li Jingchun can get this amount. Fucking only has 2 million. Tianla Media split the profits with her in a 19-to-1 ratio, and after her agent deducted taxes, the remaining amount for her was less than 100,000 yuan. She had to record the program for more than 3 months, during which time she endured countless online violence.
Sorry, no.
Fucking shook his head regretfully. I think I told Lin Qingyan that if someone bumps into my hand, I will never let him go. The planner paused and frowned. He really didn't expect that fucking would be so stubborn. Teacher C, maybe you have been in the entertainment industry for too short a time and don't understand some of the ways to survive. The director said, I'll tell you straight out that you don't have enough status and you have to give in. Teacher Lin will also compensate you. You don't have to quarrel with her over Su Ruodong's matter. Lin Qingyan's connections in the entertainment industry are much wider than fucking's. The program crew knows exactly who they are helping. Fucking put his hands in his pockets and smiled slightly. Hasn't it been torn already? The director choked. Miss C, Sister Feng asked me to bring you a message. The young man at the side finally spoke. She is busy with Sister Meng's affairs in Sijia City now, and really doesn't have the time to restrict you too much. I hope you can formalize your identity and don't make too much trouble. Tianla Media signed fucking out of respect for the Zhua family. Does fucking really think that she has the ability? Fucking said casually. Okay, then cancel the contract. The young man laughed when he heard this, and said sarcastically, can Ms. C afford the 900 million yuan penalty? 900 million. What a huge number. Fucking raised the corners of his lips nonchalantly. Tell me, if we go to court, will they sentence me to pay so much money, or will they sentence you, Tianla Media, for malicious extortion? The young man's expression suddenly changed. All three of them hit a wall. Are you done? Fucking laughed lazily. Well, let me remind you too, don't try to be clever, and do anything else. Don't worry, my temper will be better before the whole show is over. She wants to send all her students out of school. We can't let their dreams of performing on stage be shattered. If you have nothing to say, I'll leave. Fucking's hand rested on the door. I've been very busy lately. Don't look for me if you have nothing to do. She nodded politely before leaving. The three people in the office all looked livid. Fucking returned to the dance studio. Xiaoyu stood up. Teacher C, are you okay? It's okay, you guys keep practicing. Fucking said casually. Even if the sky really falls, I'll hold it up. Teacher C, rest assured. I will definitely perform well tomorrow. Su Xian clenched his fists. I have also been training recently. I will take it seriously even if it is a casual competition. Oh, really? Fucking raised his eyebrows. I see you're out of breath even when you run 800 meters. Su Si-un. Although it was true, he was so sad. Fucking sat down cross-legged next to the speaker, took out his computer, looked at the screen, and began to ponder. The more she thought about it, the more her brows furrowed. Teacher C, Su Xian was curious. Is there anything I can help you with?
No.
Fucking sighed. I just wanted to contact someone in the circle I knew before, but I forgot the social account, so I was trying to recall. Why don't I have the ability of super memory, like Beiji? Beiji? Su Xian was confused. He only knows how to eat. How can he have super memory? Nickname. Fucking closed the computer. Forget it. I'll think about it another day. There's no rush. Although she has a good memory, she can memorize a book after reading it once. But I have long forgotten all the social media accounts I used 5 or 6 years ago. She still can't compare to her second brother's ability of super memory. Of course, if she called him Beiji in front of her second senior brother, a fight would probably be inevitable. After all, her second senior brother is the most beautiful girl in their school, and many young girls like him. I'm quite curious about the people in the industry that Mr. C knows. Xiaoyu said slowly. I wonder if I know them.
That should be it.
C fucking nodded. Once I can get them out, it shouldn't be a problem to scare 10 Su Zions to death.
Su Si-un?
No. Why did it become a unit of measurement?
Su Si-un muta.
He couldn't imagine who in the entertainment industry could scare 10 of him to death. Unless it's at the level of international film Queen Yunlan. Su Xian scratched his head and continued training with Xiaoyu. In the evening, Lin Qingyan came out of the training camp and met Su Ruodong. Su Ruodong asked hurriedly, How is it? Ruodong, I'm sorry, I really can't help you. Lin Qingyan shook her head. The program team and Tianla Media have talked to Si fucking, but she just doesn't agree to reconcile. Su Ruodong sneered. I don't want to reconcile with her yet. What tricks can she have? A day passed, and there was nothing else happening on Weibo except for those scolding her. On the day when the trending search came up, she asked the company to withdraw, and netizens' attention gradually shifted. Su Ruodong was somewhat glad that she was not famous. Ruodong, this is what I think. You should apologize to her. Lin Qingyan advised, after all, you did something wrong in this matter. I won't apologize. If I apologize, wouldn't that mean I admit it? Su Ruodong gritted her teeth. Qingyan, don't worry. I've already discussed a plan with my agent. If Si fucking doesn't reconcile with me, she won't have an easy life. Lin Qingyan frowned. Ruodong, you want to?
Look.
Su Ruodong shook his phone and said proudly, I have sent out the video you gave me. Of course, I was impulsive this time. I apologize to everyone, but I will never apologize to Si fucking. She should apologize to Qingyan first. The video posted by Su Ruodong showed the scene where Si fucking kicked open the door and asked the students to move their things in a very bossy manner. I don't care. Qingyan, we are good sisters. Su Ruodong scolded. Of course I will help you, you see. Now netizens are scolding Si fucking, they. As soon as this video came out, netizens' attention was indeed diverted. Si fucking is really disgusting. I finally developed some affection for her last time, but now it's gone again. Awesome. Si fucking, who do you think you are? Why are you acting like a big shot? At Si fucking, apologize to Qingyan. It seems that Xiaoyu is not that good, isn't he a gentleman? He didn't even try to stop me. Wow, I like Xiaoyu better than him. Forget it. I will vote for Liu Yan in the next episode. The C position should have some sense of morality. But before Su Ruodong could feel proud for long, a Weibo post popped up. He is a fan of Xiaoyu, and also a big spending fan. He has voted for over 1 million, and is well known in the fan circle, with 500,000 fans. Thanks not Baldv. I am so angry. How dare you post this video? I asked a long time ago. It was clearly Lin Qingyan's team that moved all the equipment from Si fucking side. They couldn't even train, and had to go to the breakfast stall outside in the cold wind early in the morning. I discussed it with everyone. I didn't want to make a fuss about it for Xiege, but now I can't bear it anymore. This is the video Si fucking gave me. In order to suppress brother Xie and Si fucking, do you still have the heart to do such a thing? Lin Qingyan, do you have any shame? Su Ruodong, don't you feel embarrassed when you post these? I demand an apology from the program crew and the above parties. Otherwise this matter will not end. As soon as this Weibo post came out, the fan circle of Youth Boy exploded. Xiaoyu has a lot of fans, but he is usually very Buddhist and doesn't participate in any so-called C position competition. But when it breaks out at the critical moment, its combat effectiveness is terrifyingly high. Even all the trainees of the same period combined can't compare to him. Fans also gradually discovered that because Xiaoyu was an individual trainee, the program team treated him very unfairly. I just endured it. After all, Xiaoyu is still in the training camp. As a result, Su Ruodong actually blew himself up. Xiaoyu's fans couldn't stand it anymore and directly put Su Ruodong and Lin Qingyan on the hot search list. Su Ruodong, spreading rumors Lin Qingyan, act like a big shot. The two trending searches are posted one after the other, and there is a trend of gradually climbing to the top of the trending search list. More and more netizens clicked in to watch the show. This. Even if Si fucking only has 6 students under her, you can't move all her audio equipment away, right? Every day, when I see haters scolding see fucking, I develop a rebellious mentality. Deliberately messing with Xiaoyu? Very good, Lin Qingyan. I will remember you. Am I the only one who thinks Lin Qingyan is a bit teary? On the surface, she didn't do anything, but that innocent look makes people's fists stiff. Don't think so, she is a witch. When she was still a solo artist, she was quite a witch in the group, often inciting fans to cyberbully other members. Ugh. Lin Qingyan has some scandal?
Quick.
Give me some. I want to eat some melons. With the collective mobilization of Xiaoyu's fans, the political situation was quickly controlled. Under the official accounts of Lin Qingyan, Su Ruodong, and the program team, there were comments unanimously demanding an apology. Apologize, apologize, apologize. Apologize to Si fucking and Xiaoyu. It's fine if you just spread rumors, but he even dared to hang himself. I've never seen such a stupid person. Su Ruodong was stunned and couldn't react for a while. Lin Qingyan was also extremely shocked. Where did she get the video? She turned pale for the first time. Who gave it to her? What is Si fucking's position in the program team? Where would the staff be to help adjust the video? Moreover, the video footage of her asking staff to move equipment has been deleted. Where did this come from? It was also the first time that Lin Qingyan's Weibo was attacked. She felt dizzy and could hardly stand.
Teacher Lin.
At this time, the selection officer ran out in a hurry. Out of breath, the director and planner asked you to go over. Lin Qingyan took a deep breath and smiled again. Okay, I'll be there right away. Su Ruodong was even more panicked. Qingyan, don't leave. Lin Qingyan calmly pulled her hand away. I always have to be busy with work. She ignored Su Ruodong and hurriedly followed the election officer away, cursing him in her heart as an idiot. Not only did he not beat Si fucking to death, but his anger actually spread to her. At this time, the program team was in a state of panic in the office. Lin Qingyan, you did a great job. The planner slammed the table and roared. What did I say at the time? Don't make things complicated. What are you doing? Do you think you are an international movie queen? You can act like a big shot? Lin Qingyan was scolded so much that she was speechless. Her eyes instantly turned red, tears fell, and she choked up and said, Plan, I didn't know Ruodong would actually use my phone and play that video. The more she spoke, the lower her voice became, and the more aggrieved she sounded. I really treated her as a friend, who knew she would. The director took a puff of his cigarette and sighed. We must appease the fans. Let's contact Su Ruodong's company and ask them to give an explanation. The planner nodded with a green face and softened his tone towards Lin Qingyan. Teacher Lin, although this matter has nothing to do with you, but at this point, you must apologize. Lin Qingyan's expression froze. She pinched her palm with her fingernails and forced a smile. It's my duty. The planner waved his hand, indicating that she could leave. As he was smoking, he suddenly remembered what Si fucking had said that morning. I suggest you don't try to be clever or do anything petty, otherwise the consequences may be even worse. Now, as expected, it's even worse. The planner frowned. He didn't think Si fucking had the ability to turn things around. After all, Si fucking is a fool and can't even speak English. But this matter has really become a big deal now. On the other side, inside dance studio no. 2. After the trainees finished their training, they all moved a bench and sat in front of Si fucking to eat melons together. Teacher Si is really amazing. Xiaoyu laughed softly. With just one video, he not only fooled the production team, but also fooled Lin Qingyan. Teacher Si. Su Xin stammered. Have you anticipated all of this? Lin Qingyan will definitely not let go of any of my interests. Si fucking raised his eyebrows. Do you really think I'm just taking you to have breakfast? It seems that the only thing on your mind is eating. Who doesn't know the tricks of the entertainment industry? Since they wanted to play, she played with them. But she did not expect to meet Xiaoyu's fans. These fans are all very cute. Su Xin said loudly. That's what I learned from Teacher Si. Si fucking. She smiled. Get up at 5 tomorrow morning and run 10 kilometers. You are not allowed to rest until you finish. I will ask Xiaoyu to keep an eye on you. Xie Yu also raised his eyebrows. I will definitely keep a close eye on him. Su Xian's horrified face. Okay, let's go eat. Xie fucking stood up. I'm off work. Don't disturb me. Su Xian looked at her eagerly as she left, then turned around and said, Brother Xie, can I know? Xie Yu shrugged. He took out his mobile phone slowly, logged into his account, and gave the Weibo post a like. Outside the training camp, Su Ruodong is still waiting. Her Weibo is completely out of control. Her fans seem to be twice as many as Xie Yu's, but the number of active fans is less than 1/10 of Xie Yu's. Su Ruodong never thought that she would offend the fans of Xie Yu's group of powerful bodyguards.
Calm down, calm down.
Su Ruodong tried to comfort herself. Qingyan will definitely find a way, calm down. But she never waited for Lin Qingyan, but saw Xie fucking. With his shamat makeup, Xie fucking is always easy to recognize. Su Ruodong immediately ran forward and blocked the way ahead. Xie fucking, I have something to say. Xie fucking looked up at her, but had no impression of her. Who are you?
Su Ruodong.
Su Ruodong gritted her teeth. I want to tell you, I. She really couldn't say the 3 words I'm sorry. Xie fucking glanced at his phone, walked around Su Ruodong and continued walking forward. Su Ruodong was furious. Where are you going? I haven't finished talking yet. Go see Chulingyun. Xie fucking smoothed his coat sleeves, turned around, and curved his fox eyes. Why do you want to come with us? Su Ruodong was about to say something, but when she heard this, she was shocked. What did you say?
Que l'argent?
Is it the Chulingyun that she knows? Chulingyun, the #1 director of the Great Xia Empire, whom even Glenn wanted to invite. What kind of joke are you telling? Su Ruodong said with disdain. You want to meet Chulingyun? Are you worthy? So many first-line actors are not worthy of Chulingyun's attention. How could Xie fucking, a female idol who can't even sing or dance, go to see Chulingyun? It's really a fantasy. It seems like you don't want to see me. Xie fucking gathered his coat. Then I'll leave first. I'll ask you to sign for something tomorrow.
What?
Su Ruodong was stunned. Seeing the girl was about to leave, he immediately became anxious. Explain it clearly. Explain it clearly. She was unable to follow this time, as the ringing of her cell phone interrupted her. The caller ID showed it was her agent. Su Ruodong quickly picked up the phone. Hello, sisterly. She was interrupted before she could finish her words. The voice was not from the agent, but from the company's president. Su Ruodong. Do you know what you did today? You are being scolded to death online, and the company is being scolded as well. You put up a video to insult yourself. Do you have any brains left? Su Ruodong was stunned by the scolding. Her lips trembled. CEO, what do you mean by you? I'm telling you, you're done. Get back here. The person on the other end of the phone roared. Because of you, several event organizers have broken up with the company. What are you still doing out there? Get back here. Su Ruodong's hands trembled, and his face gradually turned pale. She didn't dare to stay any longer and ran away in panic with her bag. Over here in the box. Chulingyun sat upright, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looking a little more refined. He was flipping through a script. There was a knock on the door, and Xie fucking walked in. You're finally here. Chulingyun heaved a sigh of relief when he saw her. I thought you stood me up. It's possible to let you go. Xie fucking took off his coat. It's impossible to let the money go.
Que l'argent?
At least don't say it in front of him. Give him some face. Here's the contract, take a look. Chulingyun took out a document from his briefcase, his eyes burning. If there's no problem, let's sign it. Xie fucking flipped through it and keenly noticed that the contract was signed by her alone, and Tianla Media was not mentioned from beginning to end. Chulingyun also spoke up at this time. I sign with you, not Tianla Media. If they really want to get money from me, then we have to see if they have the ability to do so. He, Chulingyun, has the confidence. Very good, no problem. Xie fucking nodded, but I also said that I have too many and too crazy haters. How crazy can it be? Should I throw sulfuric acid on you, or something? Chulingyun really didn't believe it. Let me see. A director of his level has no time to pay attention to comments in the entertainment industry. It seems like you really don't understand my anti-fan group. C fucking handed the phone over. Hold on. As soon as he took the phone, Chu Ling-yoon saw that the most criticized Weibo post of C fucking had nearly 50,000 comments. The comments below all unanimously asked her to get out of the entertainment industry and posted ghost pictures. After reading it, Chu Ling-yoon, he silently put down his phone and walked away from C fucking in awe. It's really crazy. Since the fan circle and marketing methods were brought into Daxia's entertainment industry, many trends have become corrupted. Chu Ling-yoon frowned, but don't worry, you will become very popular. C fucking raised his eyebrows. In this case, do you really dare to use me? How do you know that I must be a good person? Why not? Chu Ling-yoon's tone was full of his usual arrogance. He snorted coldly. Chu Ling-yoon, have never failed to judge people. I am not like those blind directors. Then it's a pleasure working with you. C fucking signed his name and held out his hand. Director Chu. Chu Ling-yoon was stunned for a moment and came back to his senses after a few seconds. He hurriedly shook hands with her. Sorry, I was distracted. When they looked at each other for that moment, he actually had the illusion that he was seeing Yunlon.
Que l'Indien s'y guide.
If another Yunlon appears in the great Xia Empire, why would Glenn not submit to him?
Pity.
Chu Ling-yoon shook his head and told the waiter to serve the food. After separating from Chu Ling-yoon, C fucking returned to Yu Shiheng's villa. She would come here every few days to show him her legs. Ms. C, why did you come back so late? Feng Xin glanced at the time. Did you encounter any problems on the way? No, I had a meal with a friend in the industry. C fucking said lazily. I made a small amount of money. When Xiaobai, who was lying in her bag, heard the word money, his eyes suddenly lit up and he let out a cry. C fucking pressed it down coldly. No, don't even think about it. Xiaobai. Yu Shiheng is reading in the study. C fucking showed him his legs as usual and said thoughtfully, boss, to be honest, I don't think you really have a leg disease. Yeah. Yu Shiheng said slowly. It's hard to treat because it's hard to see. C fucking raised his eyebrows. Yu Shiheng raised his eyes, stretched out his hand, and stroked the girl's head. The tone is as straightforward as ever. The hair is sticking up.
C fucking. Touch her head again.
She could no longer control her murderous intent. C fucking took a step back and took out the little white dog. Xiaobai, go. Bite him. A certain Pixiu, who was drooling over the golden pen on Yu Shiheng's desk. What does it have to do with it? Yu Shiheng propped up his chin and looked at her. It's still tilted. Come here. Okay.
C fucking walked in slowly.
The next second, she pressed the man down on the table with lightning speed. Don't move. You are under sanctions. Feng San, who just came in with a fruit plate. Did he come in the wrong way? What did he see? Okay. Yu Shiheng was half helpless. I have to go out in a few days or on the weekend. Do you have time? Should be. Sifu leaned up and warned, don't touch my head. She turned around and smiled. Hi, San, you've worked hard. Feng San, who felt that he was being implied, said. It turned out that he was the only exploited worker who had never been asked for his opinion. This time the incident caused quite a stir. When C fucking returned to his small apartment, the matter was still being discussed heatedly on the internet. CIU's fans are focusing their attacks on Su Ruodong, Lin Qingyan, and the program crew, but C fucking also has a lot of black fans who are all making an effort. It's fine to apologize to CIU, but there's no need to apologize to C fucking. I'm not saying this, but these days, celebrity lawyers' letters are just for show. If you have the guts, just go to the police station and report the case. It's still a bit more credible. The last person sent a lawyer's letter to accuse a netizen of spreading rumors, and a few days later it was proven to be true. I no longer believe in lawyers' letters. Speaking of which, Tianla Media doesn't care about C fucking. She doesn't even have a lawyer. How can she send a lawyer's letter? Everyone loves to pick on the weak, and haters are no exception. They didn't dare to confront CIU's fans directly, so they could only continue to attack C fucking overtly or covertly. C fucking continued collecting evidence while drinking Coke. He packaged all the pictures into a compressed file and sent them all to one account. The cell phone rang at this time. She glanced at the caller ID and didn't want to answer. But the phone seemed to keep ringing if she didn't answer it. C fucking sighed, but still answered the phone. Hello? What does Chulingyun, the king of involution, want to do? From now on, she will definitely put him on the do not disturb list after 8 o'clock in the evening. Do you need a lawyer? Chulingyun had no idea that he was being implied and asked directly, if you do, I'll find you a few right away. After he returned, he also carefully studied C fucking's black fans and observed them for a long time. It was ultimately proven that he no longer understood the current climate in the entertainment industry. Even more dramatic than the script he wrote. It's okay, no need. C fucking said, I know someone. Do you know him? Chulingyun was stunned. Is he reliable? When will you terminate your contract with Tianla Media? I have a studio here, or you can come over. I will terminate the contract. C fucking said calmly, I may not stay in the entertainment industry forever. It's not too late to talk about this later. Okay, let's talk about it later. By the way, you haven't slept yet, right?
Que l'ingénieur dans l'IBK m'excited.
The art design department sent me a set of pose reference pictures. I'll send them to you to see how these moves look. C fucking lifted the hair from her forehead with one hand. Actually, I'm already asleep. What you heard was just dream talk.
Que l'ingénieur?
C fucking hung up the phone. Sure enough, Chulingyun would not miss any time to work. C fucking finished drinking the coke and was about to exercise for a while before going to bed to rest when his cell phone rang again. Hello, boss? She answered quickly this time, her eyes curved like a fox. It's 10:30. Aren't you going to bed yet? I still have official business to attend to. Yu Shihing's voice was low, elegant, and cool. Do you need a lawyer?
Ah?
No need. Sifu tilted his chin. If there is a real need, I will also mention it to you, the boss.
Yeah.
Yu Shihing didn't say anything else. Go to sleep. C fucking said slowly, boss, you should go to bed early and take care of yourself. There seemed to be a very light laugh from the other end of the phone, and it was still calm and gentle like a deep and quiet river. Yeah. After the call ended, C fucking turned over and lay on the bed. If Yu Shiheng wasn't of noble status, she would have introduced him to be a voice actor. It would be a shame not to use this kind of sound to record bedtime reading. She did a split and fell into deep thought. Why is she such a lazy person while everyone around her is a workaholic? There's really a discord of magnetic fields. The next morning, Sifu tends to go to the youth boys training base as usual. Because the matter was exposed, the staff in the base were also in a panic. After seeing the girl, they were less contemptuous and ignored as usual, and greeted her respectfully. Hello, Teacher C. C fucking ignored them and went straight to the dance studio. The trainees usually get up at 6 o'clock, wash up and eat, and then start training at 7 o'clock. The instructor will arrive at 8:30. Teacher C, I ran 500 meters today. Su Xin immediately took credit. I have improved. C fucking applauded him. Wow, even an ant passing by would say how amazing he is. Su Si-un. He felt he was being implicated. The 6 people were rehearsing in paradise under the leadership of C fucking. At 10 o'clock, someone else came to the dance studio. It's Lin Qingyan. Lin Qingyan obviously didn't sleep well that night. There was a dark area under her eyes, and the fine lines at the corners of her eyes could not be covered up by makeup, showing her fatigue. Teacher C. Lin Qingyan said in a low voice, I have something to tell you. Su Xian burst out laughing. Lin Qingyan was very embarrassed. She moved her lips and finally spoke. Teacher C, can we forget about Rawadong's matter? I will definitely compensate you, so don't worry about it. Last night, she experienced for the first time what it felt like to be bombarded on Weibo by fans. Xiaoyu's fans were so powerful that she didn't even dare to say a word. It seems that Teacher Lin and that girl surnamed Su are like sisters. C fucking raised her eyes and smiled. In this way, I can forget about it. Lin Qingyan frowned. Teacher C? C fucking was so easy to talk to this time that she didn't quite believe it. Just do it for her. C fucking curled his lips. Protect her, or protect yourself. Choose one. Lin Qingyan's smile froze on her face. What are you talking about, Teacher C?
I don't understand.
It seems that the sisterly love is not that deep. See, fucking stop laughing. If you don't want to take her place, just get lost. I'm busy and don't have time to talk nonsense with you. When she wasn't smiling, she looked a little colder. Even her eyebrows and eyes had a cold look. It was like the fog on the distant mountains had dissipated, leaving only the snow on the top of the mountain, cold and frosty. Su Xian also keenly noticed the changes in Si-fucking's mood. For a moment, he felt some invisible pressure and even a little chest tightness. Lin Qingyan just happened to be going nowhere, and her face was pale. She tried hard to control her anger. Her fingers trembled, and she took a deep breath. I gave in out of kindness, but you continued to be aggressive. The entertainment industry is so small that you'll see people everywhere. Do you really think it doesn't matter if you offend the entire entertainment industry? Okay. Lin Qingyan sneered again. When the performance comes, the instructor will invite guests to help the students. I want to see who you can invite. Si-fucking no longer looked at her and said coldly, "Get lost." Xie, you had just finished dancing practice. He wiped the sweat off his face, walked over with long legs, kicked the door open, and said casually, "Teacher Lin, please." "Brother Xie, you are wrong." Su Xian also recovered and said seriously, "Teacher Si said to get lost." "Oh, I was wrong." Xie said politely, "Teacher Lin, get out." After being humiliated several times, especially in front of the students, Lin Qingyan no longer had the face to stay any longer. She rushed out the door, her face flushed. Su Xian locked the door and snorted twice. I used to think Lin Qingyan was a good person, but it turns out she is a smiling tiger, so annoying. Thank you, brother. It was a wise decision for you not to choose her. Who knows if she would stab you in the back? Xie responded nonchalantly. After all, I look at the face. Su Xian scratched his head, looked at Si-fucking who was staring at her killer makeup, and suddenly realized, "So, brother Xie, you like this style?" Xie paused and said, "Let's have fish for lunch today." Su Xian said sullenly, "Why should I eat fish? Fish has too many bones. I like to eat pork. I am still growing." Xie glanced at him, then walked away slowly, his hands in his pockets. Fish nourishes the brain. Pigs make fools strong. Su Si-un? Under tremendous pressure, Su Ruodong and Lin Qingyan finally had to apologize. The program team also issued an apology statement. It's just that the three of them seemed to have made an appointment and sent the messages at 2 or 3 in the morning. Tianma Media, which had been silent all this time, finally spoke out at 9 o'clock in the morning. At Tianma Media V, regarding the dispute between our company and Ms. Su from Huasher Entertainment, we have reached a settlement. Based on the principle of magnanimity, our company will not pursue the matter further. This response was expected by many people. TSK, I've already said that Tianma Media will not care about Si-fucking. If they wanted to care, they would have done it a long time ago. Si-fucking suffered a loss in silence. Tianma Media must have received benefits from CTS, which is why they were held accountable. Only Si-fucking was scolded for nothing. It's so funny. See what else Si-fucking can do. Su Ruodong, who had been keeping an eye on what was happening online, breathed a sigh of relief. CTS was furious about this incident and directly cut off all her announcements, which was tantamount to banning her. This is all because of Si-fucking. So she absolutely cannot get involved in lawsuits again. Although Su Ruodong is just a small model in the entertainment industry over the years, she has accumulated millions of dollars. If she can't make it in the entertainment industry anymore, she can just do live streaming to sell goods. It's not like she has no way out. But once you are involved in a lawsuit, it becomes difficult to move forward. Tianma Media's statement also blocked Si-fucking's way out. She was at a loss as to what to do. Su Ruodong regained her confidence. She stood at the door of the youth boys training base and made a phone call. Si-fucking's number was obtained from Lin Qingyan by her. Si-fucking, you made such a scene but didn't get any benefit. I feel sorry for you. Su Ruodong was very proud. Let me tell you directly, I have found a live broadcast platform and I can continue to make money. Yes, I did spread rumors, but what can you do to me? Send me to jail? Do you have the ability to do that? You don't. Let me see what you can do to me. Su Ruodong finished speaking in one breath and immediately hung up the phone, feeling very angry. She snorted coldly, put away her phone, and was about to leave in her high heels. But she hasn't taken action yet. Behind him, in a wheelchair, Yu Shiheng's slender fingers clasped together to form a ring. He tapped the armrest quietly, speaking slowly and with murderous intent. What a big tone. Su Ruodong turned around abruptly. Then I saw two people appear behind me on the right. The young man was sitting in a wheelchair. He was tall and slender with his legs slightly crossed. There is clearly no aura emitted from it, yet it is impossible to look directly at it. There was an umbrella above the man, which just covered half of his face, leaving only his lips and the cold curve of his jaw exposed. Feng Sen held an umbrella and looked at Su Ruodong coldly. Su Ruodong took a few steps back in shock and almost fell down. You?
Who are you?
She managed to steady herself with great difficulty and said in a timid tone, Why are you still covering your face? Aren't you ashamed to be seen? What a joke. Feng San said coldly, changing the title. You can also see the master's appearance?
Who are you?
At this moment, Su Ruodong was left with only fear in her heart, and she broke out in a cold sweat. There was a lot of ancient charm in the speech of these two people. Although their clothes were not luxurious, their every move was elegant and noble. They could only be children of large families. But in the whole Lincheng, apart from her connection with his Wa family, which other family does Si fucking know? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. Su Ruodong forced a smile and said carefully, I wonder if you two gentlemen have anything to ask? Please tell me, I will definitely do it. Feng San lowered his head slightly and listened to what Yu Shiheng said. Then he looked at Su Ruodong again and smiled indifferently. The master said, First of all, you should not appear next to Miss C. Secondly, whether it's a live broadcast or something else, don't even think about it. Go to the police station and reflect on it. Su Ruodong's eyes widened. What are you talking about? Feng San ignored him, took out his newly bought computer, contacted a few people, and suddenly said in surprise, Brother Jiao, this account has been blocked. Someone got there before us. He turned the computer screen around to face Yu Shiheng. Yu Shiheng propped up his chin and asked casually, What do you mean? It's not just her new live broadcast account. Just now, the brother from Ling said that her IP address is gone. Feng Sen touched his head, although I don't know what an IP address is either. The technology is developing too fast, and he, who has been in seclusion in the Maha school, can hardly keep up. Yu Shiheng nodded slightly. Well, let's go. Feng San took one last glance at Su Ruodong before pushing Yu Shiheng away. Cold sweat completely soaked Su Ruodong's clothes, and fear oppressed her nerves. Before she could recover, her cell phone rang. Her hands trembled as she answered, Hello? Ms. Su Ruodong, right? The other party said politely, You are suspected of a case of fabricating rumors and slander. The victim has already reported the case. We need your cooperation in the investigation. Su Ruodong's body softened, and his face turned completely pale. It's over. She's finished now. At this time, at 10 o'clock on Weibo, netizens who had been waiting for new gossip finally received Si Fucking's Weibo post. In addition, I do not accept or forgive this kind of short essay apology. If you want me to forgive you, remember to apologize to me in person, at Lin Qingyan also. Don't think you can make decisions for me while I'm asleep at night. I'll just say one word to you, get lost. Is Si Fucking so tough? Si Fucking is awesome. He not only bullied Su Ruodong, but also slapped Tianla Media in the face. He is really brave. I declare that I have become a fan. I did not even kneel down in front of Tianla Media's Si Fucking. The entertainment industry needs people who despise capital like this. Su Ruodong's fans had long lost their fighting spirit. When they found out that Su Ruodong's Weibo account was gone, they dared not even say a word. Si Fucking directly mentioned Lin Qingyan, which made Lin Qingyan's fans jump up and down. Am I seeing this right? How dare you? I won't tell you who ranked last in Youth Boy, and I won't tell you who can't sing or dance. To be honest, this matter has nothing to do with Qingyan. The staff moved the equipment to curry favor with Qingyan. Qingyan didn't know where Si Fucking's dance studio was. Instead, C fucking was too strong. In the mentor voting area, Lin Xingyan was first, followed by Li Jingchen. C fucking only received a few hundred votes, most of which were cast incorrectly due to shaking hands. Mocking Jiadua, but C fucking didn't care about this voting district at all. The silence of the dance studio was broken by the rapid ringing of a cell phone. C fucking raised his eyebrows and answered slowly. I thought you would be quick. Foam Peiji shouted angrily. I've only been gone for 2 weeks, and you've caused so much trouble. What on earth do you want to do? Delete the Weibo post immediately and apologize. Do you want to bring shame to the company? C fucking curled his lips, interrupted with a cynical tone. I am not a straw boat. Foam Peiji was stunned and didn't understand. What did you say? What are you crazy about? After a full 10 seconds, Foam Peiji finally reacted and was furious. C fucking, you're simply going to die, you. The call was hung up directly, leaving only a busy tone. I called again, but still got a busy tone. She was blocked. Foam Peiji threw her phone and became even angrier. It's a rebellion. It's really a rebellion. Sister Foam, calm down. An assistant immediately brought a glass of water. Ms. Meng is about to record a song and is waiting for you to come over. Don't let irrelevant people ruin your mood. Foam Peiji's expression eased a little. Okay, I'll pack up and be right over.
Night.
In the study of the villa, Yu Shiheng received a call. There was no number on the screen, only 4 English letters. 0. Master, blocking an account is a simple matter. My juniors in college can do it. The other end said, but with this method, even I can't track the other party's IP address. I guess it must be someone from T18. He gritted his teeth as he said the last sentence. T18. I must kill them. 0 and T18 have fought too many times, and there are many conflicts of interest between them. No one is willing to submit to the other, but no one can suppress or annex the other. This has created a two-way competition in the international intelligence community. Also, I remember that T18 a few years ago they actually wanted someone to marry you, my lord. The person on the other end of the phone was even more angry. Bah. No, absolutely not. Those people in T18 are all violent. If this marriage really goes through, wouldn't you, my lord, have to live a miserable life? Your subordinates won't allow it. Yu Shiheng nodded and interrupted calmly, without continuing the topic. You said that the person who took action was the investigator from T18? As soon as C fucking opened the door, he heard these words. She paused with her hand on the door. Yu Shiheng happened to turn his head, and a faint smile appeared on his face, removing some of his indifference and making his features seem a little gentler. Why are you just standing there and not coming in? He has always been more powerful than others. Even if you just sit quietly on ordinary days, you can feel the pressure like a deep running water. Now he took it off on his own initiative, making his features even clearer. There were flashes of light in the light amber eyes, as if the galaxy was condensed in them.
Sorry.
C fucking tilted his head. I didn't know you were on the phone, boss. I'm going to go out first. Yu Shiheng didn't keep her and nodded slightly. Okay, come in later. The door was closed again. The voice on the other end of the phone paused for a few seconds before speaking tremblingly. Master, my ears are broken. I heard a female voice. Yu Shiheng obviously had no intention of discussing this topic and said calmly, Continue. Oh, I think it's T18 anyway. The other end had to continue. I'll make them look bad. Outside the door, C fucking leaned against the wall. She didn't know whose call Yu Shiheng received, but she did hear the word T18. TSK. Although her second senior brother was quite far away from him, he was sometimes everywhere. Who could have thought that the organization he founded would become an international intelligence organization, and she would be fooled into joining it? I'm afraid that few people in the world know that the T in T18 is not the first letter of any English word, but the first letter of her second brother's surname. It's really hard to look back on the past.
She fucking sighed.
A few minutes later, the study door was opened again. Feng Sen also came up and said hurriedly, Brother Jiao. Yu Shiheng raised his hand to stop him from saying the next words. He turned around and smiled into the girl's fox eyes. Have you heard of T18? Feng Sen also looked over in surprise. Is it an English abbreviation? C fucking tilted his head. It doesn't seem to have any special meaning. No, it's an intelligence organization. Yu Shiheng said slowly, are you okay today? C fucking calmly followed his sudden change of heart. I'm used to being scolded, but I asked someone to block her account, which made me feel better. Feng Sen asked tentatively, looking for someone? Yes, I hired a hacker on a second-hand trading website. C fucking said slowly. He said he was short of money to buy coke, so he sold it to me at a low price. Feng Sen. What the Hades? Feng Sen looked at her with a puzzled look. Miss C, I still believe you when you said you would sell something for a bottle of coke. You don't believe it, right? C fucking threw out his phone. Yes, it's this second-hand trading website. I generously transferred him the money to buy a box of coke. The chat and trading information is clearly listed above. After reading it, Feng Sen fell into a mysterious silence. I vaguely felt that his worldview had collapsed. Yu Shiheng looked up. Okay, get out. Feng Sen immediately stepped back and closed the door considerately. He felt relieved when he saw C fucking treating Yu Shiheng's leg and that it seemed like he was actually showing signs of recovery. But Feng Sen always felt strange. He went downstairs, thought for a long time, and finally made a phone call. Feng Sen covered his mouth and lowered his voice. Do you think people in T18 will lack money to buy coke? Lack of money to buy coke? Nonsense. The voice on the other end immediately rose. They always sell intelligence at a high price. They are all black-hearted monsters. How could they be short of money? That's right. Feng Sen was puzzled. Could it be that he came out to experience life? Otherwise, he really couldn't understand why T18 would be on the second-hand trading website. What's going on? The other side asked, did you really run into someone from T18? I just heard a female voice in the master's room. What's going on? Feng Sen's mouth twitched, but his tone was calm. Ask Brother Gio. If Brother Gio tells you, I will tell you. Other side. Feng Sen hung up the call, completely ignoring the madly flashing avatars in the private group. Those who want to sanction him and get gossip from him should forget about it. He finally felt proud. Feng Sen closed his phone, feeling finally disappointed. Treat Miss C well, and you will have food to eat. Miss C can take him flying. On the other side, the youth boys' training base. The third episode will be recorded tomorrow afternoon, and the trainees dare not slack off. In addition to the theme song performance, each group will also need to compete to select the songs for the first performance. When it comes to the theme song performance, Makino hates C fucking to the core. He had no chance to perform, all thanks to C fucking. So, he has to win more shots for himself in the group match. Liu Yan wasn't much better off, because the C position in the theme song was Xiaoyu, not him. Brother Yan, which song do you think Xiaoyu and the others will choose? Mai asked, although Xiaoyu is a good dancer, he is also a good singer. I suspect he will choose Mountain Ghost Ballad. Mountain Ghost Ballad is a purely Chinese song, does not contain rap, and its difficulty can be said to be moderate. But this song is actually not easy to sing because it contains some theatrical tones. Mountain Ghost Ballad has been covered countless times, but no one has been able to reach the level of the original singer, and most of them are just imitating others without success. But Liu Yan happened to have learned opera singing for a period of time, so this song suits him very well. The company has already told me about the events. There will be a 3-person 2-legged race, a 4-person relay race, and swimming. Liu Yan frowned. We will go to an open-air stadium, and there will be many fans watching. Although it can't be considered a public performance, it is also a live broadcast. Live streaming is what they are most worried about. If it is a recorded broadcast, it can be edited before the program is released. In this way, in order to please Liu Yan, the program team will cut the shots that are favorable to him. Mai was also anxious. What should we do? It was by chance that he woke up early one day and found that Xiaoyu was running 10 kilometers. Although dancing is a necessary skill for being an idol, it is still far from this kind of pure physical exercise. Among the hundreds of trainees, it can be said that no one's physical fitness can surpass Xiaoyu. Moreover, some of them cannot swim. There will always be a way. Liu Yan said calmly, the company will also help us. The two of them went downstairs while talking in low voices. I happened to meet a team of staff carrying boxes up with numbers on them. Liu Yan stopped and asked, "What is this?" Seeing that it was Liu Yan, the staff also wanted to please him and said respectfully, "These are the team uniforms for tomorrow. They have been distributed and will be distributed to each student tomorrow." Liu Yan's eyes flickered and he smiled. "Thank you for your hard work." The staff then went upstairs. Makino looked at Liu Yan in confusion. "Brother Yan, aren't we going to the practice room?" "Wait the minute." Liu Yan signaled with his eyes. "Follow me. Find Xiaoyu's shoes and clothes and put them in." He opened his hand, revealing several nails. Makino was stunned for a moment. "Brother Yan, are you saying?" Liu Yan nodded casually. "It doesn't have to be too big, just a little injury will be fine." Tianla Media has a long history, and its methods from top to bottom are not very glamorous. What's more, if you want to climb up in the entertainment industry, you have to use any means necessary. Liu Yan didn't think he did anything wrong. "What a good idea, Brother Yan." Makino's eyes lit up, but he hesitated again. "But if we are discovered?" Hearing this, Liu Yan laughed a little. "As long as they don't get discovered by Xiaoyu, it'll be fine." "Do you think anyone in the production team will be on their side now?" Makino was relieved now, and immediately followed the staff to find some nails and blades. Liu Yan returned the same way, and happened to meet Xiaoyu and Su Xiun, who were returning from the cafeteria. "What a coincidence, Xiaoyu." Liu Yan remained calm and smiled. "The competition will start tomorrow. Are you all ready? What song do you want to pick?" "I think Mountain Ghost Ballad is pretty good." Xiaoyu walked straight past Liu Yan without even glancing at him. Su Xiun is just a bit insane and doesn't care about Liu Yan. He followed Xiaoyu carelessly. "Brother Xia, Teacher C said she will come again tomorrow at noon, and it seems that she'll bring a friend or something." Xiaoyu responded nonchalantly, still not giving Liu Yan a look. After the two of them entered, the door of dance studio number 2 closed with a bang. Liu Yan clenched his fists, his expression unclear. What he hated most was Xiaoyu's casual look, as if he never took anything seriously. There is also a C-fucking who is extremely frivolous. Now Xiaoyu and C-fucking have joined forces and successfully become the person who annoys him the most. Liu Yan walked into the restroom, found a cubicle, and answered the call from Tianla Media. "Hello? It's me. You said you want C-fucking to embarrass himself on tomorrow's live show?" A few more words were said over there. Liu Yan nodded. "Okay, I understand. I will let my do this. He and C-fucking have had a grudge for a long time, so he is a good candidate." After the call ended, he slowly let out a breath, and the depression in his heart was finally swept away. It seems that C-fucking and Xiaoyu will both become sacrifices for the show youth boys to pave the way for him. This side of the villa. At 7 o'clock, Yu Tang came back. Seeing C-fucking in the living room, her eyes lit up and she immediately ran over and started to say, "Ching ching." C-fucking thought to herself that it was fortunate that she had been exercising since she woke up, otherwise her body, which had been drained of its luck, would have been shattered by Yu Tang's pounce. Before she pulled Yu Tang up, a voice was heard. Quiet, yet powerful. "Stand up." Yu Tang shuddered and stood up very swiftly. She saluted and said loudly, "Uncle Joe, I am trying out the feel for you in advance. Ching Ching's feel is very good. I have finished the test. Please give me instructions." C-fucking was not knocked down by Yu Tang, but he almost fell down because of this sentence. A hand suddenly grasped her wrist. After pulling her straight, he let her go. C-fucking turned his head and met the young man's deep and auspicious eyes. Yu Shiheng's eyes were calm, and he said simply, "Be careful."
"I'm fine."
C-fucking said seriously, "My feelings towards you, my boss, are clear to all. I definitely don't have any bad intentions. She only cares about money. She is such a simple little cutie." Yu Shiheng raised her eyebrows slightly, then looked at Yu Tang, her tone mixed with emotion. "You can't eat chocolate for a month."
"I utang instanti waitet."
She scratched her head. Could it be that she still didn't flatter the master well? She has to go back and study hard. Feng Sankai dared to come out of the kitchen. He coughed lightly and said, "Brother Joe, Miss Yutong, it's getting late. I'm sending Miss C back home." Yu Shiheng hummed. Go ahead. Yu Tang said goodbye with tears in her eyes. Ching Ching, you must come to see me often. Only Ching Ching can save her from the clutches of her ninth uncle. Si fucking bent down, smiled, and rubbed her face. Okay. Feng San. They are obviously from the same family, so why does his ninth brother have such an unreliable niece? The next day, Si fucking went to Lincheng Hospital. On the way, she checked the express delivery number that Ji Xingji gave her. The things will arrive in Lincheng tomorrow. Her luck was taken away by the Zhua family, and everyone will benefit. Everyone will have her luck to a greater or lesser extent. Si fucking was in deep thought. By the time the first ray of luck returned, she had almost chosen the first person to take action. Otherwise, her luck is with the Zhua family, and it would be difficult for her to relax. In the ward, Mu Qingmeng saw the girl come in and immediately sat up.
Yes. She was very happy.
I was talking to the nurse yesterday, wondering if you would come tomorrow. I didn't expect you to come. Then Aunt Mu and I are quite in tune with each other. Si fucking nodded and smiled. I was a little busy at work, so I came late. You are recording a show, right? Mu Qingmeng held her hand, looking worried. You must take care of yourself. I'm still young. Si fucking calmly pressed Mu Qingmeng's pulse again. Aunt Mu has had this heart disease for more than 20 years, right?
Yes.
Mu Qingmeng sighed softly. Who would have thought that I would be plagued by illnesses when I was young, and I would not be able to live in peace before I get old? Si fucking frowned and let go of his hand. Mu Qingmeng smiled. Is there a show for you today? It's called Youth Boy. I'll watch it. Si fucking blinked and said, Aunt Mu, do you want to watch the live version? Today is mainly a sports competition. There won't be too many stages, and it won't affect your heart. Is it possible? Mu Qingmeng was a little surprised. Can I get in? No problem. Si fucking, today is a live broadcast. I have seats in the audience here. Aunt Mu can just go in. Okay. Mu Qingmeng was very happy. I've almost recovered. Let's go over there later. As the two were chatting, there was a knock on the ward door. It's a caregiver. Madam Chen. Mu Qingmeng stopped smiling and said coldly, No, tell her I'm out of the hospital, and she doesn't need to worry about the rest. The nurse responded and went downstairs to reply.
Noon.
In order to shoot this episode, the Youth Boys program crew specially rented an open-air stadium in Lincheng. Because this is the first live broadcast, the production team is very cautious. It started at 2 o'clock, and fans were already being arranged to enter at 12 o'clock. The instructors were also ready. The only person missing once again was Si fucking. She's not coming again, and she's asking for leave again? Li Jingchen slammed his pen on the table, his eyebrows sneered. Then why is she here? She might as well just quit the program. Does she think this is her home? I've never seen her so unprofessional. Teacher Li, don't be angry. Lin Qingyan said softly. Teacher Si is used to asking for leave. Besides, she has been troubled a lot these 2 days, so it is normal for her to ask for leave to rest. Okay, Teacher Lin, you don't need to explain to her anymore. Li Jingchen was even more impatient. I know exactly what kind of person she is. She is just repaying kindness with enmity. Lin Qingyan pursed her lips and smiled, and indeed, said nothing more. Li Jingchen glanced at the time and said, Let's go down first. We need to distribute clothes to the students. Lin Qingyan asked casually, I heard that Mr. Yuan will be back from abroad for the next performance. I am looking forward to it. In addition to the 4 mentors, Youth Boys also has a boy group initiator. She is a female diva. It's just that she was too busy with her work and was abroad for the past 2 weeks, so she only attended the first episode of the show. Li Jingchen nodded. It should be. All 3 mentors went down. At the entrance, Si fucking brought Mu Qingmeng in. Lin Qingyan had sharp eyes and saw it at a glance. Teacher Si, we can't let outsiders in without the permission of the program team, right? She was a little surprised and raised her voice. What are you doing? Li Jingchen frowned again and started to scold him directly. It's okay that you came late, but you also don't follow the rules. What do you want to do? If you can't be a mentor, then don't be one. Mu Qingmeng naturally heard it, and she turned around and said, Miss Si, Is it a bit troublesome for you to bring me in? Seeing her face, Li Jingchen paused, a little surprised. Senior Mu. There was silence for a few seconds. Lin Qingyan suddenly raised her head, her smile froze on her face, and she looked at Mu Qingmeng in disbelief. Li Jingchen is in his 30s and is already a senior in the entertainment industry. He actually calls this woman senior? Mu Qingmeng was stunned. She looked at Li Jingchen for a few seconds and smiled good-naturedly. Excuse me, who is this gentleman? Li Jingchen's mind went blank for a moment, but soon returned to normal. He was a little embarrassed, but very respectful. I am fortunate to have met Senior Mu once in Sijia City. Senior Mu may not remember me. Is that so? Mu Qingmeng nodded. I don't show up very often. It's amazing that you still remember me. Li Jingchen knew that Mu Qingmeng didn't like to show up in public, so he didn't say anything more. I'm sorry for neglecting Senior Mu before. I hope you don't mind. I have some free time, so I thought I'd go out for a walk. Mu Qingmeng said, luckily I ran into Miss C outside, so I was able to come in. C fucking did not show any sign of being familiar with Mu Qingmeng. Teacher Mu, you are too polite. Okay, go ahead and do your work. Mu Qingmeng smiled again. I'll walk by myself. C fucking put his hands in his pockets, didn't look at Lin Qingyan's stiff expression, and walked straight to where the trainees were. Teacher Mu, the VIP area is over here. Lin Qingyan smiled again. Teacher C is busy now, I'll take you there. No need. Mu Qingmeng stopped smiling and said coldly, I don't like the VIP area. Lin Qingyan pursed her lips and spoke softer. Teacher Mu, do you like places with fewer people? The location over there is pretty good. He brought Teacher Mu in, but why didn't he arrange a seat for her? Mu Qingmeng suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Qingyan with sharp eyes. She looked gentle, as only women from the south of the Yangtze River could be, but now her aura suddenly became fierce, making her even more intimidating. Lin Qingyan took a step back uncontrollably. Teacher Mu? When I was young, I worked as a music director for a Qing Dynasty palace drama. Mu Qingmeng smiled slightly. Some people think that they have performed in a few Qing Dynasty palace dramas, so they are also concubines in the harem. They only know how to play tricks and compete for female status every day. But she didn't know that others were just looking at monkeys, but she still thought she was very powerful and could fool everyone, especially men. I really don't like this kind of people. And sometimes when they play these dirty tricks, they end up being the ones who suffer. Don't you think so? After Mu Qingmeng finished speaking, she distanced herself from Lin Qingyan and left according to the seat number C fucking gave her. Lin Qingyan stood there, feeling awkward and embarrassed, her face turning blue and red. But more of it is regret. Why didn't she meet Mu Qingmeng outside and invite her in? Such a good thing was actually snatched away by C fucking first. What good luck. Lin Qingyan's mind was in a mess. When she looked up, she saw Li Jingchen looking at her with a frown. Her heart skipped a beat. Teacher Li, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Li Jingchen shook his head. I'm leaving first. Lin Qingyan clenched her fingers, her expression gloomy. When she was about to go back and give Makino and the others some more instructions, she heard a loud noise. Who's over there? Lin Qingyan stopped and asked, why is there so much noise? Teacher Lin, it's the third daughter of the Zhua family. The election officer said hurriedly, she wants to go backstage. Not everyone can go backstage. We're trying to stop her, but it's not easy to stop her. The third young lady of the Zhua family? Lin Qingyan smiled. The Zhua family is the #1 family in Lincheng after all. How come the third young lady of the Zhua family can't get into the backstage? I'll take her there. I'll be responsible if anything goes wrong. This. The stage manager hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and agreed. Okay. This is the trainee rest area. I found out that Liu Yan and his group will choose Mountain Ghost Ballad. Su Xian said excitedly. We are different from them in genre, so we won't be suppressed at all. C fucking was rubbing the dog head of Apiccio. Xia Yu's gaze followed. But when he saw the little skirt covering the little white ace, he was silent for a moment. Su Xian laughed. Ha ha ha. Teacher C, your dog's little skirt is too stupid, and it's still light pink. How old is it, male or female? Why are you dressing it in this color?
What?
C fucking glanced at him. Even if it has lived for hundreds of years, if I tell it to wear pink, it has to wear it. Understand? In order to cover up the fact that a certain Pichio had no ace, she had to sew a few small skirts for it to wear. She really lost all her family fortune on this dog Pichio.
Oh.
Su Shiyun immediately became serious. He stretched out his hand. Hello, little dog. Come and shake hands, will you? Noob. Hateful. It's a Pichio. Whose intelligence is this kind of handshake insulting? Xiaobai whimpered in grievance, and reluctantly stretched out his hand to shake hands with Su Shiyun. Xiaoyu seemed to be thinking about something, and also stretched out his hand. Xiaobai's eyes lit up. Looks a bit like the dog's owner. I have a good impression. Xiaobai decisively shook off Su Shiyun and happily pounced toward Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu stroked its head. Why did it pounce on you, and not me? Su Shiyun was very depressed. I just took a bath today. Xiaoyu stroked Xiaobai's fine fur nonchalantly. Maybe. It also looks at the face. Su Si-un. Xiaobai whimpered in comfort. Much gentler than the dog owner. I'm going to pick up a friend. Si fucking stood up. Xiaoyu, get ready. Your theme song performance will start soon. Xiaoyu nodded. Hey, Mr. C, are you just going to leave the puppy here? Su Shiyun said, what if someone takes it away and abuses it? C fucking paused, her expression complicated. Then this person is really extraordinary. If you meet him, you must tell me. Although Xiaobai lost all his strength and was unable to restore his original shape. But not everyone can control a spiritual animal like the Pichio. Xiaobai proudly puffed out his little chest to show that he was the best. Su Si-un. Why did he feel that he was despised by a dog? Outside the stadium. The sun is strong today, so Jiang Chongning wore a baseball cap and tied her hair into a high ponytail.
Ning.
C fucking walked over and held her hand, saying sincerely, I've been waiting for you to come. Jiang Chongning handed over the lunchbox he had prepared and snorted lightly. You're looking forward to eating, right? Ah, I've been discovered. C fucking smiled, but my feelings for you, Ning, are true. You are so beautiful and virtuous. If I could marry you, it would be a lifetime blessing. Jiang Chongning also fell into silence. She suspected that C fucking was mentally ill. But it's still quite likable even though it's so bad. Jiang Chongning put on a mask and sat down in the corner of the audience. The show started at 2 o'clock, and at 1:40 the camera equipment was fully set up. Although the live broadcast was still dark, many fans were already waiting, and barges of comments were floating by. The third episode, Xiaoyu, will accompany you on the flowery road and wait for you to become a top star. Wait for you to appear. How long will it take to start? The children who wait are all withering. It's my first time watching the live show. I'm so excited. Can I see Xiaoji's exquisite abdominal and chest muscles? Ever since the Su Ruodong incident, Xiaoyu's fans are no longer so indifferent and have taken over the barrage army at lightning speed. Lu Yan's fans were beaten so badly that they had no power to fight back. Backstage. Get ready, it's about to start. The planner pressed the headset. Have you reminded the production team of the trainees who need special attention? They will be needed in several scenes, and the shots will be given to them when the time comes. The director nodded. I've said that. Of course, the several trainees who are being focused on by the program team must be taken care of in advance. The planner breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, today we must pay close attention in all aspects to ensure the program goes smoothly. Director, planner, something went wrong. Just then, a staff member ran in breathlessly, anxiously. Group 7's dance costumes and competition uniforms are all missing. The planner frowned, slapped the table and stood up. What's going on? Which group is Group 7? Do you have a spare? Why don't you prepare it quickly? It's from Xiaoyu's group. The staff member was sweating profusely. Xiaoyu will also perform the theme song, and he is the center position. How can the theme song performance go on without a center position? When the planner heard this, he took back the step he had just taken. He sat down again and said indifferently, then they don't need to play. Let Lu Yan take the C position. If they are the trainees that the program team pays special attention to, the planning will naturally be taken seriously. But Xiaoyu? Just a personal trainee. He is not signed to a company, has no family background, and has no connections in the entertainment industry. Is it worth it for him to help? The planner has been in the entertainment industry for many years and is accustomed to such open and secret struggles. The method may not be very clever, but it is very disgusting. Xiaoyu could only blame his bad luck for losing his clothes and couldn't blame anyone else. The planner took a sip of water and spoke again. Keep an eye on all the online trends. If Xiaoyu's fans react strongly, just say that he lost his clothes himself. Otherwise, why were only Xiaoyu's clothes missing? The staff nodded. After going out, I couldn't help but sigh. He admires Xiaoyu very much. But there's nothing he can do about it. The program team isn't the place where he has the final say. I have to let Xiaoyu take responsibility for this matter. At this time, backstage. Don't tell anyone about this. Zhuo Qingya was very arrogant. Just say that the clothes were lost. Do you hear me? Lin Qingyan smiled good-naturedly. What are you talking about, Miss Qingya? I didn't even see any clothes. Yes, you are very tactful. Zhuo Qingya raised her chin proudly. What's your name? Lin Qingyan's smile froze for a moment, but soon recovered. Lin Qingyan. All right, I don't care what you call me. Zhuo Qingya waved her hand again. You did a good job on this matter. I will reward you after I see fucking make a fool of himself. Hearing this, Lin Qingyan could hardly hold back her laughter. Zhuo Qingya took out her cell phone and immediately dialed a number. After the call was connected, she smiled maliciously. See fucking, you still want to rely on your students to gain a foothold in the entertainment industry. I tell you not to even think about it. Just watch. No one in your group will be able to go on stage today. If you offend me, you won't be able to survive in the entertainment industry.
What? You dare to scold me, you?
The call was disconnected, and Zhuo Qingya angrily threw the phone. Lin Qingyan witnessed everything. She cursed inwardly at his stupidity. How come the third young lady of the Zhuo family has no brains at all? They are clearly from the same mother, so why is she so different from Zhuo Xianyu, the second young lady of the Zhuo family? Lin Qingyan restrained her emotions and said politely, Miss Qingya, I have something else to do. I'll go first. Let's go. It's none of your business. Zhuo Qingya didn't care at all. I'll go shopping by myself. Lin Qingyan was able to get away and go to the student preparation area. She also wanted to see fucking and Xiaoyu make a fool of themselves. In fact, there was no need for Zhuo Qingya to call, as the news of the lost dance costume had already spread. Even Mu Qingmeng rushed over. I heard that the dance costume was lost. What should I do? Mu Qingmeng was very anxious. Can the performance be postponed? I'll have someone send a set of clothes over. She used to only be active behind the scenes, but since her heart disease became serious, she has started to cultivate herself and rarely gets involved in the entertainment industry. Mu Qingmeng hates such shameful tactics in the entertainment industry the most. The performance can't be postponed. Su Xiyun pursed her lips. Brother Xia will go on stage in 5 minutes. There is no time at all. Xiaoyu was calm, as if he didn't care much. It's okay. Fucking was still relaxed. We have dance clothes, but if possible, I can ask Aunt Mu to send me a few sets of sportswear. When these words came out, the trainees were stunned. Where can I find extra dance clothes? Fucking opened the bag, took out a paper bag from it, and gestured. Put it on and try it on. Xiaoyu was obviously a little surprised. He paused and opened the paper bag. When he saw the clothes inside, his eyes froze. Then he looked up and straightened his expression. Thank you so much, Mr. C. A minute later, Xiaoyu came out of the locker room after changing his clothes. As soon as he took a step, he shocked everyone around him. Su Xian stammered, stunned. What a beautiful dress. This is a purely handmade dance costume with embroidery outlined with gold and silver threads. It was as if the morning glow and floating clouds in the sky were torn off and all condensed on this corner of the clothes, shining brightly and capturing all attention. Clothes make the man, and Xiaoyu has broad shoulders and a narrow waist, so he is a natural clothes hanger. This piece of clothing makes his handsome face and tall figure even more prominent. There is no need for lighting at all. The audience's attention will be attracted by him. We didn't intend for you to wear the dance costume that the program team gave you. See fucking look Xiaoyu up and down. Not bad, it fits you well. No way? Su Xiun was stunned. The production team would tamper with the dance costumes? That's too stupid. Just because the production team won't do that doesn't mean other people won't do that. C fucking tilted his head. If you're in the entertainment industry, you have to be more careful. There are many people who want to pull you down from the center position. Dance well, and this dress is yours. Xiaoyu was silent for a moment. Teacher C, this dress is too expensive. I can't accept it.
Keep it.
C fucking said calmly, but you have to take the C position for me. Hearing this, Xiaoyu for the first time suppressed the carelessness in his brows and stood up straight. Okay, then I'm going to stand up. What do you mean, brother Xia? Su Xiun was confused. Could it be that you have always been lying down before? Xiaoyu stretched his limbs and said, I guess so. Su Xiun. He was ranked second in popularity polls even when lying down. What will happen if he stands up? Su Xiun was a little sad. It turns out that it was unfair for Nuwa to create human beings. For Xiaoyu and C fucking it was a show of skill, but for him, it was just dizziness. Then stand still. C fucking raised his head and smiled. The performance later will be the first step towards becoming a top star. Preparation department. The trainees were a little nervous. After all, this was their first time performing in front of a live camera, and it was somewhat different from the previous recorded clips. Of course, they also knew that Xiaoyu's dance costume was lost. Some are worried, some are happy. Brother Yen, this is even better. Mai was overjoyed. Xiaoyu's dance costume disappeared, and he can't even go on stage. Lu Yen snorted lightly. It's a bargain for him. If Xiaoyu wore a dance costume that had been tampered with, he would either not be able to perform the theme song and would simply make a fool of himself on stage. Either he insists on completing the performance, but gets injured and cannot participate in subsequent competitions. Losing your dance costume would actually be the least consequential. Lu Yen was not satisfied. That's right, it's a good deal for him. Makino snorted, but he can't perform on stage today, so he will definitely fall out of the top 5 next time. Brother Yen, your C position is much more secure now. Let's go. Lu Yen didn't see Xiaoyu among the crowd of people preparing, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. He could not accept the fact that Xiaoyu was chosen as the center for the theme song performance. Now I am very satisfied. At the same time, the front desk also received instructions from the planner. Sorry, something went wrong. The host pressed the headset. Our classmate Xiaoyu unfortunately lost his dance costume, so he can't perform on stage today. The center position will be temporarily filled by the second place. As soon as these words came out, not only the audience in the auditorium, but also the fans waiting for the live broadcast were excited.
Why?
What's going on? Doesn't the production team have any spare dance costumes? If you ask me, it's because Xiaoyu didn't pay attention and lost his dance costume. The dance costumes for the performances are tailor-made for each trainee, and he is the center, so his dance costume is different from others. Could it be that the program team specially customized another set for him? Yeah. Why is it that only his was lost? Lu Yen wasn't lost, right? Is Xiaoyu the only one special? Program team, you better hope that you didn't lie this time and didn't deliberately suppress a U. Otherwise you know the consequences. Smile, smile, okay? Xiaoyu's fans, stop jumping around. Your brother can't even get on stage, and you're still talking about hindsight. Everyone is eyeing the debut position, and there are many conflicts among fans. There was constant whispering in the audience, and some fans stood up emotionally. It was already 2 o'clock. The stage rose, the curtain dropped, and the trainees came on stage one by one. As expected, the C position was not Xiaoyu, but Lu Yen. Actually, Lu Yen is pretty good too. Xiaoyu doesn't cherish the opportunity. I'll continue to be a fan of Lu Yen. Xiaoyu is too Buddhist. Although he is very capable, he has no sense of accomplishment in his career. You're right. I don't know why Xiaoyu's fans like him. I guess it's just his face. I don't think Xiaoyu wants to compete for the center position. The music started, suppressing the fans' voices. Suddenly, the sound of drums rang out.
Boom.
At the same time, light suddenly shone down. But it did not hit the center where Lu Yan was standing, but illuminated another position. It was a tall and slender figure that appeared in front of everyone along with the lift platform. The stage was dark, with only this ray of light left. After the lift moved to the center, the young man's face was finally exposed to everyone's sight. It's Xiaoyu. The light shining on him was not as captivating as his beautiful appearance. What shocked everyone even more was that the clothes he wore seemed to have their own glow. Like moonlight, it falls from the edge of the sky, slowly falling. The whole place was suddenly silent, with only the sound of soft music remaining. Lu Yan's body froze in place, and he looked up in disbelief. His fingers were trembling, his head was buzzing, and his blood seemed to have stopped flowing. What happened? Doesn't Xiaoyu have a dance costume? How come it's here? Lu Yan's limbs were stiff. For the first time, he felt like a clown standing next to Xiaoyu. His face turned red, and he was very embarrassed. In the background, the planner who had been watching the monitoring screen slammed the table and stood up suddenly. What's going on? What are they doing in the control room? What kind of lighting is this? Moreover, why was the lift used? Although the C position is the most important and core position, this is still a group dance, and the group is the most important. But in this way, the entire stage was set up only for Xiaoyu, and the other trainees were overshadowed. This is absolutely not allowed.
No.
I don't know. The staff member was also shocked. He stammered. The control room said they didn't know what happened. The lift and lights were all used. The planner's face turned pale, then shut it down quickly. What is this? This is not a stage for him alone.
No.
The director came to his senses. We absolutely cannot turn it off now. The show is about to begin. The planner's expression froze, and he could only sit back down. In the audience, C fucking input the last character in the program, then took out a bottle of Coke and took a sip. This system is really bad, I have to reinforce it for them. The program crew makes so much money, but they don't even know how to change to a better lighting system. There was silence for a full half-minute, and then screams from the open-air audience seats instantly overturned the entire scene. The live broadcast barrage also instantly exploded.
Are you?
Mommy loves you. Kill like crazy. Kill like crazy. I declare that today Brother Xia has stood up. So handsome, so handsome. He could rely on his looks, but he insisted on relying on his ability. What kind of god are we fans of? Xiaoyu, please restrain yourself and stop giving me more rivals in love. What's wrong with Lu Yan? Stealing Xiaoyu's center position? Lu Yan, you are so shameless. Don't you even consider whether you are worthy or not, and still stand in the middle? Sure enough, the production team is suppressing a U again. Okay, we are not in a hurry. Let's wait until a U finishes the performance. There is still a long way to go. Smile. Xiaoyu's aura was fully released this time, and naturally the people around him couldn't resist it. The prelude ends, and a voice comes in forcefully. All the dreams in this world shine for me. You said the road ahead is long. I just need to hold the glory in my hands. The male voice is ethereal and lazy, and the dance is full of energy. Many trainees didn't react and froze on the stage, including Lu Yan. But Lu Yan was still the key training target of Tianla Media. After he froze for a few seconds, he quickly jumped up. After everyone started singing, the stage gradually became hotter, and the solos became a chorus. But Xiaoyu's voice is so outstanding that even a chorus of many people cannot cover up his voice. He dances better than he sings, and the stage effect is explosive.
Boom.
Boom boom. The drums beat loudly, and the whole audience was boiling. Why does he feel a bit like Yunlan? Yes, it really is. I am a loyal fan of Sister Yin. She has a unique temperament when dancing. Xiaoyu really looks a bit like her. I give up. You can brag about Xiaoyu if you want. No one is stopping you. What's the point of mentioning Yunlan? You are not even worthy of saying that Deng Yue is a scam. Yumon's status in the international entertainment industry is so high that even though she has disappeared for more than 4 years, she still has countless fans. Not only the great Xia Empire, but also the people of the Western continent and Dongseng worship her. Such an achievement is truly unmatched.
Boom.
But there was no dullness on Xiaoyu's body. There was light flowing on his clothes, just like the bright moon setting over the mountains and the gurgling of a clear spring. The whole audience exclaimed again, "Is this moon embroidery?" Mu Qingmeng was also very surprised. "I didn't see it clearly just now. I just realized that it is such a superb embroidery. It is rare to see such a piece in the city. Only moon embroidery can emit its own light. Moon embroidery is a famous embroidery of the great Xia Empire. It is called moon embroidery because it looks like a bright moon in the dark night."
Ah?
Su Xian was stunned. "I can't even see it in the 49 cities?" Siju City is the economic center of the Great Xia Empire and also the capital of the Great Xia Dynasty. It is a place where wealthy families and celebrities gather, and it is also a place where countless people from Daxia want to squeeze in. Celebrities are also proud to be able to break into the Beijing circle. "Yes, I haven't seen it for a long time." Mu Qingmeng stared at the stage and sighed softly. It's not that it's hard to buy, but there's no demand for it. The craftsmen who can do this kind of embroidery have basically disappeared. Nowadays, technology is becoming more and more advanced, and many crafts have been replaced by machines. Coupled with the impact of foreign luxury brands, the moon embroidery business is not as good as before, and it has gradually disappeared. What a pity. Su Xian opened his mouth wide. Teacher C, you are so awesome. You can even get Ueshio. I am a rough man and don't know how to embroider. Sifu tilted his chin and blinked. I asked a friend for one, but I didn't expect it to be so precious. But from what Aunt Mu said, this Ueshio is not comparable to those luxury brands abroad.
Yes. Mu Qingmeng nodded.
This is the wisdom of our ancestors. During the Great Xia Dynasty, a piece of moon embroidery cost 100,000 taels of silver. Only the royal family could afford it. Sifu tilted his head, looked at the clear sky outside the window, and smiled. I don't know about others, but Emperor Yin won't wear it. As soon as these words came out, several trainees looked up in surprise. Obviously, he didn't know how C fucking jumped to that topic. He is used to being frugal. C fucking said indifferently, with this money, he would only use it to help the world. He would not be willing to spend it on himself. Mu Qingmeng nodded. His Majesty Emperor Yin's integrity is unmatched in history. Miss C is also well-versed in history books, which is really rare. It's a pity that the records in history books are not complete. C fucking propped up his head. If possible, I really want to go to that era. It seems that Miss C and I have another common topic to discuss. Mu Qingmeng was very pleased, but His Majesty Emperor Yin is not kind and indecisive. On the contrary, I admire him for this. C fucking said softly. Yes, he has his own decisiveness in killing. According to historical records, after Emperor Yin ascended the throne, he executed a total of 4,284 corrupt officials within 1 year. After that, the government was peaceful and no one dared to move. He was a wise ruler, but he also left behind a reputation for brutality and was criticized by later generations. But as an emperor, how can you be merciful? Mu Qingmeng also sighed. I feel bad that Emperor Yin's tomb has not been unearthed yet. I don't know when it will be discovered. I hope he won't be discovered. C fucking tilted his head and smiled again. When he was alive, his life was not very stable. Only now can he sleep peacefully. That's right. Mu Qingmeng sighed. He had a very hard life before, so it's better not to disturb him. The whole audience was immersed in Xiaoyu's dance, but the planner and director's expressions were not much better. Didn't the dance costume get lost? The planner said coldly. Then where did he get this one? The program crew does have a lot of funding, but they don't have such an exquisite dance costume. He couldn't even tell what the material of Xiaoyu's dance costume was. The director wiped his sweat and said, I'm not sure yet. I can only ask later. That's all. The planner lit a cigarette. The stage effect is pretty good.
Let's leave it like this for now.
There are still several episodes to go. There's no rush. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, an anxious voice rang out. Planning. Something went wrong. It was the technician who rushed in looking panicked. Something big has happened. Why are you so flustered? The planner was already in a bad mood, and now he was even angrier. I've told you so many times to be calm. It's not stable anymore, planner. The technician finally caught his breath and immediately said, Please look at the voting data at the front desk. What should we do? What's wrong with the voting data? The planner frowned. Show it to me. The technician hurriedly handed over the computer. When the planner took it and looked at it, he was choked by the water. He was extremely shocked. This is impossible. Because of the vote suppression, the data on the front end is completely different from that on the back end. The backstage shows the real voting data of fans, and the front stage shows the results of votes that have already been cast. The vote suppression is done by using a conversion factor that comes with the system, so no matter CIU's fans were too powerful, and their votes caused the system to crash. Although CIU's votes were still suppressed, the backstage force could no longer suppress it. Number 1 CIU, but Lin Qingyan's situation is different. She is an idol and a popular star with her own fans, so her votes will be very high. Maybe. The technician stammered, At least for now. I have surpassed Teacher Lee. The planner put down his water cup and took another look at the voting data of the mentor group. He was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. In such a short period of time, C-fucking's votes skyrocketed from just a few to over 100,000. CIU's fans are still voting frantically and have no intention of stopping. I swear, although Brother Sia's previous solo dancing was already great, it was not hard to see that he was still far from being a professional dancer. But in just 1 week, he has improved rapidly. C-fucking is a hidden talent. What kind of teaching quality is this?
Why don't you vote now?
Hurry up no matter what. Give me a chance to surpass that green tea named Lin. Here we come. Voting Team 98 is in place. Although I still don't know whether you chose Si-Fu Qing voluntarily from today on, Si-Fu Qing is the only mentor I recognize. Under the stage, Lin Qingyan's face turned red with anger. What can Si-fucking teach? Teach CIU to dance like this? No one believes it. If Si-fucking had this kind of ability, would he still be blacklisted by the entire internet? Lin Qingyan took a deep breath, but she couldn't stop the trembling in her body. Her nails had dug into her palm, leaving a red mark. Lin Qingyan closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her expression was gloomy. She couldn't wait any longer. She had to take action as soon as possible to suppress Si-fucking. Otherwise, who knows what will happen if this continues that she cannot control. Lin Qingyan calmed herself down, gave a perfect smile, and focused her attention back on the stage. At the scene, the fans were going crazy, screaming and cheering louder and louder. Thank you.
Thank you.
C position. C position. Brother Xia is so handsome. Su Xian's eyes were full of stars. I want to ask him if he has any sisters that I can marry. Si-fucking paused, with a complicated expression. Your way of thinking is actually quite happy.
Ah?
Nothing. Fools have good fortune. Si-un. Si-fucking finished the last sip of Coke and just stood up when his eardrum was almost broken.
Teacher C.
Teacher C, thank you. We love you.
Teacher C.
Teacher C, look over here. Yeah. Si-fucking turned his head with a smile on his face, his heart calm. Isn't it obvious that she's still lying there? Can this cue her? Can you please let her go, this real loser? Si-fucking waved lazily towards the audience, and when he was about to look away, he suddenly saw Yu Shiheng sitting in the corner. Her fox eyes blinked, with a hint of surprise, but then the corners of her eyes curved, and a smile was hidden in her eyebrows and eyes. Yu Shiheng supported himself on his elbows and looked back steadily. The two of them locked eyes for just a second. But the fans all have sharp eyes and naturally discovered it. Si-fucking saw something, and his eyes lit up. I don't know, but her eyes are really glowing. Please, Si-fucking, can you take off your makeup? With such pretty eyes, her whole face shouldn't be that ugly. Sorry, I only act like this when I see money and delicious food. Then I +1. If there's gold in front of me, my eyes will be as bright as a 100W light bulb. This little episode passed quickly, and fans became more interested in the following relay race. C-fucking also went to the locker room and changed into sportswear. When he came out, he ran into the angry Zwachingya. C-fucking glanced around and quickly counted the number of cameras around. She felt very sorry that she couldn't take action directly. She didn't bother to pay attention to Zwachingya and left without even looking at her. C-fucking, I'm telling you, just wait. Zwachingya said arrogantly and viciously, once my second sister takes action, you'll become a pauper. Zwachingya is a business elite, and he is not at all inferior to old guys in their 40s and 50s. C-fucking finally stopped and smiled meaningfully. I'll wait and see. There were so many people around that Zwachingya had no idea what was going on. She stamped her feet, her teeth itching with anger. She became very angry when she thought that not only did she fail to embarrass C-fucking today, but she also let C-fucking get the upper hand. But a few seconds later, Zwachingya had another thought in her mind. Where is your dressing room? She grabbed a staff member and said, I want to use it to put on some makeup. The staff member was startled and said hurriedly, this way, Miss Swa, please. Zwachingya snorted coldly and walked away with her bag. There was no way she would let C-fucking get through the day smoothly. At the front desk, the staff quickly cleaned up the competition area and placed various obstacles on the track. Now it's time for each of our groups to choose their songs. The host held the microphone and smiled. If you want to choose your favorite songs, you need to get high scores in the competition. The first place winner can not only choose the songs, but also the opponents. As soon as these words came out, Liu Yan's fingers clenched suddenly, and he looked at Xiaoyu in an instant. Xiaoyu had already changed into new sportswear, but had not yet removed his makeup. He rarely wears makeup, and his eyeshadow is always very light earth tones. But as soon as he stood there, all the fans' attention was drawn to him. Liu Yan clenched his fists even tighter. He must not lose to Xiaoyu. The students all sat together with their instructors. There were only 6 people behind C-fucking. On the other hand, Lin Qingyan had 4 groups behind her, and she had achieved an overwhelming victory in terms of numbers. C-fucking is so pitiful, with only Xiaoyu to support him, but it will be a group performance next, and Xiaoyu alone is not enough. Indeed, except for Xiaoyu, the remaining 5 are at the bottom of Class F, right? Their comprehension is too low, and no matter how good the teacher is, they can't be taught. In the previous paragraph, I said Yunlan can teach. No one would refute it, right? I am dying of laughter. Let's not talk about whether Yunlan will come out or not. Even if she is here, will she condescend to come here to teach students? I'll be frank. She is a talented actress. There are many people in Glen waiting to learn from her. Don't bring Yunlan out again. She is very noble. You are not worthy of her. It is true that youth is a key program created by the entertainment industry this year, but fans also know that it is far from the top international ranks. And Yunlan is at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, an existence that can only be looked up to. The game started soon, and Su Xian was so nervous that his hands were shaking. Relax. C-fucking patted Su Xian's shoulder and comforted him. Your brother Xia will stand. You can just lie down. Su Xian. He didn't feel comforted. Su Xian walked to the registration office, dejectedly. On the other side, Liu Yan walked up to Mai and said in a low voice, You and I are not in the same group, but we are both the third runners. I will give you instructions later. Compared to Xiaoyu, Su Xian is the least noticeable one in Class F. No one cares about him, and no fans will support him. People like Su Xian are the easiest to deal with. The show Youth Boys has recruited 101 trainees, most of whom are talented students sent by major entertainment companies. But of course there is no shortage of people who come just to make up the numbers. As an individual trainee, Xiaoyu was so outstanding that he crushed everyone. This was something no one had. In addition to some individual trainees who have no status, there are also some trainees who were forced to come from the company after signing unfair contracts. Su Xian is one of them. Besides, He doesn't have a huge fan base like Xiaoyu, and no one will spend a lot of time defending him. So he is the easiest person to deal with. Brother Yen, it doesn't matter even if you can't be disabled. I didn't care much. Half of the people will be eliminated in the next round. Where is Su Xiun? 20th from the bottom. After the elimination system begins, how many students will be left in C-fucking's class? Just in case. Luyan was very cautious. The camera is coming towards us. Don't say anything and stand still. Makino immediately stopped talking and stopped moving. Su Xiun didn't expect that his votes would start to rise even before he even started the competition or had any outstanding personal performances. After the whistle blew, the first trainees started running frantically. The gap between the first two batons was not very obvious, but it widened significantly in the third baton. Mai is right next to Su Xiun. He gritted his teeth, sped up again, and cursed inwardly. Su Xiun looked so frail before. How come he can run so fast? Luyan is not physically strong and cannot run as fast as Mai. He winked at Makino. Makino understood and immediately pretended to lose his balance and crashed to the left. At the same time, his foot also stepped out. If you fall at this speed, even if you don't hit your face, you will inevitably have to lie in bed for 10 days or half a month. Feng-san had been paying attention to the track, and he blurted out, "Brother Jiao." Yu Shiheng was still supporting himself with his elbows. The fingers of the other hand were bent, and the cold light of the hidden weapon was chilling and captivating. However, just when Su Xiun was about to trip, Mai's legs suddenly softened uncontrollably. He fell down heavily with a deafening thump. Su Xiun, who was standing next to him, jumped away in time and dodged very quickly. He ran and shouted, "Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Brother Xie, help me!" Booming and dazed, Su Xiun, "You are a rabbit." Su Xiun is a bit too. Although the competition is important, you didn't help Makino after he fell. How cold-blooded. But why do I feel like Makino bumped into me on purpose? Whatever it is, Makino can't escape now and probably won't be able to participate in the next show. Feng-san breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Miss C has also discovered it. Yu Shiheng's eyebrows moved slightly and she smiled. She is always very fast. Yu Tang was not a martial artist, so she couldn't figure out what was going on, but she still noticed that Mai deliberately bumped into Su Xiun. "This person is so disgusting," she said angrily. "Just like the last time I went to a hotel, some haters threw sulfuric acid at a celebrity and I almost got involved." Yu Shiheng raised his head and said in a cold tone, "Don't go to places like this anymore."
No, no, no.
Yu Tang held his face. "I just need Qingqing to watch it." Feng-san held his forehead with his hand. Youth has a huge fan base, and the tickets for this episode have been sold out long ago, with scalpers selling all the tickets. Feng-san felt very guilty that as an elite member of the Mahe school, he couldn't even get a ticket. Fortunately, Yu Tang has been in the circle for a long time, and his hand speed is excellent. She got 3 tickets, so they all came. Of course, Feng-san wouldn't say that he also wanted to see the scene. The 3rd and 4th batons were successfully passed, and the gap was widened again. First place. Xiaoyu's team is first. The host shouted excitedly, "Look, he's reached the finish line. Oh my god. He broke the record in the entertainment show. Let us congratulate Xiaoyu." Congratulations to Group 7. There was cheering in the audience. The camera zoomed in, and Xiaoyu's face was magnified on the screen. "Brother Jiao, this Xiaoyu." Feng-san's expression was stern. "Don't you think he looks a bit like Miss C?" Yu Shiheng supported himself on his elbows, and upon hearing this, he slightly raised his eyes. Before he opened his mouth, Yu Tang looked at Feng-san with disdain. How can this be called similarity? It's obviously because beauties all have similarities. If you really want to say they look alike, then I think the one from the G family is more like Qingqing, but to put it bluntly, it's just a low-profile version, and is definitely not as good as my Qingqing. Feng-san was choked. That's right. After thinking for a while, he asked again, "Which one is the G family's?" "Oh, that's the one who grew up with my 3rd brother." Yu Tang pushed him away. "Oh, you're so annoying. I'm taking pictures of Qingqing. Don't disturb me." Yu Shiheng finally spoke. "Be quiet. Fong-san. He should shut up. On the runway. After Makino fell, medical staff quickly came forward and carried him away. His face turned pale with pain, and his forehead was covered with sweat. Makino landed on his head. He fell so hard that his head hurt, and he could hardly breathe. Makino actually has fans too. But since he dropped to Class F, he has appeared on fewer screens. Many of his fans have left, and not many people pay attention to him. Fans are still watching the next game. With the previous experience of Mai, Liu Yan didn't dare to do anything again. He pursed his lips and looked at C-fucking who was holding the Coke bottle with suspicion. Soon, the competition was over and Group 7 won first place, which surprised many people. Okay, Group 7 is first. Choose the song first. The host said, Xiaoyu, as the group leader, tell everyone which song your group will choose. As soon as these words were spoken, the trainees from other groups became visibly nervous. Each song will be assigned to 2 groups, and the next episode will be a 2-on-2 showdown. No one wants to confront Xiaoyu. Following C-fucking's decision, Xiaoyu didn't even think twice and said in Paradise, "Oh my god, I never thought Xiaoyu would choose this song. This song is very difficult to sing. I don't quite understand C-fucking's group. Although Xiaoyu is the all-around C, the others are more inclined to dance. Why would they choose in Paradise? They are asking for trouble. Your group is in first place. Which group do you want to choose as your opponent?" Xiaoyu looked at C-fucking. The host was stunned for a moment and immediately turned his head away. The camera lens also zoomed in. C-fucking tossed the Coke bottle in his hand. His gaze paused for a few seconds on Liu Yan, Mai, and other Tianla media trainees, and saw that their expressions had changed. She smiled nonchalantly. "Let's draw lots." Xiaoyu nodded and put his hands in his pockets, still as carefree as ever. The trainees became even more nervous. Liu Yan is the second group. Not surprisingly, he chose Mountain Ghost Ballad. Speaking of which, I really admire the original singer of Mountain Ghost Ballad. Su Xian made a fist with his right hand and excitedly hit his left palm. She is actually a CV voice actor. She sang this song alone, but used both male and female voices. Xiaoyu nodded, but after the source group disbanded, most of the members have retired, and the dubbing industry has also changed several groups of people. Everyone in this group is amazing. Everyone has many different voices, but the original singer of Mountain Ghost Ballad is the best. Su Xian lowered his voice, but spoke confidently. She can change her voice without a voice changer, regardless of gender, age, or status. She is simply an anime character. Teacher C, do you believe that she must be working in intelligence?
Si-fucking.
She was silent for a moment and couldn't help but praise him. Sometimes I think, Xiao Shuzi, you are quite smart, but you should watch less second-year anime. Su Xian, who had no idea why he was being praised, said. After each group finished choosing their songs, the list of competitors was announced. Unfortunately, due to Makino's mistake, his group was assigned to the opposite side of Xiaoyu. The entire group of trainees was panicking. Okay, now it's time for interaction. The host spoke again. Do the audience have any requests for our trainees? Please scan the QR code on the screen and send your request to the Backstage. We will draw a lucky audience member. Instantly, fans became excited. I want to see ya use abdominal muscles, thank you. The people upstairs, you are too weak. Let Brother Xia do a striptease. Just one? Can the production team be more generous? Don't take off your clothes. Take off your makeup. Let's see fucking take off your makeup. That's right, Teacher C took off your makeup. Let us see your bare face. We are definitely well behaved and will not curse. The issue of asking C fucking to remove her makeup has been brewing in the entertainment industry for a year. It's not just the haters who want to see how ugly she is without makeup, the majority of netizens are also inevitably curious. But these 2 episodes have changed many people's views on C-fucking. So netizens were divided into 2 camps. One group believes that C-fucking is a top-notch beauty, while the other group believes that she is too ugly to be presented to public.
Right.
That's right. Why didn't I think of this? Teacher C should take off her makeup. Compared to her, I use abdominal muscles should be given some space. Cue up, Cue up, only children make choices, adults choose everything. Backstage. While running the program, the staff member said, "Planner, many fans want C-fucking to take off her makeup, but our interactive session is for the trainees, so we." The planner was smoking a cigarette and was in a very bad mood. If she gets it, let her unload it. You forgot that before Tianla Media sent the person here, they said anything was fine, except makeup removal. The director wiped his sweat. I heard that this was also what the Zwa family wanted. The planner was very impatient. Then don't vote for her. Do you need me to teach you this? You can't control the voting data, and this is not okay? The staff did not dare to delay and took action immediately. He muttered something. I really don't understand what the Zwa family means. At the scene, the cheers became louder and louder. C-fucking leaned back in the instructor's chair, looking lazy. She held the Coke bottle and basked in the sun leisurely, as if she was in a nursing home, oblivious to everything around her. I've worked with Teacher C for so long, but I haven't been able to see what Teacher C really looks like. Lin Qingyan smiled and pursed her lips. I really feel sorry for that. When will Teacher C let us see him? Even though Su Ruodong was involved, C-fucking's true face was not revealed. In addition, she could clearly feel that C-fucking's popularity was gradually rising, and she could no longer wait. C-fucking's true appearance is the first breakthrough. Before C-fucking could speak, Li Jingchen frowned and said, Teacher Lin, please pay attention to yourself. Lin Qingyan's expression froze slightly, and she was stunned. Teacher Li, what are you talking about? There was still a look of surprise and confusion on her face, but in her heart she was already curtsying to Mu Qingming's ancestors. Li Jingchen respected Mu Qingming, but Mu Qingming scolded her in front of him. As a result, Li Jingchen now actually speaks for C-fucking. Lin Qingyan felt very aggrieved. Okay, I'll give you this chance. C-fucking propped up his chin with one hand and turned back to smile. Let me make a bet with you. If I lose, I will live broadcast my makeup removal in front of everyone. How about that? Teacher C, what are you talking about? Lin Qingyan's expression remained unchanged, still smiling. Whether to remove your makeup depends on your willingness. How can you decide it by making a bet? The conversation between the two was transmitted throughout the venue through the microphone. The noise gradually stopped, and the fans all looked forward. Of course, I respect Mr. C's opinion. Lin Qingyan pinched her palm with her fingernails. I wonder what Mr. C wants to bet on? C-fucking smiled lazily, raised his eyes slightly, and spoke calmly. I bet that all the trainees I have can get the final debut position. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. The director and planner backstage were also stunned. There are only 9 spots for debut, and the competition is very fierce. He wants 6 at once. How arrogant and conceited must C-fucking be to say such a thing? It's totally lack of self-awareness. It's a fantasy, C-fucking is really a bit too arrogant. Can you be more humble? You need capital to be crazy. To train 6 students to debut is something that even the kings and queens in China dare not say. Teacher C, it's not that I don't want to bet with you. Lin Qingyan frowned. It's not good to bet on the student's future. Oh? C-fucking raised his eyebrows. You see the future, but I am sure that all my students can debut. So you can't do it? In this case, she glanced at Lin Qingyan lightly and said nonchalantly, Then why do your students follow you? Isn't it for the debut position? Lin Qingyan's expression finally changed. She pinched her palm with her fingernails, and the smile on her lips could hardly be held back. I wonder what would happen if Teacher C lost? If I lose, I will take off my makeup live, and if you lose, C-fucking played with her hair. Her fox eyes narrowed. How about taking off your implants live? Lin Qingyan's expression suddenly changed. Wait. Prosthesis. Lin Qingyan had plastic surgery? Who in the entertainment industry hasn't had plastic surgery these days? Lin Qingyan must have had it done. Then how did C-fucking know? Lin Qingyan's fans were completely enraged. C-fucking get lost. You are ugly yourself, so don't be jealous of natural beauties, okay? Our Qingyan has been a beauty since she was young. This is so funny. Now there is no cost for spreading rumors? Lin Qingyan clenched her fingers, then loosened them. Okay, as Mr. C wishes, I'll make a bet with you. Of course, she would never admit that she had plastic surgery. After all, no matter how you look at it, she will win this bet. Lin Qingyan smiled and sighed. C fucking still doesn't understand the rules of the entertainment industry, nor does he know the general unspoken rules of the show. It is true that there are 9 debut positions, but several of them have already been decided. According to her understanding, the 7th and 9th positions have been bought by Tianla Media. C fucking still wants to get 6 debut spots? Something completely impossible. You have courage. C fucking slowly straightened his back and clapped his hands perfunctorily. Not bad. The director and planner did not stop the two from making a bet because they saw the popularity had obviously increased, and they were happy to see it happen. The 3rd episode ended successfully. The final popularity reached over 40 million. The tens of thousands of people who came in later were all because C fucking made this unwinnable bet. C fucking stretched his limbs and received a text message from Yushiheng. Boss, Linjiang Pavilion. As always, brief and concise. She replied quickly. Received. Boss, love you. I'll come right after receiving a courier. Yu Tang, who also received C fucking's reply, glanced at her uncle. Although it was just a short sentence, it still left a small heart at the end, and she was instantly hit. She sent a WoWa message to C fucking and said that she also needed to be careful. C fucking. What? I gave it to you with money. Money is worth all my heart. Tang. She looked at the handsome young man with great distress. Uncle Joe, you must work hard. If you don't work hard, you won't have a girlfriend. Yu Shiheng raised his eyes slightly. Feng-san. Miss Yu Tang is really becoming more and more abnormal. The audience left in an orderly manner. After walking around the dressing room for a few rounds, Zhuo Qingyao also left. Zhuo Xianyu's car was parked outside, and she leaned against the front of the car waiting. He was wearing a white suit, which attracted many people to look back. Second sister. Zhuo Qingyao complained as soon as she came out. C fucking is really going too far. You must find a way to get our money back and send her to jail. Zhuo Xianyu said calmly. Don't say such things outside. She's not here anyway. Zhuo Qingyao sneered. Just wait and see. I will definitely ruin her reputation in the entertainment industry. Zhuo Xianyu said indifferently. Okay, let's go. Just as Zhuo Qingyao took a step forward, she heard a voice. Miss C fucking, right? She was startled and turned her head quickly, only to see C fucking standing diagonally to her side, but he had no intention of paying attention to her and didn't even glance over here. This is your package. The courier handed the box over. Please sign for it. C fucking took it and said, Thank you for your hard work. Zhuo Xianyu looked over coldly, and his gaze suddenly froze when he landed on the box. A word was written on it in a flamboyant manner.
Yeah.
Very conspicuous. But this is not a modern simplified Chinese character, but an ancient one. The Great Xia Empire has a long history of about 5,000 years. The Great Xia dynasty alone lasted for 1,000 years, and the types of writing were extremely complex. It was not until the reign of Emperor Yin that the writing system was unified, and then gradually simplified. But culture cannot be interrupted, and several ancient characters have been passed down, and there are specialized linguists who study these ancient characters. Zhuo Xianyu is Jingyin, who was carefully nurtured by the Zhuo family. In addition to business management, she has also studied Chinese culture. In addition, this ancient character was the common character during the reign of Emperor Yin, so she naturally recognized it. But to Zhuo Qingyao, it was just a strange pattern. Zhuo Qingyao said disdainfully, $2 billion went to waste in her hands. Nonsense. Zhuo Xianyu frowned and said coldly, What strange pattern? What do you know? Zhuo Qingyao was scolded for no reason and felt a little aggrieved. Second sister. What did you say I did? Zhuo Xianyu was in a bad mood. Shut up. Her thoughts were in a mess. The names of the 3 great families are known to everyone in Daxia. But whether it is the Mahe school or the Ji school, they are not at a level they can reach. Even the Yu family, the leader of the 4 cities, needs the permission of the Mo family to enter Zhongzhou, let alone the Zhuo family of Linqing. The Ji family has not been out for 100 years, and their influence has been almost reduced to nothing. But since we are both from aristocratic families, how weak can we be? Zhua Xinyu thought carefully about whether Si Fucking had any chance of coming into contact with anyone from the Xiaji's family during the 2 years he was abroad. The answer is no. It is possible that the online store seller took the picture from the internet and printed it on the packaging bag. Thinking of this, Zhua Xinyu slowly exhaled and regained his cold expression. Let's go. Zhua Qingya stamped her feet, looked at Si Fucking unwillingly, and could only follow. Si Fucking removed the outer packaging, tore it into pieces, and then threw it into the trash can. In the box were 10 talismans that Ji Xingji had sent her. Each one is stuffed into a sachet for easy wearing. Si Fucking put one of them in his pocket and slowly walked to the parking lot at the back. She quickly found Yu Shiheng's car and got in. Yu Tang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned around and held out his hand with tears in his eyes. Qing, you see, Uncle Gio is really a bad guy. He separated us again. Si Fucking also stretched out one hand to comfort her and replied to the message with the other hand. Gee, did you receive it?
Did you receive it?
Big brother, please reply. 9 got it. Can you hide your seal for a moment? Gee, that is an anti-counterfeiting mark. My yin and yang power is attached to it. If anyone moves it, I will know it. Gee, think about it, I'm so awesome. What if someone steals the talisman paper I gave you?
Si Fucking.
She silently looked at the word sale, big sale printed on the box in her hand, as well as a slogan, every village has kidney treasures. Life is so beautiful. Who would steal a package like this? She wanted to just throw it away. Gee, do you still remember to take me to play games? I will finish the task at hand soon. The game copy will be launched on April 3rd. Our slogan is, first kill, first kill, first kill. First kill is a kind of honor in the 3D online game Oracle. Only the first group to pass the copy can get this honor. Oracle is popular all over the world and has 1 billion players. It is indeed very difficult to be the first to kill it. Si Fucking didn't want to pay attention to him and closed the conversation window directly. She hid the box behind her. But it couldn't be hidden from Yu Shiheng, who was sitting opposite her. The man opened his eyes, his light amber pupils slightly narrowed. When his eyes fell on her hand, they suddenly dimmed like the setting sun and became bottomless. Kidney treasure? Yu Shiheng leaned on his elbow, speaking in a steady tone. You're still drinking this? Feng Sen almost stepped on the accelerator instead of the brake. He stopped in time and broke out in a cold sweat. Yu Tang opened his mouth wide, extremely shocked. Ching, could it be that you have kidney deficiency? She had an expression that showed she had seen through the truth.
Si Fucking smiled.
The Coke can in his hand had been crushed. Ji Xingji, you're finished. Wait for her punishment. Ji Xingji, who was far away in Dongsang, sneezed and his body trembled. He wrapped his clothes around him, looked around suspiciously, and muttered, no one is plotting against me. How strange. As an onmyoji, his 5 senses are naturally very sharp, not to mention that he has a shikigami around to help him convey messages. This also helped him avoid a lot of danger. Why did he feel so scared just now? Ji Xingji touched the goosebumps on his arm and snorted slightly. It must be those rascals from Dongsang, thinking of how to mess with me again. He put on sunglasses and a straw hat and walked into the sunlight, feeling much more at ease.
Night.
Lincheng First Hospital. There was a beep sound in the operating room, and the attending physician walked out. Seeing this, Zhua Tianfeng immediately came forward and said, Doctor, how is my brother? He had just received a call from the hospital saying that the 4th master of the Zhua family was in critical condition and was being treated in the ICU, so he came over immediately, without stopping. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. The attending physician wiped his sweat, the patient. Overworked. His body was already exhausted. He was already in critical condition. After a pause, he said tactfully, in fact, it was not easy for me to survive in the first place. I should have taken good care of my body. The 4th master of the Zhua family was very romantic when he was young. He often lingered among women and indulged in music and dance every night. It was only after Mr. Zhou forced her into a marriage that she reluctantly gave in. But just a few months after the marriage, he became restless again, often staying out all night, and is still addicted to women, cigarettes, and alcohol. The fourth master of the Zhou family was sent to the hospital many times, but he was out of danger in the end. Zhou Xinyu also found it strange that her fourth uncle could still live to this day.
It's no use saying this now.
Zhou Tianfeng frowned. Can it still be cured? After all, the fourth master of the Zhou family is his biological brother, born of the same mother. He cannot be so cold-blooded. Of course, the main reason is that his fourth brother is uneducated and knows nothing about business, and will not pose any threat to him. I'm sorry. The damage to his body cannot be reversed. The attending physician shook his head. If he had listened to the advice and taken good care of himself, he could have lived a few more years. Zhou Tianfeng slammed the wall heavily and gritted his teeth. This is really weird. Less than a month after Mr. Zhou passed away, something bad happened to the Zhou family again. But speaking of this, I remember something. The attending physician said suddenly, just a few days ago, the cardiology department admitted a patient. This patient had a sudden heart attack and it was impossible to save him. But someone gave her first aid, and the cardiopulmonary department finally revived her. How about I help you contact the cardiopulmonary department and ask them? Because Mu Qingmeng is an intensive care patient, and due to the confidentiality agreement, the attending physician is not very clear about the specific situation in the cardiopulmonary department. I just know that the doctors in the cardiology department had a false alarm this time. The operation that was originally scheduled to fail was actually successful, thanks to the preoperative emergency treatment someone performed before sending the patient to the hospital. The attending physician only heard that it was a girl, and she was very young. But no specific information was revealed from the cardiology department, so I guess this is just a rumor. There are so many doctors in Linqing's cardiology and pulmonary department, many of whom are elderly, but they are all helpless against Mu Qingming's illness. How is it possible that a young girl could do it? The attending physician estimated that this traditional Chinese medicine doctor was at least 50 years old, otherwise he would not have had such extensive medical knowledge. Studying medicine is no different from studying other subjects. Even university is a 5-year program and requires more practice to hone your skills. Just replace the heart? Zhou Tianfeng frowned. How? It's definitely not enough to just replace the heart. The attending physician shook his head. Besides, the success rate of heart transplants is not very high right now. Even if the transplant is successful, the patient will only live for half a year at most. Zhou Tianfeng suppressed his anger and said, "What's the point of you saying all this nonsense? What I want is a solution. That's why I ask you to go to the cardiology department to see if you can find that traditional Chinese medicine doctor." The attending physician was very kind. If she can come to see the patient, Mr. Zhu's brother may be able to live for another 10 years. After saying this, he nodded and went down to rest. Cardiopulmonary department? Zhou Tianfeng frowned even more tightly. Xinyu, go ask over there, go ask that Chinese medicine doctor. I'll go in and see your fourth uncle. Zhou Xinyu nodded. After disinfection, Zhou Tianfeng entered the ward. The fourth master of the Zhou family lay weakly on the bed. His face was still pale, and there was a dark circle under his eyes, obviously due to excessive indulgence. What's wrong with you this time? Zhou Tianfeng was in a very bad mood and scolded directly. Do you know that if this matter gets out, people in Linqing will laugh at you? He slammed the table heavily and sneered. Fainted on the bed. You are amazing. The fourth master of the Zhou family suddenly coughed, feeling guilty. Brother, I am. All right. Now that things have come to this, there's no point in saying anything. Zhou Tianfeng waved his hand. Tell me in detail what happened now. Isn't your body getting stronger now? I don't know either. The fourth master of the Zhou family tried hard to recall. I was indeed in good health and had always been in great shape. But who would have thought that just yesterday I suddenly felt weak, as if all my strength had been drained away, and then I lost consciousness. He said hurriedly, brother, believe me, this is my first time playing this month, and I really don't know how it turned out like this. So mysterious? Zhou Tianfeng was stunned. His expression suddenly changed. Could it be? He stood up suddenly. You take a rest first. I have something to do. Zhuo Tianfeng immediately went out, walked to a secluded place, and took out the business card given to him by the two young yin-yang masters of the Fujiyama family. He called the number on it. After a few rings, the other party picked up. Hello, master? Zhuo Tianfeng was very respectful. Master, it's like this. Something happened to the Zhuo family recently. It's quite strange. I wonder if someone really did something to the Zhuo family? If I hadn't seen the Onmyoji in person and dealt with them. Zhuo Tianfeng would not believe in the so-called yin-yang magic in the book.
But he was really scared now.
Don't worry, Mr. Zhuo. My junior brother and I have checked it out last time. There is absolutely no problem with the Zhuo family. The young man said in a gentle voice, Onmyoji will not take action easily. There are many restrictions, so Mr. Zhuo does not need to worry. Is that so? Zhuo Tianfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, thank you both. The call ends. Another young man said, Brother, what happened to the Zhuo family? Something is starting to go wrong. The young man didn't take it seriously. As you and I expected, the Zhuo family started to have bad luck after losing its source of luck. It seems that after the failure of this qi transfer technique, the backlash was really great. Another young man nodded and pondered for a moment. It just so happens that we can collect the follow-up information of the Zhuo family and report it to the master. In this way, the master can also improve the qi transfer technique. When I meet the child of luck again in the future, I can use this method to make things easier. For the Fujiyama family, improving the power of yin-yang and the 5 elements is the fundamental thing. The Zhuo family is nothing more than a failed experiment. On the day when the 3rd episode of Youth Boys ended, it topped the Weibo hot search list. By the next day, the popularity was still high. CIU stood up fucking that mentor ranking CIU's fans have been very busy these past 2 days, as they have to collect data for CIU while voting for fucking. But the fans' fighting power is indeed not to be underestimated. fucking's votes firmly ranked first among the mentor group, and he even surpassed Lin Qingyan by 300,000 votes. Oh, Lin is not good enough. Isn't she the most popular female idol in Daxia? Why does she only get so few votes? Teacher C, come on. Brother Xia is first, so you have to be first too. I'm sorry, I've fallen in love with fucking Shamat makeup. Are you crazy about it? The one in front, your filter is a bit too heavy. Seeing fucking's vote count rising continuously, Lin Qingyan pinched her palms until they turned red, and the pent-up anger almost burst out. Sister Yen, don't argue with fucking. The assistant squeezed her shoulders and comforted her. CIU is very capable. What does it have to do with her? Good students will succeed, no matter which teacher they are under. Lin Qingyan said coldly, but you also said that CIU is under her command. Not with me. The assistant was speechless. Up to now, no one knows why CIU chose fucking. Sister Yen, fucking can never compare to you. The assistant had to change the subject. You see, netizens are also saying that it was because fucking was too ugly to even take off her makeup that she proposed the bet. Speaking of this, Lin Qingyan's mood finally improved. She smiled and said, she's bound to lose anyway. Fucking had to bump into her hand, so I won't blame her. Okay. Lin Qingyan finished her makeup and packed her makeup bag. I'm going to the dance studio. Please help me order lunch. The assistant nodded and was about to help her carry the bag, but suddenly she screamed, Sister Yen, your face. What's wrong with my face? Lin Qingyan put away her powder puff and looked up at the mirror. When she saw this, she also screamed. Small red spots appeared on both sides of her cheeks, which showed a tendency to expand, and she also felt pain in her face. Lin Qingyan didn't care about anything else. She stood up in a panic and said, Go to the hospital. Go to the hospital quickly. What are you standing there for? Let's go. This is dance studio number 2. Let me assign some tasks. Fucking leaned against the floor-length mirror and raised his eyebrows. CIU is the center. This point will not change. Su Shiyun, you'll be responsible for this dance. And sure your voice is very good. These 2 lines are quite difficult, so I'll give you one-on-one training. The trainees were all eager to try. After a week of training, only they knew C-fucking's true strength. Also, come here. C-fucking glanced at a certain Pichio. He wants to train. Xiaobai was lying comfortably on Xiaoyu's legs. He raised his little paws and stretched, then slowly returned to C-fucking. Xiaoyu patted the leg hair on his pants and started practicing dancing. C-fucking made a training plan for this week. Xiaobai jumped and shook the pink skirt on its ace. It looks really good. It is an elegant little fairy. Why are you so conceited? Oh, you mean he makes you feel friendly too? C-fucking said without raising his head. Why, he has gold on him too. I'm warning you, don't just jump on people and bite things outside. Xiaobai whoops, indicating that this is definitely not what he meant. Oh, you look a bit like me? C-fucking touched his chin and glanced at Xiaoyu. That's right. If you don't look at your master's face, how can a good-looking person not look like me? Noob. The dog owner is narcissistic again. It's all ruined. At this moment, there was a knock on the dance studio door. C-fucking lowered his head. Come in. The person who came was a staff member. He stammered, Teacher C, the director and planner would like you to go over there. C-fucking closed the book and looked up. They better be busy. The staff member couldn't help but take a step back and whispered, Teacher C, there is something wrong. Please be careful. C-fucking narrowed his fox eyes, raised his hand, and said in a steady voice, You guys continue practicing. Back office. A group of people sat upright. Lin Qingyan sat in the middle, wearing a mask and with red eyes. As soon as C-fucking pushed the door open, Lin Qingyan's assistant jumped up and shouted angrily, C-fucking, why did you tamper with Sister Yan's cosmetics and make her face look like this? In the entire program crew, who doesn't know that the only one who doesn't get along with Lin Qingyan is C-fucking? C-fucking stood with his legs bent, exuding a strong aura. When she wasn't smiling, she looked cold and icy. What the Hades are you talking about? Teacher C, I know you don't like me, but I've been trying to correct myself. Lin Qingyan raised her head and choked up. Why do you treat me like this? You just can't stand seeing me do well? My face has become like this now, and you're very proud of it, aren't you? The more she spoke, the redder her eyes became, and her eyes were filled with undisguised hatred. Lin Qingyan has just been to the hospital. The hospital said that the skin became like this because of the use of cosmetics containing toxic, heavy metals. Because she had undergone plastic surgery before, Lin Qingyan has always been cautious about her face. All of her skincare products and cosmetics are specially customized, so it is impossible for them to contain excessive, heavy metals. Only during the filming of the third episode yesterday did she and C-fucking share a dressing room. Apart from C-fucking, who else would tamper with her cosmetics? Lin Qingyan stood up suddenly, gritting her teeth. Do you hate me so much? You want me to be disfigured? I made your face like this? C-fucking looked at Lin Qingyan's face with interest. Then you underestimated me. She casually fixed her hair and laughed softly. If I really do something to you, not only your face, but also your hands and legs will all be gone. Have you heard of the bone-dissolving water used by martial arts sects? Just drop a few drops and the person is gone. How simple. The room suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at the girl sitting on the chair in astonishment. She squinted her fox eyes, with the corners of her eyes curved, and smiled in a wanton and mischievous manner. Lin Qingyan was stunned, and even forgot to shed tears. It was as if I had fallen into a world of ice and snow, and the cold was bone-chilling. Just a joke. C-fucking said with a sigh, I only do this in games. I hope you don't play a game with me. You won't survive if I catch you.
C-fucking.
The planner was completely enraged. He slammed the table and said, Count carefully for yourself. How many earth-shattering things have you done in less than a month? How many? C-fucking still sat like a big shot, not serious at all. Well, let me think about it. Take the equipment back, send the rumormonger in, and make a bet to remove the makeup. They don't seem that big. Do you want to try a bigger one? I can try harder, huh? The planner was so angry that his chest heaved and his face turned red. We have to admit that at least a quarter of the show's popularity is supported by C fucking, whether he is black or red. The other quarter is Seiyu. The planners believed that once they asked C fucking to withdraw from Youth Boys, Seiyu would also withdraw, without hesitation. Then the whole show is over. I can only bear it. Who entered the dressing room yesterday? The planner turned around and looked at several staff members, holding back his anger, except you. Several people shook their heads. One of the staff pursed his lips, hesitated, and finally said, "No one has entered the dressing room." He was not stupid and could naturally guess what had happened. But on one side is the young lady of the Zwa family, and on the other side is C fucking, who was kicked out of the Zwa family. Even a fool knows how to choose. No one has been in there before. Did you do the makeup yourself? The planner slammed the table angrily. Teacher Lin's face got rotten by herself? What's the point of looking for someone? The surveillance is just for show? C fucking raised his eyes. Do you have a brain? Can't you adjust the surveillance? Teacher C, did you say that because you knew the surveillance cameras couldn't be adjusted? Lin Qingyan was almost laughing out of anger. The state sports meet will be held in Linqing soon. The stadium was sealed off last night, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. The production team can only rent it for half a day. This is an order from the Western State General Administration. Do you think you can adjust the surveillance? C fucking raised an eyebrow. How do you know that it can be adjusted just because I say so? Lin Qingyan was so angry that she laughed, and tears fell again. Now that things have turned out like this, I just need you to admit it and apologize. Is that difficult? C fucking ignored her and made a phone call. Well, I'm fine. I need the surveillance footage of the city center stadium from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. yesterday. Yes, dressing room 13 on the 3rd floor. Oh, because I am a law-abiding and adorable little salted fish who insists on governing according to the law. Feng Sand answered the phone. It made so much sense he couldn't argue with it. Feng Sanding wanted to know who the T-18 investigator that C fucking hired last time was, but it seemed impossible. He turned around and told the story again. Yu Shiheng picked up the pen and wrote the last word, his voice flat. Call and say it's me. The order from the Shizhou General Administration was something that no one in Linqing could do, but Yu Shiheng only needed one word. Feng San nodded and immediately made another call. The other party stated that they would definitely send the surveillance footage to the youth program training camp as soon as possible. When Feng San finished his tour, he saw the man still standing in front of the desk, his fingers gently stroking the rice paper, his eyes dazed, as if he was lost in some distant memories. Feng San came forward and took a look. What is Brother Gio writing? There is a poem above. I have no clothes, but I will share my clothes with you. When the king is about to raise an army, I will sharpen my spears and swords. I share the same hatred with you. The handwriting is majestic and written in one breath, and the murderous aura revealed between the lines is overwhelming. Just looking at it like this, it seemed as if the sound of swords and horses could be heard in my ears, instantly pulling me back to the war-torn era thousands of years ago. Feng Sen took a step back and couldn't help but exclaimed, Brother Zhou's calligraphy skills are really strong. Even my old man can't compare to him. Yu Shiheng stood still for a long time before speaking slowly. You can go out. Feng San hurriedly retreated. He thought about it and asked in the small group, does he dare to like Miss C? But when it comes to holding Miss C's thighs tightly, he alone is enough. No one else can get a piece of the pie. The program team here. 10 minutes passed and it was time for lunch break, so Li Jingchen finished the class. He came out to discuss some things with the director and happened to run into Lin Qingyan coming out of the bathroom. Li Jingchen was stunned for a moment, didn't say anything, and was about to knock on the door and go in. But he was stopped by Lin Qingyan instead. Teacher Li, I know you've been avoiding me recently. I don't know if you've listened to someone's words. Lin Qingyan's eyes were red, showing weakness. I've been giving in, but look at the result of my giving in. Li Jingchen was a little embarrassed. He pursed his lips and said, nothing. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Lin Qingyan said simply, that's it. The doctor said you're just allergic for a few days. Tell the production team not to film your face during these days. Li Jingchen comforted her. Tell others that you have a cold.
It'll be fine. Really?
Lin Qingyan smiled bitterly. Appearance is too important for a star. I finally understand why Teacher C always wears makeup. Who wants to expose all their flaws? Li Jingchen frowned and his voice turned cold. Then she is too vicious. It is not uncommon for people in the entertainment industry to frame each other for an interview position. He hated this behavior very much. But the current entertainment industry atmosphere is becoming increasingly unhealthy, and there is no way to reverse it. Teacher C also said that she would adjust the surveillance. Lin Qingyan smiled even more awkwardly. Where did she get the surveillance? She shook her head, knocked on the door, and went in. Planning, director, I've thought about it. I'd better quit the show. My face is rotten now. Who knows if I will do something disgusting and die one day. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. No. Li Jingchen was the first to react, his expression serious. We've already been divided into classes for training. How can you quit? Who will take over? What's more, with the current popularity of youth, many people are watching it. What will the audience think if Lin Qingyan quits? Then what can I do? Lin Qingyan was helpless. I just want a public apology. Is that so difficult? After listening, Li Jingchen turned around and said, See fucking, Teacher Lin doesn't care about this matter. You should apologize to Teacher Lin on Weibo now. If you did it, you must admit your mistake. I told you it was me who did it. She is completely dead. Why are you still standing here and talking? C fucking opened his eyes. There was no smile in his eyes, only a fierce look. Are you annoying me for disturbing my rest? Li Jingchen also became famous. Just as he was about to say something, the door was knocked again, and a respectful voice came from outside. Miss C, I've been ordered to deliver the surveillance you requested. The room was silent for a moment, and everyone paused. You're pretty quick. C fucking straightened up and opened his half-closed eyes.
Come in.
The door was pushed open and a middle-aged man came in. He was wearing a suit, his hair was combed back, and he was wearing glasses. He was meticulous and serious. The middle-aged man was not surprised to see so many people there. He just glanced at the scene, then walked accurately to C fucking and handed him a USB flash drive. Ms. C, these are the surveillance cameras you need. The middle-aged man said respectfully, not only the surveillance cameras for the dressing room, but also the surveillance cameras for the locker room and the stadium are delivered to you. Thank you for your hard work. C fucking nodded in thanks. Thank you for taking the trip. You're too polite, Miss C. The middle-aged man smiled. It's just surveillance, not a secret. He raised his head and looked at the girl carefully, but he really couldn't see why. The only conclusion I can come to is that her makeup skills are very poor. Of course, he couldn't pry into the preferences of the big shots above. Maybe he has some special hobby. The middle-aged man complained in his heart, then smiled politely and walked out. The tense atmosphere was finally eased a lot. The planner turned around and frowned at the staff member who followed him in. What's going on? The staff wiped the sweat off his face and took a deep breath. The gentleman just now was holding a business card from the State Sports Association. He said he was here to deliver something important, so we sent him up. The planner was surprised. State Sports Association? The Western State Games are naturally organized by the State Sports Association. Lincheng is the central city of Shizhou, and the State Sports Association has requisitioned several of the largest stadiums to strictly prevent all kinds of people from entering and leaving. Of course, they couldn't argue with the people from the Sports Association. Plus, there was basically no intersection between the entertainment and sports circles, so it was even more difficult to adjust the surveillance footage. But now, the people from the State Sports Association actually delivered the surveillance equipment to our door? Still so fast? For a moment, everyone's eyes were wrong. Lin Qingyan was also extremely shocked, and her ears were buzzing. The Sports Association is one of the largest organizations in Daxia today. Even an athlete who has just joined has won awards. Not to mention the core players, all of whom are champions who have won individual gold medals in international sports events. Although the management is behind the scenes, their strength is also extraordinary. It is very likely that an old man who guards the gate had participated in international competitions decades ago, but he was just bored after retirement and was looking at the backs of others. See fucking knows someone from the state sports association? How is this possible? Even a leading entertainment company like Tianla Media cannot order people from the sports association around.
Why are you looking at me?
See fucking crossed his legs, put his arms on the back of the chair, and smiled. Look at the surveillance camera. Do you need me to teach you such a small thing? What about your family members? The director hurriedly spoke before the planner got angry. Quick, check the surveillance and find out who caused Teacher Lin to become like this. The staff member immediately came to his senses, inserted the USB drive into the computer, and lowered the projection screen. The surveillance video is played at 8 times the speed, so everyone entering the dressing room can be seen clearly. As it turned out, C fucking had never entered the dressing room before the theme song performance began. Teacher Lin, you tend to forget things easily, so I'll just remind you one more thing. C fucking, as for me, I have good skin and don't need to touch up my makeup, so I don't need a dressing room. Of course, this is also because you have a lot of cosmetics and they took up my table, so I had nowhere to go. As soon as these words fell, the planner glanced sharply at Lin Qingyan. Lin Qingyan shuddered. A layer of cold sweat broke out on her back, her face pale. The video continues to play. Finally, at about 3:30 in the afternoon, a man looked around furtively and then walked in. After coming in, she went straight to the dressing table with C fucking's name on it and fiddled with it for a long time. Stop, the planner said. Who is this person? He's not from the program team. The staff member who brought Zhuo Qingya in saw that he could no longer hide the truth, so he gritted his teeth and said, It's Miss Zhuo Qingya from the Zhuo family. Zhuo family? The planner's hands trembled, and he said sternly, Why let irrelevant people in? The staff stammered and dared not speak. Everyone present was a smart person. After watching the surveillance video, how could they not understand the whole story? They didn't know what exactly happened between C fucking and the Zhuo family. But it was obvious that this time it was Zhuo Qingya who wanted to take action against C fucking. But because Lin Qingyan occupied C fucking's table, she became the victim. Lin Qingyan's whole body was stiff and her lips trembled. She never imagined that this was such a misunderstanding. Do you see it clearly? C fucking unscrewed the Coke bottle and took a sip. Come on, open your eyes and see if I did it. If you can't see clearly, I can cure your myopia. The planner and director remained silent. Li Jingchen was speechless and looked at Lin Qingyan with complicated eyes. Lin Qingyan's expression turned pale in an instant. So, that's how it is. Why would Miss Zhuo? I guess she didn't mean to target me. My face will be healed in a few days. Teacher Lin, you bully the weak and fear the strong? C fucking narrowed his fox eyes and smiled. I'll let it go once I find out it's Miss Zhuo, and you don't need to apologize. Why are you here? Do you want to press my head and apologize on Weibo? Lin Qingyan's face became paler and paler. She forced a smile and said, Ms. Zhuo is an amateur, different from us. I don't care what you are. What I want to tell you is C fucking stood up and looked down at her. I'm not as soft as you think I am. You'd better behave and be careful. Being stared at like this, Lin Qingyan's face froze. The blood in her body flowed backwards, and her fingers were icy cold. C fucking took out his cell phone slowly and waved it. Since you are afraid, I will call the police for you. Before Lin Qingyan could stop him, C fucking had already dialed the number. Hello, this is the training base of youth. A teacher from our program team has been poisoned. Yes, there is surveillance as evidence. I will send it over right away. Whether it is public or private depends on the person involved. Okay, this matter is very serious. I hope you can detain the person who poisoned me as soon as possible. Lin Qingyan felt cold all over. She opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. It seems like I really have to do something big before you can settle down. C fucking adjusted his collar and smiled. Then we'll see you later. The door was opened and closed, and the atmosphere in the room became solemn again. Teacher Lin, if you have any grudges with C fucking in the future, please settle them privately. The planner said coldly, the program team is not a place for you to go to court. If this matter is exposed, do you think you and the program team will be fine? Lin Qingyan seemed to have been drained of all her strength. She fell into the chair, her face still very pale. She was the one who brought Zhuo Qingya in. What should she do now? This is the Zhuo family. Today is Sunday. Zhuo Xinyu did not go to the company and worked from home. She took a sip of coffee and glanced at Zhuo Qingya, who rushed to the door from the stairs. She frowned and said, "Stop. Where are you going?" Zhuo Qingya stopped abruptly, feeling a little guilty, but still answered, I want to go to the production team to see if her face is rotten." Rotten face? Zhuo Xianyu's voice suddenly turned cold. What good things have you done? Big brother and fourth uncle are still lying in the hospital. Do you want to go in too? That's it. Zhuo Qingya stammered. As long as she uses those cosmetics, her face will definitely get rotten. Zhuo Qingya. Zhuo Xianyu was furious. Are you missing a string in your brain? You poisoned with your real name. Aren't you afraid that will sue you? How is that possible? Zhuo Qingya said indifferently. She is afraid of the Zhuo family, and she still wants to sue? This is lynching. How can she sue? No matter if they are afraid of the Zhuo family or not, you shouldn't do something that can be easily discovered. Zhuo Xianyu suppressed his anger and said, "Come back. You are not allowed to go." Zhuo Qingya was unhappy. Oh, second sister, I'll just go take a look and we'll be back soon. She later learned about and Lin Qingyan's gambling game on Weibo and was very proud of her foresight. If C's face is ruined, she will be extremely ugly after removing her makeup. Zhuo Xianyu was unmoved and said coldly, "No." Zhuo Qingya pouted and could only turn around and go back to the bedroom. The doorbell rang at this time. Zhuo Xianyu put down the coffee cup, his eyes still fixed on the computer. "Go open the door."
Oh.
Zhuo Qingya opened the door obediently, but not very happily. Who would come here to disturb someone's meditations so early in the morning? Zhuo Qingya was in a very bad mood as Zhuo Xianyu stopped her from leaving. Now that he was interrupted again, his tone wasn't any better. She opened the door and said impatiently, "Who is this? Are you annoying so early in the morning?" The following words were all cut off. Zhuo Qingya stared blankly at the two police officers standing at the door, her face turning paler by the second. It's over. She's finished. Zhuo Xianyu sensed something was wrong and finally raised his head. Who's here? Zhuo Qingya still didn't say anything, looking dazed. Ms. Zhuo Qingya, right? One of the female police officers examined her and took out her ID. You are suspected of a poisoning case. Please come with us. This sentence made Zhuo Qingya completely sober up. She shuddered and said, "Second sister." Although she had done a lot of things, this was the first time she alarmed the police. How could she not be afraid? What poisoning case? Zhuo Xianyu walked forward calmly. Do you have any evidence? If there was no evidence, we wouldn't have come directly to your door. The female police officer said in a calm voice, some time ago, someone reported a case to the police without any evidence and has been warned. Zhuo Xianyu didn't say anything. She knew that this was talking about the Chen family's mistaken arrest of Without further ado, the male police officer took out the handcuffs and handcuffed Zhuo Qingya, sneering, "You are young, but you have a vicious mind. How vicious must one be to destroy a girl's face at once?"
No.
Zhuo Qingya woke up completely. She screamed and struggled desperately. "I don't want to go. I didn't poison you."
No.
"Don't move." The female police officer shouted, "You're committing an even more serious crime of interfering with the investigation. This is a serious crime." Zhuo Xianyu immediately made a decision. "Qingya, be obedient and go." Zhuo Qingya couldn't even cry anymore. "Second sister, I won't leave." Zhuo Xianyu signaled two servants to come forward and cooperate with the two police officers to take Zhuo Qingya away from the Zhuo family's old house. She exhaled slowly, pressed her temples, and then called Zhuo Tianfeng at the company. There have been too many things going on recently, and Zhuo Xianyu is also very upset. I really should ask someone to take a look at the feng shui. At this time, youth boys training base, in dance room number 2. Sat cross-legged on the ground, holding a guitar. Her fox eyes narrowed slightly, and her slender, Porcelain white fingers plucked the strings, while the fingers of her other hand rested on the fretboard. The music started, and Shiryu spoke nervously. Just after singing a line, C fucking interrupted. Lower the pitch. Sing again. Relax. Don't tense your throat. You are so nervous off stage. What will you do on stage? Shiryu took a few deep breaths and continued singing. It's still too low. Sing again. The highest range you sang in these 2 sentences is E2. You only have C2 now. Improve it. Su Shiyun on the side shrank his shoulders. He really didn't want to go through Mr. C's devilish individual training again. An hour later, C fucking finally nodded. Okay, just practice according to this. Shiryu wiped the sweat off his face, but was more excited. Thank you, Teacher C. He never thought that his progress would be so great. C fucking adjusted the strings again and said with a click of the tongue, This guitar is no good. You can't use it on stage. I'll find someone to tune a new one for you later. Su Xian wondered. How did you know that? Use your eyes. Xiaoyu chuckled. Su Xian felt that he was being ridiculed. I don't have any request for Xiaoyu, just to win the title of King of Likes in the first performance. C fucking clasped his hands together, supported his chin, raised his eyebrows and smiled. If your title of King of Likes is taken away, you know the consequences. For every performance, 1,000 audience judges will be selected to vote with likes, and the one with the highest votes will be the Like King. The Like King can choose the next performance song, and also designate an opponent. Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes and said, I won't let Teacher C down. Su Xian scratched his head. What are you looking at me for? C fucking lifted her hair from her forehead and kicked him. Practice your dance quickly. If your likes drop below 100, don't blame me for being harsh on you.
Susi un instanti whited?
He said weakly. Teacher C, do you really think I can debut? Why not? C fucking raised his head and said lightly, I'll teach you. If you still can't debut, you don't have to debut. Just go back to the training ground and start over. When they were in Glen before, Chu Lingyun had said that it was extremely difficult to get her advice. But as long as there is guidance, it will be understood immediately. The importance of a good teacher is evident. She hadn't thought about what kind of students she would teach. C fucking tilted his head and smiled. Work hard. Don't you want to get into Glen? Su Xian was stunned and couldn't react. Okay, I'll take a break. C fucking stretched. You guys practice on your own. She returned to the lounge, lay down on the sofa, and took out her cell phone. Girls are better. They are soft and can be pinched. This is the Zhua family. After Zhua Tianfeng learned that Zhua Qingya was taken away by the police, he hurried home. This piece of trash. He slammed the table heavily and said angrily, there are already a lot of things to do at home, and she still fails at the critical moment. Who has time to take care of her? There have been too many bad things happening recently. If it weren't for the 2 Yin-Yang masters of Dongseng Fujiyama family, don't worry, father. Zhua Xinyu remained calm. As long as the parties involved do not sue, we will not go to court. That's right. Zhua Tianfeng waved his hand. He's just a little celebrity. If it doesn't work out, just give him some money to settle it. He had never heard of Lin Qingyan, which proved that she was not very popular among the people and was not well known. He is a dance instructor like C fucking, so what kind of big background can he have? At most, there is a financial sponsor, but the Zhua family is the #1 family in Lincheng after all. Which financial sponsor would go against the Zhua family for a plaything? Zhua Xinyu nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Oh, right.
Zhua Tianfeng suddenly asked, did you go to the cardiology department and ask that traditional Chinese medicine doctor? The cardiology department doesn't know either. Zhua Xinyu shook his head. Even the attending physician only knows his last name. I'm still waiting for a call.
Okay.
Zhua Tianfeng didn't force it and stood up immediately. If you can find out, please contact me as soon as possible. I'll go to the police station first. As for that little celebrity, tell her to come here quickly. Zhua Xinyu nodded. Zhua Tianfeng didn't even have time to drink a sip of water before he hurried out again. Zhua Xinyu then sorted out the company's documents. Not long after, the cell phone rang. Zhua Xinyu answered the phone. Hello, hello. I contacted you to ask about the situation of the Chinese medicine doctor who has been making headlines in the cardiology and pulmonary department. It's like this, Miss Zhua. This is related to the patient's privacy, and it's not convenient for us to disclose it. The attending physician was very polite. Of course, I will tell that lady about your situation, and if she is willing, she will naturally contact you. Okay. Thank you for your help. Zhua Xinyu nodded, then hesitated for a moment. You mean, miss? This Chinese doctor, is she very young? I'm sorry. The attending physician still spoke cryptically. I'll contact her as soon as possible. Zhua Xinyu did not ask any more questions. Okay, thank you. She had no feelings for the fourth master of the Zhua family and was disgusted by his behavior. Whether the fourth master of the Zhua family can be cured has nothing to do with her. Zhua Xinyu made another call and instructed, contact Miss Lin Qingyan. We'll compensate you. At this time, Lin Qingyan naturally didn't have the face to go to class, so she rehearsed the dance in advance and let the trainees train on their own first. After the agent learned what had happened, he rushed over and happened to receive a call from the Zhua family. You're crazy. The manager jumped up. How dare you sue the Zhua family? Do you know the Zhua family's status in Linqing? You still have to record the show in Linqing for 2 months. Don't you want to live? The Zhua family is neither an aristocratic family nor a wealthy family in Linqing, but it is still a leader in Linqing and has extensive connections. Lin Qingyan has saved tens of millions in the past few years, so how could she possibly compare with the Zhua family's wealth? It wasn't me. Lin Qingyan was also furious. It was fucking. She didn't even listen to me before calling the police. It was impossible for her to care about anything with Zhua Qingya in the first place, so this matter was just her bad luck. But fucking's move directly pushed her to the opposite side of the Zhua family. This fucking. The manager's expression turned cold. She doesn't know what benefit she can get from bullying you like this. She is not the lowest in the entertainment industry. But it's understandable. As both of you are idols, your popularity is way ahead of hers. It's normal for her to be jealous of you. Hearing this, Lin Qingyan felt better. Let's go to the police station first. With the help of the Zhua family, Lin Qingyan arrived at the police station quickly. She pursed her lips and said, Miss Qingya, before she could finish her words, she was slapped hard in the face. Zhua Qingya's strength was not small, and Lin Qingyan was wearing high heels, so she twisted her ankle and fell to the ground. Her ankles and face became red and swollen, and Lin Qingyan was stunned. Ms. Zhua. The agent's expression changed, and he hurriedly helped her up. Qingyan's face is insured. Have you taken out insurance? Zhua Qingya sneered. How much? Do you think you're the movie queen Yinlan? Can your face be worth 1 billion? Come on, tell me the number, and I'll write you a check. Zhua Zonghe is also a guy who likes to play, and has played with many 18th-tier celebrities. Zhua Qingya had also been well aware of this. The current entertainment industry? Aren't they, the capitalists, the ones who have the final say? Lin Qingyan's eyes turned red. Miss Qingya, please don't insult me. Is this an insult to you? Zhua Qingya sneered. Why didn't you think about this when you called the police to arrest me? I warn you, this matter can only be settled privately. It's also okay to settle it publicly. See if you can find a lawyer. Lin Qingyan was so angry that her eyes turned red, but she could only show weakness. Whatever Miss Qingya says is what I will do. You're smart. Zhua Qingya said arrogantly. You don't need me to teach you what to say later, do you? She didn't even look at Lin Qingyan and left with her chin raised. The agent could only keep comforting Lin Qingyan, bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. I'm fine. Hey, be more careful. The agent sighed. Forget about your fight with fucking, but don't get involved with the Zhua family. We can't afford to offend the Zhua family. I don't want to have anything to do with the Zhua family at all. Lin Qingyan's expression twisted for the first time. Fu. Qing. If fucking hadn't called the police, how could she have suffered such humiliation? You don't need to take her too seriously. The manager seemed to be thinking about something. I heard some rumors from Tianla Media that fucking will die in a very ugly way during the first performance. Lin Qingyan was stunned. What do you mean? It's not clear yet. The agent shook his head. You should take good care of your injuries first and avoid being photographed by paparazzi. Lin Qingyan is positioned as an idol, so face is very important to her. Lin Qingyan nodded, feeling extremely aggrieved, but there was nothing she could do. She lowered her head, hiding the hatred in her eyes. The day's training ended quickly. Su Xiyun collapsed on the ground. Teacher C, please be merciful and let me rest for a while. What mercy? Do you think I'm a Buddha? C fucking kicked him again. In the game, I'm a demon who kills people without blinking an eye. Su Xiyun said weakly. Teacher C, you are the one who should read less novels and animations. You are forbidden to make suggestions to the instructor. Even if I do, I won't change it. C fucking put on his coat. I will check the training results tomorrow. She handed out a few more training schedules, and that was the base. Because he had said in advance that he would go to the villa to show Yu Shihing's legs, Feng San had already parked the car outside and was waiting. There is another person waiting, Zhua Xianyu. C fucking narrowed her fox eyes and raised her hand behind her, signaling Feng San not to come over. Feng San has been practicing martial arts since he was young, and has been with Yu Shihing for so many years, so he naturally knows how to cover his whereabouts. Zhua Xianyu didn't notice anything at all. I know it was you who called the police this time. Zhua Xianyu's eyes were cold. I remember I told you at Grandpa's funeral that you should stop being so smart and do things. You can't compete with the entire Zhua family. I also remember I told you not to mess with me. C fucking crossed his arms. By the way, I know a little bit about face reading. I see that your face is dark, and you will definitely have a bloody disaster. Do you want me to draw a talisman for you to suppress it? She could feel that her first ray of luck had returned. It's a weak start, but it's a good one. The Zhua family has a large population, and her luck will be slowly withdrawn bit by bit. And the closer one is to Old Man Zhua, the more luck she will have. She checked and found out that Zhua Xinyu did not have any talent for business when he was a child. It was the year she arrived at the Zhua family, when Zhua Xinyu was 10 years old, that she suddenly became enlightened. Zhua Xinyu frowned. What talisman paper? You went abroad to learn singing and dancing. Why did you learn these superstitious things? What are these things? Hello. C fucking ignored her and answered the phone. Yes, it's me. What's wrong? I don't know what was said over there. Oh. C fucking suddenly laughed lazily. If you want to see the King of Hades as soon as possible, I can help you. She turned around and smiled. There are many people in this world who want to see the King of Hades, don't you think? Zhua Xianyu's expression turned completely cold. You don't know what's good for you. Zhua Xianyu has always had a clear positioning of his interpersonal relationships. She won't waste time making friends with people who are of no help to her. C fucking is such a person. She was really wasting her time. Zhua Xianyu didn't want to say anything more to C fucking, so she picked up her bag and left. C fucking ended the call and slowly walked to the back and got into the car. Feng San said, Miss C, the Zhua family.
Don't worry about it.
C fucking leaned back in his chair. I have something with them. Let's talk about it after they come back. Feng San didn't quite understand. Why not just rob it? The situation is different now. This is not something that can be snatched directly. Oh, by the way, boss. C fucking tilted his head, his fox eyes curved. I'll treat you to a dessert. My girlfriend made it. It's super delicious. I'll give you a non-sweet one. She opened the snack box, took out a snack, and handed it over. Girlfriend? Hearing this, Yu Shihing's eyebrows moved slightly, and he actually continued the sentence, Yu Tang? That's right, Ning Ning is, and Tang Tang is too. C fucking said righteously, I can't let them down, so they are all my girlfriends. What have I done wrong? I just want to give a home to every girl who likes me. Even Yu Shihing's expression paused when he heard these words. He propped up his head, slowly put the snack to his lips and took a bite, with a nonchalant smile between his words. Yeah, it's good. Feng San covered his face. Facts have proved that no matter how serious the topic is, it can be led away by Miss C. Here, Zhua Xianyu returned to Zhua's house. She pulled out some documents and started working. Just as I picked up the pen, I received a call back from the hospital. I'm sorry, Miss Zhua. The other end said, I've already asked for you. but she doesn't have the time. I've also told her your price quote, but she still doesn't agree, and she also said. In the end, he never said the words, "I want to see the king of Hades." After receiving this reply, Zhou Xinyu frowned, somewhat unhappy. Can I know why?
Sorry.
The attending physician used the same 2 words. The lady didn't say anything. I have something else to do. I'll go get busy now. I don't know what the Zhou family did to make a medical practitioner say something like, seeing the king of Hades. Okay, I understand. Zhou Xinyu exhaled slowly. Thank you. After the call ended, she pressed her temples and was no longer in the mood to continue working. Zhou Xinyu has been a spoiled child since she was young and has had a smooth journey without any setbacks. Unexpectedly, even after using the Zhou family and herself as bargaining chips, she was still rejected by the other party. When Zhou Xinyu learned from a hospital that the so-called traditional Chinese medicine doctor was very young, he couldn't help feeling unhappy. She thought through the younger generations in the 5 states of Daxia and the 4 cities, but she really couldn't find anyone who matched the name. Although the Su family, a medical family in the old city, has a daughter in this generation, she does not specialize in cardiology. As for the Ning family in Yanqing, Zhou Xinyu did not consider it. The Ning family practices witch medicine, which is completely different from modern medicine, and they never go to the hospital. Zhou Xinyu collected his thoughts and forced himself into working mode. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the door was pushed open and Zhou Xinyu tiptoed in, feeling very guilty.
Bang!
With a sound, the pen holder was swept to the ground. Zhou Xinyu said coldly, "How dare you come back?" Zhou Xinyu was startled, and her previous arrogance towards Lin Qingyan disappeared at once. Second sister. You even got yourself into the police station. You're really capable. Zhou Xinyu's face was cold. Next time you fall into C fucking's hands, no one in your family will save you. Although Zhou Xinyu did not have a criminal record in the end, the fact that she was taken to the police station could not be concealed. By tomorrow at the latest, the news will spread among the wealthy circles in Linqing. The Zhou family has lost all face. Zhou Xinyu suppressed his anger and said, "You are not allowed to leave the house for a month." Zhou Xinyu was very unhappy. Second sister. Okay, listen to your sister. Zhou Tianfeng was also impatient. The old lady is coming back from Siju City. Do you want to make her sick again? Zhou Xinyu shrank her neck and dared not speak. Grandma has been discharged from the hospital? Zhou Xinyu frowned, then see fucking. In addition to Mr. Zhou, old Madame Zhou was also very kind to see fucking. If C fucking goes to show up at old Madame Zhou's place, there's a chance that she would be so distressed that she would invite her back. It just so happens that when your grandma comes back, we will formally contact C fucking for the adoption agreement. Zhou Tianfeng, your grandma is sensible and knows the seriousness of the matter. The Huangshan project is about to be completed. I want to see how C fucking loses all his money. It's time to return the 2 billion yuan that I took from the Zhou family for nothing. Zhou Xinyu nodded and told her what happened at the hospital again. Rejected? Zhou Tianfeng also frowned. Forget it. Aren't we supposed to help Master Yu Yao find the ghost hand heavenly doctor? Compared to the ghost hand heavenly doctor, it's better not to mention this Chinese doctor. After learning from Yu Yao how superb the ghost hand doctor's medical skills were, Zhou Tianfeng became extremely curious. Zhou Xinyu agreed. Okay, I'll keep an eye on it. The next day, at 11:30 a.m., C fucking and Chu Lingyun met at a tea restaurant. While waiting for her, Chu Lingyun was watching youth. C fucking arrived just after watching Xiaoyu's theme song performance. I'm here. Chu Lingyun put down the tablet and said, sit down, sit down. C fucking didn't hesitate to sit down opposite him and picked up a piece of dessert to eat. She squinted her eyes and leaned back in her chair, looking as lazy as a fox basking in the sun. No wonder you asked me for a men's suit that day. Chu Lingyun nodded and exclaimed, your student has a strong ability to control the stage. Your stage presence is very stable and your expression management is also great. But then again, he's a fan of Yunlan, right? He must have learned a thing or two from her. He inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity with Xiaoyu's dance, because he clearly saw Yunlan's shadow in it. C fucking paused and said in a long tone, probably.
Not. No?
Chu Lingyun was really surprised. Daxia is basically divided into two types of people. One is Yunlan's fans, and the other is on the way to becoming Yunlan's fans. He is not one of them yet? I must stop. C fucking interrupted him. I think you are exaggerating. No, absolutely not. Chu Lingyun stressed. Alas, I understand that you are a newcomer in the entertainment industry, and you don't know how high her status is in Daxia. Despite being discriminated against and excluded, the Daxia people were still able to break into Glen single-handedly and make the entire entertainment industry bow down to them. Such an honor is unprecedented.
Si fucking.
She had only been to Daxia a few times before, so she really didn't know. I want to meet your student when I have time. Chu Lingyun watched Xiaoyu's performance again with satisfaction. I want to sign him to my studio. What do you think? C fucking raised his eyebrows. Isn't that a bit unfair? Ahem. Chu Lingyun coughed awkwardly. It's rare to see a talented person again. I really like talents, but I still feel sad when you just give away a piece of moon embroidery. He only has a few pieces of Ueshio. He was planning to give one to C fucking. Unexpectedly, C fucking didn't take it himself, but gave it to Xiaoyu instead. What's there to be sad about? Sifu held his chin up with a lazy look on his face. Just knit a few more. Weave some more? Chu Lingyun raised his voice. You make it sound like weaving moon embroidery is as easy as drinking water. C fucking nodded seriously. That is more tiring than drinking water. After all, you have to move both hands at the same time. Chu Lingyun. It made so much sense that he couldn't even argue with it. It's not a question of whether or not we can weave it. Chu Lingyun sighed. It's that no one knows where the craftsmen have gone. You may not believe it, but the few pieces I have in my hand were bought from a village when I was filming with Yunlan. I bought the last few pieces. I went there again later, and the village was deserted, without even a trace of it. C fucking was silent for a moment and whispered, Is that so? Also, I came here to tell you that I'm leaving Linqing soon. Chu Lingyun said seriously, if you have anything else to say, remember to tell me.
Si fucking nodded.
Zijianjiu will announce the spokesperson today. Chu Lingyun added, I don't ask you to remove your makeup on the show, but you must show your real face when shooting commercials and makeup photos.
Si fucking sighed, okay.
We'll take some final photos on Friday. Chu Lingyun checked the time. It's just right. I'll catch the plane after I finish taking your final photos. C fucking sighed. He keeps going non-stop. He is indeed the king of involution. Chu Lingyun was puzzled. What? Nothing. C fucking was serious for a second. I mean, Director Chu works hard and is very serious. Well, we really can't slack off at work. Chu Lingyun nodded. You eat, and I work. C fucking started eating without any psychological burden. On one side, Apiccio had its two front paws resting on the bag, staring intently at the watch on Chu Lingyun's hand. It wants to eat. C fucking naturally sensed its thoughts and slapped the Apiccio on the head. You just ate a gold brick yesterday, so stop drooling and don't even think about it. Noob. Wow, dog owners are the worst. The fact that Zijianjiu is a brand under Lan has not been disclosed to the public, so it has not received much attention. But because it is one of the few Chinese-style brands, some people are still looking forward to it. At Zijianjiu V, at Sifuking V, let's spend the rest of our lives together. A picture is attached below. It is the silhouette of C fucking. As soon as this Weibo post came out, netizens went wild.
Si fucking?
Am I seeing right? It's her? Why not choose a good-looking model as the spokesperson for the clothing? Why choose C fucking? Are you crazy? I am dying of laughter. Since we know that the face cannot be seen, can only the silhouette be shown? C fucking really has the capital, right? He was a dance instructor in Youth Boys, and now he has become the spokesperson for Zijianjiu. Who wouldn't say he's awesome? I'm not targeting C fucking, I just want to know, does she have acting skills or looks? Why is she endorsing a Chinese-style clothing brand? Being a model doesn't require stunning looks, but C fucking, tell me yourself, with your ugly face, are you worthy of it? Even netizens who have not followed Youth have heard of C fucking. After all, as a returning group, Starry Sky Girls has been quite popular this year. In addition, C-fucking is incapable of singing and dancing, and her makeup is so weird and disgusting, so naturally she attracted more attention. Fans who often hang out in the entertainment industry know what C-fucking is like and have protested against this. I am so impressed. This is a good Chinese-style brand. I thought it could be sold abroad. But this is it. This is it. According to gossip, Xia Sheng also interviewed for this brand, but she was not selected, but C-fucking was selected. I don't need to tell you how powerful capital is, right? This sentence caused another uproar. More and more netizens gathered under Zijianjia's official Weibo, strongly boycotting C-fucking and demanding that the interview video be released. Sifu tends not to care much about the news on the internet. She is still busy treating her boss's leg disease. Originally, her Weibo account was always in the hands of her agent Feng Peiji and controlled by the company, but now she has locked her Weibo account. Once someone logs in from a different location, the virus will immediately launch an attack. The announcement of the endorsement was made by Chu Lingyun, and she has always been a hands-off person. There was endless debate online, and the training base was also in turmoil. Some were happy, some were surprised, and some were jealous. Teacher C, congratulations. Su Xian was genuinely happy. Now you have the endorsement. You can eat lots and lots of fried chicken. Xiaoyu also looked over, his eyebrows raised. Teacher C, are you going to take off your makeup? C fucking tilted his head and hummed. I'm going to take the final makeup photos on Friday, and I'll post them on Weibo then. I'll try to stand up for a moment. She pinched her face with some regret. She quite likes the Shamat makeup, which can save her from a lot of trouble. Xiaoyu said in a leisurely tone, I am looking forward to it. Teacher C, appearance is nothing. Su Xian comforted. A beautiful soul is enough. You see, we like you because you are kind. We are definitely not people who look at appearance. C fucking stopped laughing. She crushed the Coke can in her hand expressionlessly and asked, Say it again?
Ah?
Su Xian was bewildered. I said we don't judge people by appearance. Teacher C, no matter how ugly you are, I still respect you. C fucking smiled. Very good. You can't say she's ugly even if you say she's vicious. Xiaobai patted his belly lazily. Dog owners also have this day. C fucking casually pulled out a few forms from the folder and slapped them on the ground. This is your training plan for the next 4 days. Xiaoyu, you have to keep an eye on him. Don't miss a single one. When Su Xian saw him running 8 kilometers in the morning, he was completely depressed. Dad, please show some mercy. It's no use calling you grandma. C fucking propped up his head. Saturday is your first performance, so don't be stage frightened. Performance is the only criterion for testing the trainee's abilities, sure you, and the other 3 trainees nodded heavily. Sure. Xiaoyu was bending down to practice flexibility, and he suddenly asked, Teacher C likes to watch anime movies, so do you believe that there are superpowers in this world? I believe it. Su Xian suddenly became energetic. I believe there is light and justice in this world. After saying that, he was kicked again. What's the point of having superpowers? C fucking raised his head slowly, speaking calmly. You can't save anyone, so it's better not to have them. Xiaoyu paused and whispered, Teacher C, hurry up and practice. C fucking said bluntly, if you don't practice well, I will punish you by making you do a striptease in front of your fans. Xiaoyu. A bit cruel. He admitted it. The other side. In the lounge. Lin Qingyan was still wearing a mask and looked extremely haggard. She went to several other hospitals, but the doctors all said she wouldn't recover in a short time. But the other party was the young lady of the Zhou family, and Lin Qingyan didn't dare to say a word even though she was insulted by Qian. The agent whispered something in her ear. Lin Qingyan was extremely surprised. She actually managed to get an advertising endorsement. She had specifically learned that C fucking had not made a single announcement since returning to China. And following the Star Girls stage performances, she has always been a background board. The fans of Star Girls also hate C fucking's behavior of holding them back. Lin Qingyan didn't believe at all that C fucking could get the endorsement based on his own abilities. But Tianla Media has always treated C fucking as a tool. So, Why did they help her get the endorsement? Yeah, other people are also puzzled. The agent said it's fine for her to dance and sing on stage, but they actually gave her an advertisement that relies on her looks, and Xia Sheng also went for the interview. I wonder if the brand is blind. Lin Qingyan smiled. I also heard from Su Ruodong that Zijianjiu is not famous, but because Xia Sheng likes Chinese style very much, he took the initiative to lower his status and go to the interview site. Now she didn't get the job, but it was taken by C. Fucking, who was blackmailed by the whole network. I think she must be very unhappy. Xia Sheng is 24 years old this year and entered the modeling industry at the age of 16. After 8 years of hard work, he is no match for C. Fucking. Xia Sheng is not a top model, but she has walked in many catwalks in China and has 8 million fans on Weibo, which makes her a relatively well-known figure. At least compared to Cheese Fucking, his fan base is much stronger. Isn't it? The agent shook his head. But you know what? C. Fucking's physique is amazing. Black and red are also red. Her popularity has risen inexplicably. Who wouldn't want such luck? There has always been a saying in the entertainment industry: small fame depends on promotion, big fame depends on luck, and forced promotion will bring punishment from God. Luck is something mysterious, but people in the industry believe in it. Some artists will even change their names in order to become famous. Lin Qingyan didn't care. If she was really lucky, how could she end up like this? That's true. The agent nodded. Xia Sheng's fans are already furious. Lin Qingyan became interested. Let me take a look. The news that Xia Sheng was going for an interview had spread in her super topic. It is obvious that it was released intentionally by a big fan. Xia Sheng didn't say anything, but her fans were able to see her frequently going online many times, which made them even angrier, and they all stood up for her. I don't understand. Why did Sheng lose the election? If her opponent was a top model, I would accept it, but who is C. Fucking? An idol who became famous because of her haters. If it weren't for Sheng, I wouldn't even know her. This is so funny. There is no such person named C. Fucking in my database, okay? Some angry fans even circled the official Weibo accounts of Zijianjiu and C. Fucking. At Xia Sheng's little pillow. Stop making bets. I'm just asking you, C. Fucking, do you dare to really remove your makeup in front of the entire internet? Let us see what kind of divine face you have that made the brand choose you. Xia Sheng was a model, and both her figure and appearance were excellent. She is from Nanzhou and has the gentleness and good nature of a Jiangnan woman. She also dotes on her fans, so her fans are all loyal ones. Because he comes from a scholarly family, Xia Sheng admires ancient Chinese culture. After entering the modeling circle, she would often post photos of herself wearing cheongsam or summer clothes on Weibo. Xia clothing is the ancient clothing popular during the Great Xia dynasty and is also the traditional clothing of the Great Xia Empire. Due to constant wars during Emperor Yin's reign, migrations between cities often occurred. Therefore, summer clothes are not complicated. Even so, women's clothes are still gorgeous and men's clothes are still heroic, and they are deeply loved by people in the ancient style circle. It's just that in recent years, traditional Chinese culture has declined, and there are very few fashion shows of this kind. It was also with great difficulty that a clothing brand like Zijianjiu came into being. Therefore, even though Zijianjiu is a niche and unknown company, Xia Sheng still went for the interview for his own preference. Not to mention the fans, even Xia Sheng herself felt that the position of Zijianjiu's advertising model would go to her. After all, there are not many models who are suitable for this style. In order to enter the international market, many models deliberately move their style towards the Western continent. As a result, no one expected that C. Fucking, who is not even a model, would suddenly appear.
Why?
The netizens who were watching were also surprised after seeing this Weibo post from Xia Sheng's big fan. Zijianjiu's official Weibo was completely blown up. The latest Weibo post announcing C. Fucking as the spokesperson has received 20,000 comments, all of which are expressing their sympathy for Xia Sheng. Lin Qingyan felt happy after seeing this. Does this Xia Sheng have some relationship with Sijia City? It seems so. The agent thought for a moment. Didn't there report at the end of last year that Xia Sheng appeared at the Yu family's annual party? but there is no definite news. Then it seems that her financial backer may be from the Yu family. Lin Qingyan sighed regretfully. Let's guide her to fight against C-fucking. No matter how powerful the Zhou family is, it can't be compared with the Yu family of Siju City. The agent nodded in agreement. That's right. We can just be the driving force behind the scenes. No need to show up. Lin Qingyan pursed her lips and smiled. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. She is the fisherman. She believed that if C-fucking didn't die this time, he would be badly injured. While Lin Qingyan was still spending a lot of money to contact the internet trolls and marketing accounts, C-fucking had already finished today's treatment. She drank a glass of juice, lay on the sofa and watched cartoons, watching the mole digging a hole with great interest. Feng Sen really couldn't understand her hobby, so he had to go into the kitchen to cut the fruit. C-fucking turned around, propped up his head with his hands, and looked at the man sitting on the single sofa next to him, thinking, Boss, I think if you enter the entertainment industry, you are very suitable to play a certain type of person. Yu Shiheng floated the tea, picked up the cup, and said in a gentle voice, Which type? C-fucking blinked and said as a matter of course, the Emperor. Yu Shiheng paused in drinking tea, and his eyes narrowed suddenly. His light amber pupils darkened a little in an instant, and there was a deep sense of arrogance in his eyes. Feng Sankai walked out of the kitchen. At that moment, he seemed to feel that his blood was frozen, and his body was so stiff that he couldn't move at all. The air around seemed to solidify, making it almost impossible to breathe. Feng San had difficulty breathing. 9. Si Fu Qingyi didn't feel anything. She sighed. To be honest, I used to want to play the Emperor, but now I find that what I want to play most is the Empress Dowager. Yu Shiheng leaned on his elbows, a smile hidden in the corners of his eyes, and his momentum was silently restrained. Oh, what's the reason for this? Not only does the Queen Mother have people to serve her, but she can also lie in bed every day. C-fucking lazily said, I have everything I want. It's the salted fish life I dream of. Feng San, who finally managed to move, said, Puff what? This is the reason? As if he suddenly thought of something, C-fucking suddenly sat up straight again. She stood up, ran to the coat rack, took out a book from the hanging bag, ran back, and stopped in front of Yu Shiheng. Yu Shiheng raised his head. His eyes fell on the girl's hair that was standing up again, and raised his eyebrows slightly. What is this for? Boss. C-fucking clasped his hands together, looking extremely serious. I have a dream in life, and I hope you can help me realize it. Yu Shiheng's expression slightly restrained. What dream? I want to hear Emperor Yin speak. C-fucking pointed at the book in his hand. Can you read this sentence? Please, boss, I think your voice is super nice. No voice actor I know can compare to it. Let me record your voice. Feng San. Besides eating roast duck, is your dream in life to listen to historical figures speak? What kind of random dreams are these? He believed that Brother Nine would definitely not accompany Miss C in making trouble. Unexpectedly, Yu Shiheng put down the document in his hand and took the book. Which sentence? That's it. C-fucking pointed at the book. Boss, hurry up. Say it again. Yu Shiheng lowered his head, his eyes suddenly dark. The sentence above is this. In the 3rd year of Chu Yuan, a court official wrote to the emperor, asking him to recruit more concubines to fill the harem. The emperor said, The sky is not stable, the sea is not calm, and the country is not at peace. So how can I have a family? He refused. After that, the court officials dared not speak up, and the 3,000 concubines were abandoned. The Chronicle of Emperor Yin C-fucking also admired Emperor Yin for this most. Historians have always lamented that Emperor Yin lived for 27 years, but never had a wife or concubine and left behind any descendants. After his death, court officials followed his will and adopted the prince's descendants from the royal family to continue the bloodline of the great Xia dynasty. When the sky is not stable, the sea is not calm, and the country is not at peace, what is home? It turns out that there are people in this world who can put justice above all personal emotions. Yu Shiheng's eyes did not move, and his voice was very calm. It's a very good sentence, but he may not have said such a thing. Whether he said this or not, he did it. C fucking tilted his head. That's enough, isn't it? Yu Shihun was silent for a while, then suddenly smiled and said, yes. Having read so many history books, he sometimes wondered what the so-called love and admiration for him by later generations meant. Is it a cold impression created by words, or a perfect character created by imagination? But none of it was really him. He has flaws, and is not perfect. I'm ready. C fucking raised his phone. Boss, you go ahead. Yu Shihun raised his eyebrows slightly and read the sentence again according to the history book. His tone was still calm and steady, without any emotional ups and downs. But C fucking felt that this might be the tone that Emperor Yin used when he said this. It's not tough or fierce, but rather light and gentle. The man's voice was neither hurried nor slow, and it sounded a bit vague and ethereal, making her feel as if she had returned to the heyday of the great Xia dynasty and was standing face to face with Emperor Yin. Until Yu Shihun handed the book back to him, he said forcefully, okay. C fucking finally came back to her senses, and she blinked her fox eyes. Boss, your acting is pretty good. Yu Shihun propped up his head, still smiling in the corners of his eyes, but this time the smile was a little more meaningful. I've practiced this a few times before. Feng San was very confused. How come he didn't know that his 9th brother had practiced acting? That's right. Regardless of whether he has practiced or not, his 9th brother is the most versatile. But just now he really had a sense of déjà vu facing Emperor Yin, and subconsciously wanted to kneel down and salute. Feng San took a step back silently. Miss C is right, his 9th brother is quite suitable to play the Emperor. Okay.
Perfect.
C fucking said the sentence as his alarm clock with satisfaction. Boss, the first stage of treatment is over. Wait for me to sort out the list of medicinal materials, and we will prepare for the second stage of treatment. I believe that before long, you'll be able to walk as fast as the wind and achieve unrivaled martial art skills. Feng San's mouth twitched. Yu Shihun's eyes dimmed. In his previous life, he died of lung disease and coughed up blood. When he was alive, he often wondered what it would feel like to die. He felt the pain as if his heart was being drained out, but soon he breathed in fresh air again. Although he lived again, he got a broken body. There is disease in both legs and the body is weak and cold. So he reconvened the Divine Doctor Alliance. After treatment by the Divine Doctors Alliance, his legs were now able to walk completely again, but the root cause of the disease was not eradicated, and he still had cramps on the 15th of every month. The pain was nothing to him, but it did affect his movements. He got into her car that day because of a sudden pain. Yu Shihun could feel that her treatment significantly relieved his pain. He met her bright and soul-stirring fox eyes and smiled again. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Then I'll go first. C fucking waved his hand. No need to see me off, I'll ride my bike back. Yu Shihun nodded. Just as C fucking walked to the door, his cell phone rang. As soon as I picked up the phone, I started to be scolded. C fucking, you did such a bad thing. Feng Peiji shouted angrily. Who told you to accept the endorsement without the company's permission? What about the contract? You didn't even tell the company about such a big thing? Look at how you've been scolded online. Do you want the company to punish you again? You really only know how to cause trouble. What are you endorsing? Let me tell you, the company doesn't allow you. C fucking hung up the phone directly and added Feng Peiji's new number to the blacklist. Good. The world is quiet. This voice naturally did not escape Yu Shihun's ears, and he raised his voice slightly. Do you need help? Not for now. C fucking moved his shoulders. Wait until the show is over. They can't control me anyway. It doesn't matter whether she leaves Tianla Media or not. What's important is that she wants Xia Yu and Su Shiyun to debut smoothly. If it weren't for these students, she would never have thought of staying in the entertainment industry. Wait a minute, Miss C. Feng San chased after her with his phone in hand, a little anxious. Your Weibo has exploded, and the comments below are all saying that you stole Xia Sheng's endorsement, and they're also asking if you dare to take off your makeup. If you can look better than Xia Sheng without makeup, they will shut up. He immediately looked at Yu Shihun again. Brother Jiao, I will find someone to ban the account right now. I will never allow these people to insult Miss C again. No, it's too troublesome. C fucking clicked on Weibo. Just uninstall it. After a few seconds, she put the phone away. Done. Xiaobai stared at the pen in Yu Shiheng's hand again and licked her pink lips. It smells so good. I really want to eat it. Then its head was forcibly pressed down by C fucking. Noob. Dog owner. Feng San sent C fucking to the door, feeling confused and curious. On the way back, he opened the app and went into C fucking's Weibo, wanting to see what she had done. The latest one is a retweet. The time was 10 seconds ago. She has a very good personality. Yu Shiheng didn't know what he remembered. He closed his eyes and smiled softly, as if sighing, she must be very loved by the elders. At least, he didn't have the heart to blame her. Every time he saw her looking at him with her bright fox eyes, he would be reminded of the fox he met in the snowy mountains when he was hunting in the east. It's as if the clouds are dispersing and the light is falling, so bright and amazing.
His mood calmed down.
Feng Sen nodded. Miss C is still very cute when she's cute. Yu Shiheng pondered for a while, then took out his phone and said, "Next Weibo." Feng Sen blurted out subconsciously, "Brother Jiu, do you want to chase stars?" Yu Shiheng raised his eyes and glanced over. Feng San fell silent instantly. It's over. He has become abnormal under the influence of Miss C. Yu Shiheng leaned his head and smiled. Perhaps integrate more into the lives of modern people. Feng San. What is a modern man? Just because they have little exposure to modern science and technology, do they become ancient people? This is a bit too exaggerated. Feng San gave the Weibo account to Yu Shiheng and had already made up his mind. He will buy the latest smartphone tomorrow and must study hard, so as not to be mistaken for an ancient person. Here, C fucking had just stepped into his small apartment when another phone call came in. It's Chu Lingyun. His breathing was unstable, and he was obviously angry. Are you there? I really admire those fans on the internet who are so quick to judge. If your looks don't match yours, then others do?
Bah.
How could the person I chose be wrong? You are simply doubting my aesthetic sense. C fucking immediately united with him this time. Yes, I am the cutest and most beautiful person. Who can say that I am not good-looking? Chu Lingyun. He paused and said dryly, "That's true. But this is not the main point at the moment. The main point is those fans. We can't let them continue to abuse us like this." Without waiting for C fucking's response, Chu Lingyun immediately became more motivated. "I will come forward and directly announce that you are the new Chu girl. I'll see who dares to scold you." The name Chu Lingyun is a golden sign in the entertainment industry. Although he is still young, his status has long surpassed those of the older directors. There are only 2 Chu girls so far. People in the circle were speculating when Chu Lingyun would come out and when he would choose the third one. "Shut up." C fucking interrupted. "Stop causing me trouble." Chu Lingyun. Trouble? Is he so shameful? If you dare to come out, I will break your legs. C fucking smiled, murderous intent spreading. Do you want to tire me to death? With Chu Lingyun's fame, if he dared to release the news that she was the new Chu girl, it would immediately cause a stir in the entertainment industry. Even Glenn might have to send someone. She didn't really want to take the role.
Kunaja again.
More and more alike. This feeling of déjà vu of the great devil Yunlan. It made him feel scared. Chu Lingyun pressed his temples and exhaled slowly. When he met Yunlan, Yunlan had just entered Glen. But in just 3 years, Yunlan successfully defended the Grain Award and won the Lifetime Achievement Award. In addition to this, she has also written songs for superstars and uploaded her own dances on her blog. Almost omnipotent. Therefore, he is respected as the big devil by the international entertainment industry. At that time, Glenn said, "When the devil goes out to fight, not a blade of grass grows." This is Yunlan's absolute strength. If she doesn't restrain herself, no one will be able to take over her role.
Pity.
Chu Lingyun fell into memories. C fucking didn't get a response, so she threatened again. "Did you hear me? If you dare to show up, I'll break all 3 of your legs." Chu Lingyun was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and said hastily, No, I was wrong. He paused and sighed. If I can still contact teacher Yunlan, I will definitely introduce you two to each other. You can definitely be close friends. See fucking. That's not necessary. So what should we do? Chu Lingyun immediately got into work mode. Even if you go to take the final photos tomorrow, they won't be released until next week. Are you going to let them scold you like this for a week? It doesn't have to be next week. Tomorrow will be enough. See fucking said lightly, I have a solution. You can do your thing. Without waiting for Chu Lingyun's response, she immediately ended the call. She doesn't want to be entangled by this king of involution. Getting up in the middle of the night to work was a very unpleasant life, and she didn't want to experience it again. C fucking thought about it, found the phone number of General Manager Zijianjiu, and called him. The other end picked up the phone immediately. Ms. C.
It's like this.
C fucking said, please choose a suitable time and let the official Weibo release the news. I will be live streaming removing my makeup at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. Live broadcast? No problem. The general manager was pleasantly surprised. It would be best if Miss C could take the initiative to come forward. After the final makeup photos are taken, they need to be post-processed, and you will definitely not be able to log out for a few days. Live streaming is very fast, and there will be no doubt about photo editing. The general manager felt more at ease. I will contact the live broadcast platform right away. No need. C fucking said lazily, let the live broadcast platform bid on its own. The general manager was stunned. His throat rolled, and his heart was burning. What does Miss C mean? Since so many people want to watch me take off my makeup, then the number of viewers when I live stream will reach at least tens of millions. C fucking raised an eyebrow and smiled. With such high popularity, it will be a benefit to any live streaming platform. Find the one with the highest bid. We'll give you 8, and they'll give you 2. If they don't agree, forget it. After hearing this, the general manager was instantly in awe. Miss C, what you said makes sense. Why didn't he think of making money this way? The general manager hurriedly began to contact people from all parties. After ending the call, C fucking turned over and lay on the bed. Sure enough, she is a good money maker.
Ouch.
A certain Pichio cried out. It jumped onto the bed, raised its furry paws and rubbed its owner's face in a flattering manner, indicating that it wanted to eat another gold brick. C fucking had a blank expression on his face. What a pity. I raised a prodigal son. The next morning, at the instruction of the general manager, Zijianjiu officially released a Weibo post. At Zijianjiu V. To answer some of your questions, please watch the makeup removal live broadcast of the spokesperson at Sifyuking on time at 8 o'clock tonight with the official Weibo account. The live broadcast platform is still being contacted, and the live broadcast link will be sent to you later. Netizens came to the scene immediately after hearing the news. Are you really going to take off your makeup? Great. One of the unsolved mysteries in the entertainment industry can be solved. Wait, I want to see what C fucking looks like. He has been hiding for so long. TSK, if she doesn't look as good as Xia Sheng after removing her makeup, wouldn't that be slapping herself in the face? How courageous. To be honest, Xia Sheng's ancient style is hard to replicate and not many people have it. I hope C fucking's face won't be too painful by then. The general manager checked the Weibo public opinion and found that it had improved. He nodded and said, fortunately, Miss C chose to live broadcast the makeup removal. There are really few celebrities in the entertainment industry who dare to remove makeup on live broadcast. However, C fucking skin was in amazing condition, and makeup actually concealed her advantages. The general manager could already imagine what kind of sensation the entertainment industry would have once the makeup was removed. There are many handsome men boasting about their beauty in the entertainment industry, but after meeting C fucking, the general manager believes that there is only one such handsome man. And just as C fucking expected, many live streaming platforms began to contact Zijianjiu. The general manager weighed the pros and cons several times and finally decided on the Grapefruit Terrace. Ziotai guarantees to accept a 20 hours 80 minutes profit split and will promote the content on the homepage to increase its popularity. After receiving the general manager's reply, C fucking slowly stretched out his body. When she looked up, she saw Su Xin clenching his fist at her. Teacher C, don't be afraid. No matter how hard and difficult the road ahead is, we will accompany you. Please don't feel inferior because of your appearance.
Si fucking.
She wrote another training sheet and handed it to Xiaoyu. It seems that 8 kilometers is too little for you. Add another 5 kilometers.
Xiaoyu, keep an eye on him.
So Si-un? Xiaoyu raised his eyebrows. Teacher C, take care. I will watch the live broadcast. C fucking shrugged, put on her coat, and left the dance studio. Lin Qingyan just happened to come out. Teacher C, are you going back to remove your makeup? She stopped and smiled. I have to say, I really admire Teacher C's courage, but what about our bet? It was worth it that she let the internet trolls push her and made C fucking a hot topic. Hello? C fucking ignored him and walked straight past him. San, are you outside? Bring me something to my apartment, just makeup remover. Makeup remover will do, just buy some, it doesn't matter what brand it is. Meanwhile, in the city center in the car, Feng San stared at his phone in deep thought. After a few seconds, he still gritted his teeth and said, Brother Joe, Miss C asked me to help bring a makeup remover. She said you can buy anything, but I think it's better to buy a big brand. At least the materials selected by big brands are guaranteed. But I don't know what brands of cosmetics are available. Brother Joe, what do you think we should buy? What is the difference between this makeup remover and makeup remover cream? It really makes things difficult for such a rough man like him. If he were asked to help pick guns or cold weapons, he would be fine. Yu Shiheng propped up his chin and said slowly, then buy one from each brand. Feng San. This method seems to be very good. Okay. Feng San said, Brother Joe, the mall is right in front. I'll go right away. Yu Shiheng hummed lightly, leaned back in the back seat, and closed his eyes to rest. There is a cafe across the road. Xiaosheng turned his head inadvertently and looked outside through the floor-to-ceiling window, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Opposite her, Yu Yao noticed her expression change drastically. What are you looking at? Xiaosheng looked dazed for a moment. Nothing. I must have made a mistake. Yu Yao nodded, neither cold nor hot, and asked routinely, How are you feeling? Much better. Xiaosheng smiled. I wonder how Miss G is doing these days? She helped me back then, and I didn't even have the chance to thank her. Yu Yao frowned slightly. Not very good. Xiaosheng pursed her lips, looking very worried. Is that so? Sister Sheng. The assistant ran in at this time. Sister Sheng, Ziji and Jiu released the live broadcast link, but did not respond to our request. Xiaosheng's expression changed, and he smiled bitterly. If that's the case, then forget it. How can you let it go? The assistant refused to accept it. It should be yours. Yu Yao frowned. What's going on? Master Yu doesn't know that Sister Sheng's endorsement was taken away by a black and red idol. The assistant was indignant. An idol should stay in her field, but she relied on the capital behind her to get the advertising endorsement that should have belonged to Sister Sheng. Isn't this bullying us because we don't have capital? Xia Sheng suddenly coughed. Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? Which black and red idol? Yu Yao didn't care about the entertainment industry. Which brand is it? Sister Sheng, don't stop me. I just can't stand her. The assistant blurted out. It's that C fucking. Who else could it be? Yu Yao paused. It's her? Xia Sheng asked cautiously. Do you know her? I don't know her. Yu Yao said coldly, but as for her, it's really not legitimate for her to get this advertising endorsement. Isn't it? The assistant complained. If it weren't for Sister Sheng's love for traditional Chinese style, we wouldn't care about this brand.
Well.
Yu Yao put down the teacup. If you like it, I'll ask the brand for you. Xia Sheng was pleasantly surprised. Thank you very much. I hope you can express my gratitude to Miss G when you return to Sijia City. Yu Yao's expression relaxed, and he nodded. After he finished his coffee, he left. Sister Sheng, why didn't you let me speak? The assistant was very dissatisfied. With Master Yu here, at least you won't lose the endorsement. Xia Sheng sighed. Master Yu did that for Miss G's sake. He and I have no relationship at all. It's good enough that we can get together. How can I ask him out? Miss G is such a good person. No wonder Master Yu likes her. The assistant envied her. Sister Sheng, you're not feeling well either. Let's go back first. Xia Sheng nodded. When I returned to the apartment, it was already 7:10 in the evening. Sister Sheng, there's no rush anyway. Fucking is going to take off her makeup. The assistant checked the time and took out the tablet computer. Let's see. Xia Sheng smiled gently and in a good mood. Okay, let's take a look. The assistant clicks on the URL. As soon as you enter the live broadcast room, you will be greeted by a dense barrage of comments. After turning off the barrage in the middle, the assistant saw that the screen was filled with bottles and jars with all kinds of words on them. This. Fucking went to a beauty store and bought all the makeup removers of all brands? What's the point of having so many makeup removers? Can you change your face? Stop dawdling. Can you please uninstall it quickly? Hurry up, I still have to fight the Oracle.
Me too, me too.
A new dungeon is coming out soon. Even if we can't get the first kill, we have to get into the top 100 in the national server. Why are there so many makeup removal products? Fucking said as he answered, Oh, I'm afraid you will think my face is fake, so I'll remove it more. If you keep thinking like that, then it won't be my face that needs to be washed, but your eyes. I want to see how beautiful you are. The assistant opened her mouth and said, Sister Sheng, she is so arrogant. Can she survive in the entertainment industry with such a personality? Xia Sheng didn't say anything, but she stared at the screen, her eyes fixed on it. Although she did not say anything online, she contacted Zijianjiu, and the other party's attitude was obviously irreversible. She also wanted to know why Zijianjiu abandoned her and chose Fucking. At the table, Fucking washed his hands. She squeezed the makeup remover into her palm facing the camera, and then applied it to her entire face little by little. I have used Ease makeup remover and it is very effective. Everyone, don't breathe or blink. Look carefully at how ugly Fucking is. The ugliest girl in the entertainment industry is about to take off her makeup. Wow, I'm a little scared. What if I get so scared that I can't fall asleep? Bullet screen protects. Time to wash your face. High energy warning ahead. The most intense moment has arrived. Brothers and sisters must keep their minds focused. Ladies, if you are scared, just hold me tight. I am 180 centimeters tall and weigh 180 kilograms. I feel very safe.
Roll.
At this moment, the barrage of comments instantly filled up, but the comments were still going on. Fucking didn't even look at it. She slowly washed her face with hot water, wiped it clean with a face towel, and then raised her head. The camera shook violently, and the image became a little blurry because it failed to focus at the first moment. But even though it is blurry, you can still see that the skin of the face in front of the camera is as smooth as a baby's. The barrage of comments all stopped at this moment. Xia Sheng shook the mouse in confusion. Is it stuck? It seems so. The assistant sneered, Sister Sheng, she really knows how to create an atmosphere. Does she think she can beat you by blurring the camera? Many anchors like this, and will not show their entire face. They will add many layers of filters to maintain a sense of mystery. Before the assistant could refresh the page, the camera finally focused successfully. It was clear enough to see her long, thick eyelashes and the small water droplets hanging on her hair. This is a face with absolutely no blind spots in 360 degrees. Even the lip shape and lip color are just perfect. Without the embellishment of makeup, her eyebrows and eyes appear even more deep and picturesque. When I raised my eyes and then closed my eyes, it was as if a flash of light passed by. A pair of fox eyes are captivating, with a smile that does not reach the bottom of the pupils. There is coldness deep inside, adding a bit of alienated laziness. Fucking lifted her hair from her forehead with one hand, still in a disheveled state. Now, let's start removing the makeup for the second time. She took out the makeup remover and continued to apply it on her face. The barrage is still static. It was not until Fucking finished removing her makeup for the second time that sporadic exclamation marks finally floated by. After another 30 seconds of silence, the barrage of comments finally started to pop out like crazy, filling up in an instant. There is indeed no shortage of stars in the entertainment industry who are said to have divine looks, but these are basically just hype from their fans. At least until now, There's not been a single star in the entertainment industry who can truly unify everyone's aesthetic taste. If there really is one, it would only be Yunlon. But Yunlon has always been in Green Lane and seldom comes to Daxia, which makes the people of Daxia feel a sense of distance. This is the first time that everyone has faced such a beauty attack. The wind direction reversed in an instant. Although there were some black fans cursing C fucking for having plastic surgery, 90% of the comments were screaming. The word God's face in various colors filled the entire screen, and the number of people in the live broadcast room began to increase exponentially. From the initial 1.9 million people watching online, the number quickly increased to 8.9 million. Popularity also soared to 40 million. The live broadcast room is no longer filled with ridicule and insults, but with gift rewards. There was no need for Shio Channel to promote it specifically. C fucking's live broadcast room was directly pushed to the first place. Sheng, Sister Sheng. The assistant opened her eyes wide, her expression almost terrified. She. Xia Sheng stared at the face on the screen, his fingers trembling. How could it be? Is this really the kind of appearance a human can have? The skin is 360 degrees without any blind spots, and the pores are so delicate that they are invisible, and the skin is so white that it glows. Xia Sheng subconsciously held up his face. She is 24 years old this year, and still very young, but she already has nasolabial folds and fine lines around her eyes. Although these flaws can be covered up with makeup, who doesn't want to have a good-looking natural look?
Xia Sheng murmured, no wonder.
No wonder Zijianjiu refused to discuss the matter and never considered her. C fucking doesn't need acting skills, nor does he need to be able to dance or sing. Just putting her face on the big screen was enough. These shortcomings can be compensated for by lighting on stage, but this is no longer possible on television. There has always been a gap in appearance between idols and celebrity actors. But C fucking had no such worries at all. Her face would look good even if she was covered with a sack. Sister Sheng, she. The assistant pursed her lips, but your professional ability is stronger. She frowned and said, she seems to be alone. The assistant was stunned. Who is it? Xia Sheng thought for a long time, and suddenly another face flashed through his mind. Miss G from the old city. She raised her head suddenly and looked at the screen again, her hand holding the mouse tightened. It really looks a bit like. Xia Sheng pursed her lips and ultimately did not click on Yu Yao's call. She didn't want Yu Yao to know who C fucking looked like. The assistant looked at the audience who were praising her crazily and felt jealous. Sister Sheng, so what if she's pretty? She is just a vase.
Okay, I'm tired.
Xia Sheng interrupted her. You go out, I'm going to rest first. The assistant hesitated, her face burning with pain. Okay. This time, there was no need for any internet trolls to promote it, and it became a hot topic directly. It was also the first time that C fucking was not on the black hot search. C fucking, true appearance Daxia God's face C fucking's makeup technique. There are also many netizens who have not watched Youth Boy and do not know Stargirl, but when they saw the words Goddess of Face, they clicked in curiously. Before clicking in, netizens all asked me to see what I look like. I have been praised as a beautiful woman, so I have to scold her. After clicking in, everyone was silent.
This.
Seems like I can't curse it out? Soon. A blogger who studies appearance kindly released a comparison photo of C fucking before and after makeup. No, you look like this and you wear makeup? If I had 1/10 of your looks, I would go out without makeup every day and force people to look at me. The case has been solved. Family members. C fucking is not ugly, her hands are ugly, and she doesn't know how to put on makeup. Smile please. C fucking, you don't know how to put on makeup. I will send you my hand and I promise to put on a beautiful makeup for you. It's very well done.
Don't do it again next time.
Where is the fan group? Quick. Someone pull me up. Right now, I want to become a regular fan. Yu Tang was also watching the live broadcast. She was very crazy. Uncle Joe, look. Look at our Ching Ching, how beautiful. She finally took off her makeup. Mom is relieved. Yu Shiheng slowly repeated the last 4 words. Mom is relieved? Feng San was very perceptive. He immediately stepped forward to explain, Brother Jiao, the fans of this star are also divided into categories. There are boyfriend fans, girlfriend fans, mother fans, and sister fans. Girlfriend fans treat their idols as boyfriends, and mom fans treat their idols as daughters. It's quite complicated anyway.
Oh.
Yu Shiheng glanced at Yu Tang. I didn't notice that. Yu Tang felt that she was being ridiculed. She snorted. Uncle Jiao, I curse you to never find a girlfriend in the future. Yu Shiheng didn't even raise his eyes. No need. Yu Tang was stuck. Although Yu Shiheng was abandoned by the Yu family, he was still a member of the Yu family after all, and many people wanted to marry him over the years. She really shouldn't have expected to threaten him with something like this. Yu Tang snorted again. I want to see our baby Qingqing. I will ignore you. The live broadcast continues. Oh, why do you always wear makeup? C fucking held her chin with both hands and blinked. Because I'm so beautiful. I'm afraid you will all fall in love with me.
Look at what you look like now.
Stop licking the screen.
Calm down.
Everyone in Daxia is watching us. Remember to put on your pants. The comments were full of comments. Help. Why is this woman so arrogant and yet so beautiful? Qingqing baby, can we not be so rough when we talk? Why are you so skilled in speaking?
Wife.
Wife, look at me. Okay, now that I've taken off my makeup, are you all satisfied? C fucking stretched lazily. I'm going to get off work and eat some fried chicken and drink some Coke so I won't poison you guys late at night. She curved her fox eyes and waved her hand. Bye. Netizens who want to watch it a little longer. Humph. This woman is using her beauty to commit crimes. But what can I do if I fall for her tricks? I'm going to watch youth, and I'm going to vote for Qingqing. Don't stop me. I beg you to broadcast live every day. Even eating fried chicken is fine. I'm impressed by you superficial people. Is it enough to be good-looking? Doesn't the entertainment industry want people with real talent and hard work? C fucking doesn't have the ability. And she must have had plastic surgery. I laughed. Isn't having a face enough? Look at how many people in the entertainment industry don't have a face now. I declare that I am a face lover. From now on, I am a fan of C fucking. Sisters, please create a super topic. And what about the fan name? In just 2 hours, C fucking's Weibo followers instantly increased from 900,000 to 5.5 million. At 9 o'clock, the heat had just subsided a little, and the official Zijianjiu posted another Weibo. At Zijianjiuv, the above are all the reasons why our company chose Miss C. Our company guarantees that the entire interview process is absolutely notarized. If you have any questions, you are welcome to question. No one was directly named, but netizens who watched the whole process knew who was being talked about. Someone clicked on Xiaoxing's Weibo account, Little Pillow, and found that she had canceled the account and run away. Don't run. Why are you running? Didn't you want to see what kind of divine face he has? Now that you've seen it, what else do you have to say? Xiaoxing's fans spoke too harshly and got slapped in the face. With C fucking's looks, even 100 Xiaoxings wouldn't be enough to defeat him. Is there anyone who can compete with C fucking in terms of looks? Unless Yunlon comes out. But even if Yunlon comes out, the two of them will be equally matched. Well, if we only talk about looks, then we can compare. But if we talk about other things, all the people in the entertainment industry of Daxia cannot compare to Yunlon. Don't bring Yunlon. As I said before, she is very noble, and no one is worthy of her. Tonight is destined to be a carnival for a group of beauty lovers. A group of fans soon flocked to see fucking Super Topic and spontaneously began to form an anti-black group and a voting group. Who is this love rival? Stand out. If you don't take revenge for someone stealing your wife, you are not a gentleman. Love rival Yu Tang proudly shook his phone and said, Uncle Jiao, look, I'm the host of Qingqing's Super Topic. They are all jealous of me. Humph, who made me the lucky one who first discovered Qingqing's peerless beauty. Yu Shiheng didn't raise his eyes. He said calmly, although you've been recommended to Xia University and don't have to attend the Goose College this semester, you can't play with your phone too much. From now on, you can't touch your phone after 8 o'clock, Feng San. Feng San immediately confiscated Yu Tang's cell phone. Yu Tang was shocked. Uncle Jiao, you are not a human. She is already 18 years old.
Yeah.
Yu Shiheng propped up his elbow. I'm not a human. Yu Tang was completely depressed. Wow. I still want to vote for Qingqing. Uncle Jiao, let me see the votes of the mentor group to see if they have surpassed that green tea named Lin. Feng San couldn't bear it. Let me show you. As he spoke, he opened the voting page. Yu Tang's eyes lit up. Feng San, you're the best. She jumped to Feng San and looked over. As soon as he saw it, Yu Tang screamed crazily. Yu Shiheng paused and said calmly, Feng San. Feng San immediately covered Yu Tang's mouth and broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't dare to say anything. He almost cried out. Woo woo woo. Yu Tang pried Feng San's hands apart with all his strength, extremely excited. Uncle Jiao, look. Our Qingqing is the best. She has 3 million votes. The voting of the mentor group actually depends on personal popularity and will not affect anything. In addition, Li Jingchen and the vocal instructor are not traffic stars, so fans will not compete for this false reputation. Only Lin Qingyan values it. Lin Qingyan's fans collect data every day and vote for her. But the fans worked hard to vote for a month, but failed tonight.